Decisive, imaginative, starting flow, sign-in, system, passionate, urban. Wang Kai travels to the Marvel world and obtains the king. Sign-in system. From the day he signs in to his destined hero, the broken Blade Daddy Kai, the Marvel world falls into chaos. The Abomination is sliced in half. The Hulk loses half of his shoulder. And Thor is cut to the point of questioning his existence. When Thanos leads his fleet to the skies above Earth, the colossal creator god Pangu, larger than the Earth itself, appears and indifferently says, "Axe or fist? Choose one." Chapter 1. Initial sign-in with Kai Dad. 5 kills. 5 consecutive extraordinary. King Kai 666. Dad Kai, take me to the king. King Kai is always a god. With the sound of the final attack landing and the explosion of the enemy base ringing in his ears, Wang Kai, relying on his main hero, turned the tide and won another ranked match, another tedious slaughter. With a smile on his lips, he rejected all friend requests, glanced at the time, and put down his phone that it was already 2 a.m. If he didn't sleep now, he wouldn't be able to get up tomorrow. My head hurts. What happened? The coldness beneath him was definitely not the temperature of his own bed. It felt like he was lying on the street, struggling to open his eyes. He saw a night sky, the moonlight quietly falling on him, and the sounds of noisy fighting reached his ears. Before Wang Kai could react, a strange voice appeared in his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for staying at the first sign-in location, killing Elektra on the rooftop for over 1 minute. Sign-in successful, and the King sign-in system has been activated. Reward 100 sign-in points. Ding, warm reminder. 100 sign-in points can be used for the lottery in the system's prize wheel. Ding, the next sign-in location is the office of Gene Bing building. Staying for over 3 minutes will be considered a successful sign-in. System? Bullseye, Elektra, Gene Bing. Aren't these characters from the Marvel movie Daredevil? Have I crossed over? Wang Kai jolted awake, feeling weak all over. He touched his neck and felt intense pain. And in the moonlight, he suddenly noticed a pool of blood in his hand. Holy crap! Before the shock on his face could fade, a wave of unfamiliar memories fused into his mind. In an instant, Wang Kai knew everything. He had soul-crossed, just like those silly crossover novels he had read. He had crossed into the body of a character with the same name who had just died. Wang Kai, a Chinese 18 years old, with quite handsome looks, the kind of guy who could get 2 scallions gifted by the cashier just for buying vegetables in China. His parents were healthy, and his sister was beautiful. Not to say she was a stunning beauty, but she was definitely a little beauty who could attract countless male gazes on. The street point one could say he had a happy family. But all of this changed dramatically 3 days ago. His parents took his sister for a drive, only to accidentally collide with a gang shootout on the American scenic route. His parents died on the spot, and his sister went missing. Only Wang Kai, who was working part-time outside, escaped. The NYPD was helpless against the rampant gangs in New York. After burying his parents, Wang Kai did his utmost to find Daredevil for help. But before he could tell Daredevil about his sister, he was suddenly attacked by Bullseye's playing cards, which ripped his throat, and he bled to death on the ground, unwilling to accept his fate. This is how another Wang Kai's soul crossed over. Since I've taken your body, then your matters are my matters. I will help you find your sister, silently making up his mind. He looked at Bullseye, who was still toying with Daredevil. This was the Marvel world, full of crises, but also filled with various opportunities. Even if his sister was dead, Wang Kai could think of several ways to bring her back. The only key point was, he needed to have the strength to ignore any obstacles. System, do the lottery. Wang Kai shouted in his heart. He had the system, the king's sign-in system. Signing in could make him stronger. What was there to fear about realizing his wishes? Ding, 100 points can be used for 1 lottery. Does the host confirm the lottery? The system's unfamiliar voice echoed in his mind, just like the essential golden finger in crossover novels. I confirm. Ding, consuming 100 sign-in points, drawing lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the hero template, Demonic Blade, Kai Dad. The host can now use all of Kai Dad's skills. Kai Dad, you're the father of all villains. Soul of Azura. When attacking only 1 target each time, will deal an additional 50 damage. Spiral Blade. Throw a blade in a specified direction. Cool down time, 10 seconds. Ultimate Blade Storm. Launch 2 slashes in a specified direction, after which the next slash will deal more damage. Regenerate health after leaving combat, and increase movement speed. Cooldown time, 6 seconds. Indestructible demon body. Summon demonic armor. After a 1-second delay, inflict shock damage to the surroundings while enhancing attack power, movement speed, and damage block. Cooldown time, 60 seconds. Duration, 8 seconds. Got a lot of information instantly synced in his mind. Wang Kai immediately became extremely excited. He actually drew his main hero on the first try. This is not just Kai, this is Kai Dad. 1 slash can kill you. The passive of Ultimate Blade Storm immediately took effect. Wang Kai could clearly feel his injuries gradually healing. His stamina also quickly became abundant. Finally, able to go from lying down to half kneeling. The look in his eyes towards Bullseye became increasingly grim. Like a hungry wolf, ready to pounce on its prey. Bullseye, who was fighting with Daredevil, suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Glancing out of the corner of his eye, he saw that the Asian man who was already dead, whose blood had filled the ground, actually stood up. Half of his body was covered in blood. His face became incredibly fierce. His eyes were fixed on him. That was a gaze he particularly liked. Every time he killed others, he enjoyed torturing them first. He loved that kind of resentful look in others' eyes. Ha ha ha, you can actually stand up. Is it a return of the light? Let me send you off again. Bullseye said excitedly to Wang Kai, immediately pulling out 2 playing cards from his waist again. Daredevil sensed this and was incredibly furious. Run. He couldn't save Elektra. At least he had to save this pitiful person. The broken sticks flew towards Bullseye's hands, trying to stop him from throwing those deadly projectiles. But Bullseye showed no mercy, crossing his hands and suddenly, flicking, the playing cards spun rapidly, drawing 2 graceful arcs around Daredevil and heading straight for Wang Kai's throat. Die. Ha ha ha. Bullseye's crazy and evil smile reflected in Wang Kai's eyes. But in the next second, it suddenly stopped. Bang bang. Wang Kai extended his arm to his neck. Blue sharp arm blades suddenly appeared, easily tearing through the 2 playing cards. Wang Kai's whole body emitted a blue mist. His originally black, short hair gradually grew, changing to blue in just a breath. And then streams of sky blue light flowed over his body, condensing in his hand into a sharp, blue longsword. Indestructible demon body. Wang Kai roared, then took off running. The demonic blade made a sizzling sound as it scraped against the rooftop, creating blue sparks, like the sound of death. Charging straight towards Bullseye, the blue light instantly intensified, accompanied by a loud bang. The young man burst out from the blue mist, his whole body covered in a chilling blue demonic armor. His speed was now several times faster than before, and Bullseye didn't have time to react. Before being diagonally slashed in half from shoulder to waist by the demonic blade. Chapter 2, Finding the Target. The magic blade was not stained with a single drop of blood. The target's eyes bulged, almost popping out of their sockets. As he looked at Wang Kai in shock, wanting to say something, but his body had already lost the strength to speak. Half of his body gradually slid to the side, falling onto the rooftop with a thud. Wang Kai kicked the lower half of his body in the groin, sending it flying several dozen meters away, and then decapitated him with another strike. You, who are you? What happened? The Night Devil could clearly see the target's miserable state. The sonar image in his mind displayed it vividly. The target was dead beyond recovery. In his mind, Wang Kai was like a black hole, absorbing all sound wave reflections. The Night Devil couldn't even hear the other's heartbeat, only feeling the chilling coldness radiating from him. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain the villain target and gained 100 sign-in points. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Wang Kai coldly looked at the Night Devil, the magic blade in his hand seemingly craving blood, yearning to obliterate the opponent's soul. System, if I kill the Night Devil, the superhero, will I gain sign-in points? Wang Kai coldly asked in his heart. No, only killing supervillains can earn sign-in points. But crushing the superheroes that obstruct your path will not incur punishment. Is that so? 8 seconds slipped away, and the magic armor gradually vanished, merging into his body as blue light. Wang Kai let out a long breath, feeling his heart seemed to beat anew, gaining a bit more warmth and losing some of its coldness. There is more than one special Night Devil in this world. I received a special power gift at the brink of death. He didn't explain too much. What was most important now was to find his sister's whereabouts and complete the next sign-in. Coincidentally, these two tasks could be accomplished simultaneously. I'm heading to the Kingpin building to find that dead fat man. Meet Mountain. He is the underground emperor of America, the leader of the gang, and he must know what happened that day. Where has my sister gone? Taking out a photo from his pocket, the moonlight illuminated two beaming faces, one of which was Wang Kai, and the other was his sister, Luna. Gently stroking the photo, he buried his longing deep in his heart, then turned his gaze to the already deceased Erica's body. Wang Kai softly said, "I'll wait for you in front of the Kingpin building. Let's say our final goodbye." With a few swift movements, he left the rooftop, leaving the solitary night devil feeling despondent, silently carrying Erica's body toward the darkness. An hour later, Wang Kai stood on the brightly lit street outside the Kingpin building, looking up at the magnificent structure with at least 80 floors, a cold smile forming in his heart. Tonight, he not only intended to take down Kingpin, but also to blow up this den of the gang. His confidence came not only from his father's hero template, but also from another trump card. After leaving the Night Devil, Wang Kai quickly conducted a second lottery, resulting in obtaining the explosive cat, Shinmingxi's 3-skill comprehensive explosive, EX-type mixed bomb. It was quite similar to what was described in the game. It could also be charged for use. With the longer the charging time, the further the throwing distance, and a maximum of 2 could be stored. Footsteps approached from the shadows, and the Night Devil in a red battle suit, with dual sticks clipped to his legs, slowly appeared. The two exchanged no words and headed straight toward the Kingpin building. "Will you kill Fisk, Kingpin?" the Night Devil asked in a deep voice as they walked. His values dictated that he never kills, and moreover, taking down Kingpin, this underground emperor, would only make the unregulated New York gangs even more rampant. Handing him over to the legal authorities was the best choice. Wang Kai suddenly stopped, looking at the Night Devil with indifference. "Are you teaching me how to do things? Mind your own business. I don't need this moral satisfaction. Dare to obstruct me, and I'll take you down too." The blue magic blade suddenly appeared in his hand, pressed directly against the Night Devil's chest. Wang Kai was not joking, until he found his family. He would only move according to his own thoughts. After another glance at the Night Devil, he sped toward the Kingpin building, empowered by the passive speed of the extreme blade storm, while the Night Devil could only remain silent. He was just a blind man with a strong sixth sense, unable to do anything against someone as reckless as Wang Kai. With a single strike, he shattered the glass doors of the Kingpin building, walking calmly into the lair of America as underground emperor, with the Night Devil following closely behind. The spacious hall was bright as day, but there was a single person inside. Use your ears to listen. Is there an ambush? The Night Devil had no choice but to calm down and listen carefully. After a moment, he shook his head. Kingpin should be waiting for me in his office for an understanding, so he wouldn't use such tactics. That's good. The two took the elevator up without any obstruction, arriving at Kingpin, who was only wearing a white tank top. The floor-to-ceiling window behind him showcased New York at night, with his iconic white suit and cane beside him, as he clenched his fist, which was as big as a pot, looking at the Night Devil with a sinister grin. Ding! The host has arrived at the sign-in location, Kingpin building office. Sign-in time, 3 minutes. If the stay time is less than 3 minutes, it will be considered a sign-in failure. Sign-in countdown, 2 minutes 59 seconds. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Wang Kai's eyes gleamed as he looked at Kingpin, who resembled a mountain of flesh, but was almost entirely muscle, gripping the magic blade tighter. "Did you call for help?" But unfortunately, it doesn't matter who comes. Kingpin laughed heartily, confident in his strength. "You're right. It doesn't matter who comes." Wang Kai's cold voice emerged as he charged at Kingpin without waiting for the Night Devil to confront him. The blue light shimmered on his body, the magic armor covering him in an instant, causing Kingpin to be greatly alarmed. "What is this thing?" He immediately grabbed the solid wood desk in front of him and hurled it at Wang Kai. In an instant, papers flew everywhere, followed by a loud crash. The arrival of the magic armor triggered a blue shockwave, shattering the wooden desk into splinters. The boy's face was obscured by the magic armor, his cold expression hidden. Only his eyes shone with blue light. "Poochie, The sound of a blade sinking into flesh echoed as Wang Kai severed Kingpin's right arm. Turning his body, he channeled all his strength into his calves. With a loud bang, kicking Kingpin, who was stronger than the Night Devil, flying out. Another loud crash. Kingpin hit the wall and came to a stop, his bones shattered beyond recognition. The pain penetrating to his core made him emit a horrifying scream. Ah, FCK. Someone. In an instant, countless well-dressed, black-clad men emerged from the partitions, all aiming their Glocks at Wang Kai. Chapter 3. Kill Jinbing and them. Jinbing gritted his teeth, covering his severed arm and roaring, "Kill them! Bang, bang, bang!" In an instant, the office was filled with gunfire, countless bullets flying from the chambers, shooting towards the two like a storm. Daredevil immediately began to dodge with a serpentine movement, perfectly demonstrating what it meant to be a professional gymnast. In contrast, Wang Kai did not dodge or evade. A series of clanging sounds erupted around him, with the indestructible magical body still active for another 6 seconds. These light fire attacks felt like mere scratches. Seeking death, the magic blade sparked blue flames as it traced a path under Wang Kai's feet. He shot forward like an arrow, appearing before a black-clad man before he could even register Wang Kai's presence, the magic blade gleaming with a cold blue light, slashing down. Splat! Blood sprayed several meters into the air, like a fountain, staining the white ceiling red. The other black-clad men were instantly terrified, their pupils dilated, hearts racing. A chill ran from their tailbones to the back of their heads. They pulled the triggers faster. But the bullets merely ricocheted off Wang Kai's magical armor as he surged towards the next victim. Not even a second had passed. One person killed every 10 steps. The office had turned into a blood-soaked hell, crimson blood covering the floor, one mutilated body after another collapsing, blood gradually dripping from the ceiling, creating an atmosphere of sheer terror. A demon. He is a demon. Run for your lives. Jinbing's men were frightened out of their wits, scrambling to escape the office. Seeing this, Wang Kai immediately swung his magic blade, unleashing a spinning slash. The blue, rotating blade flew from the magic blade, instantly slicing down 2 more men, causing Jinbing's remaining henchmen to panic even more. Like frightened rabbits, they scattered from the office, and Wang Kai chose not to pursue them, as the duration of the indestructible magical body had ended. The magical armor vanished, revealing Wang Kai's indifferent face, and the magic blade in his hand shrank down a size. He stepped through the blood to stand before Jinbing, pulling out a photo of his sister and coldly asked, "Have you seen this girl?" Jinbing, with a fierce expression, glanced at the photo, his demeanor suddenly changing. But he soon broke into a vicious laugh. "I've seen her. So you're the brother of this Asian girl. No wonder you look so alike. Where is she? Tell me now." Wang Kai's words became urgent. As the underground emperor of America and the head of the gang, Jinbing, indeed, knew some insider information. Ha ha ha. Do you think I would still tell you anything at this point? It's been 3 days, over 72 hours, and you'll never find her. She might have been sold to some 70-year-old Arab, or maybe to some pervert in Europe, and after they've had their fun, they might even turn her into a specimen, or sell her organs again. Ha ha ha. Jinbing laughed wildly, his eyes reflecting absolute madness after his momentary failure. "I won't have it easy. You won't have it easy either." Splat. Blood sprayed half a meter high as Wang Kai sliced off one of Jinbing's arms, his face cold as ice, the fury in his eyes about to ignite everything. He pressed the magic blade against Jinbing's eye and shouted, "I'll give you one more chance." "Where is she?" "Ah, cool. Jinbing, facing the intense pain and threat, continued to laugh uncontrollably, coughing up blood without any sign of stopping. "Your expression is just too delightful. Living will be far worse than the pain of death." Jinbing suddenly lifted his head. He actively let the magic blade pierce through his skull, the speed so fast that even Wang Kai couldn't react in time. The grim expression and mocking smile were Jinbing's final answer for Wang Kai. Did he lose this battle? Damn it. Wang Kai's blade swept through, bringing forth a lot of yellowish-white matter. Yet his cold heart felt no discomfort, only regret that Jinbing was so decisive. If only he had the resurrection skill from Tai Jinren, In countless moments of life and death, he wouldn't have to fear Jean Bing not revealing the truth. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the villain Jean Bing, earning 100 sign-in points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in at Jean Bing's building, with a sign-in time exceeding 3 minutes, successfully completing the sign-in task. Ding! Reward, 300 sign-in points. Ding! Next sign-in location, Osborne Group Laboratory, birthplace of the Green Goblin. Staying for over 5 minutes will be considered a successful sign-in. Earn 400 sign-in points to draw 4 times, but Wang Kai couldn't feel happy at all. Jean Bing would rather die than reveal his sister's whereabouts. The top-down inquiry plan had failed. Now he had to start from the bottom, looking for clues from small-time gangs. You could have been a superhero. Why resort to such extreme methods? Daredevil walked over, expressing regret. In his view, it was a shame for someone with Wang Kai's powers not to use them for good. Don't get it twisted. I'm super, but I'm not a hero. Quoting Deadpool, Wang Kai stepped through the blood-soaked office, leaving without even glancing at Daredevil. In the Marvel Universe, those with a saintly disposition never end well, especially since he had burdens to bear. Brooklyn, Manhattan, and Queens were the most rampant areas for gangs, and Wang Kai planned to search each block one by one. Meanwhile, Daredevil could only sense the atmosphere, sighing helplessly as he left. Just as he had anticipated, he had done almost nothing, while Wang Kai handled everything. Outside the Jean Bing building, the two stood side by side. Daredevil hesitated and asked, "What should I call you? I still don't know your name." "Okay. Also, if you want to report me to the NYPD, be my guest, Matt." Wang Kai remained indifferent, extending his hand and silently chanting a spell. Akachabidbom, complete with ears and paw pads, slowly materialized in his hand. It was the Cat EX-type mixed bomb. Weighing it in his hand, he turned and left the front of the Jean Bing building. Daredevil had to abandon his thoughts. Sensing the cat toy that had suddenly appeared in Wang Kai's hand and realizing it was likely a very dangerous item. After the two moved away from the Jean Bing building by several dozen meters, Wang Kai charged up and suddenly threw the EX-type mixed bomb, landing it precisely in the first floor lobby. Moments later, an earth-shattering explosion erupted. The cat bomb detonated instantly. The powerful shockwave shattered glass within a 200-meter radius, and the raging red flames rose slowly, vaguely revealing the face of a fiery red cat. Wang Kai watched all of this expressionlessly, continuing to charge the bomb in his hand, then turned and threw it back forcefully. A second explosion roared again, and Wang Kai, with his back to the blast, walked away calmly. Chapter 4. The lottery continues. The gangster disaster returning home in Brooklyn at 3 in the morning. Wang Kai changed out of all his bloodstained clothes, but couldn't fall asleep. He had no choice but to get up and continue the lottery. System, initiate the lottery. For consecutive draws. Ding, consuming 400 sign-in points, drawing. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, secret technique, stealth. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining equipment, cloth armor. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining consumables, small healing potions 3. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a special item, skill enhancement points. Secret technique, stealth, derived from the 4th skill of the Shadow Blade, Lonling Wang. It allows the user to enter a state of invisibility 5 seconds after activation, lasting for 30 seconds with a cooldown of 15 seconds, enabling infinite stealth. Wang Kai tried it out and ended up scaring himself. It was indeed shocking to see nothing when he looked in the mirror after becoming invisible. Additionally, using the ability again before the duration ends does not interrupt the stealth effect, allowing for infinite invisibility. As for the cloth armor, it materialized directly from his palm as soon as he drew it, and the system did not provide any indication of a spatial backpack or anything like that. Wang Kai couldn't penetrate it with any knives from the kitchen, despite possessing the hero template of Kai, giving him physical attributes 2 to 3 times that of an ordinary person. This should serve as a bulletproof vest. Wearing the cloth armor like a vest would provide some protection while his immortal body was on cooldown. The small healing potions, as the name suggests, are used to restore health, effective when injured, and can also restore stamina and spirit even when uninjured, making one feel energetic. The skill enhancement points are straightforward, used to upgrade skills. Wang Kai directly used them to enhance his immortal body. Ding, congratulations to the host for upgrading the skill immortal body, increasing all attributes by 30, with a cooldown time of 50 seconds and a duration of 11 seconds. This was different from the game. Wang Kai pondered to himself. Not only did it increase damage and movement speed, but the cooldown time was also reduced by 10 seconds and the duration increased by 3 seconds. This was much more generous than the game's stinginess. He had cleared his discount cards in the backpack 4 or 5 times without seeing any upgrades for Papa Kai. Thinking of this, Wang Kai suddenly had an idea and asked in his mind, System, what is the maximum level a single skill can be upgraded to? The skill level has no restrictions. The host can choose to enhance any skill as needed. The system's voice echoed in his mind, and Wang Kai felt relieved, as long as there wasn't a limit of level 3. Otherwise, he would really have a headache when encountering stronger Marvel villains in the future. It seemed there were level limits in the game, but not in reality. What if he could upgrade the immortal body to level 100? What immense power would that bring? Focused, reaching the peak. It wouldn't be impossible to cut the moon in half with a single strike. With such exhilarating thoughts, Wang Kai gradually fell into a dream. The next day, New York News prominently reported a fire at the Kingpin building. The entire building reduced to ashes, and Wilson Fisk became a charred corpse. This news spread through the underground world like a magnitude 12 earthquake. And while people were shocked by the bizarre death of their leader, they were more concerned about how to earn more profits in the future. In an instant, hundreds of gangs began to stir, each starting plans to seize territory. However, as night fell again, the disaster for New York's gangs began. Wang Kai, armed with a blue magic blade, stormed into one gang's stronghold after another, searching for clues about his sister Luna while also cleaning up these damn scum. Taking out a photo of Luna, he asked everyone if they had seen her, only to receive a barrage of foul language in response. Thus, the magic armor descended, and the cold magic blade sliced through the necks of gang members trying to escape one after another. As people screamed in terror at the blue demon, their voices suddenly ceased, and their world began to spin uncontrollably. When it finally stopped, they saw a very familiar body before consciousness slipped into darkness. I'll ask one last time, have you seen this girl? The magic blade pressed against a gang member's chest. The duration of the immortal body had already expired, and only one gang member remained alive among the small gathering, surrounded by severed limbs, clutching guns, terrified faces, blood everywhere, and scattered orange-yellow bullet casings in the blood. The scene was like the most terrifying hell one could imagine. Faced with such a scene, the gang member was completely frightened, shaking all over, even wetting his pants, unable to utter a word. Seeing this, Wang Kai could only helplessly send him to meet God for confession before heading to the next gang gathering point. Half an hour later, Wang Kai still asked the last surviving weak gang member, "Do you know this girl?" The man glanced at the photo, first shook his head, then nodded vigorously. Although he was still trembling and his teeth chattered, the strong desire to survive made him stammer. "No, I don't know her, but I know where someone might. There's a place that specializes in trafficking women." "Good, take me there." 20 minutes later, the frail man drove Wang Kai to a waterfront location filled with shipping containers, a dock with a massive daily cargo volume. This was the territory of one of New York's 5 major gang families, where they would sell women anywhere in the world through containers. As soon as the frail man finished speaking, Wang Kai's expression darkened. "Take me to meet the gang leader here." The frail man complied without question, and the two arrived at the entrance of a vast warehouse. A muscular black man guarding the door pulled out a submachine gun from behind and pointed it directly at them. "Who are you?" The frail man immediately raised his hands. "Don't shoot. Scarface, I know you. I have a good business to discuss with Boss Crow. Look, I brought a client." The black man, with a fierce expression, scrutinized Wang Kai for a moment. Perhaps sensing that this frail guy posed no threat, he lowered his gun and gestured for them to enter. Once inside the warehouse, they maneuvered around mountains of wooden crates and quickly found a dozen gang members in the center dividing the loot. "Boss Crow," the frail man called out to a man with a star and moon tattoo on his face. The latter turned around, glanced at them, then focused back on dividing the money. "Who are you? What do you want?" Before the guide could answer, the blue magic blade appeared in Wang Kai's hand, and he stabbed it straight through the man's heart. "Thank you, this is my mercy." With a kick, he sent the intact corpse towards the gang members. And the immortal body activated. Chapter 5: The Punisher Dam. What is this thing? A corpse slammed down in front of them, and the sudden change naturally startled this group of scum. No one had time to care about the dead guy. Everyone immediately pulled out their weapons and instinctively opened fire on Wang Kai. Tat 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 tat. Several submachine guns sprayed frantic tongues of fire, instantly unleashing dozens of bullets, forming a dense rain of death. However, the bullet rain that could turn flesh and blood into a sieve left not even a mark on the magic armor. Wang Kai moved swiftly, his figure flickering as he appeared in front of a gang member in the blink of an eye. The other party's eyes widened in disbelief, seemingly unable to comprehend why their powerful weapon was ineffective, while Wang Kai's magic blade swept through effortlessly, piercing through the opponent's body. The submachine gun in the gang member's hands was sliced in half, and this was just a glimpse. In a few breaths, Wang Kai's figure flitted like a ghost among the dozen gang members, all of whom stood frozen as if under a spell, until the gunfire ceased. Wang Kai cut down the submachine gun of the last survivor, Klo, and only then did bloodlines slowly appear on everyone's bodies, before they fell in two pieces to the ground. Devil, monster! Klo trembled as he looked at Wang Kai's grotesque mask, especially those eye sockets filled with blue light, which seemed to steal the soul, leaving only fear. Revolving blade. Throwing flying knives to kill other gang members who came to check the situation, Wang Kai then wiped his face, and the mask transformed into blue starlight before suddenly disappearing. He took out a photo of his sister and asked, "Do you recognize her? This is my sister, who went missing in a gang shootout 4 days ago. Did you kidnap her?" Faced with Wang Kai's murderous inquiry, Klo was so scared that he was nearly in tears. His legs went weak, and he fell to the ground. Where did this killing machine come from? Trembling, he glanced at the photo, feeling as if he had seen her somewhere before, and to save his life, he quickly said in fear, I've seen her, but we definitely didn't kidnap her. A girl as beautiful as your sister can fetch a good price. According to the rules, we aren't qualified to touch her." Wang Kai immediately frowned, his face growing colder. "Good price. Tell me who kidnapped my sister, and I can spare your life." Klo's face lit up with joy as he hurriedly said, "It's Luch's. Only the Luch's family is qualified to kidnap and sell high-end goods. Their headquarters is at 99 Green Street." "Very well. Thank you for your honesty." As soon as Wang Kai finished speaking, Klo let out a sigh of relief. But in the blink of an eye, a blue blade of light suddenly sliced toward him. With a sharp sound, the blade pierced flesh, and Klo was decapitated in one strike. "I spare you, but those you harmed won't let you go." With the next clue in hand, Wang Kai turned to leave. As for the corpses here, the NYPD would come to clean up after dawn. The Luch's family headquarters was different from Jean Bing's lair. It was located on the outskirts of New York, a vast luxury estate with many guards who were all professionally trained. A forced entry would definitely not gain much advantage. His indestructible magic body had a 40-second cooldown, and facing the concentrated firepower of numerous guards would certainly be a disadvantage. This was the perfect time for his secret technique, concealment. Wang Kai vanished from sight and easily leaped over the iron gate and past the guards, heading toward the Luch's family headquarters. The front door of the first floor was wide open, and Wang Kai was stunned by the luxurious decoration inside. Ancient and solemn large oil paintings, exquisite European solid wood furniture, smooth marble floors, and huge, beautiful crystal chandeliers, all revealing the filthy means by which this wealth was obtained. The marble reflected dazzling light under the illumination of the crystal chandelier, but it only made Wang Kai feel utterly nauseous. As he pondered how to find the head of the family, he suddenly heard the footsteps of several guards drawing closer. Finally caught that damned Frank Castle. He killed the head of the family's nephew and dozens of Luch's family members. Tonight would surely be a memorable punishment show. That's right. Let's hurry and take these torture instruments over. I can't wait to see his pained expression. The footsteps quickened, and upon seeing this, Wang Kai immediately followed. Frank Castle, also known as the Punisher, was a superhero who had a similar experience to him. After his wife and daughter were shot by gangsters and the law failed to punish the killers, he transformed into the Punisher and slaughtered all the gang members involved. His creed was, "If you're guilty, you must die." He was a superhero that Wang Kai greatly admired in his past life. And since he happened to bump into him today, he naturally had to save him. Following two guards down to the basement, it was just as brightly lit as daytime. Punisher Frank was bound by iron chains to a stone pillar, his face already bloodied, while the mastermind was a suited thug wearing blood-stained iron knuckles, delivering punch after punch to Frank's face. Enough, let him rest for a while. That way, we can enjoy it for longer. A middle-aged man with graying hair, dressed in a suit and holding a thick Cuban cigar, coldly said it was Claude Luches, the head of the Luches family. Claude flicked off the ash, stood up, and exhaled a cloud of smoke toward Frank. I won't let you meet your wife and child so soon. The Luches family has a top-notch medical team to ensure you can neither live nor die. Suddenly, two familiar sounds reached his ears, and Claude turned to see his eyes widen in shock. Two guards fell to the ground with a thud, their various torture instruments scattering everywhere. An Asian man wielding a blue blade stood coldly, bringing an endless chill like ice in the depths of winter, so fast that they couldn't react in just 2 breaths. All the guards in the basement were taken down, each with a single fatal blow, pierced through the heart by the blade. Faced with such an eerie scene, Claude still forced himself to remain calm, quietly and heavily asking, "Who are you?" Wang Kai once again took out the photo, exuding a chilling aura as he slowly walked up to Claude. "Do you recognize this girl? Tell me where she is, and I will spare your life." Claude trembled as he glanced at it, and his pupils instantly constricted. He indeed recognized this girl, but he couldn't say it. Otherwise, the entire Luches family would have no place to stand in America. Claude's changing expression did not escape Wang Kai's eyes. He immediately stepped forward in anger, grabbing the old man's collar and lifting him up. "Tell me, where's she?" Chapter 6. How to treat a wrong birth faced with Wang Kai's menacing gaze. Claude resolutely refused to speak. In response, Wang Kai delivered a slap. Slap, with physical prowess far beyond that of an ordinary person. Wang Kai knocked out all of Claude's teeth, instantly leaving a bloody handprint on his face. "Tell me where my sister is. Otherwise, I will make you wish you were dead." Wang Kai, seething with rage, dragged Claude to the torture devices. "Do you want to try them one by one?" Grabbing Claude's hand, Wang Kai revealed a fierce expression, and with a crack, he forcibly broke one of Claude's fingers. Claude immediately clutched his wrist, howling in agony. His finger twisted into a reverse 7 shape, shaking from the pain. Yet he still refused to utter a word. Consequently, the second finger was quickly broken as well. The screams of pain filling the entire basement, but the excellent soundproofing kept the outside world oblivious. Still not talking? Wang Kai's anger escalated, and he picked up a pair of pliers to pull off Claude's fingernails, but suddenly heard a weak voice. "Don't waste your effort." If he were going to talk, he would have done so when the first finger broke. Frank, his face a bloody mess with only one eye open, looked at Claude's pitiful state on the floor and laughed. "I knew it. Your retribution will come sooner or later, even if not from me, then from someone else." Ha ha ha. Wang Kai's expression softened slightly as he concentrated magic into his blade and approached to cut the iron chains. Then he took out a small vial, only slightly larger than his thumb, and tossed it to Frank. "This is a magical potion that can heal any injury. Do you have a way to make this old guy talk?" Frank first glanced at Wang Kai's blue magic blade in surprise, then instinctively caught the small green bottle. After hearing Wang Kai's words, he paused for a few seconds. "Is this a wizard?" He looked at the small green bottle, opened the silver cap, and drank the potion in one gulp. Instantly, a warm sensation spread through his body, and the wounds on his face healed rapidly. 5 seconds later, Frank wiped away the blood and grime, realizing he felt as if he hadn't been injured at all. "That's amazing. To make this guy talk, the only way is to use a truth serum, but I already guessed why he doesn't dare to speak." Having participated in wars and engaged in some unspeakable dealings for the U.S. government, Frank had rich life experiences. During his quest for revenge, he learned a lot about the dirty secrets of American politicians, allowing him to easily deduce the truth behind the scenes. "Your sister must have been handed over to those despicable politicians by this guy. Those powerful people stick together tightly. Offending one is equivalent to offending the whole country. So he dares not say a word." Wang Kai immediately turned to look at Claude, whose drastically changing facial expression indeed betrayed him, confirming Frank's words. The truth serum is hard to come by, and taking him away would be too difficult. Do you have any good ideas, Eastern Wizard? Very simple, just find it. Even if I have to turn the U.S. upside down, I will find her. Wang Kai's words were resolute and powerful. He would not give up no matter what. Taking another look at the crumpled clod on the ground, his pent-up anger seemed to find an outlet, and he stepped forward to stomp on Claude fiercely. Countless bones broke with a horrendous sound, and then a vicious kick landed on Claude's lower body, making his eyes bulge. Breathing heavily, Claude's screams diminished sharply, gradually becoming thinner and sharper, almost nearing death. Haha, your style doesn't match the usually peaceful Chinese, does it? Oomph. Even a rabbit will bite when it's cornered. Wang Kai retorted angrily. A few minutes later, after venting his anger, Claude was dead, and Wang Kai then left the basement with Frank. The sudden appearance of the two from the basement quickly alerted the guards of the estate, and a chaotic sound of footsteps rapidly echoed from the distant corridor, clearly indicating a large gathering of people. Knowing that the Punisher's combat strength was significantly reduced without firearms, he immediately sought cover to hide, waiting to ambush passing foot soldiers to seize their weapons. Seeing Wang Kai emerge from the headquarters with an indifferent expression, he shouted, "Danger! Quickly hide!" Just as he was about to rush out of cover to pull Wang Kai back, he suddenly saw a blue light emanating from Wang Kai's body, slowly rising like mist. Without him realizing when, he was now clad in a full set of tightly fitted armor, and the blue magic blade in his hand had doubled in size. Boom! A wave of energy suddenly erupted as the magic armor completed, causing a strong wind that swept up the fallen leaves in the courtyard. Wang Kai calculated the time in his mind, and the magic blade at his feet sparked blue flames, making a sizzling sound as it sliced through the air, moving at a speed like an arrow released from a bow, with the scenery around him turning into a blur. Charging forward amidst the swirling leaves like a stampede of horses. None of the guards could withstand him. They fell to the ground one by one, without even catching a glimpse of Wang Kai's face. The Punisher, watching Wang Kai's combat style, gaped in disbelief. Is this how wizards fight? Using a sword to cut people? So all those fireball spells in movies are lies? In just a moment, the guards were in disarray, fleeing in panic. 10 seconds had passed, and Wang Kai immediately returned, signaling the Punisher to follow. They needed to leave the Lucius family headquarters quickly while the enemy was still disoriented. The best strategy was to retreat. The two dashed through the main door, and Wang Kai took out an EX-type mix bomb. After 2 seconds of charging, he threw it behind him without a glance. The cat bomb traced a graceful arc and accurately flew into the first-floor hall of the Lucius family headquarters, followed by a thunderous explosion. A massive fireball erupted, gradually forming a cat-face shape, enveloping the very building they had just escaped from. Frank's eyelids twitched at the sight. This cat was too out of place. "Kai, are you a wizard? Why is this fireball spell different from what I imagined?" Wang Kai's expression was calm. "Yes and no. I am a user of sword and magic. Besides, that wasn't a fireball spell. It was just a TNT-like bomb." Frank grinned, unable to believe it, but he didn't ask further questions. A few minutes later, they found the car they had arrived in, and the two quickly vanished into the night. As for the losses of the Lucius family, it was best if everyone was gone, to everyone's benefit. Half an hour later, Wang Kai stopped the vehicle by the roadside, glancing at the time. It was only 3 in the morning. He then turned to the Punisher and asked, "No matter the outcome, I will take revenge for my sister. Do you want to come along? Glad to accompany you, but first, we need to go to my safe house to grab some weapons." That night, many members of the New York gang were cured of their misfortune of being born wrong. Chapter 7. The murder and arson accepted by the authorities if the death of the underground Emperor Jean Bing was an earthquake. Then the Lucy's family being set ablaze and shattered was a cataclysm akin to a meteorite striking the earth. All gangs understood that this was a bloody massacre targeting them. The assailants were not after money, and wherever they went, there were no survivors left. The deaths were also incredibly tragic, and for a time, the entire New York gang scene was in a state of panic. No one wanted to be the next victim, and some even sought police protection out of fear, or voluntarily confessed to crimes. hoping to hide in the police station until the storm passed before hiring a lawyer to fight their cases. All of this not only left the NYPD in chaos, but also attracted the attention of the most renowned organization in the Marvel Universe, SHIELD. On the helicarrier, Nick Fury was in his office reviewing the scant surveillance footage available. Due to the gang territories being blind spots for cameras, SHIELD had very little footage to work with. At this moment, Agent Hill suddenly approached with two documents. The photos displayed were of Wang Kai and Frank. They had already identified the culprits behind these incidents. It wasn't uncommon for individuals to awaken superpowers in the face of immense grief and pain, seeking revenge against gang members. As for the Punisher, Frank, your old acquaintance, should we dispatch a special operations team to capture him? Upon hearing Agent Hill's suggestion, Nick Fury immediately dismissed it. If SHIELD were to handle every scumbag that died, even 10 SHIELD teams wouldn't be enough to keep up. Just keep an eye on things. Once the scumbags have been taken care of, we can send personnel to make contact and see if we can recruit this young man. As long as he has the ability, killing and arson can be accepted. This is a truth that holds in any world. Additionally, we still don't know what superpowers this young man possesses, so let's keep an eye on that area. Yes, sir. Nick Fury glanced at Wang Kai's file and tossed it aside, not taking the matter to heart. Hill was right about one thing. SHIELD had seen its fair share of superpower incidents, whether it was the countless 084 items in their warehouses or the Hulk, who transformed into a green giant when angry, or the Ghost Rider, who claimed his powers came from hell and transformed into a flaming skeleton. All of these signified the unusual nature of this world. SHIELD was the wall separating ordinary people from this extraordinary world, a shield protecting the normal development of society. As for the deaths of hundreds or thousands of gang members, that was simply outside SHIELD's scope of work. As night fell again, Wang Kai and Frank arrived at another gang family, the Colossal family. Unlike the Lucy's family, which specialized in human trafficking, this family focused on drug sales. The lavish mansion was the same, the Iron Gate was the same. But the only difference from last night was the increased number of guards at the entrance, all of whom looked tense, with their automatic weapons ready to fire at the slightest disturbance. Who goes there? Don't come any closer. Under the streetlight, the guards spotted the menacing Wang, Kai, and Frank, both of whom exuded a murderous aura. Before they could get close, Frank's two Desert Eagles fired with a resounding bang. Bang, bang, bang. The deafening sound of the Desert Eagles echoed through the night, and the powerful recoil posed no challenge for the burly Frank. The muzzle flashes lit up as guards outside the Iron Gate fell one by one. Indestructible demon body. Wang Kai activated his ultimate skill, donning a fearsome and menacing suit of demon armor. Like an arrow released from a bow, he charged towards the Iron Gate, and with a swift strike, he cleaved the sturdy iron door in two. The door, carrying immense force, flew into the courtyard, crashing onto the grass with a loud thud. Wang Kai transformed into a blur as he entered the Kolob family's headquarters, with Frank following closely behind, both admiring Wang Kai's terrifying strength. Inside the courtyard, the deafening gunfire from the Desert Eagles had already attracted the attention of over 30 guards, all of whom stood on the stairs in front of the first-floor door, armed with an array of weapons. Seeing this, Frank couldn't help but worry for Wang Kai. Submachine guns and rifles were just the beginning. There were M79 grenade launchers, RPG, 7 rocket launchers, and even Javelin anti-tank missiles. "Kill him," shouted a guard at the front, and in an instant countless bullets rained down. 7 or 8 grenade launchers fired simultaneously, while 4 RPG rockets and an anti-tank missile shot out fiery flames, leaving a trail of white smoke in their wake. Spinning blade. Faced with the ambush prepared by the enemy, Wang Kai remained calm, directly throwing his blade. The spinning blade sliced through the air in an arc, colliding with the most threatening rocket launchers and anti-tank missiles, causing several explosions. Fireballs erupted between the guards and Wang Kai, as the rockets and missiles were directly destroyed. With no time to waste, Wang Kai dashed towards the guards like a bolt of lightning, knowing he had 7 seconds left of his indestructible demon body. He needed to eliminate all these enemies within that time. Bullets hitting his armor felt like mere tickles, and the grenades exploding around him created deafening booms, but couldn't stop him for even a second. In an instant, he reached the guard side and immediately activated his skill. Blade Storm. The enlarged demon blade in his hand struck twice in quick succession. One swing severed limbs, and the next cleaved several guards in half, utterly dismantling the guards' formation with just 2 strikes. Victory seemed inevitable. The Kolob family was about to be destroyed. But just then, a red light suddenly shone from beneath the wooden floor at the front door, breaking through the floorboards and swiftly surging upwards, followed by an earth-shattering explosion. Wang Kai and countless guards were almost simultaneously engulfed in flames. Everyone, along with the house, was hurled into the air by the shockwave. Truly, the Kolob family, being one of the most ruthless drug trafficking groups, had placed over 10 kilograms of high explosives beneath the feet of more than 30 guards. They intended to blow Wang Kai to bits. Kai. Frank was taken aback. The kid had underestimated his opponent despite his powerful abilities. This was enough explosive power to reduce a tank to scrap. He couldn't possibly die like this. Amidst the towering flames, debris rained down from the sky, building wreckage. Metal fragments from firearms and enough fortunate human remains, but there was nothing related to Wang Kai to be seen. Ha ha ha! Dare to attack our Kolob family. And this is the fate that awaits you. Chapter 8. The great talent called Kai Dad. A wild laughter suddenly echoed from afar. A middle-aged man in a black suit, around 50 years old and looking excited, slowly approached while holding a detonator. Beside him were 10 fully armed bodyguards, each with a relaxed expression, clearly believing that the one who had terrified the entire New York Mafia had already been killed by them. As for those who also died in the explosion, they could only blame their bad luck. Now, only you're left. The middle-aged man smirked coldly and clapped his hands. In an instant, a group of armed gangsters emerged from nowhere, surrounding Frank from all sides. If they all pulled the trigger at once, the dense rain of bullets would be enough to tear Frank into pieces. As an ordinary person, he had no chance of survival whatsoever. Is this the end? Frank's expression was solemn as he prepared to fight to the death and take a few down with him. Suddenly, a whistling sound rang out in the night sky. Looking up, an unidentified object was descending from the sky towards the middle-aged man. Its unique shape instantly made Frank's spirits lift, and he immediately bent down and rolled away to avoid the gunfire aimed at him and the impending impact. Boom! The sudden explosion caught all the gangsters off guard, and as the flames soared, it vaguely resembled a cat's head, sending the middle-aged man and his bodyguard from the Kurobo family to meet their maker. Taking advantage of the chaos, Frank opened fire, his precise marksmanship hitting one gangster after another. All fell in response, fear quickly spreading, and in an instant, the guards were thrown into disarray, completely flipping the situation. Bang! At that moment, a dull crashing sound echoed in the courtyard. Amidst the roaring gunfire and the crackling of flames, it went unnoticed, but it was Wang Kai, who had free-fallen from over 100 meters up, landing with his bones broken and his body in disarray, forced to hide for the time being. The defense of his indestructible body kept him unharmed in the explosion, but the shockwave sent him flying into the air. However, after the duration of his big move ended, he nearly became paralyzed upon landing, perfectly illustrating that having a big move makes you Kai Dad, while not having one makes you useless. Fortunately, due to possessing the hero template of armor, despite the intense pain throughout his body, he could still move his hands and quickly pulled out the remaining small vials from his pocket, downing them all at once. His injuries quickly healed, and the cool-down time for his indestructible body was decreasing second by second. 20 seconds, 15 seconds, 10 seconds, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The cool-down time ended, and the fearsome magic armor descended once again. In an instant, blue blades flashed throughout the courtyard, and Wang Kai transformed into that one-man, one-sword demon, slaughtering the gangster members of the Kurobo family headquarters. Moments later, the headquarters of the Kurobo family, one of the 5 major mafia families in New York that primarily dealt in drug trafficking, was reduced to rubble amidst flames and explosions. The blazing fire illuminated the faces of the 2 men. Frank looked at the cold-faced Wang Kai, marveling, "This is incredible. You're completely unscathed." Shall we go to the next one? Of course, let's go now. 3 days later, all the headquarters of the 5 major mafia families in New York were taken down, and the entire mafia power in New York was terrified. From top to bottom, neither the big families nor the small gangs were spared. Hundreds of mafia forces were swept away, with the number of deceased gangsters exceeding 1,000. In an instant, countless surviving scum fled the area, and the public security in New York reached an unprecedented high point. Some applauded, believing these scum got what they deserved. The saying, "heaven's way is cyclical. Who can escape it?" perfectly described this situation. These scum had finally met their match. However, others expressed opposition and concern, arguing that immense profits couldn't solve everything, especially such indiscriminate killings. We should use more humane methods to eliminate this social phenomenon. The former immediately mocked the latter as a saintly hypocrite, saying they were naive, while the latter angrily retorted that the former was cold-blooded and unfeeling, insisting that everyone should have a chance for forgiveness from God. Instantly, these two opposing views sparked a heated online debate, making quite a commotion. Meanwhile, the NYPD, as always, accomplished nothing and merely announced gang-related killings, hastily concluding the matter. After all, it wouldn't be long before the gangs returned, as they could never be entirely eliminated. And Frank and Wang Kai were fully aware of this. In Brooklyn, at Wang Kai's home, scum can never be completely eliminated. There are gangs everywhere, Wang Kai said coldly while watching the news on TV. That's why we need to keep suppressing them. We can't let our guard down for even a moment. If they are guilty, they must die. Frank sneered. The sound of his gun being loaded echoed. The skull vest on his chest shone brightly. "Are we going to move together tonight?" "No, the rest are just small fries. I'll leave them to you. I have other matters to attend to." Through 3 days of combat, Wang Kai realized he could no longer continue seeking revenge. A group of gangsters had blown him into the air. Next time, he might not be so lucky to wait for a cooldown. It was time to complete the next checkpoint task to become stronger. Well then, I wish you find your sister soon, and I hope you don't get caught again. Next time, don't let me save you again. The two bumped fists and exchanged a glance, everything unspoken. Then they each departed. The Punisher continued his mission to combat crime, while Wang Kai set off towards the checkpoint location. Meanwhile, Norman Osborn was hosting guests from the military. "General, this is the glider and the flight suit we've developed, capable of reaching speeds of up to 483 kilometers per hour. A glider resembling a manta ray slowly took off under the demonstration of a green armored operator, but several military personnel showed no interest in the flying device whatsoever. Mr. Osborn, we are here to see the progress of the human enhancement serum. Please be straightforward about where the development stands." General Sloan Combs, with a full head of white hair and dressed in military attire, said impatiently. His old friend, Thunderbolt Ross, was facing significant issues with the super soldier program, and now was the perfect time for him to catch up. This human enhancement serum can unlock human potential, making ordinary people immensely powerful. If we succeed in manufacturing it, I can produce super soldiers first and gain greater power within the military. However, Norman's expression turned difficult. His assistant, Dr. Stern, had to interject, saying, "I'm sorry, General. Although we have developed this serum, it has significant side effects. The lab mice became extremely violent and aggressively uncontrollable after consumption. It cannot be used on humans." Upon hearing this, General Sloan Combs was furious. "Don't make excuses. You have 2 weeks. Fix it. Otherwise, you will lose everything." Chapter 9, The Birth of the Green Goblin. The general suddenly erupted in anger, startling everyone, and then continued to rage. Development funds, the contract for the aircraft, and the position of president of Oscorp. If you don't get the human enhancement serum sorted out, you can forget about all of it. Norman was instantly shocked upon hearing this. He understood that the military's threat was no joke. Losing the first 2 would mean bankruptcy for Oscorp, and losing the president's position would be even more unbearable than death. Just as he was about to request a few weeks' grace, the general stormed out in anger, leaving Norman Osborn and his assistant, Dr. Sting. "What should we do?" Dr. Sting, dressed in a white lab coat, asked. "I know, human experimentation." A crazed look appeared in Norman's eyes. As long as the human enhancement serum worked on him, the general would have nothing to say. Norman decisively headed to the laboratory. But Dr. Sting tried to dissuade him. You know the experiment isn't complete. This is very dangerous. Yes, I know, but losing everything is even more dangerous. Sometimes you can only rely on yourself. Quickly, they arrived at the lab. Norman took a bottle of green serum from the safe, murmuring, humanity has evolved for 40,000 years. Its infinite potential has yet to be fully realized. Give me the catalyst. He immediately had the green human enhancement serum loaded into the nebulizer. Norman took off his coat and approached the transparent glass chamber, drinking the catalyst that would help the serum enter his bloodstream faster. Then he pressed the button to open the glass chamber door and stepped inside. Looking at the spraying device inside the chamber, Norman firmly told Dr. Sting outside, "Start it." Dr. Sting hesitated for a moment, but still pressed the confirmation button on the computer. Suddenly, a visible green mist sprayed from the bottom and top, quickly filling the sealed glass chamber. Norman felt his heartbeat accelerate, and his muscles began to grow rapidly. His body started to tremble uncontrollably, and he was in excruciating pain, rolling his eyes back as if he were having a seizure. Oh my God! Dr. Sting watched in horror as Norman's condition deteriorated. He immediately stopped the experiment and evacuated the remaining mist, anxiously opening the glass chamber door and shouting, "Norman, hold on." He rushed forward to perform CPR, but was suddenly grabbed by the neck by Norman's large hand. "Take everything from me." Norman Osborn's face twisted in rage. His mind filled with overwhelming hatred, and he became extremely aggressive. With a fierce twist, he snapped Dr. Sting's neck. Then, with a shove, he threw Dr. Sting several meters away. With a bang, Dr. Sting crashed through the glass chamber's wall, bloodied and falling to the ground. "No one can take everything from me," Norman Osborn shouted as he spread his arms wide. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard voices from others in the lab. Finally revealed, the invisible Wang Kai appeared, holding a phone and capturing everything that had just happened. He looked at Norman with an indifferent expression. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for checking in at Oscorp's laboratory. Check-in time exceeds 5 minutes. Successfully completing the check-in task. Ding. Reward, 500 check-in points. Ding. The next check-in location, the cave where Iron Man was born. Staying for over 5 minutes counts as a successful check-in." The system's voice rang out, but Wang Kai paid no attention. Looking at the crazed Norman Osborn, or rather the Green Goblin, he shook his phone. "Want the video of you killing your colleague?" The Green Goblin stared at Wang Kai, who had suddenly appeared, but did not answer. Instead, he attacked directly. With arms spread wide, he leaped from the glass chamber. His face twisted in rage, eyes wide open as if he wanted to swallow Wang Kai whole. Facing the aggressive Green Goblin, Wang Kai did not kill him for the 100 check-in points. Instead, he waited until the Green Goblin approached and kicked out. Bang! The leaping Green Goblin crashed back into the glass chamber at an even faster speed, rolling several times before smashing through another piece of glass. Shards of glass fell everywhere, and the Green Goblin fell onto the broken glass, his bare upper body instantly covered in wounds. But to the Green Goblin, this was merely a minor inconvenience. He stood up, glaring at Wang Kai with hatred while also becoming cautious. "Who are you? What do you want?" Wang Kai walked up to the Green Goblin with a cold expression. "Kai, you can call me Kai. I need to find Norman Osborn for a bit of help. But not you. Bring out another personality, or I'll have to use some less friendly methods." The Green Goblin laughed wickedly upon hearing this. "Punting at Wang Kai und Löging. Ha ha ha. You want to find that weakling? What can he do? If you want to find him, defeat me first." As soon as he finished speaking, the Green Goblin pulled out a shard of glass from behind him, a mad grin on his face, and lunged at Wang Kai's throat like a dagger. Bang! The glass shattered, and Wang Kai blocked the Green Goblin's sneak attack with a sharp blade on his arm, simultaneously punching out with a clenched fist. All the strength surged forth like a dam bursting. The punch landed hard on the Green Goblin's face. Bang! In an instant, the Green Goblin's face nearly deformed. Several teeth flew out of his mouth, and his body spun out several meters, crashing into the laboratory wall and losing consciousness. Looking at the unconscious Green Goblin lying on the ground, Wang Kai took a cup of water from the lab and splashed it on Norman's face. After kicking him a few times, Norman finally stirred and groggily looked around, bewildered. Upon seeing Wang Kai, his expression changed, and he asked in a deep voice, "Ouch. It hurts. Who are you? Why are you in my lab? We're SDing. It seems you've forgotten a lot. Take a look at this." Wang Kai squatted down and played the video he had recorded for Norman to watch. Norman's expression gradually shifted from cautious to pained, but perhaps influenced by the second evil personality. After a moment of sadness, Norman calmed down from his pain and self-blame. Looking at Wang Kai as he put away his phone, Norman asked in a deep voice, "You have evidence of my murder and have defeated my evil side. Do you want money?" Wang Kai shook his head, stood up, and walked to the safe to take out a scattered vial of human enhancement serum. "I have 3 things to ask of you. First, help me find someone. She is the most important person to me, kidnapped by the powerful in your country. Second, I know you have the largest tritium element in the world. Hand it over to me. Third," Wang Kai looked at the green vial in his hand with a determined gaze, "repair the lab. I want to use the human enhancement serum too." Chapter 10. Anger leads me to cut myself. Norman Osborn looked at Wang Kai with an expression of disbelief. "Finding someone for you is not a problem, and giving you the tritium element is also not an issue. But you know the side effects of the human enhancement serum. Why do you still want to use it? You already possess power stronger than what you would gain from unlocking potential." Wang Kai shot a cold glance at Norman. "Don't ask questions you shouldn't. Your son, Harry Osborn, probably doesn't want to lose his father, and you don't want to lose your son either." Norman was instantly at a loss for words. Wang Kai's threat hit him at his most vulnerable point. The video of the murder and his son's safety left Norman with no choice but to submit. "The Osborn Group has more than one laboratory. I can take you to use the human enhancement serum right now." The 2 discarded Dr. Stein's body on the spot, knowing someone would discover it the next day, and immediately set off for another lab. In Wang Kai's view, although the human enhancement serum had seemingly terrible side effects, they could be overcome. A prime example was Norman Osborn's son, Harry, who used the serum to become the second Green Goblin in Spider-Man 3. Yet his personality did not undergo such drastic changes as Norman's did. He even blocked a fatal blow for his romantic rival, Spider-Man, in the final battle, making him one of the most tragic secondary characters in Marvel film history. Thus, to put it simply, Norman became the Green Goblin because of his corrupt nature, which led to the emergence of his evil persona. As long as this evil persona could be overcome, the side effects of a human enhancement serum could instead be seen as a way to level up. The 2 quickly arrived at another laboratory, which had the same setup. A central transparent glass chamber flanked by various instruments used to monitor the experimental subject's bodily data. "Let's get started." Norman immediately handed over a bottle of transparent catalyst. Wang Kai glanced at it and downed it in one gulp, simultaneously handing over the human enhancement serum. He wasn't afraid of Norman pulling any tricks. They were only about 10 meters apart, and it would take less than a second for Norman to meet his end. The glass chamber door opened to the sides, and Wang Kai stepped inside, shedding his shirt to reveal his tightly packed muscles. Although he appeared lean, the explosive power contained within was formidable. Norman Osborn pressed a few buttons on the computer outside the glass chamber, and within a breath, the familiar green mist began to fill the chamber. Wang Kai took a deep breath, feeling as if he had inhaled countless knives. The burning sensation surged from his nose into his lungs, and as the green mist thickened, his skin felt an unbearable sting. "My God, what is this body?" Norman watched as the percentage of the mist displayed on the instruments rapidly decreased, quickly dropping from 90 to 55. The green mist inside the glass chamber visibly thinned, while Wang Kai felt nothing but a fiery itch all over his body, showing no signs of the seizure-like condition Norman had experienced. "Go! Add 2 more bottles." Wang Kai gritted his teeth and shouted. Norman was momentarily taken aback, but quickly complied, hoping that Wang Kai would overdose on the serum and die, thus eliminating the threat to him. He jogged back to fetch the remaining serum and, without considering Wang Kai's capacity to handle it, injected all 8 remaining bottles into the chamber. The green mist suddenly thickened to the consistency of green paint, drowning out Wang Kai's figure and voice. The monitoring instruments displayed a heart rate skyrocketing to an astonishing 350 beats per minute and still rising. The faster the heart rate, the quicker the heart pumped blood. allowing the enhancement serum to spread throughout the body more rapidly, but it also posed greater danger. 400 beats per minute. Can your body handle it? Norman grinned wickedly at the numbers displayed on the instruments, and without realizing it, the Green Goblin persona began to take over. Inside the glass chamber, Wang Kai's eyes turned bloodshot, and he felt the sound of his heartbeat was deafening and relentless. It felt like a massive hammer was pounding in his chest, like an engine vibrating within him. His blood felt like it was boiling, and his body temperature was alarmingly high, hot enough to brew tea. He could almost hear his blood flowing through his body like a mighty river. In a daze, Wang Kai heard a voice, as if telling a story about his father. "Brother, can't you give up the magic armor?" "No, why not? If I give up the magic armor, then I can't be a father." "You want to be a father so much. I can fulfill that for you." The voice gradually became more seductive, and a very gentlemanly image appeared before his eyes. Just as Wang Kai widened his eyes in shock, a crystal-clear voice echoed in his ear, as if someone were whispering right next to him. "See, this is what you like. Why act aloof? Isn't it good to have a harem?" Wang Kai instantly snapped back to reality, opening his eyes to find himself still enveloped in green mist, but now there was another person before him. His own crazed self, the evil persona born from the enhancement serum. "Magit armor zang gei." They both shouted simultaneously. "Sister isn't even blood-related. Why not collect beautiful women and fill a harem? Isn't this the life you desire?" The magic armor's eyes glinted with understanding, hitting Wang Kai's core desires. This was the life he had dreamed of, a daily dose of beauty. "Yes, I really want that. But you just made a mistake." Wang Kai sighed. The magic armor was taken aback. "What mistake? You missed the follow-up. You only showed half the film. Can you even be a decent person?" Wang Kai's expression turned furious, as if he had witnessed the heinous act of leaving behind only images without any substance. He immediately activated his indestructible magic body. He raised his large blade and swung it directly at the evil persona. Bang! The evil persona's eyes went blank, and its body exploded like a balloon. A sudden rumble jolted Wang Kai awake once more. Opening his eyes again, he found that the green mist had nearly dissipated, and he was standing in place, his indestructible magic body already activated, gripping the massive magic blade aimed at the empty space in front of him. This evil persona. Wang Kai shook his head and sighed, brushing his hand across his mask, causing the magic armor to vanish. At the same time, a particularly exasperating voice echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the evil persona, magic armor. You have gained 100 sign-in points. Killing myself also earns sign-in points. System, if I keep encountering evil personas and then eliminate them, can I continuously earn sign-in points?" This time, there was no immediate response as usual. After a few seconds, the system finally replied. "No cheating allowed. Violators will be banned." Chapter 11. Continue the lottery. Space backpack, if it can't be done, then it can't be done. Why get so worked up? Wang Kai secretly shook his head, abandoning the thought of checking in. The magic blade in his hand transformed into blue light and merged into his body. Stepping out of the glass chamber, he approached Norman, who looked dumbfounded, and coldly handed him a photo of his sister, Luna. "This is my sister, named Luna. Use all your power to find her. Otherwise, you know the consequences." Norman Osborn took the photo, his gaze drifting, and after a moment of hesitation, he asked, "Are you really okay?" Absorbing 9 bottles of human enhancement serum is simply an unprecedented feat, seeing that Wang Kai didn't die from so many enhancement serums. The Green Goblin personality knew it was no match for him, so the normal scientist personality took over, filled with immense curiosity about Wang Kai, who seemed completely unscathed. It's known that in animal experiments, using excessive human enhancement serums would cause the animals to have their blood vessels burst and die. "So, do you see me dead?" Wang Kai glanced at Norman, who awkwardly shook his head, unsure of what to say. Wang Kai had already seen through his thoughts. "I know you want my blood for research. You can go ahead. Just find my sister." Norman nodded, solemnly putting the photo away. After leaving the Osborn Group building, Norman led Wang Kai to his home, where the largest tritium element in the world was stored in a safe. On the way, Norman wisely refrained from asking what he needed the tritium for, but indirectly told Wang Kai about the bankruptcy issues his company was facing, seeking his help, only to be directly refused. "They have nothing to do with me. You'd better handle it yourself." Although Wang Kai had sent many scumbags to meet God for forgiveness, he wasn't a madman without reason. This was none of his business, and he let the Green Goblin handle it himself. After all, according to the original plot, after eliminating the military and board members, all these problems would disappear. The two traveled in silence, and 20 minutes later, they arrived at Fifth Avenue's Golden Coast, an affluent area in New York where Norman Osborn's three-story mansion was located. A minute later, Wang Kai found the tritium element inside Norman's safe. The size of a ping-pong ball, with a honeycomb-like dense hexagonal surface, glowing with a faint golden light. It is one of the most expensive elements in the world, primarily used for nuclear fusion to create hydrogen bombs. "I hope you won't have to use it," Wang Kai quietly said, looking at the tritium in his hand. With the tritium, he would have the upper hand. As long as he obtained Dr. Octopus's equipment, he could manufacture a special super bomb, an artificial sun. Although based on the effects shown in the movie, its power wasn't that great. The first small artificial sun only destroyed the Riverside laboratory after the power was cut, followed by a magnetic force targeting all metals. The most criticized aspect was that once it was thrown into the river, it seemed to be completely fine, but as long as some improvements were made, Wang Kai believed it could become his trump card. "Thanks, remember to find my sister." With the tritium in hand, Wang Kai left directly, while Norman's expression gradually darkened, madness reflected in his eyes. The Green Goblin personality came back online, plotting how to eliminate Wang Kai, who was far stronger than him. Physically, he was definitely no match. He had almost been beaten up before injecting the enhancement serum, so he could only rely on equipment. "Father, is it you?" His son Harry's voice suddenly pulled Norman back to reality. The sleepy high school student Harry walked upstairs, looking at his father's strange expression. "Dad, your face." The bruises from being beaten by Chun Hao had not yet faded, and he had lost several teeth. "Just tripped. It's no big deal." Norman smiled kindly at his son, though his speech was slightly comical due to the gaps. "Go to sleep." "Oh, all right." After sending his son away, Norman returned to his bedroom and began to mumble in front of the dressing mirror. "System, I want to draw a lottery, 6 consecutive draws." It was already very late when Wang Kai returned home, but he wasn't sleepy at all. Looking at the tritium in his hand, he immediately proceeded to draw the lottery again. Ding, consuming 600 check-in points, drawing lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, long sail breaking waves. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the equipment, refreshing crystal. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining consumable vision potion. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining consumables. Small potion 3. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a special item, system backpack. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a special item, skill enhancement point 1. Long sail breaking waves. Derived from Sun Tzu's third skill from the Sea of Light. Charge forward with a ship. Speed gradually increases. Becomes invulnerable during the charge. Lasts for 7 seconds. Cooldown time 45 seconds. Wang Kai looked at this skill and then at the street outside, ultimately deciding against going out to test how fast he could sail. If the size was similar to that of an inland sailboat, the traces of destruction on the street would be too obvious, attracting trouble. Refreshing crystal gradually restores health, looking like a piece of green plastic. Wang Kai felt a warm sensation in his body upon touching it, so he tied it around his neck with a string, clearly feeling his stamina and energy slowly recovering, though it was much less effective than the small potion. Vision potion, a red potion that allows you to observe the surrounding environment from a god's perspective after use. System backpack, a much-anticipated space storage backpack, finally appeared as a golden finger. However, it was a bit too small, only 1 cubic meter. System, can a system backpack be upgraded? Absolutely. The host only needs to obtain more precious backpack expansions in the intermediate lottery wheel. Intermediate? No wonder I haven't drawn a single high-level equipment. Wang Kai thought silently and continued to ask, "What do I need to do to upgrade to the intermediate lottery wheel?" Please continue completing check-in tasks and accumulate a certain number of tasks. As the system's voice rang out, Wang Kai felt somewhat dissatisfied. What is a certain number? Is it 10 or 20? Shaking his head to cast aside some grievances, he continued to invest the skill enhancement point into his main skill, the immortal demon body. System. Upgrade, the immortal demon body. Ding, congratulations to the host for upgrading the skill, immortal demon body, increasing the original attributes by 60. Current level 3, cooldown time, 40 seconds. Duration, 14 seconds. I need to upgrade 2 more levels to achieve infinite duration. Wang Kai looked at the skill description of the immortal demon body and sighed inwardly. Then immediately placed the valuable tritium, small potions, and vision potions into the system backpack. Using it was very simple. Just touch the item, it would disappear in place. He could think of taking it out again. If the volume exceeded, there would be no reaction. The next check-in location, the cave where Iron Man was born. Chapter 12. The demonic family, sailing in the desert playboy, billionaire philanthropist. In future Iron Man, Tony Stark has been kidnapped by terrorists in the Middle East for some time now. By now, he must have completed his spiritual redemption and is likely planning his escape from the terrorist grasp, using a steampunk-style Mark I armor crafted from a pile of junk. I am heading there to sign in, and I can conveniently rescue Iron Man, allowing Tony to owe me a favor. And I can use Jarvis to help me find Luna. A win-win situation. The next day, after the sun rose as usual, Wang Kai set off to visit Tony's female assistant, Miss Pepper Potts, at Stark Tower. Pepper not only has Tony's trust and manages his chaotic life, but also becomes his wife in the future. It's worth making a good impression on her. After a silent taxi ride to Stark Tower, as I stealthily enter the lobby, I saw a haggard-looking Pepper walking towards the elevator. Wang Kai followed her discreetly into her office and coincidentally met another person. Colonel James Rhodes, Tony's best friend and future War Machine. Rhodes, any news on Tony? Pepper asked anxiously. Rhodes, with a serious expression, delivered bad news. I'm sorry, but no, and because it's been almost 2 months, the military high command is considering giving up the search. I voiced my objections, but they won't listen. That is why I came to see you and Obadiah. To have him pressure the military on behalf of Stark Industries, so that we can continue the extensive search for Tony. Pepper looked dejected. Though helpless, she had to proceed. Just then, both of them suddenly heard a strange voice nearby. Wait, I can help you find Stark. Rhodes looked around, but found nothing, immediately standing in front of Pepper, hand on his waist in a defensive stance. Who is speaking? It's me. Wang Kai canceled his stealth ability and appeared before them. They saw a young man with an Eastern appearance dressed in blue casual wear slowly materialize, his face cold and expressionless, standing about 180 centimeters tall. They didn't know when he had entered the office. You can find Tony? Pepper asked eagerly, while Rhodes remained cautious, his Glock ready to fire at any moment. Yes, just take me to where Stark was ambushed, Wang Kai replied indifferently. Who are you? Why should we trust you? Rhodes asked, still skeptical. Wang Kai casually gripped his hand, and a blue glow emanated from his body. In the blink of an eye, a blue magical sword coalesced in his hand. He then turned his wrist, reversed his grip on the sword, and let it drop. The sword plunged deep into the floor with a sharp sound, embedding itself at least 30 centimeters deep, showcasing its sharpness. You can call me Kai. I'm a descendant of the Eastern demonic family, and like you, I'm also looking for someone. Pepper and Rhodes exchanged glances, surprised. Demonic family? Is it a family of sorcerers? They hadn't expected such a thing to exist, capable of conjuring a blade that clearly wasn't an ordinary item. You said you're also looking for someone? Wang Kai continued. Yes, I'm looking for my sister. He pulled out a photo of Luna and placed it on the table, briefly explaining her situation. They both were part of the elite class in American society and were aware of such matters. Cough. Are you so sure it was them? Rhodes asked awkwardly. Absolutely. Those gang members can't be lying. Pepper and Rhodes were taken aback. Gangs, those scum of society, how ruthless. But they did a good job. I'll help you find Stark, and you help me find Luna. How about it? Wang Kai proposed. Absolutely. Pepper immediately agreed, stepping forward to take the photo and arranging for Tony's private jet to head to the Middle East, with Colonel Rhodes accompanying her. On the plane, a curious Rhodes asked, Kai, is the Eastern demonic family similar to a family of sorcerers? Wang Kai shook his head coldly. Not really. In Western terms, it's more like vampires, werewolves, and other beings possessing immense power. we call them magical species. However, if you dig deeper, there is not much difference. Both originated after the gods descended countless years ago. Rhodes was momentarily stunned, feeling like his worldview had shattered. He hadn't signed up for a lesson on the truth of the world. Magical species, gods? Why does that sound like aliens? Rhodes questioned. Because they are aliens. Wang Kai replied firmly. Earth is far more than what you see. It holds many secrets. How can you be so sure? You speak as if you've seen it with your own eyes. Rhodes scoffed, growing more curious. This is information deeply embedded in my demonic bloodline, believe it or not. Wang Kai shot a cold glance at Rhodes and fell silent. They remained quiet until they arrived over the location where Tony was attacked. There's south no place to land. Let us go to the nearest military base, Rhodes told the pilot. But Wang Kai stood up from his seat. No need, just open the hatch. I'll jump down. Rhodes' eyelids twitched, but seeing Wang Kai's serious expression, he didn't stop him. Can you use a parachute? No. Then how will you get down? I have my own methods. Just open the hatch. Rhodes was speechless and had no choice but to take out a square plastic box that looked like a car lock. This is a locator. Press the first button after finding Tony, and I'll come with a helicopter for rescue. Wang Kai nodded and took it. The pilot slowed down and opened the hatch, causing a strong wind to rush into the cabin, almost knocking both of them down. Wang Kai felt his heart race. He had never experienced anything this thrilling in his 2 lifetimes. After calming his emotions, he decisively jumped out. Leaving the cabin, he saw the desert below. Wang Kai spread his limbs, and as he fell, his speed increased rapidly. The wind howled past him, and just as he was about to reach the desert surface, he activated his skill, long sail breaking the waves. A triangular small boat, the size of a van, suddenly appeared beneath Wang Kai, crashing down onto the sloping sand dune. The boat slid down the sand without losing speed, and surprisingly, water began to flow beneath it. Wang Kai was sailing in the desert, speeding toward the horizon. Chapter 13. Check-in completed. Another hero template. The speed of sailing in the desert was unimaginably fast. Wang Kai knew time was of the essence. So he immediately took out a vision potion from his system backpack and gulped down half a bottle. After drinking the red potion, Wang Kai felt as if his soul was soaring. And in a daze, he sensed that a spiritual doppelganger had emerged from his body. The doppelganger ascended higher and higher, hanging in the sky like a satellite, able to accurately magnify and observe every corner of the surroundings. The doppelganger and the body observed the same stretch of desert from different angles, providing a truly astonishing experience. He even saw his own body, which was looking up but found nothing. So this is what it feels like to have a god's perspective. With a whisper, he cast aside distracting thoughts, and the doppelganger began to focus on locating the group of terrorists who had kidnapped Tony. In the movie, that group had cunningly hidden in a valley next to a desert, which was also the reason why Tony's Mark I did not crash after running out of fuel. Otherwise, there would be no I am Iron Man in the world. As a humanoid satellite precise to every grain of sand, the spiritual doppelganger spent about 10 minutes locating the terrorist position, while Wang Kai concealed his form and chose to sneak into the cave to check in. There were too many terrorists in the valley, and their weapons were sophisticated. Once the duration of his undying magic body ended, he wouldn't have a good outcome during the cooldown period. Inside the cave, Tony Stark was sweating profusely as he hammered away at a sheet of iron, trying to forge it into an iron mask. The Iron Man suit was already 80 complete. He just needed a little more time to escape this hellhole. But just then, the voice of the terrorist leader came from outside. Ethan, the doctor who saved Tony, immediately put down his welding equipment, raised his hands, and stood with his head down. Tony did the same. Both had long since gotten used to these self-righteous thugs conducting surprise inspections. With their walnut-sized brains, they couldn't tell the difference between the Iron Man suit and Jericho missiles. Mr. Stark, where's my missile? The terrorist leader, the bald Zera, coldly questioned as he looked at the various parts scattered throughout the cave. It's been almost 2 months, and I haven't seen anything. His subordinates immediately understood, and the two stepped forward to grab Ethan's arms and force him down onto the iron plate. Zera picked up a red-hot iron clamp and kept gesturing it near Ethan's face. Ethan felt the intense heat of the clamp and immediately shouted, "We're really working hard to make the Jericho missile. It's just slow because we lack advanced equipment." Tony immediately echoed, "That's right. This isn't a factory. Do you know how difficult it is to handcraft a missile without professional machinery? That's not an excuse." Zara shouted angrily. He didn't care how many difficulties there were. He just wanted the Jericho missile to fulfill his dream of conquering the Middle East. "You're right, but I need him. A good assistant can greatly reduce the manufacturing cycle." After hearing this, Zara finally put down the red-hot clamp. "Then you should do something to protect your assistant." The bald thug smiled cruelly, pulling a piece of red-hot coal from the fire pit. "Open your mouths. You two should talk less." Tony suddenly felt extremely tense, but no matter what he said, Zara was determined not to let Ethan go, clearly intending to teach the disobedient duo a lesson. The terrorists inside the cave let out chilling laughs, enjoying the scene. But at that moment, the iron door of the cave suddenly creaked open, closing slowly without any wind or touch. Zara sensed something was wrong. Before he could draw his gun, he saw the weapons of his four subordinates snap at once, blood gushing from their bodies as they split in half right before his eyes, letting out miserable wails as they collapsed to the ground. What the hell? Zara retreated in terror, but suddenly felt the world spinning around him, something warm splattering on his face, and then his consciousness sank into eternal darkness. My God! Ethan quickly moved away from the dead terrorists. Although the cave was very dark, he could still see their terrified faces before they died. Seeing this, Tony's eyes widened even more, feeling nauseous and vomiting. He then touched his head, still shaken, and asked, "Is it a person or a ghost? Can it speak?" Ethan, filled with 3 parts worry and fear, asked as well, "That's right, the terrorists outside are about to come in." Wang Kai remained silent for a moment, waiting until the system's voice announced that the check-in was complete before revealing his true form. "I'm here to save you, Stark. You two stay here and don't move. I'll take care of the terrorists and come back." Without waiting for Tony and Ethan to ask, Wang Kai concealed his form again and opened the iron door to step outside. Ethan was momentarily stunned before realizing it wasn't a ghost. He quickly shut the iron door and used some debris to block it, taking a deep breath before looking at Tony's changing face and asking, "Stark, you don't seem very happy." Tony immediately replied, angrily, "Of course. Where did this invisible man come from? I could escape by myself. Hurry. Let's assemble the suit now and show this guy who only knows how to sneak attack what I'm capable of." Meanwhile, Wang Kai was in the process of drawing lots. The terrorists in the cave, especially those in the control room, had all died. In the dark cave, no one noticed the blood-stained demon blade that silently killed each terrorist one by one without a sound. System, I want to draw lots, 5 consecutive draws. It was easy to assassinate inside the cave, but things were more complicated outside. Wang Kai urgently needed a skill to protect himself. Ding, consuming 600 check-in points, drawing lots. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the hero template, Metal Storm, Mosey. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Single Blade Meeting. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining consumables, Small Healing Potions 3. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a special item, Skill Enhancement Point 1. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a special item. Thank you for your patronage. Metal Storm? It's actually a hero with a skin. This is a huge win. But what the hell is this thank you for your patronage? Do you have another bottle? Wang Kai's face darkened instantly. This was absolutely impossible. How could a dignified European emperor draw something like this? System, are you messing with me? And what else with the thank you for your patronage? And it's a special item. Ding, this system is fair and just treating everyone equally. If it were messing with you, it would also be according to the rules. You win this round, change my hero template. Ding, the host has changed the hero template and can now use all the skills of Metal Storm. Mosey, the history of the automotive man is far longer than you think. Chapter 14, No Comparison. Unconditional love and non-aggression. After charging, fire the palm particle cannon. With a cooldown time of 2 seconds for each hand. Peaceful walk. Charge towards a designated direction and immediately prepare the palm particle cannon. With a cooldown time of 10 seconds. Heavy artillery. Shoot a crystal cannon that follows an electromagnetic trajectory forward. Upon hitting the enemy along the trajectory, the crystal cannon will transform into a magnetic field centered around a sphere. Cooldown time is 7 seconds. Sticking to conventions. instantly form a massive tetrahedral electromagnetic field that inflicts continuous damage to all objects within. Cooldown time is 50 seconds. All skills are quite similar to those in the game, except that the unconditional love and non-aggression skill has been changed from a regular attack to a more convenient cooldown, making it more user-friendly. I remember that Mosey's mechanical giant was a full 5 meters tall. With this in mind, Wang Kai immediately exited the cave, and with a thought, golden light instantly surrounded his body. When the light faded, Wang Kai felt that his perspective had risen significantly. He was already sitting inside the metal storm mech. Looking down, he saw that his hands had transformed into metal arms, with blue crystal blades on his arms, the sharp edges flashing with electromagnetic sparks from time to time. His entire body looked incredibly cool, with a structure of straight lines and angles, hard-edged yellow metal armor, embedded with blue crystals at the joints, shoulders, and chest core. The overall impression can be summed up in 4 words: cool and stylish. The mech was powerful, but his physical body seemed to have weakened. Wang Kai was puzzled, but quickly thought of the reason. After switching hero templates, it meant adopting Mosey's physical attributes, so a slight decrease was normal. After all, Mosey was a researcher, and his physical attributes naturally couldn't compare to someone like Kai Dad, who had mountains of demon corpses. Wang Kai, piloting the 12-meter tall yellow mech, immediately attracted the attention of all the terrorists. They chattered in a language Wang Kai couldn't understand, showing expressions of great fear, and then directly pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 boom. Rifles, heavy machine guns, grenade launchers, and various weapons spewed out searing tongues of fire, producing an endless roar from the gun muzzles, with countless metal projectiles declaring their mission, subsequently colliding with the mech, creating a clanging sound. The bullets completely failed to harm the metal storm. Wang Kai evaluated the situation in his mind, then extended his right hand, aiming at a nearby heavy machine gun. Blue electric light shone from his palm, and after a brief charge, he fired a blue energy ball, which exploded almost instantly at the heavy machine gun. There were no dazzling sparks, but the shockwave was incredibly powerful. The heavy machine gun was directly deformed, and the terrorist operating it was thrown back several meters, landing on the ground and never moving again. Just then, the attack from the grenade launcher arrived, and sparks and smoke instantly surrounded the metal storm, creating a series of thunderous booms. It looked impressive, but for the 3-meter-tall mech, it felt like a mere tickle. Wang Kai hardly felt a thing as he raised both arms to his chest, simultaneously stepping back with his right foot to lower his body's center of gravity. In front of his palm, a blue spherical energy ball appeared in an instant, expanding with time, reaching its limit in just 0.2 seconds. Then with a bang, it was launched at light speed. It left a trail of lightning in its path. To the human eye, it looked like the mech had fired a fleeting blue tunnel, with electric light surging inside, leaving a shimmering trace in the air. And this was just the beginning. The energy ball struck the crowd of terrorists further away. Boom! The energy ball hit the ground, producing a deafening explosion. The air surged violently, and shockwaves erupted, tearing apart all surrounding terrorists, leaving a 1-person deep pit at the impact site. With a fist-sized energy ball inside and a circular magnetic field with a radius of about 2 meters on the surrounding ground, still shimmering with blue electromagnetic fireworks. Meanwhile, Wang Kai piloted the metal storm, leaving a deep scratch on the ground, demonstrating the powerful recoil of the heavy artillery. Strong. Cool. Wang Kai silently evaluated. Both the attack power and the visual impact made him very satisfied. Various firearms were utterly useless, instead allowing the suddenly appeared mech giant to take out many people with ease, causing the terrorists to feel immense fear, and a rout began to occur. Want to escape? The metal mech shot out blue flames from its feet, soaring into the sky, moving incredibly swiftly, raising a massive blue blade nearly half a person tall from its right arm, passing through one terrorist after another. The sounds of piercing filled the air, curing them of their severe birth defects. With air superiority on the battlefield, the fight was like a dimensional strike, leaving the enemy with no chance to fight back. In the valley, only the cries of the terrorists remained. When Tony walked out of the cave and what he saw was only the metal storm slaughtering indiscriminately. This This. I. Tony pointed at the 5-meter-tall yellow mech, his face flushed and unable to speak, feeling as if his idea had been stolen. And the other side had built something dozens of times stronger than his idea. Dr. Ethan stared wide-eyed, admiring the tall, majestic, and incredibly stylish metal storm. Stark, your suit seems incomparable to this yellow mech. Tony immediately felt as if he heard something shatter. Oomph. How can this compare? What conditions do I have? Just being able to move is good enough. After saying this, Tony immediately walked out of the cave, wanting to see if there were any fish that had slipped through the net. And indeed, he found a few terrorists hiding behind the ammunition boxes. In anger, Tony directly launched missiles from his arm. Boom! Flames shot up dozens of meters high, sending the terrorists flying into the air. Tony felt immensely relieved, but it also triggered extremely serious consequences. There were simply too many munitions in this valley, and these terrorists had carelessly left them out. As a result, the flames from the explosion ignited other munitions and missiles, and for a moment, the small valley was filled with continuous explosions, with Tony feeling the ground shaking constantly. Oh, the situation seems off. Ethan, get back. Tony shouted at Ethan while he clumsily made his way back into the cave. Boom! A sudden violent explosion erupted behind him, and a powerful shockwave hit Mark I directly. Not only did it injure Tony internally, but it also seemed to have damaged the conveyor belt, rendering his right leg useless, forcing Tony to half kneel on the ground, unable to move. Just as the flames were about to engulf Tony, Wang Kai rushed back from a distance and kicked hard at the rear of Mark I. Chapter 15. Ripping apart Mark I Clang. Goal! Tony flew straight into the cave, while Wang Kai, piloting Metal Storm, kneeled at the cave entrance, blocking all flames and shockwaves. The ground shook continuously from the explosions, causing Dr. Ethan inside the cave to break out in a cold sweat. He didn't want to watch his chance of escape turn into being buried alive. Fortunately, the explosions didn't last long. Within a minute, the intense shaking subsided. 5 minutes later, the aftershocks gradually faded, and Wang Kai stood up in Metal Storm, revealing the intact cave entrance, his body glowing with a golden light as the Metal Storm mech disappeared. Wang Kai also switched back to the hero template of his father, proving his deduction correct. His physical abilities were indeed influenced by the character from the hero template, adding the original hero's physical attributes to his own. However, even while still using the Mosey template, due to the use of human enhancement drugs, Wang Kai's physical abilities were more than 6 times that of an ordinary person. Produce. With his father's template, it should be around 10 times. This means he could lift about 5 tons, which seems a lot. But considering that Marvel's top guy Spider-Man can easily lift 20 tons, it doesn't seem that impressive. Entering the cave, Tony was cursing while trying to find a way out of the Mark I armor, with Dr. Ethan helping him. Wang Kai, piloting Metal Storm, kicked at the already disordered armor parts, making them even more chaotic, resulting in Tony being unable to escape the Mark I no matter how hard he tried. You look quite lively, Mr. Stark. Need some help? Tony immediately replied in frustration. Of course. Hurry and help me get out of here. Seeing Wang Kai, Dr. Ethan was much more respectful and, despite Wang Kai's young appearance, did not underestimate him. Thank you for saving us. Stark was hit by the shockwave from the explosion and needs urgent treatment. Otherwise, his condition will only worsen. Wang Kai nodded. He didn't want Rhodey to see a half-dead Tony. He stepped forward and lifted Tony along with the armor, both of them turning pale. Then Wang Kai grabbed the armor with one hand and forcefully ripped it apart. The parts of Mark I were directly torn off. The sight made both men's eyelids twitch. What kind of strength did it take to rip off metal plates? In no time, the Mark I armor was reduced to a pile of junk, the situation not much different from the effects in the movies, with metal fragments scattered everywhere. Tony successfully escaped from the suit, looking at Wang Kai in astonishment. Your strength. Did the military conduct another super soldier experiment? Since the appearance of Captain America, the U.S. have been trying to replicate countless super soldiers. After World War II, this plan peaked during the Cold War, but failed every time. So Tony naturally thought of this when looking at Wang Kai. Not all. Wang Kai did not elaborate further, directly taking out a locator from his pocket and pressing the button to notify Rhodey to come pick them up. What about your mech? Where did such a large thing go? Tony, filled with curiosity, kept asking Wang Kai, but suddenly he paused, his face turning pale, and then he spat out a mouthful of blood. This startled Dr. Ethan. "Oh my God, your injuries seem worse than I expected." "I'm fine, just a small injury." Tony wiped his mouth and wobbled down to the ground. "Just a small injury? Stark, you're really joking." Dr. Ethan sarcastically replied. Seeing Tony's pale face, Wang Kai had no choice but to take out a restorative crystal from his neck and put it on him. "No, I don't like people handing me things." Tony waved his hand, but Dr. Ethan didn't care about that. Wang Kai, seeing that Tony didn't seem like someone who was joking, took the green plastic-like restorative crystal and hung it around Tony's neck. The effect was quite significant. In about 2 to 3 minutes, Tony, who looked like he was about to fall asleep, suddenly perked up, surprised as he picked up the crystal tied with cheap string. "What is this?" "Once I put it on, I felt warm all over, and I can clearly feel my injuries gradually recovering." According to Western terminology, you can think of it as magical equipment. Wang Kai explained coldly and casually tossed the locator to Tony, then proceeded to explain about the magical family, not caring whether the two believed him or not. Afterward, no matter how Tony asked, Wang Kai didn't say another word. Time passed quickly. About 5 minutes later, the three heard the roaring sound of a supersonic jet, proving that Rhodey indeed received the message. Half an hour later, Rhodey arrived with 4 armed helicopters, clearly intending to bomb the terrorists. But when he entered the valley and saw the scorched earth, he was utterly baffled. Did you do all this?" Rhodey asked Wang Kai after getting out of the helicopter, and Wang Kai glanced at Tony, indicating that the main person was over there. No, in fact, this was Stark's doing. Wang Kai thought to himself that he definitely couldn't have achieved this without dropping over 10 cat bombs to blow up the valley like this. Rhodey then looked at Tony. Although he didn't understand the situation, he still stepped forward and patted his good brother's shoulder. "I'm so glad to see you're okay. Remember to ride in my car next time." Tony could only give a bitter smile in response. Half a day later, the group took the private plane. They arrived on back to New York. Colonel Rhodey had already informed Pepper about Tony's rescue, but she didn't call directly. She just waited at the airport with excitement. "I'm so glad to see you back," Pepper said, trying to maintain her composure while being warm and friendly. Seeing the tears in her eyes, Tony unexpectedly smiled and stepped forward to hug her directly. "Thank you for waiting." Rhodey had already told him that during his disappearance, Pepper had made many efforts, and how could Tony not be touched by that? "Now I need a press conference and a cheeseburger." Half an hour later, at the press conference, Tony was eating a burger as he spoke, and he also saw Obadiah. Then he announced something that shocked everyone. "I've decided to shut down the weapons manufacturing division of Stark Industries and never reopen it." Effective immediately, countless reporters rushed forward, wanting to get first-hand information, while Obadiah, Stark Industries' second-in-command, was furious when he heard this. He immediately stepped forward to interrupt Tony's speech, struggling to maintain a smile as he addressed all the reporters. "What's most important now is that Tony is back. Don't take his earlier words to heart." Chapter 16, Coulson watched Obadiah, who was full of ulterior motives, drag Tony away. Wang Kai then approached Pepper and reminded her, "I've brought Stark back. Don't forget about my sister." Pepper immediately nodded in response. "Don't worry. I'll notify you as soon as I find any clues about Luna." The two exchanged contact information, and Wang Kai left directly. He didn't take the energy crystal. To him, it was just a useless item, but it could give Tony more time. After all, Tony would eventually discover the palladium poisoning from the arc reactor. Just as he walked out of the Stark Industries gate, a dozen black-clad men wearing sunglasses suddenly emerged from both sides, subtly surrounding Wang Kai. Then, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline stepped forward from among the black-clad men, wearing a faint smile. It was Coulson from S.H.I.L.D. Wang Kai remembered he was likely there to find Tony, who had become Iron Man, but it seemed a bit early for that. "Hello, sir. We are from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, commonly known as S.H.I.L.D. Do you have a moment to chat?" Coulson spoke very politely. Wang Kai understood that he was specifically looking for him. He had killed so many gang members, and he knew he had long been under S.H.I.L.D.'s observation. Now that he had saved Tony, the one-eyed director must have had plans. hence sending Coulson to make contact with him. Sure, but it's better to find a quiet place. 10 minutes later, in a deserted Chinese restaurant, Coulson slowly began to introduce himself. First, let me introduce SHIELD. It is a special department under the International Security Council dedicated to handling various extraordinary incidents, responsible for protecting this world. We monitor all individuals with superpowers. So can you explain the source of your abilities? Coulson took out a tablet, displaying several videos, most of which showed Wang Kai using his immortal body to cut down gang members at their bases. There was also a satellite image, although somewhat blurry. It was clear it depicted the metal storm appearing in the Middle East Valley attacking terrorists just a few hours prior. Without waiting for Wang Kai to ask, Coulson explained directly, "This was discovered by our satellites tracking all flights over the Middle East after you rescued Stark. The mech appeared out of nowhere and then vanished." Can you explain that? Coulson looked curious. Compared to various other powers and abilities, Wang Kai's situation left him somewhat baffled. With armor, blades, and then the appearance of a mech, they didn't know what kind of superpower this was. Wang Kai pondered for a moment and explained, "My powers are quite peculiar, so whether you believe it or not is up to you. First, I must clarify that humanity is not alone. Extraterrestrial civilizations do exist." Coulson's heart stirred at once. Could it be that Wang Kai's extraordinary armor and mech were both alien technology? That seemed plausible. But before Coulson could continue to speculate, Wang Kai's next words left him speechless with shock. Countless years ago, a super-intelligent life form piloted an ark to Earth and was worshipped as a deity. It then created humanity and conducted certain experiments on some life forms. Those modified life forms subsequently gained powers beyond ordinary humans, referred to as the demon path family, while those modified from animals were called demon species. This is also the origin of the so-called gods, demon hunters, monsters, and evil beings in various civilizations on Earth. After countless years passed, the deity vanished, and the increasingly powerful demon path family and demon species engaged in a deadly war that caused cataclysmic changes, leading to the collapse of continents and the extinction of species, leaving only a few fortunate survivors. Just like how humanity is now engaged in a devastating nuclear war. And I am a descendant of the remaining Eastern Demon Path family, who has awakened superpowers due to an accident. Coulson's mouth dropped open after hearing this, feeling as if his worldview had been shaken. The shock in his heart was indescribable, but it seemed to correspond with myths and legends in human history. If one viewed the super-intelligent life form as an alien and the Ark as an interstellar spacecraft, then those modified life forms could simply be understood as people with superpowers, making it easier to comprehend. "So how do you explain your armor and mech?" Coulson asked. "Those were made by the ancient civilization that thrived when the deity was alive. I simply summoned them from another space." "So your ability is essentially just interdimensional teleportation?" Coulson asked. From the perspective of modern science, one could say that. Coulson furrowed his brow for a moment. Interdimensional teleportation was still understandable, but the other matters were truly shocking. Even if he knew of the existence of extraterrestrial civilizations, Wang Kai's account suggested that humanity was merely experimental subjects created by aliens. Such information could never be revealed in a religiously fervent America, or it would only lead to unprecedented social upheaval. After calming himself, Coulson temporarily set aside these distant and unknown truths and continued speaking to Wang Kai. "Please do not disclose these matters." "No problem," Wang Kai replied coldly. These matters sounded like mythological stories. Who would even care if he shared them? "There's one more thing. We would like to invite you to join SHIELD, Coulson said, as this was the real purpose of his visit. "Sure, but I have one condition." Wang Kai readily agreed. "Please go ahead. First, help me find her. Second, I don't like too many restrictions, so unless there's a major incident, don't bother me." Wang Kai took out a photo of Luna. Coulson took it without hesitation and agreed immediately. Finding a person was a trivial matter for SHIELD. "Of course, we can arrange for you to be a SHIELD consultant. While you won't have much power, you'll be quite free most of the time." "All right, then I'll be a consultant." It is well known that powerful and impressive people are usually consultants, although they may be on the fringes of power. When this power encounters significant trouble, they can turn the tide. On behalf of SHIELD, I welcome you to this family, Mr. Wang Kai. Coulson stood up and extended his hand enthusiastically. Wang Kai remained expressionless, stood up, shook hands, and thus the matter was settled. He had no particular feelings about SH. Joining was merely to facilitate the search for his sister. Now that Osborne Group, Stark Industries, and SHIELD were all working together to find Luna, Wang Kai couldn't believe they wouldn't find even a single clue. Chapter 17. Crazy Sign-In and 10 Consecutive Draws. At the headquarters of the SHIELD in Washington, D.C., Coulson told director Nick Fury everything. However, Fury did not react much after listening. It was enough that he agreed to join SHIELD. As for these questionable historical events, they were not important. Furthermore, if there was any news about his sister, he didn't want it sent to him right away. Coulson was somewhat puzzled. Are you worried about him? Yes. Nick Fury's expression remained calm, but his words revealed concern. He could kill so many gang members for his sister, so he would have no hesitation in eliminating anyone in this world. If things developed in the worst way, such as a group sexual assault leading to death, you know how serious the situation could be. Coulson's complexion changed slightly, and he immediately thought of the phrase massacre. The American elite being assassinated in droves would lead to chaos no less than the nine-tailed fox incident. I understand, but he saved Stark, so he will definitely request to find his sister. Exactly, so you need to find an opportunity to talk to Stark. Coulson could only smile bitterly. Stark was not someone who would listen to others' opinions, and we can only mourn for that group of idiots. Nick Fury said coldly. As an agent, he knew better than anyone how disgusting some elites could be, while also knowing that Wang Kai could accomplish things 1,000 times better than these people. Time flew by quickly, and Wang Kai experienced the calmest period since his crossing. There was still no news of his sister. And the next sign-in location was the rooftop of Stark Industries, the site of the Iron Man versus Ironmonger battle. That place was essentially an energy station, the rooftop of a large arc reactor. Wang Kai had gone there invisibly once, but there was no sign-in prompt, which meant he could not sign in early. System, since I can't sign in early, can I do a makeup sign-in? Wang Kai asked. He realized that in the Marvel world, there were many famous scenes, and many locations might be set as sign-in spots. For example, the birthplace of Captain America, the birthplace of the Hulk, the birthplace of Captain Marvel, the site where Tony's parents were murdered, etc. There was no reason these places couldn't be sign-in spots, right? Yes. The host can perform a makeup sign-in at hidden sign-in locations, but the rewards will only be half. The system's voice sounded, and Wang Kai immediately became incredibly excited. Even half the sign-in points would be enough. System, why didn't you tell me this sooner? Wang Kai asked unhappily. Because the host did not inquire. The system's straightforward answer made Wang Kai's eyelids twitch, but he had no choice. He immediately called Coulson and Pepper and subtly asked them about the locations of these events, then began to sign in crazily. The first stop was the location where Daredevil Matt Murdock was blinded by radioactive materials, but at the same time, his other senses were greatly enhanced, turning him into a human radar. Ding detected that the host is at the hidden sign-in location, the birthplace of Daredevil, beginning makeup sign-in. Sign-in countdown, 59 seconds. The system's voice rang out, and Wang Kai could only wait silently. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully completing the makeup sign-in. Reward, 50 sign-in points. 50 points weren't even enough for a single draw. Wang Kai grimaced, but even a mosquito is meat, so he could only accept it helplessly. The next stop was the birthplace of Captain America. That laboratory located in Brooklyn had become an indoor sports arena after 70 years. He easily went in invisibly and finally found the spot where the bean sprout transformed into a big sweet potato after searching for 3 minutes. Sign-in time, 5 minutes. After which he received 250 sign-in points. Not paying attention to the special meaning of this number for Chinese people, Wang Kai directly headed to the next sign-in location, the highway where Tony's parents were murdered, receiving 150 sign-in points. The laboratory where the Hulk was born. receiving 250 sign-in points. The beach where Captain Marvel was born, receiving 250 sign-in points. Then Wang Kai suddenly had an idea and, under the guise of tourism, went to the ocean where Captain America crashed, and the cliff where the Winter Soldier fell, the World War II Historical Museum, the base where Captain America saved his friend Bucky alone, and even the theater where Captain America performed back in the day. Some places were sign-in locations, some were not, and after spending a considerable amount of time, he ultimately gained a total of 1,500 sign-in points, enough for 15 consecutive draws. Wang Kai was overjoyed and immediately started drawing after returning to New York. System. I want to draw 10 consecutive draws. Ding. Consuming 1,000 sign-in points. Drawing in progress. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the summoner skill, teleportation. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the summoner skill, sprint. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, overlord slash. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the equipment, charged gauntlets. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the equipment, rapid boots. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining consumables, small healing potions 3. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a special item, system map. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a special item, skill enhancement points 3. The system's voice flooded Wang Kai's mind, and this time's rewards made him extremely happy. Especially the teleportation summoner skill that had only appeared in the experience version solved Wang Kai's travel difficulties. Teleportation, summoner skill, after use. Chant for 3 seconds to teleport to the selected area. Cooldown time, 150 seconds. Sprint, summoner skill, after use, increases movement speed by 30 for 10 seconds. Cooldown time, 90 seconds. Overlord slash, from the Overlord Xianyu. Charge in a specified direction and unleash a massive blade aura. Cooldown time, 50 seconds. This skill was indeed more useful than Guan Yu's blade aura. The last time he drew the single blade meeting skill, although it also released blade aura with a slash. It had a prerequisite, having a mount. Otherwise, it couldn't be used. Wang Kai had tried using a boat as a substitute for a mount, but it didn't work, which had indeed caused Wang Kai some trouble. As for the 2 pieces of equipment, they were average. The charge gauntlets were like blade fists, with a property of a 15 chance to deal critical damage, causing double damage. The rapid boots increased movement and attack speed, and Wang Kai felt more agile after wearing them. The system map currently only had the function of being used in conjunction with teleportation. Finally, there were the skill enhancement points. This time the system generously provided 3 skill points, which he naturally allocated entirely to the Undying Body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading the Undying Body skill, increasing original attributes by 140, current level. 7. No duration limit after activation, and skill fusion has been unlocked. Skill fusion? Chapter 18 marvels you Buchuan. What does skill fusion mean? Wang Kai asked. Skill fusion is a new awakened attribute that occurs when the Undying Demon Body upgrades to level 7 and the cooldown and duration limits disappear. It allows you to fuse other extracted skills with the Undying Demon Body, adding their skill characteristics to it, and enjoying an attack power bonus from the Undying Demon Body. Upon hearing this, Wang Kai's heart stirred. Attack power bonus? So, under the hero template of Dad Kai, other skills do not have bonuses? It feels somewhat similar to the Border Breakthrough mode, where the skills picked up have fixed attack power, while the hero's own skill's attack power increases with equipment and purchased attributes. What would happen if I fused the single blade meeting into the Undying Demon Body? After fusing the skill, the mount restriction disappears, and each vertical slash can trigger sword energy attacks. And what if I fuse Overlord slash? After fusing the skill, each horizontal slash can trigger sword energy attacks and can be charged for greater area damage. How many skills can I fuse in total? 3. You can fuse 1 more for each level you rise. Wang Kai nodded in satisfaction. That's enough. Then let's fuse single blade meeting first. My 40-meter big knife can't wait any longer. Ding. Skill fusion completed. Congratulations to the host for fusing the skill single blade meeting into the Undying Demon Body. He immediately opened the system map, selected the Grand Canyon in the western United States, and used the teleportation function to go there. Instantly, a 7-layer pale blue light circle enveloped Wang Kai, continuously moving upward. As time accelerated, just before reaching the 3-second time limit, the light circle had nearly concealed Wang Kai's entire figure. With a whoosh, he suddenly disappeared, leaving only a light spot at the original location, which extinguished in an instant. In the Colorado Grand Canyon, there were ravines and peaks formed of red sandstone everywhere. The rocky cliffs exhibited a peculiar appearance resembling a 1,000-layer cake, attracting many tourists every year. Today, it unexpectedly welcomed Wang Kai, an uninvited guest. "Damn!" Wang Kai shouted loudly. He was teleported to a location in midair and immediately lost his balance, falling toward the ground, flailing his limbs wildly. He was about to crash onto the red rocks when he immediately activated the undying demon body. "Take my slash." The blue magic blade in his hand instantly grew enormous. Wang Kai raised it high above his head, gripped it tightly with both hands, and slashed down with all his might. Boom! An enormous pale blue sword energy appeared instantly, striking the ground and causing a tremendous roar. The clanging sound was incredibly piercing. The blade cut straight down for dozens of meters without any obstruction. The massive mountain peaks were split open like cakes, creating huge fissures from Wang Kai's slash. Very good. After slashing, Wang Kai absorbed the recoil, flipped in the air, and landed, looking at his masterpiece with immense excitement. Such an attack would make even Hulk think twice. He was now the Nie Fong of the 40-meter big knife, able to slash anyone he wanted. Feeling joyful, Wang Kai began practicing his slashes in the canyon, one slash after another. In just a moment, he had turned a low red rock peak into a mess, venting his pent-up frustration. The massive booming sounds echoed around, attracting several tourists. "Oh my God, what's happening?" A few people were dumbfounded, while others quickly reacted, pulling out their cameras and phones to capture Wang Kai, clad in blue armor. Just then, a phone rang, and Wang Kai had to put away the magic blade, letting the magic armor transform into light and merge into his body. He took out his phone from his pocket and found it was a call from Pepper Potts. At this moment, it should be when Tony and Obadiah had officially fallen out. Could it be that she was looking for him to rescue Tony? With questions in mind, Wang Kai answered the call. "Hello, what is the matter?" "Not good, Kai. Tony has been kidnapped again." "Wang Kai? What the hell? He can still get kidnapped at home. Can you come to Stark Industries? I want to talk to you in person." "Okay, no problem." After hanging up, Wang Kai activated teleportation, disappearing from the spot 3 seconds later. The tourists only captured a glimpse of a figure in casual clothes and a head of blue short hair. "Quick, let us upload this footage online. It'll definitely go viral." "But what should we call that person? How about Swordman? Isn't he holding a sword?" "No, he is holding a knife. He should be called Blue Knife." "Nonsense, I think he should be called Crazy Chopper Hero." The group began to argue about Wang Kai's hero name while he had already arrived at Pepper Potts' office. "What's going on? Didn't he make a set of Iron Man armor? He has been all over the world fighting terrorists these days. How did he get kidnapped again?" Pepper looked distraught and anxiously said, "I'm not sure. He disappeared after attending a party and driving home alone at night. The sports car was found completely burned on the coast, and he is nowhere to be seen." "Has anyone sent a ransom note?" "No. Obadiah has instructed me to keep this matter quiet because the company's stock can't afford to drop any further." Wang Kai immediately understood. His arrival likely triggered a butterfly effect, making Obadiah, the Marvel version of Ubuchuan, smarter. Once again, he used the same trick to kidnap Tony. Whether it was to imprison Tony and force him to hand over the miniaturization technology of the arc reactor, or to put him under house arrest in a lab to have this genius create more advanced weapons, Obadiah was sure to profit. As for the military and the board of directors, they wouldn't care about this. One wanted weapons, the other wanted money. With Tony cutting off their access, they might even want to kill him. Where's Obadiah now? Unclear, but definitely not at Stark Tower. All right, you go to his office now and check his computer's hidden disk for any clues. Pepper was taken aback and opened her mouth wide. "Are you suspecting?" "Yes." "Who else could it be?" "The second in command wants to become the boss. Stark Industries becomes Stain Industries. Gang wars, and Tony dies. Sounds so pleasant." Skeptical, Pepper had no choice but to follow Wang Kai's instructions. Less than 10 minutes later, she returned with an angry expression. Kai, you were right. Obadiah not only colluded with terrorists to kidnap Tony, but he also launched a secret project in Industrial Zone 16. P.S. developing Tony's Iron Man armor. Pepper picked up a USB drive, saying all the data is copied onto this. With this, we can completely kick Obadiah out of the board and send him to prison. He'll lose everything he has. Chapter 19, The Cost of a Hero. I suspect Tony is being held beneath Area 16. Pepper said worriedly, and Wang Kai agreed. As Obadiah's ironmonger suit requires energy, and the thing in Tony's chest is the best source. Then, all that S needed is to add an electromagnet to keep Tony alive. I'll go find Stark, and you contact Coulson and have him bring agents to protect you. If Obadiah discovers that you copied the data, he will definitely come back to kill you. Meanwhile, Obadiah was in the laboratory of Area 16. Try to persuade Tony with sweet words. Tony, hand over the miniaturization technology of the arc reactor, and you can continue to be your playboy. Otherwise, those missile fragments will make you wish you were dead. The miniaturized arc reactor had already been removed and was in Obadiah's hand. Tony was bound hand and foot, and a large electromagnet was installed on his chest for life support. The most heart-wrenching part was that the wire connecting the electromagnet was fixed to the laboratory's power interface, making him feel like a dog, locked up here by Obadiah. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Tony gritted his teeth and glared at Obadiah, unable to believe that the elder he had trusted so much wanted him dead. I know, so I will torture you and threaten you, Obadiah said with a cold smile. I know you like pepper pots, so, clever Stark, can you guess what means I will use against her to force you to hand over this technology? Tony's face changed dramatically. With Obadiah's character, this was definitely not a joke. Shameless old thief. Ha ha, seeing you so agitated shows you care. I'll give you an hour to think about it. Obadiah left the laboratory with a smile, telling the 4 heavily armed men who came in, protect him well. Don't let this goose that lays golden eggs commit suicide. Then he took his subordinates straight to Stark Tower, leaving Tony in despair. Handing over the miniaturization technology of the arc reactor could plunge the world into full-scale war. But if he didn't, Pepper would definitely suffer humiliation until death. These 4 muscular men were definitely sent by Obadiah on purpose. Is this the cost of being a hero? Tony's mind was in the fiercest internal struggle he had ever experienced, trapped in a dilemma. Love or justice? Half an hour passed unknowingly, and the sky outside fell into darkness. But Tony still hadn't made up his mind, feeling like he was about to split apart. Just then, there was a loud bang. The heavy alloy door of the sealed laboratory was kicked open. Who? The 4 muscular men reacted quickly, and before anyone could answer, they pulled the triggers of their M4A1 assault rifles, unleashing a storm of bullets. In an instant, the laboratory was filled with gunfire and smoke, shooting nearly 100 rounds in just a few breaths. But without exception, all the bullets hit like metal plates, making a clanging sound. What the F? The 4 men couldn't believe their eyes. A figure in blue, fearsome armor stood before them without moving, and their bullets were completely useless. I've saved your life again. Stark, how will you repay me? Wang Kai spoke as he activated his speed, moving like lightning, with a gust of wind under his feet. The 4 muscular men only saw a blur, and before they could react, they suddenly felt their strength rapidly draining, blood appearing on their necks. And with the closing of their eyes, their bodies uncontrollably fell down. Quick, don't mind me, go save Potts. She's in danger. Seeing Wang Kai, Tony didn't feel happy, but was extremely worried about Pepper's safety. Don't worry. Wang Kai wiped his mask, revealing his extremely handsome young face. Coulson has led a team of SHIELD agents to protect her. As he spoke, he stepped forward to cut the ropes binding Tony, who finally felt relieved. What about this electromagnet? Wang Kai asked. Just find a car battery, Tony said helplessly. In an emergency, he couldn't care less about it. After going around in circles, they returned to the car battery. The 2 quickly left the Stark industrial area, and Wang Kai didn't go to destroy the Ironmonger, as the task of signing in for the battle between Iron Man and Ironmonger still needed to continue. Tony drove back to his coastal villa, removed the electromagnet, and installed the old miniaturized arc reactor for himself. After an incredibly cool mechanical suit-wearing process, Iron Man came back to life. Obadiah, Tony growled softly, piloting the suit to shoot out flames of anger, zooming towards Stark Tower. Things are getting urgent. Wang Kai watched Tony run off to confront Obadiah without saying a word, feeling somewhat emotional. He then looked at the other Mark II suit beside him, which hadn't been painted yet, and felt no fluctuations in his heart. Wang Kai directly teleported to the Stark industrial area, quietly waiting for the moment to sign in. On Obadiah's side, he first arrived at the company and unexpectedly discovered Pepper leaving in a hurry. Her expression was anxious, and she had bodyguards protecting her, which immediately raised Obadiah's alertness. After going to his office and checking the history records, he indeed found that the confidential files had all been copied. The criminal records have all been stolen. If it's exposed, my life is over. Go kill that woman. Get the USB back. Whoever can do it will get $5 million. Obadiah gave the order. His hired mercenaries eagerly went to find trouble with Pepper, while he returned to Area 16, wanting to hide Tony in another place. However, upon returning to the laboratory, he only saw the dead bodies of his 4 subordinates and instantly realized he had been played. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Obadiah roared in his heart, seeing that he was about to rise to the top, only to have the ground pulled out from under him. This would definitely leave him in ruins. However, Obadiah knew Tony very well and knew he would definitely come for revenge, so there was still a chance to salvage the situation. He quickly went to a secret underground room in Area 16, where the Ironmonger suit was located. This was the suit he had sent people to search for in the Terrorist Valley as soon as he learned that Tony had survived. He brought back the design drawings and discarded parts, and, after making a few small modifications, he constructed it. It was enormous, with strength greater than the Mark III. On his right hand was a 20mm caliber rotary cannon. On his left arm were 6 Viper missiles, and there were anti-tank rockets on his shoulders, with rocket nozzles at his feet, providing ample thrust for flight. The suit embodied the aesthetic style of Soviet heavy industry. Chapter 20. Swift Kill Wearing the Battle Suit. Obadiah burst through the wall and emerged onto the rooftop of the factory in Area 16, silently waiting for Tony to arrive. Wang Kai, cold and indifferent, watched from his hidden position, realizing that the end of Iron Man 1 was finally near and he would complete this sign-in. However, suddenly his phone rang, instantly exposing Wang Kai's location. Upon hearing it, Obadiah immediately turned towards the sound, raising the rotary cannon in his right hand and shouted, "Who is it? Come out." With no choice, Wang Kai had to reveal himself, pulling out his phone to see that it was Coulson calling. "Hello." He pressed the answer button and began talking on the phone, oblivious to the situation. Obadiah was furious upon witnessing this. It was one thing for his Ironmonger to not surprise Wang Kai, but how dare he completely ignore him? This was a nearly 3-meter-tall steel mech. A true killing machine. The pressure it exerted was enough to leave one speechless. Yet Wang Kai showed no reaction at all, which felt like an insult to Obadiah. Obadiah ran over and raised his massive steel hand, slamming it down towards Wang Kai. Wang Kai, seemingly stunned, just stood there watching the steel hand come down. And, just as it was about to touch his forehead, he finally ended the call and put down his phone. With a push of his feet, he raised his hands, and with a loud thud, a ring of dust spread out from beneath him. Wang Kai took no damage at all, using only his physical strength to withstand the blow. What? Obadiah was immediately shocked. The immense mechanical force from that slap could have killed a water buffalo, yet this seemingly young man had easily blocked it. This person could not be left alive. Obadiah raised his right arm-mounted cannon, the dark barrel almost touching Wang Kai's nose, but before he could press the launch button, Wang Kai turned into a blur and disappeared from his spot, reappearing several dozen meters below. Trying to run, the targeting system immediately locked onto Wang Kai, and the Sidewinder missile on his arm spun and launched, shooting out fiery flames straight towards Wang Kai. Spinning blade. The rotating blue blade suddenly shot out, colliding with the Sidewinder missile in midair. The dazzling flames in the night were blinding, followed by a loud explosion, and Wang Kai disappeared without a trace, leaving only echoes behind. Don't die too quickly. Let your father spare you this time. It wasn't that he didn't want to collect these 100 sign-in points. But the sign-in time had not yet arrived, and Coulson urgently needed his assistance. Obadiah was grinding his teeth inside the battle suit. And after searching around and finding no one, he could only give up. At that moment, Tony finally arrived, and their battle was about to begin. On Coulson's side, he found the situation was far more serious than he had anticipated. A group of unidentified armed men suddenly appeared, crazily shooting at them from their vehicles with automatic weapons, turning the street into a real-life GTA scene. The roar of car engines and the continuous gunfire terrified bystanders, who quickly hid in nearby shops and only dared to peek out when the gunfire faded away. Damn it, Obadiah actually dared to let his men act so openly. Coulson loathed this kind of reckless gunfight, realizing that these crazy mercenaries had been blinded by money. With no choice, he pulled out his Glock to fight back, and his group was shooting while fleeing towards the NYPD station. At this moment, Pepper was crouched down, safely protected by the agents beneath her. Listening to the continuous gunfire made her heart race. Who knew if the next bullet would hit the gas tank and cause an explosion, or strike a tire and flip the car, or even break through the glass to shatter their skulls? Where's Kai? He'll be here soon. He has a mech, so he should be able to fly over in a few minutes. Coulson replied, glancing back at the 3 pursuing cars, only to turn pale in an instant. Damn it, RPG. As soon as he said that, a mercenary in a vehicle behind them pulled the trigger on a rocket launcher, sending a rocket flying towards the vehicle Coulson and the others were in. The agent driving immediately jerked the steering wheel. The car swerved just in time to avoid the rocket boom. A deafening roar echoed on the road, and a blinding flash of fire momentarily obscured the agent's vision, nearly causing them to crash into a roadside barrier. The agent swerved hard, and with a screech, the car flipped over and rolled onto the street. Seeing the situation was critical, Coulson instinctively hugged Pepper, which prevented him from getting injured in the crash. The car rolled 3 or 4 times before finally coming to a stop, leaving the group dazed and unable to escape the vehicle. Quick, take them out. The pursuing Obadiah's men were thrilled to prepare another rocket. Just as they were about to blow them to pieces, a jet noise suddenly echoed from a distance, the massive sound reverberating through the street, creating a wind like an 8th-degree storm. In the blink of an eye, Wang Kai, piloting the metal storm mech, finally appeared, rushing down from above the mercenaries, and suddenly changed direction to deliver a punch downwards. Boom! The vehicle exploded into pieces. The people inside were instantly killed. Flames rose along the mech's arm, but couldn't reach the mech's sharp face. Wang Kai stood up and glanced at the other 2 vehicles below, where the occupants were filled with fear. The 5-meter-tall mech had appeared, moving faster than the speed of sound. This overwhelming pressure was enough to make them feel hopeless, even against 10 RPGs. We surrender. Surrender. The remaining 5 mercenaries quickly tossed down their weapons and raised their hands, crawling out of their vehicles and lying on the ground. Coulson also crawled out from the overturned car and stared up at the cool mech in awe. Wow, this is 1,000 times cooler than in the pictures. Enough. Kai, leave the rest to us. Coulson shouted loudly, and with him, a total of 5 agents, all of whom had only sustained minor injuries, could easily keep the terrified mercenaries in check. Okay then. Wang Kai teleported again, a blue aura enveloping him for 3 seconds before he returned to Stark Industries, Area 16. Ha, Tony. It's clear that my mech is stronger. A wildly arrogant voice echoed as Ironmonger was currently beating Iron Man mercilessly. Without Pepper's assistance from the original plot, and with the old reactor's energy being insufficient, Tony was struggling immensely. Ding. Detected that the host has arrived at the sign-in location where Ironmonger battles Iron Man sign-in time, 3 minutes. If the duration is less than 3 minutes, it will be considered a sign-in failure. Sign-in countdown, 2 minutes 59 seconds. The system's voice rang out, and Metal Storm moved like lightning, instantly arriving next to Ironmonger, kicking him away. Ironmonger crashed through a wall and fell to the ground, and Wang Kai immediately stepped forward to pin him down. Charging up his palm energy cannon, he aimed it directly at Ironmonger's head. You dare to call this a mech? Chapter 21. Am I really so embarrassed to be Iron Man? The towering Metal Storm, standing at 5.2 meters, could easily stomp on the 3-meter-tall Ironmonger, with 1 foot nearly the size of Ironmonger's chest. Just looking at their sizes, they were hardly in the same league, resembling a father beating his son. Obadiah was furious, smoke billowing from his 7 orifices as he raised his left arm and launched all the Sidewinder missiles at once. In an instant, Metal Storm was engulfed in flames and thunderous explosions, but Wang Kai only felt a slight tremor. The missiles seemed to be nothing more than a tickle for Metal Storm. How is this possible? Obadiah refused to believe it. He raised the 20mm rotary cannon in his other hand and unleashed a torrent of bullets at the mech. The dense rain of bullets even formed a spear of bullets, yet still could not breach Metal Storm's defenses. Then Obadiah ignited the flames beneath him, tried to escape from under Metal Storm, but the rocket propulsion that could send Ironmonger soaring seemed to be nailed to the ground, not budging an inch. "Your time is up," Wang Kai said coldly, firing the particle cannon in his palm. The blue electric light, carrying immense kinetic energy, struck Ironmonger's head, making a deafening bang as it dented the helmet. Then Wang Kai switched to his other hand and fired the palm particle cannon again. Boom! Blood oozed out, and Wang Kai received a message from his system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the villain Ironmonger, earning 100 sign-in points. Golden light flashed around him, and the mech instantly became transparent before disappearing. Wang Kai fell from the sky, stepping on Ironmonger's face with indifference. "Stark, I've saved you 3 times now. And just save pots again. Don't you have anything to say?" Tony stumbled to his feet, watching Wang Kai act all high and mighty, his eyelids twitching. What was he supposed to say? "You stole all the limelight. Did I just tag along to get beaten up? Oomph. I could have defeated him without your help." The proud Tony muttered to himself, but then quickly changed his tone, saying, "Don't worry, I'll have Jarvis hack into all connected electronic devices worldwide once I get back. With layers of filtering, we'll eventually find clues." Only then was Wang Kai satisfied as he jumped down from Ironmonger. Since Tony was willing to engage in such illegal activities, he felt there was no need to say more. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in at the battlefield between Ironmonger and Iron Man. Sign-in time exceeded 3 minutes. Sign-in task completed successfully. Ding! Reward: 300 sign-in points. Ding! The next sign-in location, the place where Tony Stark announced his identity as Iron Man, staying for over 1 minute will count as a successful sign-in. This was quite easy, and now he had exactly 900 sign-in points. Adding 100 points would perfectly amount to the next 10 consecutive draws. There was no need to elaborate on what happened next. With all the criminal evidence against Obadiah, Tony, who had been kicked out of the board, returned and regained control after absorbing Obadiah's shares, appointing Pepper Potts, the person he trusted most, as the CEO. The plummeting Stark Industries stocks began to recover, and with money flowing in, the board had nothing more to say. Following that, to block the military's demands for weapons, Tony proactively handed over Mark II to his friend Colonel Rhodes. The two good friends understood each other with just a glance. The technology of the armored suit was at least 30 years ahead of current world technology, and throwing it to the military meant they wouldn't figure it out anytime soon. Thus, through their connections, Stark Industries safely weathered this crisis. 3 days later, at the press conference, Tony stood at the podium, looking at the countless reporters below, and impulsively threw away his speech, leaving Colonel Rhodes speechless, covering his forehead. "Today, I am here to announce a major event." But before Tony could finish, the reporters below began to bombard him with questions. "Mr. Stark, is the car chase incident on 5th Avenue last night related to Stark Industries? Especially that sharp-edged, giant golden mech that appeared at the end. It looked so cool. Mr. Stark, how do you explain the battle in the industrial zone last night? Was that clunky black robot and the gold-red ordinary armor caused by Stark Industries? Do you know the sharp-edged golden mech? It's the top trending topic online." Tony was instantly at a loss for words. Something seemed off. How did his advanced armor turn into a gold-red ordinary armor? Everything was leaning towards that kid Wang Kai, and that couldn't happen. He had to grab his spotlight back. Ahem, since you all sincerely ask questions, I will tell you the whole truth. All the reporters settled down, eager to hear what this unpredictable playboy would say. Colonel Rhodes' expression changed, wanting to step in to stop Tony, but Tony shot him a look saying he understood. Rhodes had no choice but to trust Tony and stepped aside to let him take the stage. That clunky black robot was actually secretly manufactured by Obadiah, a senior executive at Stark Industries. The driving energy of the armor is my newly invented technology, the miniaturization of the arc reactor. Obadiah stole the completed product and installed it in his own armor. The battle scene in the Stark industrial area occurred after his actions were exposed. After Tony finished speaking, the scene didn't erupt into the frenzy he had imagined. The completed arc reactor had already been revealed during the construction of Tony's factory, but the cost issue had made it overlooked. Seeing that 9 out of 10 reporters didn't realize how much impact this technology could have, Tony had to add fuel to the fire. In the future, the miniaturized arc reactor will serve as a clean energy product, replacing weapons as the pillar industry of Stark Industries. With this statement, the reporters finally boiled over. Clean energy. It sounded so upscale. This was an invention that could change the world's landscape. As for the gold-red armor, the newspapers even called it Iron Man. Tony couldn't help but smile knowingly. In fact, I am Iron Man. The atmosphere of the scene finally reached the expected climax. Countless reporters thrust their microphones towards Tony, wanted to interview him about clean energy, Iron Man, and the last person, yet still, more people asked about the golden armor. Mr. Stark, who is the pilot of the golden armor? I am Iron Man, who is the owner of that incredibly cool golden armor. I am Iron Man. Tony angrily stormed out. What is this all about? Is Iron Man really so embarrassing? Chapter 22. Another 10 consecutive draws. What is this all about? Jarvis. The #1 topic online is Wang Kai, and I should be second, right? Tony asked angrily while holding a tablet in the car. Sorry, sir. #2 is still Kai. Jarvis's voice replied, conveniently updating the tablet with the current topic rankings. #1 was naturally the metal storm mech, with its sharp-edged design and cool golden body attracting countless eyes. Most importantly, it was huge, dubbed Goldman by countless netizens, while Tony was known as Iron Man. The comparison was obvious. The second topic was Kai's father, who had been seen in a video swinging a 40-meter-long sword in the Grand Canyon, treating mountains like vegetables. Although the video ended with just a blue silhouette, its popularity remained absurdly high, humorously referred to as Blue Man. The third was the gradually rising Iron Man, known for combating terrorists. These three were the most discussed heroes at the moment. After reading this, Tony felt his eyelids twitch. Kai was indeed impressive. He had no face to show. Jarvis by this website. Pin all topics related to me at the top. Yes, sir. Slightly satisfying his vanity, Tony returned to his coastal villa to start writing programs to find Wang Kai's sister. He had already used facial recognition, but found no useful information, so he had to resort to some illegal methods. This required Tony to write several programs, searching for clues like a needle in a haystack from a few keywords. On Wang Kai's side, he didn't expect that being invisible throughout would ruin Tony's press conference. Unknowingly, his strength had surpassed most in the Avengers. Iron Man sign-in has been completed. The next sign-in location is a familiar place, where I was beaten up at the beginning, the place where Abomination and Hulk fought. The requirement was to wait 5 minutes to successfully sign in. With Wang Kai's current strength, dealing with Abomination and Hulk should be a sure win. System. I want to draw 10 consecutive draws. Ding, consuming 1,000 sign-in points, drawing now. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the summoner skill, Purification. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the summoner skill, Berserk. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining equipment, Phoenix Ring. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining equipment, Whisper of the Wind. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining equipment, Wind Spirit Emblem. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining equipment, Shield of Inspiration. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining equipment, Star Accessories. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining consumables, Small Potion 3. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining special items, Romantic Roses 10. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining special items, Coupon Card Selectable Gift Pack. Wang Kai's mind was like this. All question marks. What the hell? A bulk supply of auxiliary equipment. He only wanted a skill enhancement point. Wang Kai felt he needed to calm down. The two summoner skills weren't bad. Purification removes all negative and control effects from oneself and grants immunity to control for 5 seconds. Cooldown 120 seconds. Berserk increases all attributes by 10 for 7 seconds. Cooldown 60 seconds. With Purification, you wouldn't fear mental control, and Berserk would be a great help for a one-hit kill. But looking at the 5 auxiliary equipment afterward, there were a red and green ring, a golden arm badge that could be worn on the arm, a golden shield, and a green gemstone necklace. Besides the unified increase of 5 movement speed and life limit, there were other attributes. Red ring, Phoenix ring, increases the attack speed of allies within a certain range by 20. Green ring, Whisper of the Wind, can release a shield for a designated teammate. Cooldown 60 seconds. Golden arm badge, Wind Spirit emblem, increases the movement speed of allies within a certain range by 20, lasts 5 seconds, cooldown 60 seconds. Golden shield, Shield of Inspiration, increases the defense of allies within a certain range. Green gemstone necklace, Star accessories, establishes a connection with a teammate, sharing the damage taken. Except for the golden shield, which was hard to obtain like vibranium, the other equipment could be worn and didn't have any attribute conflict issues like in games. Although it also enhanced his strength, it still felt less straightforward and satisfying than a powerful one-hit kill. System. How do these pieces of equipment distinguish between allies and enemies? In the game, it automatically divides into red and blue sides, but the real world is definitely not like that. This is controlled by the user's subconscious. The system's answer was satisfactory, and Wang Kai put on 4 pieces of auxiliary equipment, tossing the Shield of Inspiration into the system's backpack, and then looked at the last 2 special items. Romantic Roses, a flower card made of 15 pink roses. Giving it to someone can increase their affection for you. A tool for making friends. Coupon card selectable gift pack. After opening, you can obtain 100 points of coupon cards. System. Can I recharge coupon points and then buy items? Not all. The King sign-in system does not have a pay-to-win module. Then what about this coupon discount card? Isn't this just a thank you for your patronage? You make a good point. After finishing the draws and having nothing to do, Wang Kai thought for a moment and took out his phone to dial Coulson's number. Hey, it's Kai. I want to conduct a test of my overall physical fitness. Although the latter was surprised, he didn't think much of it. After all, they were eager for it. If they could get Wang Kai's blood, that would be even better. They dispatched a Quinjet to pick him up, and within half an hour, they arrived at S.H.I.L.D. headquarters. Coulson came to greet him, expressing deep gratitude for Wang Kai's previous life-saving help. No need to be polite. Since I took S.H.I.L.D.'s salary, this is nothing. With a monthly salary of 100,000, saving Coulson is a given. Do you want to start testing from one aspect? Isaaki has plenty of underground weapon testing facilities, Coulson asked. Let's start with weightlifting. Thus, a highly anticipated test began. The spectators included not only S.H.I.L.D. agents in daily training, but also high-level officials like Nick Fury behind the screen. Too light. Wang Kai shook his head at the 500-kilogram barbell beneath him. With a flick of his foot, he lifted it, holding it one-handed and swinging it a few times. The heavy metal barbell felt like a toy. My strength is at least 5 tons. Is there such a weight here? Coulson's eyelids twitched upon hearing this. 5 tons, several levels higher than his idol Captain America. So your strength is already at level 4. We need to go to another place for testing. This is only meant for ordinary people. Chapter 23, Still Hydra Efficient Level 4? Coulson nodded and explained to Wang Kai the power testing grading system of S.H.I.L.D. Level 1 represents the weak, unable to withstand objects of equal weight. Level 2 signifies normal strength, capable of bearing objects of equal weight. Level 3 indicates the human limit, able to endure objects weighing twice their own weight. Level 4 exceeds human limits, capable of withstanding weights from 800 kilograms to 25 tons. Level 5 far surpasses human limits, able to handle weights from 25 tons to 75 tons. Then there are Level 6 for weights from 75 tons to 100 tons, Level 7 for weights over 100 tons, which cannot be calculated. In addition to strength, there are also metrics for speed, endurance, intelligence, combat skills, etc., generally following the comic book settings. Wang Kai is at strength level 4. Captain America is at strength level 3, while the soon-to-appear Hulk is at strength level 7. The two chatted and walked, quickly leaving the area where ordinary agents train, much to the regret of many. This is the place. These facilities are specifically prepared for levels above 3. Coulson pointed to the vast underground testing area, which did not have the advanced instruments one might imagine. Only cement blocks marked with weights, cars, and even a road roller. You really know how to save money, Wang Kai joked, noting that very few people probably use this place, hence the lack of high-tech testing equipment. Coulson smiled slightly, but said nothing more. Those who understood, understood. Arriving in front of a 5-ton small road roller, Wang Kai began his test. His muscles tensed, knees bent. He reached for the steel rail, held his breath, and started to pull upwards with great force. As his strength increased, he could almost hear the creaking of his bones. When his legs straightened, Wang Kai got used to the weight, bent his knees again, but not to lower it, rather to test his explosive power. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed all his strength in an instant. While others flipped tables, he flipped a road roller. With a single lift, he threw the road roller into the air. It spun 3 times before crashing down with a thud, creating a pit in the ground. Indestructible demon body. Blue armor surged over his body. And Wang Kai walked to a 10-ton road roller, lifting it again. This time it soared to the ceiling, and the violent impact upon landing made a deafening sound, almost like an earthquake. Then came 15 tons, 20 tons, 30 tons. Wang Kai flipped all the road rollers in the testing area. He only stopped at 50 tons. The continuous rumbling and the earthquake-like sensation left Coulson speechless and wide-eyed, his shock written all over his face. Is the ground beneath empty or solid? Wang Kai suddenly asked, pulling the stunned Coulson back to reality. Thinking of a certain video online, he immediately shook his head. No. Quickly put away your powers. We need to test other things. A 100-meter sprint took less than a second. A 3,000-meter run was under 40 seconds. Throwing a shot put directly smashed through walls. Hitting the gopher created afterimages. And one punching the punching machine. More than half of the testing machines in the entire area were broken after Wang Kai activated his indestructible demon body, deeply imprinting his unparalleled strength in Coulson's memory. After finally sending off the unsatisfied Wang Kai, Coulson could only smile wryly. Nick Fury was determined to bring Wang Kai closer to the Avengers, while secretly, Hydra, which actually controlled S.H.I.L.D., had a different view. This person is too strong. He will be an obstacle to Hydra's plan for world domination. Alexander Pierce, the minister of the World Security Council, was actually the leader of Hydra's S.H.I.L.D. division. After watching Wang Kai's tests, he remarked, "We cannot allow him to reach an agreement with Nick Fury." In just a moment, connecting all the clues, a conspiracy began to take shape in Pierce's mind. Use S.H.I.L.D. to eliminate Wang Kai. It only required a very simple step. They must fully search for the girl named Luna, regardless of her situation. She must be linked to several powerful families in America. Pierce revealed a sinister smile as he issued the command. Now, even Wang Kai did not expect that Hydra would start helping him find his sister. Compared to the hacking methods used by Tony to find clues, Hydra's agents were even more unscrupulous. They prepared truth serums that made people reveal the truth and drugs that made them forget that night's memories. Those who took them would only remember they had drunk too much, completely unaware of everything they revealed. After countless abductions and releases of various powerful figures, they finally found relevant clues. The result was unexpected, even pleasantly so. The little girl had committed suicide, and many were involved. Pierce was overjoyed after reading the related list. These idiots brought this upon themselves, using their lives to help him tremendously. New York, Grayburn Academy. Just a few hours ago, while Wang Kai was heading to the S.H.I.L.D. headquarters in Washington, a battle broke out here. General Ross, along with the Hulk pursuit team, came to capture his son-in-law, Bruce Banner. The result was a complete failure. Not only did his daughter Betty and son-in-law escape, but due to the massive destruction and student casualties caused, General Ross's demotion was already a given under such circumstances. If he couldn't produce something to gain the support of Congress, then his future political career would end here. At this moment, Wang Kai had stealthily arrived at Grayburn Academy, which surprisingly was not a hidden check-in location. He felt a bit disappointed. After all, this was one of the battle sites of the Incredible Hulk, where the iconic scene of Blonsky being kicked away by the Hulk occurred. Yet it was so unimpressive. As night fell, Professor Samuel Stearns, also known as Mr. Blue, was in a laboratory explaining his research findings to Dr. Banner. The cure for you is not safe. Even with the correct dosage, it is uncertain whether it merely suppresses temporarily or completely cures. Moreover, it could potentially kill you. However, I am very curious. Whether to proceed is entirely up to you. After Mr. Blue outlined the possible dangers, Dr. Banner thought for less than 3 seconds before deciding to take the gamble. To cure the disease that had tormented him for 5 years. Even though the Hulk had saved him countless times, Banner still viewed this as merely a disease. A disease that had tortured him for 5 years. Bruce, this is just too dangerous. His girlfriend Betty tried to persuade him, but Banner was resolute. 5 years. A full 5 years. Do you know how I've lived these 5 years? My heart races, and I transform. The last time I was in bed with you. But damn Hulk, he is definitely doing it on purpose. Chapter 24. Hulk and Abomination. Hulk is doomed. Not even Jesus can save him. I'm telling you, Dr. Banner was furious. He had had enough of living like a monk for 5 years. He wanted everything back on track. Seeing her boyfriend so determined, Betty no longer tried to stop him. This was for their lifelong happiness. In a laboratory, Banner was strapped to the central operating table with the injection needle in place. A set of equipment resembling a blood dialysis machine would extract Banner's blood, mix it with the suppressive antidote, and then inject it back into the transformed Hulk's body to activate the antidote. Betty took a bite stick and put it in Banner's mouth to prevent him from biting his tongue, while Mr. Blue excitedly picked up a high-voltage electric shock device, shouting, "Come on, big guy." With that, Mr. Blue pressed the shock device hard against Banner's forehead. With a crackling sound, Banner immediately writhed in agony, struggling violently as the high-voltage shock caused his blood vessels to bulge. Green streaks appeared on his body, and parts of his bones uncontrollably expanded, cracking loudly, while his muscles rapidly inflated like balloons, the pain akin to being cut 1,000 times. "Bruce, hang in there." Betty climbed onto the writhing Banner, then grabbed Mr. Blue by the collar, shouting, "Quick, inject the antidote." Mr. Blue finally reacted and pressed the button. The green blood in the infusion tube quickly transformed into blue and was injected into the transformed Hulk. Hulk's green eyes lost focus, and he shook his head wildly in resistance, helplessly shouting "No" before beginning to revert to Banner, his green skin rapidly receding and his body starting to shrink. Even though Banner was extremely fatigued, he let out an incredibly joyful laugh. "Hee, I think we can finally make up for last time tonight." But unfortunately, before Betty could respond, a group of soldiers suddenly burst in. The leader was none other than the crazed Blonsky, who shouted, "Get out of my way." Blonsky shoved Betty aside and grabbed Banner by the neck, roaring, "Where is he? Let him out to fight me." The heartbeat monitor on Banner's wrist beeped incessantly, clearly exceeding the warning line, but unlike before, Banner showed no reaction at this time, infuriating Blonsky. "Fuck!" Blonsky knocked Banner unconscious with the butt of his gun, and the soldiers immediately took him away, leaving Betty helplessly following behind. "This is your doing." Blonsky glared at Mr. Blue, teeth gritted. Once most of the people had left, he swiftly killed the remaining female officer, then single-handedly grabbed Mr. Blue by the collar and lifted him up. "You must have Hulk's blood in your research. Inject it all into me." Then came the sound of painful howling as sharp bone spurs grew from Blonsky's elbows and heels, even his back protruding with sharp spikes. Blonsky transformed into the 3-meter-tall Abomination, slapping Mr. Blue down, who crashed into the equipment and sustained a head injury. At this moment, a drop of Hulk's serum dripped into him, and Mr. Blue's head began to mutate, revealing a strange smile. Meanwhile, Abomination roared and crashed through the wall, running into the street to begin a massacre. Ding! Host detected at the hidden sign-in location. Abomination's birthplace, beginning sign-in. Ding! Host detected at the hidden sign-in location. Leader's birthplace, beginning sign-in. Sign-in countdown. 2 minutes and 59 seconds. The system's voice rang out as Wang Kai, who had followed General Ross's convoy here, revealed a satisfied smile. He had finally found another hidden sign-in location, and it wasn't a make-up sign-in. "If I kill the leader now, will there be extra rewards?" Wang Kai suddenly asked. Mr. Blue, Professor Samuel Stern, who would later become the main villain leader, possessed intelligence and mind control abilities far beyond normal, leading to his unusually large head. Hence the name Leader. In the comics, he had planned to spread gamma radiation across the globe, turning all life into green giants like Hulk, and he succeeded. But now, he hadn't done anything yet, and Wang Kai wanted to know if stopping such a disaster in advance would yield extra sign-in points. Extra rewards are impossible. Please do not daydream. Host. The system's plain voice echoed in his mind, and Wang Kai's eyelids twitched, unable to say anything further. He swiftly killed Professor Stern, who was trying to escape to execute his evil plan, thus ending the future ruler of the Gamma world, Leader, right where the dream began. After waiting another 2 minutes to complete the sign-in and receiving 700 sign-in points, he then moved on to the next sign-in location. On the street, the hideous Abomination was rampaging and slaughtering the Hulk pursuit team, showing no regard for what were once his comrades. The soldiers' rifle bullets had no effect on him. All the projectiles were easily deflected, so they immediately switched to anti-tank missiles. Aiming at the target and pulling the trigger, a blinding flame shot out from the launch tube, flying towards Abomination with the soldiers' intense hatred, only to be caught in his hand just before impact, which he then ferociously slammed against his own forehead. Boom! The flames instantly engulfed half of Abomination's body, yet it caused him no harm. His ugly face revealed a fierce grin, filling the soldiers with despair. Let me have some fun. He casually picked up a car and threw it like a toy, crushing the soldier who had just fired the anti-tank missile at him. Abomination roared to the sky, continuing to ravage the street. All of this was witnessed by Wang Kai, Nick Fury, and General Ross. Where's Tony? Isn't he the one who loves to show off the most? Nick Fury asked Coulson. He's still on the other side of the Earth fighting terrorists. He can't come back. What the hell? And where's Kate? Can't get through. Nick Fury was infuriated. How come everyone falls apart at critical moments? Just then, a figure rapidly descended from the sky, crashing into the ground and creating a deep pit. A massive green hand reached out from within, letting out a thunderous roar. Hulk! Doctor! Banner's beautiful dream ended in less than an hour. Hulk reappeared, and Abomination was incredibly excited. The two charged at each other with no words needed. Their fists collided with a tremendous force. Bang! Bones shattered and flesh tore. The immense power collided. Even the air seemed unable to escape in time, instantly exploding and shattering countless windows on the street. The shockwaves of their punches howled for over 100 meters, slapping every spectator in the face and even causing them to feel a sting. With winds strong enough to injure, these were truly two complete monsters. Countless excited onlookers raised their phones to record the fierce battle between the two, disregarding the danger. Chapter 25, The Descending Blade Technique, finally appears. Wang Kai stood invisibly on the rooftop, watching the two green-skinned monsters engage in a brutal fight with a cold expression. He could end this battle with just one strike. Ding! The system detected that the host had reached the sign-in location of the battle between Hulk and Abomination. The sign-in time is 5 minutes. If the stay time is less than 5 minutes, it will be considered a sign-in failure. Sign-in countdown, 4 minutes and 59 seconds. The system's prompt sounded as usual, while Wang Kai continued to wait. The battle had just begun. Hulk, due to being injected with a suppressive antidote, couldn't unleash his full power, but even so, he was able to exchange blows with Abomination, trading punches and kicks, blood splattering everywhere. You don't deserve to wield such power. Abomination sneered and threw an uppercut, causing Hulk to become dizzy and take off into the air. Then, with a kick that shattered the concrete ground like a cannonball, he slammed into Hulk, who flew away with a loud bang, crashing into several cars before finally stopping. At this moment, the countdown showed 3 minutes. Hulk stood up, glaring at the ugly Abomination, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. He smashed his fist into a nearby police car. The terrifying force tore the police car in half, and Hulk picked up the wreckage as if it were a steel claw, charging at Abomination and leaping forward with a vicious strike. With a loud crash, Abomination was embedded into the concrete ground, and Hulk mounted him, raining down blows on Abomination's bald head. Bang! 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 Hulk's ferocious punches could deform even solid iron. Yet despite the destruction of the police car wreckage, Abomination remained hideously ugly. Is that all you've got? Abomination spat out his teeth, grinning wickedly. and unleashed a kick aimed at Hulk's face, executing a move like a rabbit kicking an eagle. Bang! Hulk flew out like a cannonball, bouncing along the concrete street, rolling countless times and crashing through several walls before finally stopping in front of a six-story apartment building. The distance between the two exceeded 200 meters. This demonstrated the immense power of that kick. At this moment, the countdown showed 1 minute. Abomination, grinning maliciously, ran towards Hulk. Wang Kai also took out his phone and turned off airplane mode. Within 10 seconds, Coulson's call came in. "Kai, there's a major incident." Coulson's anxious voice came through, while Wang Kai remained calm. "I've already seen it, just some lowly creatures." Coulson was instantly speechless. "At least look at who it is. That's the Hulk. The invulnerable green giant. General Ross has been trying to catch him with advanced Stark weapons for 5 years and hasn't succeeded. An Abomination looks like a real tough guy. He definitely won't be much weaker than Hulk." "Kai, don't be careless." Wang Kai only smiled coldly. "Have you heard of the descending blade technique?" Hanging up the phone, Wang Kai switched to Metal Storm, blue particle beams shooting from under his feet as he soared into the sky. Boom! Metal Storm broke the sound barrier. A thunderous roar echoed through the sky, instantly attracting countless gazes, including Hulk and Abomination, who both looked up in awe. In the deep night sky, a blue meteor seemed to accelerate directly towards them. It was Wang Kai, piloting the Metal Storm mech. He ascended 400 to 500 meters into the air, then aimed at Abomination and dove straight down. Switching to the hero template, the immortal demon body activated instantly. The Berserk mode initiated. A massive blue magic blade appeared in his hand, the blade slicing through the air with a chilling sound, as if even the air was being cut apart. Wang Kai gripped the magic blade tightly, closing the distance to Abomination rapidly. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. The shocked expression on Abomination's face reflected in Wang Kai's eyes, time seeming to slow down. Wang Kai unleashed all his strength, swinging the blade down at the ugly Abomination. A gigantic light blue blade aura appeared, descending like a mountain pressing down, encountering some resistance in Abomination's body, but it still couldn't be stopped and penetrated through. Boom! The blade aura struck the ground, causing an earth-shattering explosion. It carved a massive triangular trench into the earth. Abomination's eyes became dazed. The crazed look on his face vanished, revealing a hint of clarity, and with a soft sound, his body split apart, consciousness gradually sinking into the abyss. The six-story apartment building behind him, seemingly massive, turned out to be no different from a hollow cake, splitting from the rooftop to the basement. A gap wide enough for a person appeared in the middle. It was utterly reduced to a ruin. The scene fell into an eerie silence. Onlookers had their jaws dropped in shock, Coulson nearly tearing out his precious hair, while Nick Fury almost popped his only good eye out. Shocked, powerful, terrifying. This was the feeling in everyone's heart at that moment. Not letting him test this move at headquarters was indeed the right call, Coulson murmured to himself. Speed is power, and Wang Kai's strike was undeniably fierce. With his strength and such speed, even a brick could knock Abomination out, let alone a move that could chop down a mountain. Bang! Before the severed body of Abomination, Wang Kai emerged from the deep pit he had created. The force of this strike was too strong. Even he couldn't buffer it, being forcibly dragged underground by inertia. Protected by the immortal demon body, he wasn't injured, but looked at the six-story apartment he had just split open and frowned. TSK, 6 stories are too low. If only we're a bit taller. Unfortunately, there were no taller buildings for him to experiment on. Otherwise, he could find out how many floors he could slice through with one strike. In ancient times, there was a tradition of testing the sharpness of swords by cutting through armor, bamboo tubes, and bamboo slips, but for Wang Kai, it had transformed into cutting down buildings. The sign-in task was completed, and the villain had been slain. Just as Wang Kai was about to leave, he suddenly felt a gust of wind rushing from behind, and with lightning reflexes, he dodged. He then discovered the green giant had turned around, glaring at him with clenched teeth, looking furious. It turned out that Hulk, who had just been dazed by Abomination, had just regained consciousness when he saw Abomination split in half. With no opponent to vent his rage on, The green giant became even angrier. So, upon seeing Wang Kai in his strange armor, he launched an attack. "You really don't know what fear is," Wang Kai said coldly. Berserk, Sprint, and Wind Spirit emblem activated simultaneously. The enormous magic blade was tightly gripped in his hand, moving as fast as lightning. Hulk had no time to react. A chilling blue light sliced across Hulk's shoulder. PSSHH. It was like a sharp blade piercing through flesh, followed by a tearing sound as the magic blade instantly drew out a large amount of green blood. Hulk froze for a moment before his expression changed drastically. Lying on the ground in immense pain, clutching his right arm and letting out a mournful scream. "This is a lesson. I initially wanted to slice off your arm, but your bones are really tough." Chapter 26. Shocking the world. A dilemma. Wang Kai sliced off half of Hulk's shoulder with one blow, taking at least 5 or 6 pounds of green skin with it. The pain made Hulk roll on the ground, but after all, the Green Giant was Marvel's #1 tank, possessing incredibly powerful self-healing and regeneration abilities. Even though he had been hit hard, it was not enough to take him down in one hit. Sure enough, in just 3 or 4 seconds, Hulk's severed shoulder began to grow back at a visible speed. However, the look in Hulk's eyes as he gazed at Wang Kai was filled not only with anger, but also with fear. No one had ever been able to hurt him like this. Even when struck by an armor-piercing round from a main battle tank, he would only suffer a scratch. But Wang Kai had nearly taken his arm off. Despite his low intelligence in this transformed state, Hulk's strong biological instincts made him quickly retreat, running away without a backward glance. He jumped onto a rooftop with a powerful push and rapidly bounced away. "Make way. Clear the area." A booming voice approached from the distance. It was General Ross, accompanied by the remaining soldiers. Upon seeing the dismembered body of Abomination and the massive trench stretching 40 meters, as well as the buildings that looked like they might collapse at any moment, General Thunderbolt couldn't help but swallow hard. He never expected that the super soldier he had long pursued would be so vulnerable. If that blade had struck Hulk, it would have been a tough fight for him too. "This hero, you just saved this city. Could you tell us your identity?" General Ross asked eagerly. Wang Kai cast a deep glance at the instigator of all this, but completely ignored him, activating his secret skill, stealth, and vanished from sight. Seeing Wang Kai suddenly disappear, General Ross felt a surge of anger. No one had dared to ignore him like that. After cursing a few times, he ordered the soldiers to recover the body of Abomination and Hulk's remains, as they were extremely important experimental materials. But before they could act, Nick Fury arrived with Coulson and a large team of agents surrounding General Ross. Without wasting time, the ball director's words made General Ross extremely furious. "General, we are the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics, and we are taking over here. Please leave." Do you think you're the president?" General Ross laughed in anger, having never seen such a brazen person come to claim ownership. He pointed at Nick Fury's face and laughed angrily. "Not only are you ugly, but you also think highly of yourself. This belongs to the military. Load up." General Ross showed no respect for a department he had never heard of, but his mockery did not anger the one-eyed director. Instead, Fury calmly replied, "Abomination was killed by our people, so what right do you have to take it away? Is that so? I could say that person is my son-in-law. Bring him out." General Ross retorted sarcastically. Neither side was willing to back down, and they resorted to the most primitive method: fight. After all, it was exactly half for each of them. As for Hulk's remains, it became the focal point of contention. The result was that this entire scene was recorded by onlookers and spread online, with the American public referring to it as dogs biting dogs. They believed that the group of black-clad individuals and soldiers showed no concern for their lives, instead fighting over the dead bodies, behaving no differently than wild dogs. Before dawn, news about the Blue Man who suddenly appeared, slicing Abomination in half and causing numerous casualties while damaging many buildings, as well as the blow that knocked down the towering Hulk, had spread throughout the world. Tony's position as the topic of the day hadn't even stabilized before it was pushed down again. People were shocked by Wang Kai's terrifying strength, frantically posting quotes about how times had changed online, discussing just how powerful Wang Kai's strike was and whether it could kill Iron Man or Metal Storm. This left Tony inexplicably caught in the crossfire. making him grimace as he ordered Jarvis to delete all related posts. The online debate raged on. While the main character of the incident, Wang Kai, was at home doing his daily lottery, completing the sign-in task by defeating Abomination and earning 600 sign-in points. Adding the previous 700 points, he had a total of 1,300 sign-in points. System, I want to draw lots, 3 consecutive draws. Ding, consuming 300 sign-in points, drawing lots. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining consumables, small potion 3. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining special items, romantic roses 10. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining special items, skill enhancement points 1. Seeing the long-awaited skill enhancement points, Wang Kai let out a sigh of relief and directly applied them to his undying demon body, raising it to level 8. Ding, congratulations to the host for upgrading the skill Undying Demon Body, increasing the original attributes by 160. Current level is 8, with no duration limit upon activation. Current skill Fusion, 1 man against 1,000. System, fuse with Overlord / Ding, skill fusion completed. Congratulations to the host for merging the skill Overlord / into Undying Demon Body, with a horizontal and vertical / Dad Kai's cross /. Wang Kai smiled with satisfaction. This could be considered a self-created skill, as a blue halo enveloped his body, and he immediately teleported to the Grand Canyon to test the power of the skill fusion. At that moment, at SHILD headquarters, Coulson was anxiously running towards Nick Fury's office. He had finally found a lead on Wang Kai's sister, Luna, but the number of people involved and the identity of each powerful figure left him feeling somewhat at a loss. Director, you better take a look at this. Coulson rushed in without even knocking, and the worried expression on Nick Fury's face immediately indicated that something serious had happened. After reading all the information with a serious expression, Nick Fury revealed rare anger and threw the documents he held onto the floor. The 3 major families that controlled Wall Street all had important personnel listed, along with several high-ranking officials and 1 person with the highest apparent identity in the U.S. Did he not know about the Zippergate incident? Nick Fury was nearly driven to madness, as the situation had indeed developed in the worst way he had imagined. Once Wang Kai learned of all the names on the list, no one would escape. The U.S. would experience a massive upheaval, and SHIELD would inevitably have to confront him. Regardless of the outcome, this was something Nick Fury could not accept. Director, what do you think we should do? Coulson asked with a bitter smile. If he had to choose sides, he would definitely stand with SHIELD. But once a fight broke out, given Wang Kai's elusive stealth ability, both SHIELD headquarters and even he himself, who had been blown sky-high that day, could be in danger. Nick Fury's face was stern. He wanted to say he didn't know either, but after thinking it over, it seemed there really was no perfect solution. The best course of action currently seemed to be to take the initiative and eliminate Wang Kai. Only then could the impact be minimized. Chapter 27, The Luna Kidnapping Incident, to kill someone who might save the world in the future? And can he actually kill the other person? Nick Fury was completely unsure. And once he took action, the reputation of SHIELD would be utterly ruined. No one would trust SHIELD anymore, and no one would join the Avengers. This was almost an unsolvable problem. For now, he decided not to tell Kay and to keep it under wraps for as long as possible. Nick Fury said in a deep voice, "Go dig up the girl's body. Perhaps SHIELD can give Kay an explanation." Coulson was momentarily stunned. Was this about destroying the evidence? But then he thought of another possibility. You want to clone a replacement? Exactly. Clone and implant memories. If we're lucky, it could be indistinguishable from the real thing. Nick Fury sighed inwardly. Since the problem was unsolvable, he would have to create a solution that could be solved. But unfortunately, sometimes no matter how well a plan is made, once you're caught in a trap, there's no way out. Before Coulson could act, Wang Kai suddenly received a secret document, which was identical to the one in Coulson's hands, both deliberately leaked by Hydra. Rothschild, Morgan, Rockefeller. Wang Kai looked at the names on the list, and quickly searched on his computer, realizing the immense power represented by these surnames. The forces behind these individuals combined could control a large part of the United States, and their wealth was comparable to that of a second-tier country. But unfortunately, no amount of money could buy one's life. Teleport. Wang Kai's face was as cold as ice. Though he felt endless rage at this moment, he buried all the flames beneath the ice, concealed and restrained, just waiting for the moment of explosion, which would turn the world upside down. In Tony's coastal villa, he also looked grimly at the information Wang Kai provided. It clearly outlined the motive, the process of the crime, and the final disposal of the body, almost like a confession. The entire incident was not complicated. The powerful elite had a preference for underage, beautiful girls, so where there was demand above, there were people below to fulfill it. Jean Bing was the intermediary between the two, while the New York mob was the executor. This time, 13 young girls were kidnapped, one of whom was Wang Kai's sister, Luna. What followed was torture to death. The bodies would be buried in the woods outside the family castle, with no one able to trace a single clue, because those who dared to investigate would only bring disaster upon themselves. Can we confirm the authenticity of this information? Wang Kai asked coldly. He was not yet at the point of going on a killing spree. The origins of this information were strange, and he knew that not many were aware of his search. Only Osborne, Stark, and S.H.I.E.L.D. could obtain such detailed information. Using the process of elimination, it was easy to deduce that Hydra was behind it. These guys had no good intentions. Wang Kai didn't want to work for them. G-A-R-V-I-S is checking. We will confirm its authenticity in half an hour. Tony set the document aside and looked at Wang Kai, feeling that he resembled a volcano under an iceberg, ready to erupt at any moment. If this is true, will you kill them all? You know, there are even presidents among them. That would ruin your life. Wang Kai turned back coldly, glanced at Tony, and then revealed a chilling smile. Ruin my life? Hasn't it already been destroyed? Ever since I died and stood up again, there is nothing in this world that can stop me. Tony was momentarily speechless. Without experiencing another's suffering, how could he advise them to do good? Without empathy, what qualification did he have to persuade others? Don't you fear death? Even if you're powerful, you can't withstand various missiles, Tony said softly. People always live toward death. After the cold response, the two fell silent. Time passed quickly, and half an hour soon went by. Sir, after repeated systematic comparisons and verifications, the accuracy of the scanned information is as high as 99. J-A-R-V-I-S-S electronic voice sounded. Wang Kai picked up the information and turned to leave without saying another word. Tony remained silent for a moment before informing Coulson of the situation. What the hell? Coulson was stunned. Before he could take action, was he already going to clean up after the powerful? Do you have any good ideas? Coulson asked. Very simple. Take down the high-ranking officials on the list, and the impact won't be as great, Tony suggested, which made Coulson's eyes light up. If we arrange for them to have an accident, it won't cause any ripples in society. Good idea. I'll go discuss it with Director Fury right away. In Nick Fury's office, listening to Coulson's account, the bald, egg-headed hero truly wanted to curse. What kind of plan is this? Do they think the World Security Council is just for show? Do they really think they can turn a blind eye to such obvious attempts to bring people down? Tony's plan indeed had his style, completely disregarding that S.H.I.L.D. was also under surveillance. If they did it this way, they would all be implicated. Moreover, it wasn't easy to take those high-ranking officials down. The Watergate scandal took a full 2 years and 2 months. But Kai could wipe out these scum in just 2 days. Coulson was well aware of this, but he thought that doing something was better than doing nothing. Thus, reluctantly, S.H.I.L.D. joined forces with Tony to expose the scandals of the high-ranking officials on the list in the shortest time possible. In a moment, people from countries around the world gathered to watch the show. The American people had long since gotten used to it. What was this? Their president had died in pairs, and scandals were commonplace. Their attention on these matters was even less than that on the NBA. Child Castle was a luxurious castle located on the peak of Lucia Mountain in Central California, known for its beautiful scenery and extreme luxury. The furniture, tapestries, paintings, sculptures, fireplaces, Ceilings, stairs, and even the entire rooms inside were all artistic treasures. It was thus a great place for social elites and powerful figures to gather and enjoy themselves. Wang Kai's first stop for revenge began here. Teleporting directly, it was still noon. Wang Kai concealed his presence and entered without anyone noticing. The person he was looking for was a perverted old man named Guy, over 60 years old, the first person on the list. Fortunately, the guy Wang Kai was looking for had not gone out. In just over 10 minutes, he found the old man in bed, learning English with a maid. Seeing this, Wang Kai stepped forward, knocked the woman unconscious with a chop, then grabbed the old man's neck and dragged him off the bed, throwing him directly onto the floor. Do you know this girl? He held out a photo of Luna in front of the old man, who immediately turned extremely terrified and nodded repeatedly. This girl was the only regret that day. Before we could act, she jumped down from upstairs and fell to her death, leaving a deep impression on everyone. Chapter 28, This is My Revenge. Tell me her whereabouts. You have no choice. Wang Kai spoke coldly, and the strength in his hand gradually increased. The old man began to experience a sense of suffocation, feeling as if his neck was about to snap. She not here Guy struggled to spit out a few words from his throat, his voice hoarse like a broken bellows. We didn't touch her, nor did we kill her. She committed suicide. Wang Kai raised his eyebrows and released his grip. This was the only good news amidst the bad. The old man fell to the carpet with a thud, coughing violently. Seeing this, Wang Kai immediately conjured a magic blade and pointed it at his chest. If you want to send a guard to their deaths, I don't care who I kill. The coughing stopped abruptly, and the old man looked at the blue magic blade in terror, recalling the videos that had been circulating these days. He stammered, I really didn't touch the girl in the photo. We have no grievances against each other. If you want money, I can compensate you 50 million. 100 million. Just don't kill me. Wang Kai was silent for a moment before suddenly retracting the magic blade and coldly saying, All right, tell me where her body is buried. The old man finally breathed a sigh of relief, but didn't speak directly. Instead, he changed the topic. How can I ensure my safety after I reveal the location? Wang Kai snorted coldly, his eyes fixed on Guy. Because I want to go against $100 million. Is that guarantee enough? The old man hesitated for a moment, struggling internally, but chose to believe that no one would give up $100 million for a corpse. In the woods on the west side of the castle, there's a place marked by white marble. Wang Kai nodded, his feet moving like lightning. Suddenly, he kicked the old man in the groin. With a crack, the bone shattered instantly, and the old man's eyes nearly bulged out with blood. His pitiful scream hadn't even escaped his throat before it was cut off by the magic blade. Dark red blood splattered out, soaking the luxurious carpet. Wang Kai looked at the old man, whose eyes were wide open in death, his face cold as ice. You said we had no grievances? Well, now we do. He turned elegantly and walked out of the bedroom, concealing his figure as he headed towards the woods on the west side. The west side of the castle was a neatly arranged artificial forest, all planted with maple trees, just a 5-minute walk from the castle. Marble, white marble. Wang Kai lowered his head and searched carefully, and after a moment he indeed found 2 pieces of white marble at diagonal corners, looking quite worn. The marks of time very prominent on them. This is it. He tried the ground, which was quite hard, but without better digging tools at hand. He had to take out the inspiring shield from his space backpack, which had never been used before. Its diamond-like shape made it surprisingly easy to dig with. So Wang Kai silently began to excavate. However, a minute later, instead of finding a decayed corpse, he discovered a pile of white bones. Even though he knew nothing about identification, he could tell these had been dead for a very long time to have turned into bones. Damn! In this situation, even a fool would know what this meant. The child castle was built in the 1920s, and over nearly 90 years of history, countless people had been buried here. The bones had become calcified over time, layered upon one another. Though it was only in this small area, it was enough to witness a history of evil. Do you want revenge too? Wang Kai asked in a low voice, and a gust of cool breeze suddenly swept through the maple forest, causing many tree trunks to sway back and forth, seemingly nodding in agreement. Is this a coincidence? Or is it fate? It doesn't matter anymore. The history of Child Castle ends here. With a rush of wind at his feet, he returned to the castle gate in a few breaths. Inside, chaos erupted upon discovering the old man's death. Wang Kai activated the immortal demon body, wielding the huge magic blade across his chest, twisting his body to the left, his eyes blazing with anger. Then, all his strength erupted like a volcanic explosion, causing a deafening roar. Boom! An astonishing blue blade of energy, nearly 100 meters wide, was instantly released from the blade, shooting towards the castle at the speed of light. Upon impact, it showed no sign of stopping. With a flash of blue light, Child Castle was sliced in two. The massive kinetic energy sent the upper half soaring into the air, while the blue crescent penetrated through, flying over 100 meters to crash into a small hill beyond. The sound was earth-shattering. The hill exploded violently, sending countless dirt and debris flying into the air, creating a scene akin to a real volcanic eruption. Bang, bang, bang! Fragments of rock and dirt rained down from the sky, and the split castle was no exception, flying backward several dozen meters and crashing to the ground, shattering into thousands of pieces like a Lego toy. Gray smoke billowed into the sky, and everyone above the third floor of the castle was buried under the rubble, leaving only a half-destroyed ruin of the castle behind. It was incredibly smooth, as if only a divine weapon could cause such damage, making it hard to believe this was the work of an 18-year-old boy. Taking out the cat bomb, Wang Kai listened to the cries of despair from within the ruins, sounding as if the end of the world had come. After 2 seconds of thought, he decided not to blow up the remaining part, not for those lucky ones on the first floor, but to show this to the snake shield. My power far exceeds your imagination. Do not come to obstruct me. Turning away from the castle ruins, no one noticed the invisible Wang Kai. As if everything was the will of heaven, retribution had come. Back in the maple forest, he continued to dig for Luna's body. A gentle breeze brushed against him, surprisingly bringing a warm feeling. Wang Kai reached out to grab it, but only felt it slip away like quicksand, elusive in his grasp. After a moment of silence, he continued digging and soon found a shirt buried in the soil. Wang Kai recognized it at a glance as Luna's clothing, but he didn't see any body that resembled Luna's size. Less than a month had passed. There was no way it would turn into bones. Could that old man have deceived me? Impossible. He had no reason to seek death at that moment. Wang Kai frowned, deciding to keep digging, but after a while, he still found nothing. Just then his phone rang. Opening it, he saw it was a call from Coulson. He pressed the answer button directly, curious to hear what S.H.I.E.L.D. had to say. Kai, we want to stop you from dealing with your sister's matter, but could you slow down on the killings? Give us some time to get the president and the powerful down to minimize the social impact. Wang Kai was silent for a moment before coldly saying, It's too late. This is my revenge. He snapped a photo of the castle's current state and sent it to Coulson, who could only smile bitterly upon seeing it. Your sword is so fast. Chapter 29, S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Coulson had just reached an agreement with Director Fury when Wang Kai's knife struck down, killing a familiar face. You can't kill familiar faces. Those culprits deserve their fate, but who knew if there were any innocents in the castle? A strike like this would have consequences far beyond just the death of a financial tycoon, right? Then you better take another look at these. Wang Kai coldly sent another image, showing the stark white bones in the maple forest. When an avalanche occurs, no snowflake is innocent. He hung up the phone directly. He had nothing to say to S.H.I.E.L.D., and his role as an advisor ended here. However, after searching the mass grave without finding Luna's body, Wang Kai thought for a moment, pulled out a list, and turned to leave for the next powerful person's castle. The local police would naturally come to deal with these remains, and of course, this matter would be exposed. The media's speed was always unbelievable. Less than an hour after a significant portion of the Rothschild castle was destroyed, reporters gathered like sharks smelling blood. Despite the Rothschild family's immense power, they couldn't cover up such a huge incident. News of the bone pit outside the estate and their inexplicable divine punishment spread across the entire internet in no time. With no witnesses and no terrorist organization claiming responsibility, people easily connected the remains to the family. Various theories flooded online, with almost everyone believing this was the Rothschild family's doing, and now retribution had come. At S.H.I.E.L.D., Headquarters. Nick Fury looked at the various reports in the news with a serious expression. Although about 60% of the reports were wild guesses, they were frighteningly close to the truth. As a prominent family that rose to power in the early 19th century, their nearly 200 years at the top of the world had made them arrogant. The bodies buried near the castle showed either a lack of fear or an overconfidence. Previously, there were no leads, and no one dared to investigate. Now, a fearless individual had emerged, ripping away the veil and revealing the filthy, stinking muck beneath, exposing a corner of corruption and decay. Director, Minister Pierce from the World Security Council wants to talk to you. Agent Hill entered the office. Nick Fury sighed inwardly. It had finally come. Half an hour later, Nick Fury left the top floor of the World Security Council and issued an order to apprehend Wang Kai, dispatching a special task force to capture him, allowing the use of any weapons, including S.H.I.E.L.D.S. superpowered agents. Goliath, Bill Foster, appeared in Ant-Man 2, formerly Dr. Pym's assistant, who had the ability to change his size due to exposure to Pym particles with a maximum height of 21 feet or 4 meters. Ghost, Ava Starr, Bill's adopted daughter, also appeared in Ant-Man 2, mutated due to an explosion in a quantum realm experiment existing between touchable and untouchable states. Essentially Marvel's version of Obito. Hawkeye, Clint Barton, a Marvel lucky guy whose family was said to be immune to him. A master archer who grew up in a circus before joining S.H.I.L.D. as a top agent. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, a master of psychology, a former member of the Soviet spy organization Red Room, later joined S.H.I.L.D. at Hawkeye's recruitment. On the Quinjet, led by Coulson to the Morgan estate, everyone had their doubts about this operation. What was Nick Fury thinking? Is he sending us to our deaths? Goliath was furious as he looked at Wang Kai's profile. Once he transformed, he would be like a living target, and he feared he wouldn't survive a single strike. There was no choice. He had his difficulties, so our task wasn't to fight, but to put on the appearance of fighting to give the director an explanation. Coulson wore a bitter expression, feeling quite helpless. All he could do was drag this out and see if they could find a turning point. Maybe I can kill him. Ghost, fully clad in white armor, waved her right hand, and a residual image appeared in her palm, which then became translucent. All she had to do was insert her hand into his brain and squeeze. At this, everyone exchanged glances, and a chill ran through them. Was it really that simple? Could it be? But it could also put you in an extremely dangerous position. Goliath said seriously. He regarded Ghost as his daughter. What father would want his daughter to take such risks? Ghost fell silent for a moment, and Natasha said, I could also try to persuade him. That way, we wouldn't have to resort to violence. He killed over 1,000 gangsters for his sister. Hawkeye advised against it, believing it was too difficult. Do you really want to try? Do you lack confidence in my charm? Natasha smiled seductively, her stunning beauty making the men in the Quinjet feel quite awkward. Director, we've arrived. The pilot's voice came through. They had reached the Morgan family estate. Coulson looked down at the intact castle and breathed a sigh of relief. It hadn't been split in half. It seemed they had arrived ahead of him. Just as he finished speaking, a blue crescent suddenly appeared in front of the castle, slicing through it like tofu, instantly splitting the castle in two. Then the blue light flashed and shot off into the distance, making a sharp whistling sound. The upper half of the castle predictably shattered into pieces, creating a thunderous roar. Instantly, everyone in the Quinjet turned their eyes to Coulson, who felt extremely embarrassed and could only order everyone to immediately search for Wang Kai. Moments later, they found a young man who had split the castle in two in the garden on the east side of the castle. Wang Kai's expression was calm, neither happy nor sad, as he pulled out blooming flowers. Kai, what are you doing? Coulson whispered. Looking for my sister's body, Wang Kai replied coldly. Compared to the Rothschild castle, which buried people in the maple forest, this Morgan castle dealt with the bodies underneath the flower bed in the estate. And every blooming red petal looked so evil and glaring. The group dared not act rashly, allowing Wang Kai to dig. Sure enough, within less than a minute, white bones began to surface from the soil, and, as the digging area expanded, they also found several slightly decayed bodies. But none were related to Luna. Strange. Could it be that I'm misjudged, as Morgan said? Wang Kai wondered. The second person on the list, John Morgan, claimed that the revelry took place at the Rothschild castle that day, and the bodies must be there. But why hadn't he found them? Although he'd seen clothes, he hadn't seen the person. Was it some even more disgusting obsession? A chill ran through Wang Kai's heart. Chapter 30 Talk? What the hell? Just as Wang Kai was lost in thought, the ghost woman felt she had found a flaw in her opponent's defense. She stepped forward, her entire body creating an afterimage before becoming translucent, eventually turning into nothingness. But the next second, she reappeared beside Wang Kai, her arm already thrust into his neck. Surrender now. I have a grip on your cervical spine. In response, a fist enlarged in Wang Kai's eyes, and the ghost woman had no choice but to vanish once more, returning to nothingness. Do you want to die? Wang Kai's cold words rang out, causing everyone else to tense up and step back. At that moment, cold laughter from the ghost woman echoed from all directions. Ha! If you really can kill me, I would truly thank you. Ever since the ghost woman experienced that quantum field experiment explosion, she had been switching between reality and nothingness, like S.C. Dinger's cat that is both dead and alive. Each switch from reality to nothingness or vice versa brought with it the pain of every cell being torn apart, akin to being sliced 1,000 times. This was driving her to the brink of collapse. In the face of such pain, like Dr. Banner, the ghost woman had contemplated suicide several times, but unfortunately, her situation was similar to Dr. Banner's. Her body would automatically shift into a virtual state to protect her before she sustained fatal injuries, meaning she was nearly impossible to kill. Ava, don't attack him, Goliath shouted anxiously, not wanting his daughter to die in front of him. Coulson quickly said to Wang Kai, we're not here to fight. Let us find a place to talk like last time. Just as he finished speaking, the ghost woman struck again, floating ghost-like behind Wang Kai, elbow forward to smash into the back of his head. But at the moment of contact, she turned into nothingness once more. It was at this moment that a blue energy blade sliced through, nearly cutting the ghost woman in half. Wang Kai turned and swung but missed, and the ghost woman seized the opportunity to rise again, this time inserting her hand directly into Wang Kai's head. It seemed that with a fierce squeeze, she could indeed kill Wang Kai as she claimed. But would the situation really be that simple? The ghost woman's strength was too weak, merely that of an ordinary woman. Not enough to kill someone in an instant. Wang Kai reacted quickly, turning and swinging again, and the now tangible ghost woman turned back into nothingness. What are you waiting for? Attack immediately while I have him distracted. Seeing Wang Kai react so quickly, the ghost woman had to call for her teammates. Right now, neither side could do anything to the other. Goliath, anxious to protect his daughter, shed his shirt and began to grow, reaching a height of 6 meters in the blink of an eye, and his clothes did not tear like Hulk's but grew bigger with him. He picked up a massive rock from the garden, weighing several hundred kilograms at least, and hurled it at Wang Kai. The rock flew with incredible speed, whistling through the air, about to smash down on Wang Kai, while the ghost woman floated behind him to attack again. But Wang Kai had lost all patience and activated his indestructible body. Bang! The rock was suddenly repelled by a shock wave, returning faster than it had come, nearly smashing into Goliath and kicking up a cloud of dust several meters high upon landing. The ghost woman quickly withdrew her hand. Even in her incorporeal state, touching the magical armor felt like being scalded by boiling water. Why is this happening? The ghost woman was shocked. In 20 years, she had never encountered such a thing. But then, glancing at her burnt hand, she was filled with surprise. Maybe you really can do it. Come on, kill me. The ghost woman removed her mask, her gaze fervent, arms outstretched as if welcoming freedom. The release she had desperately sought. No, no. Goliath rushed forward to stop her, grabbing a piece of granite to use as a makeshift brick against Wang Kai. Natasha looked at the scene speechless. What happened to talking? She immediately signaled Hawkeye, and her battle-hardened teammate understood instantly, pulling out 2 stun arrows and shooting them at Goliath and the ghost woman. The arrows struck with a zap, causing Goliath's body to jerk as the granite slab hit his own foot, making him grimace in pain. The ghost woman, upon being hit by the arrow, automatically turned into nothingness, allowing the stun arrow to pass through and fall to the ground. Although it didn't harm her, the pain from the transformation was far more intense than the electric shock. The ghost woman let out a wailing cry and collapsed to the ground. The pain this time more severe than ever. Her body trembled and convulsed as if having a seizure. Goliath quickly shrank down and ran to check on his daughter's condition, leaving Wang Kai utterly speechless. However, seeing Goliath so concerned for the ghost woman softened Wang Kai's heart, and he took out a small green vial and tossed it to him. "Give this to her. It can heal any injury." Goliath, in a panic, glanced at the vial and immediately poured it down the ghost woman's throat. Once ingested, the effects of the potion were remarkable. Instantly, the ghost woman stopped trembling. Her heart calmed, feeling more comfortable than ever. What is happening? The ghost woman stared in surprise at her hands, even when she tried to turn them into nothingness. She couldn't. The potion seemed to have cured her in an instant, a warm current flowing through her body, not only repairing her damaged cells, but also stabilizing her condition temporarily. "Okay, isn't this great?" Everyone calmed down. Natasha hurriedly stepped forward to stabilize everyone's emotions, and Coulson approached Wang Kai, saying, "S-H-I-E-L-D. Doesn't want to be your enemy. It's just that your blade is too fast. And we didn't have time to react before being sent here. That's right, and the media will be here soon. So it's best to find a place to talk first." Hawkeye looked around and said, as everyone urged Wang Kai, who smiled coldly, "Talk? Do you expect me to compromise?" Without any intention of talking, Wang Kai simply turned invisible and left. This unexpected situation caught Coulson and the others off guard. Natasha immediately pulled out a monocular-like device to scan the area, while the ghost woman anxiously looked around. She had just found hope for her healing. But Wang Kai left swiftly, not giving her a chance to say a word. The infrared imager couldn't locate him either. It seemed not just a simple optical invisibility. Natasha put down the binoculars with some regret, and Coulson felt utterly defeated. What exactly had they come here for? Chapter 31, The Arrival of Angels. Slaying evil and purging wickedness. What should we do now, Director? Everyone's gaze was focused on Coulson, waiting for his command. Coulson sighed inwardly, thinking to himself that he was also asking this question, but directed it towards Director Fury. With a bit of sarcasm, Coulson led all the agents back to the Quinjet, which took no more than 10 minutes. Half an hour later, police and media personnel arrived one after another. Seeing the half-destroyed castle and the white bones on the ground repeatedly broadcasted on the news, those who understood knew that this was yet another instance of divine retribution. Under the media's frenzied embellishment, the two prominent families not only lost important elders in their family castle, but even the stocks of their companies plummeted significantly. As the saying goes, severing someone's financial path is akin to killing their parents, which made both century-old families harbor immense hatred for the unknown enemy. Hatred breeds fury, and fury breeds madness. Rockefeller Manor became the final battleground for this madness. There were so many people here. Wang Kai looked at the magnificent 6-story Rockefeller Castle, surrounded by heavily armed soldiers, with armored vehicles present as well. 100 meters away, numerous media personnel were set up, filming and broadcasting live, seemingly knowing Wang Kai would come here. Several armed helicopters hovered in the sky, all loaded with missiles, as if preparing for a decisive battle. Faced with such a grand spectacle, Wang Kai thought for a moment and decided to use the 10 consecutive draws, piling up his immortal body to ensure safety. It would be even better if he could draw more powerful skills. System, I want to draw 10 consecutive draws. Ding, consuming 1,000 sign-in points, drawing in progress. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Skin Guardian of Dawn. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Summoner Skill Flash. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Skill Time Travel. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Skill Suite Love Wind. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining consumables. Small Potion 3. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining consumables. Small Loudspeaker 1. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining special items. Roses 10. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining special items. Skill Enhancement Points 3. Wow. Wang Kai looked at all the rewards, so excited that he didn't know what to say. He could only express his feelings with the two words that best conveyed his emotions. Guardian of Dawn, an energy armor and body beyond human understanding, resembling angel feathers and energy crystals, with a white cross robe and a weapon to summon angels to guard peace. It sounded incredibly awesome. However, this is just a skin, not a hero template, so there's no need to think about the enhancement of the energy body. Flash, blink a certain distance in a specified direction. Cooldown time, 120 seconds. Time travel. Quickly blink a certain distance in a specified direction. Can prepare one-time travel every 10 seconds, with a maximum of 3 stored time travels. Comparing the two, time travel is definitely more appealing. Sweet Love Wind summons a pink petal whirlwind to attack in a specified area and knocks objects within the area away. Cooldown time, 10 seconds. As for this skill, Wang Kai thought of a very flashy usage. Small loudspeaker amplifies your voice within a radius of 10 kilometers. Everyone can hear it clearly. Looking at all the rewards, although there were no powerful skills, by combining these, he could unleash an even more intimidating power. This time, he not only wanted to appear openly, but also to shock everyone. Inside Rockefeller Castle, the last person on Wang Kai's list of prominent families was waiting with a face full of murderous intent. The deaths of 2 old friends made him vaguely feel that the other party might be coming for them, so he mobilized the strongest forces in the shortest time possible. The armed presence outside was just a facade. The real killing move was aimed at here with countless medium-range missiles. As long as that person dared to appear, even if it cost him his life, he would raise Rockefeller Castle to the ground and ensure that they would not return. Just as the old man with a murderous face was quietly waiting, he suddenly heard an incredibly noisy cheer from outside. My God, this is truly divine retribution. Angels! Angels have descended. The old man felt something was wrong and immediately looked out the window, only to have his pupils shrink in an instant, as if his shocked heart was about to stop. The cross-shaped indentation on his chest, the solemn and sacred white gold armor, and the shoulder armor resembling feathered blue energy bodies. What else could it be if not an angel? He saw the angel descending from the sky, suddenly surrounded by a pink whirlwind that rapidly slowed his descent. By the time he reached the castle, he felt no impact at all. The pink petals swirled around the angel, looking exactly like what countless believers had longed for. At this moment, the place was silent. Whether it was the 3 prominent families, the heavily armed soldiers dispatched to protect them, the media personnel broadcasting from the periphery, or even the viewers watching the live broadcast on TV, everyone gaped with wide eyes and open mouths, momentarily forgetting to breathe. Countless shocked eyes stared motionlessly at the descending angel, their minds blank, completely unsure of what to do next. This is the power of religion. Wang Kai surveyed the scene, and the closest soldiers dropped their weapons without realizing it, with some even throwing down their weapons and kneeling before the angel. The helicopters in the sky nearly collided. Slay evil and purge wickedness. Return to the ground. The angel's voice was deafening. Even at a distance of hundreds or thousands of meters, it was heard clearly. Countless hearts trembled, as if they could foresee what would happen next. Wang Kai turned to face the castle, extending his right hand as a dazzling golden light suddenly illuminated his palm, which then slowly coalesced into a blue great sword with a golden cross handle, holding it before his chest and gently waving it. In an instant, golden light burst forth, causing countless people to squint or shield their eyes. A golden crescent shot into the sky, and with a roar, Rockefeller Castle was suddenly cleaved in two. Just like the previous 2 castles, it crashed to the ground, shattering into a pile of rubble. Only half a castle ruin remained in its place. At this moment, no soldier, helicopter, or missile dared to fire the first shot. They just stared blankly, watching as Wang Kai sheathed his sword, a blue halo rising continuously around him. As another pink whirlwind appeared beneath his feet, petals flying in the wind. The angel soared upward, transforming into a speck of light and disappearing in an instant. Where he vanished, a shower of rose petals gently scattered down. It wasn't until 10 seconds later that everyone at the scene reacted, erupting in a thunderous cheer. Angels have descended, slaying evil and purging wickedness. The three prominent families are the embodiment of evil in the world. That's right. They are evil. 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 The cries of evil reached the heavens, cold sweat instantly appearing on the faces of everyone from the three prominent families. Chapter 32. Killing with Heart. New clues: the 200-year legacy of the three great families is unexpectedly about to be destroyed by a miracle. Nick Fury watches the news broadcast with a meaningful smile. Even if SHIELD knows it's 100 fake, they would never take the initiative to expose the scam. After all, too many people believe it. And what fake becomes real. Moreover, now that the corpses beneath the castle of the three families have been confirmed, the momentum has been created. 2/3 of people in the United States believe in religion, which includes all social classes. The president must place his hand on the Bible during the inauguration, which shows how significant the impact of this event will be. Wang Kai's move is like pulling the rug out from under them. Killing with Heart. He has shaken the very soil that allowed the three families to thrive. Their downfall is just a matter of time. Director, what should we do now? Coulson asks, feeling his scalp tingle as he watches the frenzied media. Now, as long as Wang Kai makes an appearance, it's essentially like opening his mouth to declare someone dead. Even if you're a perfect and virtuous person, it is utterly useless. One sentence can lead to your social death. Staying at home will attract crazed idiots looking for trouble, and you could be shot on the street within a minute. It's practically a death curse. What do you think we should do? Nick Fury reveals a cunning smile. We just need to continue releasing scandals about high-ranking officials and then quietly wait for divine retribution. The situation has already formed a closed loop, and the social impact will be minimized. Even if SHIELD does nothing, there won't be the expected social upheaval. After all, the one killing is an angel, sent by God to punish the evils of the world. How can human law restrain the divine? There won't be any protests, only cheers for justice. The one probably happiest now is the vice president. Nick Fury jested. Coulson nodded in agreement, also wearing a meaningful smile. Meanwhile, Pierce, who wants SHIELD to clash with Wang Kai, looks grim as he sees the angel descend. If neither side ignites a real conflict, his scheme will be rendered completely useless. In Washington, a crowd of furious protesters gathers outside a white building, with even more people marching around it. They hold up signs and banners, shouting through megaphones demanding the president step down and calling for a thorough investigation into all high-ranking officials involved in the scandal. The loudest voice in the crowd proclaims, "God will send angels to punish you." The chant grows louder, clearly audible even from within the offices of the White Building. Mr. President, the support rate in Congress has dropped nearly 20 points, and they have voted for you to resign in disgrace. What? How could this happen so quickly? It's inevitable. If you don't do this, everyone will lose their jobs. The vice president is already celebrating with champagne. Thus, the vice president announces his inauguration, while the previously unfortunate ones are thoroughly investigated. Within days, they meet with fatal accidents, and coincidentally, such misfortunes keep occurring among the same group of people within a week. Although there are no pictures of the angel descending, everyone believes this is divine punishment, and countless people applaud. Of course, that is all after the fact. This occurs after Wang Kai finds his sister. At this moment, two unexpected guests arrive at a home in Brooklyn, the Punisher and Daredevil. "You're finally back. I couldn't reach you by phone." The Punisher casually sits on the sofa, while Daredevil stands upright. "I'm sorry for entering without permission, but we have important clues to share with you regarding your sister." As soon as Daredevil finishes speaking, Wang Kai's eyes flash with urgency. "What clues?" "This." The Punisher pulls out a document bag filled with numerous candid photos, featuring both men and women, mostly young people, including children. Among them are Wang Kai's sister Luna and Daredevil's girlfriend, Erica. Seeing Wang Kai's confusion, the Punisher quickly explains. These photos were unexpectedly found during an operation with Matt. Initially, it didn't catch our attention, but the day before yesterday, Matt discovered that Erica's body had been taken long ago, and the people in these photos have also vanished without a trace. Therefore, we suspect your sister might be involved in this case. Wang Kai's heart jolts, Did you get these photos from a ninja assassin organization called The Hand? How do you know? The Punisher and Daredevil ask in surprise, but Wang Kai remains silent, rapidly connecting all the clues in his mind. Coupled with his memories of Daredevil and the Hand-S storyline, he soon forms a rough hypothesis. The corpses. They took the bodies. Wang Kai squints his eyes, revealing a predatory gaze. The Hand has a history spanning hundreds of years, originating in the late 16th century in the East. Over 400 years ago, the samurai Genshin Yagakubo began leading the Hand and developed it into an international organization that worships the primal demon, Beast. The Hand then became a notorious group of ninja assassins. Now, their 5 leaders are known as the Five Fingers, all traitors who escaped from Kunlun in China, using dragon bones to extend their lives, and have lived for 400 to 500 years. In Daredevil and its spin-offs, the Hand uses dragon bones to revive others. The deceased Erica was resurrected and possessed by the primal demon, Beast, becoming the Hand-S ultimate weapon, Black Sky. Before possession, the primal demon, Beast, needs a vessel. And it's clear that these reckless ninja assassins are selecting vessels for the Beast as possession. Erica and Luna are among their targets. That is precisely why Wang Kai couldn't find Luna's body. It was taken away by the Hand. Such a desecration of the dead is unforgivable. Daredevil, do you know where the Hand-S headquarters is in the East? Wang Kai asks coldly, clenching his fists. Daredevil shakes his head. I don't know, but my mentor, Stick, should be very familiar with it. Every organization has dissenting voices and distinguishes between good and evil. Those who couldn't accept Genshin Yagakubo's methods left the Hand to form the Chaste, dedicated to combating the Hand-S shadowy ninjas. Stick is now the leader of the Chaste. All right, take me to him. Moments later, the 3 arrive at a dilapidated apartment, where they meet Stick, who is practicing martial arts on the rooftop. Stick is also blind, with white hair and beard. As an ordinary person of his age, still fighting against the Hand-S group of murderous ninja lunatics is quite a challenge. Master, I've brought 2 friends. Daredevil steps forward with Wang Kai and the Punisher, quickly recounting everything that has transpired. Chapter 33. The Hand and the Association? A bunch of trash, such pitiful children. The old man sighed after listening, and at the same time, he was full of curiosity about Wang Kai's strength. Where did this boy, who killed Jean and dealt with the New York gangsters, come from? I do know the headquarters of the Hand Association, but I can't just watch you go and die for nothing. It's fraught with danger, and even you would find it hard to escape unscathed. Wang Kai glanced coldly at the old man and immediately activated his immortal body. A shockwave exploded, almost knocking down the old man and Daredevil, both of whom were blind. The holy and solemn angel descended again, leaving the Punisher dumbfounded, while the old man and Daredevil felt a suffocating sense of oppression. I don't have time to waste with you. Tell me where the Hand Association's headquarters is, or else, death. Wang Kai shouted in a low voice, the green magic blade pointing directly at the 2. Seeing this, the Punisher immediately stepped forward to mediate, saying, Old man, don't be so stubborn. He is really strong. With one blow, he could turn this building into ruins. Kai, put down your big knife and let's talk calmly. Daredevil, feeling Wang Kai's overwhelming power, also advised. Master, Kai is not a reckless person. He must have confidence to go. Just tell him. Yeah, how strong can this Hand Association be? I estimate that no one can withstand even one of Kai's blows. The old man felt his heart racing and his hands trembling. He had never witnessed such strong power. It felt like facing the black sky, and he forced himself to calm down. The old man tapped his cane on the rooftop, saying, the young man lacks martial ethics, attacking a 69-year-old comrade from behind. However, seeing how concerned you are about your family, I will tell you the address of the Hand Association's headquarters in the East. After stating the location, the old man cleared his throat. I can take you there. You will need our pure association's help. No need, you're too slow. They're just trash. Let's leave it at that. Wang Kai said coldly, directly activating teleportation to the East. 3 seconds later, he vanished from the spot, leaving the Punisher and the blind duo in a state of confusion. How did he suddenly disappear? Daredevil asked. He must have teleported to the other side of the earth. The Punisher mused, astonished that the boy who had been frantically searching for his sister had become so powerful in just a few days. In the east, at 3 a.m, a solemn angel in white armor with golden edges suddenly appeared outside the Hand Association's headquarters. Wang Kai looked at the traditional Japanese architectural complex before him, condensing the green magic blade in his hand and swinging it down with one hand. Boom! The 40-meter-long blade reappeared, and the golden light shattered the entrance of the building, revealing the Japanese-style courtyard inside, with sliding paper doors everywhere. The dim lights reflecting off the white sand and stone landscape, and cherry blossom trees and red maples planted throughout, all displaying the artistic style of this place. Wang Kai sheathed the magic blade and walked into the courtyard. In just 5 seconds, many ninjas in red robes, wielding chain scythes appeared. These were the mad ninjas of the Hand Association, unafraid of death and commonly used as cannon fodder. The numerous robed ninjas bowed and gathered around Wang Kai, quickly surrounding him. They then threw their chain scythes, instantly weaving an iron net in the sky to cover Wang Kai. Faced with this village-style melee attack, Wang Kai didn't even look and directly used time-space traversal to escape the iron net's range. He then activated Sprint and the Wind Spirit emblem, instantly turning into an afterimage in the eyes of the dozens of ninjas surrounding him. The golden blade light shone, drawing a circle in the dark courtyard, and all the ninjas' heads flew off, turning to ashes without leaving a trace on the ground. "Get the person in charge out here," Wang Kai shouted angrily at the building behind him. He had no patience to search slowly. He aimed to capture the 5 old geezers directly. The most hot-tempered among the 5 fingers, the gambler, was the first to appear, calling for his subordinates, a squad of mercenaries in modern gear. That's right, mercenaries. The gambler was not only one of the 5 fingers of the Hand Association, but also the leader of a European mercenary group. No matter who you are, if you dare to cause trouble here, you will pay the price. Open fire. With the gambler's roar, the strongest white man in the mercenary squad immediately pulled the trigger. The 6-barreled Vulcan cannon roared violently. It spewed out a scorching tongue of fire, firing nearly 6,000 rounds per minute, forming a dense spear of death. Like a storm, all bullets shot toward Wang Kai. Even an iron wall could be pierced. However, against the magic armor, it only produced a continuous clanging sound. The immortal body had never feared multi-segmented attacks. The death spears from the Vulcan cannon were merely like a light scraping to the magic armor. Time-space traversal. Wang Kai's figure flickered and suddenly disappeared from the spot, reappearing in front of the gambler, grabbing his neck and tossing him toward the still-firing Vulcan cannon like a sandbag. The death spear tore him to pieces without any obstruction. The scene became incredibly bloody in an instant. Before the mercenary squad could react, the blue blade light flashed, and as the mercenaries tried to cover their necks, their heads were knocked off instead. Only 4 fingers remained, continuing to move inward. The ninjas that appeared again finally looked like ninjas, throwing various styles of shurikens, kunai, and throwing knives. But in the face of the useless Vulcan cannon, what could these traditional ninja tools do? Wang Kai stepped through the void, activating time-space traversal 3 times in succession, and the golden blade light shone almost simultaneously in the courtyard, reducing the numerous ninjas to ashes one by one. "Stop! Who are you? We have no grievances. Why have you come?" An old and slightly anxious voice emerged. One of the 5 fingers, Murakami, hurried over in a kimono with a katana, knowing he was no match for Wang Kai and only hoping to buy some time for others to arrive. "If it's for money, I have an East Asian consortium in my hand that can completely treat you as tribute." Murakami tried to use money to find some common ground, but Wang Kai had no intention of wasting time with him. He flashed in front of the white-haired Murakami, scaring him back 2 steps like a ghost, then took out a photo of Luna from his system backpack. "Hand over this person, regardless of life or death." Wang Kai's cold voice reached Murakami's ears. The latter looked at the photo, his pupils shrinking. Wasn't this their leader, Black Sky? How was he related to this angelic figure? "May I ask what this person has to do with you?" "She is my family, my sister Luna." Chapter 34. Trash should stay in the trash bin. Your sister? Murakami was startled and immediately recalled the recent rumors from New York's underground world about a madman who slaughtered the entire New York gang scene in search of his sister. Could this be the guy? With a thought, Murakami quickly devised a good plan. Please let me take you there. Your sister is still alive. Wang Kai's body trembled. Still alive? Does that mean she has been resurrected? All right, take me there. The trembling voice caught Murakami's attention, but he maintained a facade of calm as he led the way. The wooden clogs on his feet made a crisp sound as they echoed through the quiet night sky. Are you sending Morse code? Wang Kai suddenly asked coldly. He didn't understand Morse code, but he knew that a person's steps couldn't be so erratic without any pattern. This method of communication was too crude. No, absolutely not. Murakami hurriedly denied. Wang Kai, however, paid no attention. Whatever you're sending, or whoever you're calling, I'll just chop them down. He continued to lead the way. After a moment, Murakami brought Wang Kai to a 3-story villa at the back, where the brightly lit modern hall was already buzzing with activity. 3 people were watching Wang Kai warily, the wrinkled Madame Gao with a cane, the formally dressed Alexandra who got up in the middle of the night, and the African warlord Soanda, with all 4 remaining fingers of the hand gathered. Where's my sister? Wang Kai asked coldly, gripping the azure magic blade in his palm. The 4 of them retreated several steps, as if facing a formidable enemy. Please wait a moment. Our leader will arrive shortly, Alexandra quickly said. Among the 5 fingers, she was the weakest. A single knife could easily kill her, let alone this guy who had already taken down gamblers and dozens of ninjas. Better hurry. My patience is very limited. Wang Kai sheathed the magic blade and waited silently. The 4 elderly figures, who had lived for hundreds of years, began exchanging glances, seemingly plotting something. 2 minutes later, just as Wang Kai was growing impatient, a long-haired woman in a red shirt and a black vest slowly walked in, with bright eyebrows and alluring lips. She was the Luna Wang Kai had been searching for almost a month. Luna! Wang Kai exclaimed in surprise, but Luna's gaze was icy and her expression dark. She looked at Wang Kai and suddenly exuded a murderous aura. In an instant, she dashed toward Wang Kai and threw a punch. Seeing this, Wang Kai instinctively dodged while shouting, Luna, can't you hear my voice? I'm your brother. Bang! In response to Wang Kai's words was a fist as hard as steel. Luna's punch struck the magic armor, and the powerful force astonished Wang Kai. Being possessed by that beast made her so strong. That punch had at least 2 tons of force. Even granite would be shattered. Luna! Wang Kai felt anxious and wanted to take down the remaining leaders of the hand first, then reveal his identity in a clutch reveal, but when he turned around, the 4 had mysteriously disappeared without a trace. Damn it! Luna, look at me! With no other choice, Wang Kai canceled his immortal magic body, wiped his face, and the angel armor transformed into specks of light that merged into his body, revealing his handsome, youthful face. At that moment, the shadow beneath Wang Kai's feet seemed to come alive, twisting a bit before shooting out 3 darts, and then a living person emerged from within. A silver flash of a knife appeared, aimed straight at Wang Kai's neck. Daydreaming. Whisper of the wind. The green ring on Wang Kai's left hand suddenly lit up, and a semi-transparent white shield appeared around him, blocking the darts and the knife's glow. Get back! Murakami, who had emerged from Wang Kai's shadow, suddenly shouted. And then Wang Kai felt a sudden dizziness, as if his mind had gone blank. Mental attack. Purification. Almost simultaneously, the shield was broken by Soanda and Madame Gao, their daggers just 10 centimeters away from Wang Kai. Yet they felt like they were worlds apart. Wang Kai vanished without a trace, reappearing behind Murakami, swinging the magic blade horizontally. Murakami seemed to sense it, exerting all his strength to turn and block, placing his katana in front of him. With a crunch, Murakami was sliced in half along with his weapon. Madame Gao's pupils contracted, but she saw Wang Kai had already disappeared from her sight, and then she felt her blood run cold. Again from behind. Almost instantly, she lost feeling in her lower body, her strength draining rapidly. She cast one last glance at the fleeing Soanda, thinking none of them would escape. That's right, not a single one would escape. Using her last ounce of strength, Madame Gao desperately shouted at Luna, Beast! Roar! A roar not belonging to humanity erupted from Luna's body, like awakening a demon from hell. Luna's eyes turned red. Her face twisted in rage. Her speed doubled compared to before. In the blink of an eye, she was in front of Wang Kai. Then she kicked straight at his lower body without regard for her brother's well-being. Wang Kai was instantly alarmed, having used all 3 phases of time-space traversal, just barely avoiding the kick. Fortunately, he still had the life-saving blink and vanished in time to avoid an embarrassing fate. Girls often use this move when fighting. Wang Kai's eyelids twitched as he saw Luna's expression. He knew she had been overtaken by that possessed beast. It wouldn't be easy to expel the beast from her body. Activating the immortal magic body once more, the solemn angel descended. Wang Kai thought for a moment and uttered a line. "Lightblade, please protect her once again." It was utterly useless. Luna lunged forward again, but it felt like she had kicked a steel plate, and in pain, she hugged her foot and rolled on the ground. Mischief can be corrected, but evil needs to be resisted. You are kinder than you realize. Resist the will of that beast. After a few more attempts, it was still useless. Wang Kai had no talent for verbal tricks, which only proved that this was just a skin, lacking any divine angelic power. Feeling helpless, he simply threw Luna over his shoulder. After all, she couldn't break his defense, so he let her claw and scratch at him. Carrying his sister, Wang Kai still moved quickly, and soon he spotted Alexandra, who was fleeing in fear, surrounded by numerous ninjas protecting her. Trash should stay in the trash bin. He swiftly ended her life, tossing her body back to the Hand's headquarters. Wang Kai stood outside and began throwing cat bombs inside. After waiting for the cool down, he threw at least a dozen, turning the place into ruins before striding away. Chapter 35. Troubling Luna, meeting the Ancient One after leaving the meeting. Wang Kai immediately called Pepper, asking her to arrange a private plane to take him back to New York. After all, Wang Kai could teleport back, but Luna couldn't. Moreover, Luna seemed to have endless energy on his shoulder, constantly struggling and biting like a newly adopted kitten, and it felt like she would slip away at any moment if he let go. "You can't board a plane like this," Wang Kai said, looking at Luna as she opened her mouth to reveal her sharp teeth, a fierce expression on her face, feeling helpless. At that moment, the bamboo by the roadside inspired Wang Kai. He quickly cut a bamboo tube and tied it with a rope. "Here, let us cosplay Nezuko." Crack! The bamboo tube was immediately bitten to pieces. Wang Kai inhaled sharply, realizing that anime was indeed misleading. How about I switch to a metal one?" Luna's eyes widened in an instant, and her expression became even more ferocious, her small fists relentlessly pounding on Wang Kai's chest, making dull thudding sounds that showed just how strong her punches were, yet they still couldn't break through his defenses. "This is tricky. How'd I get this beast out?" Wang Kai pondered and decided to let Tony take a look first. If this genius had no good solutions, he'd have to go find that Midgard authority figure. The next morning, Wang Kai found that it was Tony's driver, his friend and bodyguard Happy, who came to pick him up. "Oh my God, I can actually see the divine and solemn angel up close. It's just a look-alike." "I know, but everyone online thinks you're a real angel descended to Earth. Can I take a picture with you? Let us talk after we get back to New York." "Okay, no problem. Let us get in the car." Question: what does it feel like to ride in a car with a crazy, destructive husky? Answer: after 100 meters, you have to get out because the car is about to be torn to shreds. Happy stared at the nearly wrecked car in disbelief, the leather seats ripped apart, signs of being smashed by a heavy hammer everywhere, and there were even several fist marks on the roof. If they acted like this on the plane, they would have to consider writing a will. "Mr. Kai, are you sure she can fly?" "Cough, cough, don't worry. It's just that the space in the car is too small for her to reach." Wang Kai scratched his head, looking at the restless Luna. This trip was definitely not going to be easy. When the 3 finally arrived in New York, Happy was on the verge of tears. Wang Kai was also extremely exhausted. Luna had been a handful the entire way. Although she hadn't destroyed the plane, the car had been significantly damaged. And Happy was so unfortunate that he almost got kicked out, his face hitting the windshield, and his nose still felt sore. In the end, with no other choice, they found a freight truck, which was spacious enough for Luna to finally calm down. "I'm sorry for that kick. This is for you." Wang Kai took out a pair of powered boxing gloves, which took up too much space in his spatial backpack. He remembered that Happy was an amateur boxer and had trained in Iron Man 2. This is a magical item that gives you a chance to deal greater damage. Happy was immediately delighted, and Kuden put the powered gloves down, bringing the clawing Luna to Tony's lab. As they passed through the glass door, Luna punched and shattered the glass, startling Tony, who was inside creating armor. Wang Kai could only awkwardly explain, which piqued Tony's interest. An interdimensional demon? Sounds interesting. Jarvis immediately scanned Luna's physical condition. A blue light curtain suddenly appeared, scanning Luna and Wang Kai from top to bottom. Moments later, Jarvis's data came out. Everything is normal, and it's the kind of normal that's exceptionally good. Wang Kai was speechless. How could you be so crazy and still be considered normal? Strange. If you say Luna is possessed by a demon from another world, why can't I detect any abnormal energy? Tony looked at Jarvis's various data reports, puzzled. If you could give me more time to analyze. Tonight, at the latest tonight, I will take her to another place for treatment. It's much more reliable than here. Wang Kai didn't have the luxury of time to waste. Who knew if this beast would become harder to expel as time passed? If I can't treat her, who else could be stronger than me? Tony muttered, then began to hurry up the analysis. But even with Wang Kai's cooperation, there was still no progress. As night fell, a busy Tony still refused to admit defeat, just mumbling about not having enough time. Wang Kai shrugged, not caring, and took Luna to the rooftop. Then, he threw his sister into the air. A scream erupted, and Wang Kai silently thought, System, switched to hero template. The undying magic body disappeared, and a metal storm appeared. One hand of the large mech caught Luna, while the other shielded her from the wind, and with a turn of its body, it flew straight towards the New York Sanctum. He was going to find the Ancient One, the Supreme Sorcerer. As the top figure of Midgard, the owner of the Eye of Agamotto and the Time Stone, the Ancient One must have 1,000 ways to expel this beast from Luna's body, so finding her was the right move. At the entrance of the New York Sanctum, under the pitch-black night sky, golden light suddenly flashed and quickly expanded into a circle, a portal forming almost instantly. A cool bald man in a gray robe holding a white paper fan walked out from the other side. It was the Supreme Sorcerer, the Ancient One. Just then, Wang Kai piloting the metal storm arrived above the New York Sanctum. At first glance, he saw the person he was looking for. My friend from afar. Would you like to have a cup of tea? I'd be delighted. Wang Kai slowly descended in the metal storm, and with a flash of golden light, the mech disappeared. Luna seemed to see her nemesis, trembling in place and too scared to run, which made Wang Kai very pleased. He had indeed come to the right place. Please come in. The Ancient One personally opened the door to the New York Sanctum for Wang Kai, making him feel somewhat flattered. How powerful would he be in the future to receive such treatment from the Ancient One? As soon as the door opened, Wang Kai felt as if the space had shifted and they were already on the second floor. In front of them was a square table with a teapot and cups on it, and to the right was the skylight of the New York Sanctum. Luna continued to tremble, not daring to look at the Supreme Sorcerer. I already know why you came to see me. The Ancient One poured each of them a cup of tea and said, however, I can only suppress the beast. I cannot expel or kill it. Why? Wang Kai was shocked. Could this beast not be dealt with even by the Supreme Sorcerer? That was impossible, judging by both the script and Luna's performance now. The beast was weak, not even worthy of being a heir of Dormammu. How could it be that hard to deal with? Chapter 36, The Dimension of Hell. Sealing the beast, is it because the beast is too strong? Wang Kai questioned, but Gu-Yi smiled slightly and said, no, on the contrary, it's because it's too weak. If a neighbor's child comes over play and breaks a few cups, as an elder, you can't just kick them out, right? That would cause the neighbor to come asking for an explanation. Next door? Is it another dimension? Wang Kai thought of many things in an instant. But before he could ask, Gu-Yi began to explain. When I say next door, I mean hell. This beast is actually just a large dog from hell, created by the king of hell, Mephisto. It was originally food for Mephisto, and there are many such demons. However, this beast accidentally came into contact with the greedy Easterners of that time, gaining self-awareness and trying to find ways to stay in the human world to avoid its fate as food. But in fact, Mephisto found it amusing and chose to ignore it. After all, it's quite interesting when a meat bun in your mouth suddenly doesn't want to be eaten and tries to escape. Wang Kai was dumbfounded after hearing this. It was actually just like that. But instantly, more questions arose. Isn't Satan Lucifer? No, Satan is just a title, like the supreme sorcerer, and is the supreme demon king in the dimension of hell. Although many are called Satan, only Mephisto can bear this title. He is the emperor of hell, the highest ruler. Even I can only draw with him on earth. To be evaluated this way by the supreme sorcerer shows just how powerful Mephisto is. It is known that all the lords of hell have a common problem. They cannot exert their true power in other dimensions. So in a home field battle, the fact that Mephisto is equal to Gu Yi indicates that Mephisto's strength is definitely greater than Gu Yi's. Wang Kai furrowed his brows and remained silent for a moment before continuing to ask, what exactly is hell? It is a recycling station for the souls of ordinary people after death, another dimension that is boundless, inhabited by many demon kings. Additionally, depending on their beliefs, souls may go to other places, such as the underworld, Valhalla, or the realm of the dead, etc. And the souls of non-believers will scatter across the heavens and the earth after death, not like believers who are manipulated even after dying. However, such people are very few. And your side in Huaxia has the most. Probably because of the belief in the Red Will. Wang Kai scratched his head. There are definitely no demon kings in this latter part. Supreme Sorcerer, you can't take action, so I should be able to, right? Why don't you teach me how to expel the beast from Luna's body? That is possible, but you would need to spend 1,000 years to do it. Sorry, kid, you don't have the talent for learning magic. Crack. Wang Kai seemed to hear the sound of his heart breaking. But then Gu Yi changed the subject and continued. However, there are other methods to expel the beast. Please teach me, Supreme Sorcerer. Wang Kai respectfully bowed. And Gu Yi immediately shared the method. First, you need to beat up Mephisto and make him take his dog away. Great, but what level do I need to reach to beat him? You need to be able to beat him in Pangu form, win against Yang Jian and Ho Yi, or be able to cut the moon in half with one stroke. Then you would be able to have a fight with him because at that point, he wouldn't be able to kill you. Oh, Wang Kai understood immediately. Gu Yi must have already seen this in advance and looked at several possibilities. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to speak so accurately. Pangu is a god, and Yang Jian and Ho Yi are divine beings. Beating a demon king from hell wouldn't be too difficult, right? I understand. Since there's a first, what about the second? Second, let Luna expel the beast herself. Expel herself? Exactly. Although you don't have the talent to be a sorcerer, she does. Gu Yi pointed at Luna. What could it be? Wang Kai's eyes lit up with joy. Seeing Gu Yi's smiling face confirmed his guess. I want to take Luna as my disciple and teach her magic. Are you willing? Of course. As her elder brother, I will decide for her. If Gu Yi personally asks to take a disciple, Luna's magical talent must be much higher than his. Perhaps even higher than Dr. Strange. Who will become the future Supreme Sorcerer is still uncertain. Seeing Wang Kai's excited demeanor, Gu Yi nodded. All right, I will now seal and suppress the demon within Luna. The Supreme Sorcerer drew circles with both hands, and suddenly a shield shimmering with golden sparks appeared in front of him, covered in incredibly profound runes that Wang Kai couldn't understand at all. Gu Yi's arms turned, and the shield suddenly duplicated itself, moving forward a distance before rotating and duplicating again, connecting at the corners, forming a golden cube. Then it rotated again. A cube made of golden rune shields appeared. Gu Yi pushed the golden cube directly into Luna's body, who was still trembling and didn't dare to look. Bang! The golden cube flew into Luna's body, then suddenly expanded, filling the entire room. Wang Kai felt as if he heard the beast's muffled scream, and then he saw a dark shadow on Luna. Immediately after, the golden cube suddenly shrank. It actually trapped the dark shadow inside, like putting the beast into an iron cage, and instantly, no more sounds could be heard. The golden cube spun in the air, and although it quickly dove into Luna's body, she immediately became dazed, no longer the crazed state she was in before. It's done. The beast has been locked in a cage. You can now try to wake her up, Gu Yi said with a smile, showing no signs of fatigue. Wang Kai immediately approached and gently touched Luna's cheek, softly calling out, Luna, wake up. He called several times, but Luna remained dazed and unmoving, like a vegetative state. Wang Kai anxiously looked at Gu Yi. Supreme Sorcerer, my sister seems to have no reaction. Gu smiled and gestured not to panic. She has experienced death and has been suppressed by the beast wolf for too long. Now you need to awaken her sleeping consciousness. How do I do that? Say something that she has the most profound impression of. Something with the most profound impression? Countless words flashed through Wang Kai's mind, and a second later, he shouted at Luna, "Wang Luna, let us go eat spicy rabbit heads. Maybe we can find your big white." As soon as the words left his mouth, Luna seemed to recall some very terrible memory. Her body trembled, and she shouted in fright, "Ah, why do you have to say that, stinky brother?" Chapter 37: The Question of Reviving Parents. Luna. Wang Kai exclaimed in surprise. Luna's dazed eyes finally regained clarity as she turned to Wang Kai and softly uttered two words, which sounded like heavenly music to him. "Brother?" Wang Kai was immediately excited and rushed forward to embrace her. After all the trouble he had gone through and the many people he had killed, he had finally found his sister, brother, mom, and dad. Luna instantly recalled many things: the car accident, the shooting, the kidnapping, the suicide. Her eyes quickly filled with mist, and tears streamed down uncontrollably as she buried her head in Wang Kai's embrace, crying loudly. "Let it out, it's okay to cry. Let these bad emotions flow away." Wang Kai comforted her, gently stroking her long hair. He then continued, "Don't worry, I will definitely revive mom and dad." As he wiped away Luna's tears, he turned to look at Ancient One, but the Sorcerer Supreme shook his head calmly, and his words sent a shock through Wang Kai's heart. "Your parents have been dead for too long. Their souls have already dissipated. Reviving them cannot rely solely on the Time Stone. You must gather all 6 Infinity Stones: power, time, space, soul, reality, and mind. Each of the 6 Infinity Stones grants the user omnipotent control in certain aspects, and when all 6 are gathered, you can do anything except create a stone that you can't lift. Nothing is impossible. Just like a wishing artifact, reviving 2 ordinary people is naturally not a problem. The Time Stone and Space Stone were on Earth. The Power Stone was on some abandoned planet, later taken by Star-Lord. But Wang Kai couldn't remember which planet it was at the moment. The Mind Stone was with Thanos. The Reality Stone could only be obtained after Thor, Ragnarok, began. And the Soul Stone was the most difficult. He could never sacrifice someone he loved. Just as Wang Kai was pondering, Ancient One pointed out the way. "Actually, you don't have to personally steal them. You can borrow them." Like a bolt from the blue, Wang Kai suddenly realized, right? The Avengers used the time machine to borrow stones from other parallel universes. Why can't I do that? As for the idea of bringing over his parents from another universe, that wouldn't work. After all, there was another version of himself in that world, too heartless. Moreover, stones could be returned, but people would still age. "Thank you, Sorcerer Supreme, for the guidance." Wang Kai thanked Ancient One and then immediately spoke to his confused sister, Luna. "Although mom and dad are gone, we can still revive them." "Really?" Luna's watery eyes widened in surprise. Wang Kai smiled gently. "Of course. Look at you, you're doing just fine now. As long as we work hard to become stronger, we can definitely revive our parents. This is my teacher, Sorcerer Ancient One. She is the strongest magician on Earth. With her teaching, you can become even stronger. Stronger than your brother." Wang Kai pointed to Ancient One, but Luna hesitated a bit after hearing this and quietly said, "If I study with this magician, will I have to leave you? I don't want to be apart from you. You're my only family now." Luna hugged Wang Kai tightly, feeling reluctant to let go, which made Wang Kai feel a bit helpless. "Don't worry, brother won't be away for months at a time. I promise to come see you whenever I have time." Although Wang Kai said this, tears still welled up in Luna's eyes. She always used this tactic to get Wang Kai to agree to anything. Wang Kai felt awkward seeing this. He had already promised Ancient One and couldn't go back on it. At that moment, Ancient One spoke to the teary-eyed Luna. "Actually, with your talent, coming to Kamartaj for just 2 hours a day is enough. You don't have to live here all the time." With this statement, Luna's tears instantly dried up, and she knelt before Ancient One with a face full of joy. "Master, please accept my bow." Wang Kai. Has he watched too many costume dramas? By the way, is this how they bow to their masters in Kamartaj? Ancient One didn't mind this at all. There was no formal bowing ceremony in their culture. "Get up, child. Magicians don't emphasize formality. Just regard me as your teacher in your heart. Not bound by formality? And can I call you sister?" Ancient One suddenly showed a strange smile. Privately, you can. The two immediately began chatting, leaving Wang Kai feeling sidelined, as if they had become best friends in just a few minutes. Indeed, women care about their age, even if Sorcerer Ancient One is over 1,000 years old. Wang Kai silently scoffed. However, this was also because Luna was clever and knew how to speak, which made Ancient One very happy. You're so sweet. Since you've bowed to me according to Eastern customs, I'll give you a gift according to Eastern traditions. As she spoke, Ancient One waved her hands in the air as if performing a magic trick, and golden specks of light flew around before suddenly coalescing and bursting apart. A small, transparent crystal orb slowly fell into Ancient One's hand. In Eastern terms, this is called a dust-repelling pearl, which can isolate harmful substances like dust and haze from the skin. Luna immediately accepted it with delight, causing Wang Kai to raise his eyebrows. A dust-repelling pearl. How fitting. Sister, when will you teach me magic? Luna squinted and asked. Since she didn't have to separate from her brother, she naturally wanted to learn and grow stronger quickly so as not to become a burden. We can start now. Follow me. Ancient One spun her hand to create a portal, the other side still bright as day, revealing the square where spells were practiced in Kamartaj. The three of them stepped through the portal, and Wang Kai felt envious. This portal was much more useful than his teleportation. Not only was it comparable to a door to anywhere, but it could also serve as a weapon. If the Kamartaj sorcerers had been a bit smarter, they wouldn't have needed Iron Man to snap his fingers to defeat Thanos. They could have just opened a portal at his neck or let Thanos fall endlessly into the depths of the sea. How convenient. This is Kamartaj, the place where you will learn magic every day. Ancient One briefly introduced the history of Kamartaj before becoming serious. Magic is actually about drawing energy from other dimensions to construct our weapons and cast spells. This requires a certain talent, a talent that allows you to communicate with other dimensions. This talent is very rare, and you just happen to possess it. Now, I will teach you the Ring of Ragador. Listen closely to these tips. After saying a few words, Ancient One raised her hands, forming two yellow rings in front and behind her. Wang Kai silently scoffed, finding it both flashy and very juvenile. Why not just call it a magic shield? Chapter 38, What is a Genius? Today's update ends. Ancient One demonstrated the magic shield again and reiterated the key points of using magic, then handed Luna a floating ring. This is standard equipment for the Kamartaj mages, making Wang Kai feel like it was a receiving antenna that allows mages to better absorb power from other dimensions. Give it a try, Luna. With your talent, you should be able to learn it in 2 hours, Ancient One said with an encouraging smile, as she was quite fond of Luna. Good teacher. Luna nodded and put on the floating ring. She pushed her hands forward and, instantly, 2 magic shields appeared that were twice the size of those Ancient One had conjured. Be careful, Ancient One exclaimed in surprise, quickly reminding her that the edges of the magic shield were incredibly sharp. They could be used both offensively and defensively, which is why this magic is the most widely spread in Kamartaj. Typically, the size of this magic is fixed, only the size of a basin. But for some reason, Luna's first attempt resulted in a shield that was over twice the normal size. As a result, the extremely sharp edges made contact with Luna's wrist in an instant. Bang! In a critical moment, Wang Kai reacted faster, immediately casting Wind Whisper to create a shield to protect her, while also activating Sprint, Berserk, Immortal Body, and Wind Spirit Emblem. Under the quadruple acceleration, the semi-transparent shield shattered almost as soon as Ancient One finished speaking, and Wang Kai transformed into a streak of golden light, instantly grabbing Luna's wrist and spreading her arms open to avoid being hurt by the sharp edges of the magic shield. Luna was startled by Wang Kai's sudden appearance. The magic shield flickered a few times before disappearing. However, when she looked at the majestic angelic armor, her eyes sparkled with little stars, and 3 words popped in her mind. So cool. Brother? Is it you? Who else could it be? The armor transformed into light particles that merged into Wang Kai's body, revealing a very concerned expression. How are you? Are you hurt? Luna shook her head, circling around Wang Kai with a puzzled expression. Where's your armor? Why is it gone? Wang Kai smiled gently and ruffled her hair. This is the power I've awakened as your brother. Thanks to him, I was able to find you. Stepping back, He activated a mortal body again, pointing at his white gold-trimmed angelic armor. This is called the Dawn Guardian, and it exists solely to protect you. Luna's face flushed with embarrassment, and with a smile like a peach blossom, she said, "Oomph. I don't need you to protect me. One day, it'll be my turn to protect you." "Haha, no problem. I'll wait for that day." Wang Kai was all smiles. This feeling of happiness seemed like something he hadn't experienced in a long time. As for showcasing his immortal body in front of Ancient One, Wang Kai had no reservations. After all, Ancient One was already aware of his Pangu mode and had seen countless instances of his combat. Other than the system, nobody knew more about Wang Kai than he did himself. Once he canceled the armor, Wang Kai turned to Ancient One and noticed the Supreme Mage was looking at Luna with a complex smile. "Ancient One, was there something wrong with Luna's performance just now?" Wang Kai asked nervously. Ancient One sighed. "Not only was there no problem, but the situation is actually excellent. If I had Luna's talent, Dark Lord Dormammu and Mephisto would never have been able to act so brazenly. I would have long treated them like my sons and beaten them up." "Huh, is that a hint of jealousy?" Wang Kai was taken aback. Luna's talent was actually that high. Did that mean the position of the Supreme Mage was secure? No. It's all thanks to the good teaching from my master." Luna was quite humble, which made Ancient One very pleased. "The power you are absorbing is simply too immense, making it difficult for you to control it. You need to practice this aspect more in the future." After saying that, Ancient One waved her hand, and a sound like cracking glass resonated, revealing a wall that looked like shattered glass before the three of them. "This is the mirror dimension," Ancient One explained. "Whatever happens inside will not affect the outside. To practice those powerful spells, you need to enter here." The three of them walked into the mirror dimension, which was still a square for practicing spells. Ancient One began to teach more magic, and Luna truly lived up to her words. Her talent was astonishing, and she almost learned everything in one go, only lacking perfect mastery. Echo of Ether, the Marvel version of multiple shadow clone. Each clone possessed the strength of the original and could cast spells. When Luna used it, the entire square was packed with people, comparable to a bustling train station during peak travel times. There was hardly any room to fight, and the clones nearly suffocated her. Seraphim Shield, the strongest defensive spell cast with both hands, forming an enormous golden shield. In Avengers: Infinity War, the Kamikaze mages used this to withstand a barrage from Thanos' ship. Luna used it, and, as usual, it became even larger, with a protective range nearly the size of standard basketball court. Moreover, unlike the small version, this large shield had no sharp edges, so there was no worry about cutting everything around it. Hogarth's Ancient Body, a spell that absorbs energy and disperses it into other forms. Doctor Strange used this spell to counter Thanos' black hole attack, which then transformed into a butterfly. It was limited and too dangerous, so she only learned it without using it for now. Bolts of Balthak, one of the most powerful spells, releasing arm-thick golden red lightning that jumps and attacks on the ground, with the downside of slow attack speed. After Luna used it, she couldn't control the direction of the attack, resulting in it crashing directly into Wang Kai, sending him flying into the air with a loud bang. Magic Whip, a golden magic whip that can be freely controlled in length. Its effectiveness is average when used alone, but when combined with Echo of Ether, it can replicate the scene in Avengers: Infinity War, where countless whips trapped Thanos. Luna used it, but couldn't see much difference in appearance. Vatum Wind, the Marvel version of Wind Release, unleashing a powerful airflow to blow back enemies in front. The damage isn't strong, serving more as auxiliary support. Luna amplified the wind power, managing to blow someone over. Crimson Chains of Ceterak, an enhanced version of the Magic Whip, using a long ribbon-like red rope to entangle enemies. Its strength is formidable and can also be used for strangulation. Luna used it with even greater resilience. Even with immortal body activated, Wang Kai couldn't cut it. Moreover, the strangling force was estimated to be several tons. Sword of Isantai, with a magic shield, there naturally must be a magic sword. After Luna used it, it transformed into a large machete. It certainly looked imposing, but seeing a 16-year-old girl wielding a sword as tall as herself felt a bit odd. Wang Kai didn't want Luna to stray into the path of a close combat mage. Finally, After teaching Luna the portal and the mirror dimension, Ancient One felt her teaching mission was complete. All commonly used spells were learned within 2 hours. Luna was no longer just a genius. She was a prodigy. Chapter 39. 5 Auxiliary Devices of Kai. All the combat and auxiliary general magic have been taught to you. Later, I will teach you astral projection, energy projection, and how to transform magical energy, allowing us to maintain youth and extend our lifespan. Upon hearing this, Luna's face lit up with joy, and she called Ancient One good sister repeatedly, making Wang Kai feel a bit of goosebumps. But what could be more important than eternal youth? Luna showered praise on the supreme sorceress, complimenting her extravagantly. Ancient One enjoyed it immensely. Everyone loves flattery, especially when it's coming from a pretty and sensible female disciple. Wang Kai was also very satisfied that Ancient One would teach other magic. As the supreme sorceress who has lived for over 1,000 years, her skills must be ridiculously numerous. She was only forced offline due to insufficient movie funding. She could convert magical energy into invisibility, flight, hypnosis, shields, alchemy, telekinesis, teleportation, and many other super abilities. What was being displayed now was just the tip of the iceberg. Let's stop here for today. I'll take you to meet your senior brothers. Ancient One said with a smile, extending her hand. Luna immediately took it, and the two got along remarkably well. In fact, they had only known each other for 2 hours. The three of them arrived at another square, which was bustling with activity unlike the previous empty place. Many apprentices in white or black robes stood in formation, practicing magic in unison. However, to Wang Kai, they looked more like they were practicing gymnastics. Supreme Sorceress, a young man with a dark complexion, hurried over and respectfully bowed to Ancient One. This person was Mordo, Ancient One's eldest disciple. At the end of Doctor Strange, he turned rogue after losing faith, believing that the world would be better off with fewer sorcerers. He went to turn the magic-walking Pangborn into a partially paralyzed old man, embarking on his path as a villain. But for now, he was still just a fan of Ancient One. Mordo, let me introduce you. This is my new disciple. Your junior sister, Ancient One said with a smile, instantly shocking Mordo. He had been studying magic at Kamartaj for over a decade and had never seen Ancient One smile so genuinely. Hello, I'm Luna. Luna respectfully greeted Mordo with a bow. Only then did Mordo react and hurriedly return the salute. Oh, hello, I'm Mordo. If you need anything, you can come to me. Mordo's demeanor made Luna chuckle. And Ancient One shook her head with a smile and continued introducing. This is Luna's elder brother, Kai. He is very powerful, a forever friend of Kamartaj. Mordo's expression became serious again, and he bowed once more. Wang Kai merely nodded in response, considering it a greeting. As a potential future villain, it was best not to get too familiar, otherwise it would affect his speed in making decisions. Let us go. I'll take you to see the library. It contains all the books I have collected, Ancient One said, leading Luna forward. Mordo, however, was momentarily confused and glanced at Wang Kai, asking Kai, does Ancient One's change have anything to do with your sister? Wang Kai glanced at him. What else could it be? I guess this is how the Supreme Sorceress experiences the feeling of a mother. No, a close friend. He immediately followed them. Wang Kai remembered that the library's administrator was brutally killed by the villain Kaisalius, and Kaisalius had also stolen several pages from the book on time that summoned Dormammu. Perhaps he could get a replacement signature. Upon entering the library, the first thing he saw was the serious-looking administrator, Wang. There was the usual introduction, but Wang Kai did not hear the system's notification tone, indicating that this place still lacked prestige. However, perhaps there was another place with enough prestige, or rather, something stored there had great significance. The Eye of Agamotto, the storage place for the Time Stone. Just as Wang Kai was pondering, Ancient One addressed Wang. From today on, Luna will have borrowing rights to all the books in the library, including my private collection, the Book of Ishani. Wang did not say anything in response. Whatever the Supreme Sorcerer said was final. However, Mordo suddenly felt a sense of imbalance in his heart. The Book of Ashanti was something even he, the elder brother, could not borrow, and he had followed Ancient One for over 10 years. Now, he was being surpassed by a newly accepted little girl, which was hard for him to accept. So Mordo boldly asked, "Is this appropriate?" After all, the junior sister has just started. Those books might be incomprehensible to her. The books at Kamartaj were collected by Ancient One over a long life. So they were not written in English or Chinese, but in obscure and difficult languages. It's okay. I can have Stark make a translation device, so she can understand them. Wang Kai immediately said, without waiting for Luna's response. Mordo's jaw dropped. Having money and technology was impressive. He had spent 2 years and worn out dictionaries just to read most of the books, and now it was being done like this. It felt like bullying. Ancient One, however, wore a mysterious smile and asked Mordo, "So what do you want to do?" Mordo felt a bit intimidated under Ancient One's gaze and stammered, "At least let her finish learning the basic spells first." Wang Kai couldn't help but laugh. "Basic spells? Sorry, my sister just finished learning them 10 minutes ago. By the way, she only took 2 hours. This left even the usually expressionless Wang wide-eyed in surprise, while Mordo was left utterly speechless. How is this possible? In the face of a genius, nothing is impossible. Don't believe it? Want to have a competition? Wang Kai provocatively smiled. But Luna felt a bit shy and quickly leaned close to Wang Kai, whispering, "Isn't this a bit inappropriate? I just learned." Wang Kai immediately gave his sister a reassuring look and whispered back, "Don't worry. Your brother will assist you from the sidelines. You can defeat him without using magic." With 5 auxiliary devices, Kai asked if he was scared. Mordo's expression suddenly turned sour. Competing with a 16-year-old girl would not look good whether he won or lost. "Mordo, what do you think?" Ancient One asked with a smile. "I agree." Mordo's brain heated up, and he agreed, only to regret it the next second. After the match, he regretted it even more. In the square, the apprentices stood on the sidelines, while Luna and Mordo faced each other in the center. The friendly sparring started quickly and ended just as fast. Wang Kai had all 5 auxiliary devices locked onto Luna. She immediately felt much lighter, and her reaction speed increased. She threw out a long, red ribbon-like rope, and the deep red chains of Cetralac wrapped around Mordo like a long snake in the blink of an eye, just as Ancient One's starting voice was finishing. Chapter 40. Timestone checking the atmosphere was a bit awkward for a moment as Modu was wrapped up in red silk like a dumpling. The immense pressure caused his veins to bulge and his eyes to fill with bloodshot veins. He couldn't catch his breath, and his originally black skin turned brown due to congestion, resembling an aged jujube. Seeing this, Gu-Yi smiled and shook her head. She certainly knew that Wang Kai was suspected of cheating, but it didn't change the outcome. Instantly defeating an opponent or making them jump twice before finishing them was the same. "All right, Luna, let your senior brother go," Gu-Yi said, obedient and endearing. Luna immediately complied. The deep red chains of Cetrac disappeared, and Modu nearly knelt down in front of Luna due to his weakened legs, having to support himself with his hands on his knees as he gasped for air. Sweat uncontrollably poured out from his body, and if he lay down, he would resemble a black fish washed ashore. As for now, he was just a standing black salted fish. The surrounding apprentices were all dumbfounded, their breaths seemingly halted. They were all older than Luna, but still not as old as senior brother Modu. Now, a newly accepted junior sister had rendered senior brother completely defenseless. Perhaps this was what genius meant. "Luna, amasin, you're so cool." The crowd cheered for Luna, making her feel very embarrassed. Shyly, she said, "It's all because senior brother let me win." The cheers grew even louder. With her humility, beauty, powerful abilities, and cute demeanor, Luna instantly gained a large fan base, becoming a vibrant highlight in the serious and rigid Kamartaj. From now on, whenever Luna came to Kamartaj, the atmosphere would liven up. People would smile and ask, "How many spells did you learn today, junior sister?" Luna would always respond modestly and head to the library counter, where she would check out 9 monumental books on soul studies, a dozen advanced spell books, and pick up a copy of the Book of Ashani. And when others asked why she was so strong, Luna would always smile and say it was because senior brother let her. "It's all because second senior brother let me. It's all because third senior brother let me." This would elicit laughter from everyone, filling Kamartaj with a joyful atmosphere. "All right, Modu, you can go rest now." Gu-Yi gave her eldest disciple an opportunity to exit gracefully, and he immediately left, feeling ashamed for making such a rookie mistake in front of his teacher. Luna continued to tour Kamartaj with Gu-Yi. The three of them circled around, but still hadn't reached the room where the Eye of Agamotto was kept. Helpless, Wang Kai cleared his throat and spoke up. Master Gu, is it really okay to just leave the Eye of Agamotto here? Can't Caecilius's fanatics just open a portal at home and take it away? This was also a point of confusion for Wang Kai. After all, Dr. Strange could open a portal in the library, which meant Kamar Taj didn't have a magic restricting area. This implied that anyone could reach out and take the Book of Time or even the Eye of Agamotto without needing to break in. It was strange that Caecilius, having lived in Kamar Taj for so long, still couldn't figure that out. Gu calmly smiled and pointed at the Eye of Agamotto, saying, "It itself is the strongest protection. Evildoers cannot pick it up." Like being burned like ebony maw? Wang Kai suddenly thought of this, but then asked again, what if I use gloves? Or use tongs to grab it? Or put in a box and take it away? Arguing is not a good virtue, child. Gu didn't explain, but Wang Kai guessed that it was likely possible. Placing the time stone here like a toy. One couldn't tell if Gu was being overly confident or had read the script, knowing that no one would come steal it. After a long chat about various historical oddities, Wang Kai inquired about strange events throughout history, such as Lu Xiao, the son of the plane, summoning meteorites, the unknown apocalypse explosion, the strange Tunguska event, the mysterious Roswell incident, etc. In short, he was stalling for time. Seeing Luna's intrigued expression, Gu didn't expose Wang Kai's intentions and explained everything as if telling a story. Half an hour later, ding. Congratulations. The host has successfully checked in at the hidden location of the time stone. You have received 3,000 points. Just as the system's notification finished, Gu had also completed her story. Luna was listening with great interest, surprised to learn that Earth's history was so fascinating. Most of those strange, unsolved mysteries were caused by the aftermath of invasions from other dimensions, and Gu had even fought against those otherworldly evil gods, kicking them back to their own homes. All right. Time should be enough. You two siblings should head home. Come back tomorrow. Gu smiled and bid farewell to Luna. Concluding their half-day tour of Kamar Taj, the two returned to New York, and Wang Kai's life could get back on track, focusing on check-ins, lottery draws, and defeating villains. Since killing the Abomination, due to the search for his sister, he had neglected the next highlighted check-in task. Now, he could finally check the progress. In a land of the Green Goblin versus Spider-Man. Opening his computer, he glanced at the news and found that the storyline was still following the old Spider-Man 1 plot. Norman Osborn, dressed in a green flight suit, was stepping on a demon glider, looking like a giant green fly, publicly exploding a board member in the square, resulting in a grudge against Spider-Man, who was trying to stop him. Now, he was searching all over for this Marvel's poorest and most downtrodden superhero. "What are you looking at, Brother Kai?" Luna asked, crawling up beside Wang Kai. "It's not easy to bring our parents back to life. We need money and materials. And this bad guy just happens to have money." Chapter 41, Green Goblin, explosive update for silver tickets. While the two were talking, a news alert suddenly popped up on the computer screen with the headline, "Live broadcast. Green Goblin takes multiple hostages and fights Spider-Man." What a perfect timing. Wang Kai smiled slightly and pointed at the location on the live broadcast. "Their essay good show to watch. Do you want to go see it?" Luna nodded excitedly and immediately began drawing circles to create a portal. On the New York Bridge, the Green Goblin held the screaming Mary Jane in one hand and a cable in the other. The end of the cable connected to a children's amusement gondola filled with innocent children, crying out for help. Save us, Spider-Man." The cries of the children and Mary's screams flooded Spider-Man's mind, followed by the Green Goblin's evil laughter. "Ha ha ha. Spider-Man, this is why only fools become heroes. Because you will always face this trolley problem. Is it your lover or the innocent? Choose." The Green Goblin loosened his grip, and both Mary and the children fell from the bridge dozens of meters high. The old version of Spider-Man could clearly see that Mary was an adult, so he chose to save them all. With a gust of wind under his feet, he shot towards Mary like an arrow, then leaped. With his left hand, he shot out, webbing upwards, and caught Mary with his right hand. "Hold on to me." Spider-Man swung his body, using his right hand to grab the sliding cable, instantly halting the falling gondola. The crowd watching immediately erupted in cheers. "Awesome, Spider-Man." However, This cheer did nothing to alleviate the dire situation. The Green Goblin flew down from the bridge in his glider, laughing maniacally at Spider-Man's struggles. Ha ha ha, you made the worst choice. By putting yourself in the line of fire. A pumpkin bomb popped out from the front of the glider, emitting a countdown beep. Goodbye, Spider-Man. The Green Goblin threw the pumpkin bomb, which was about to blow up both Spider-Man and Mary Jane. Suddenly, a large hand appeared in front of them, and with a flick of a finger, the pumpkin bomb was instantly sent flying. It exploded several dozen meters away. Boom! Crimson flames lit up the night sky, followed by the crowd's enthusiastic cheers. Awesome metal storm! Wang Kai piloted the metal storm to save Spider-Man, but upon hearing the cheers from the onlookers, his expression darkened. What a ridiculous name! Why not call yourself Iron Hero? Spider Hero? Captain America? With a flick of his hand, he scared the Green Goblin back several meters. Wang Kai pinched the cable with 2 fingers, then gestured for Mary Jane to come up with his other hand. I'll save you down there. The other fly is your opponent, Spider-Man. Go deal with him. Marvel's #1 green tea, Mary Jane, was mesmerized by the tall, powerful, and cool metal storm. And without even thanking Spider-Man, she crawled over him, making Wang Kai feel quite annoyed. Spider-Man 1 was indecisive between Peter and Harry and the unknown Spider-Man. Spider-Man 2 found a rich fiancé, but fled from the wedding, thinking she liked Peter. Spider-Man 3 started with Peter, but later, due to livelihood reasons, got involved with Harry for a while. I didn't think it was a big deal before, but now it just feels disgusting. Flying towards the riverbank with the gondola and Mary Jane, Mary trembled and said, "Thank you for saving me. How can I repay you?" Wang Kai glanced down and replied, "Just be a person, Mary." On Spider-Man's side, he was entangled with the Green Goblin in a burning, abandoned park castle. The two were exchanging blows fiercely, although the Green Goblin's strength was not as great as Spider-Man's. With the aid of his equipment, he managed to gain the upper hand. Try this. 3 incredibly sharp throwing knives spun rapidly toward Spider-Man, reaching him in the blink of an eye. But he easily dodged them with a backward lean that would make Newton weep. However, the Green Goblin threw another pumpkin bomb, and this time he couldn't dodge. Boom! The pumpkin bomb exploded almost right in front of him. The powerful shockwave hit him like a train, and coupled with the intense flames, Spider-Man's face was instantly disfigured. He fell backward, crashing heavily against the old brick wall, and lay on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, clearly suffering from serious internal injuries. The Green Goblin laughed even more maniacally at the sight, stepping forward to stomp on Spider-Man, then pulling out a green trident and pressing it against Spider-Man's head. I would have let Mary die more comfortably, but now I've decided to make her die even more comfortably. Villains die from too much talk. Upon hearing that his goddess was being threatened, Spider-Man felt a surge of energy. He grabbed the Green Goblin's ankle and violently swung him. With 20 tons of raw power unleashed without restraint, the Green Goblin flew out like a cannonball, crashing through 3 walls before stopping. His green suit was severely damaged, revealing sparks, and his bones were likely broken in numerous places. Spider eats fly. That's a natural counter. Wang Kai and Luna stood atop the castle, watching the exciting battle below, feeling something in their hearts. They wondered if it was intentional. In the comics, the Green Goblin transformed like the Lizard Professor, becoming a low-tier, weakened version of the Hulk. Yet in the movie, he looked like a fly. At this moment, the battle below was almost over. The Green Goblin was kneeling in surrender after being beaten by Spider-Man's burst of energy. "Peter, stop. It's me." Removing his mask revealed Norman's miserable face, and Spider-Man was instantly stunned. "Isn't this his best buddy Harry's dad?" The Green Goblin pleaded for Peter's forgiveness, desperately explaining that he was influenced by an evil persona. But it was all just an act. The glider quietly rose behind Spider-Man, revealing a sharp spear in front. The Green Goblin's expression changed, laughing wildly. "Goodbye, Spider-Man." In an instant, Spider Sense activated, and Peter jumped into a backflip, easily dodging the glider. The spear pierced through the green suit, and the Green Goblin was directly pinned to the wall. Blood seeped from the wall, and within a few seconds, he was on the verge of death. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in at the site of the Green Goblin vs. Spider-Man battle. With a sign-in time exceeding 3 minutes, successfully completing the sign-in task. Ding. Reward sign-in points 300. Ding. The next sign-in location is Dr. Otto's laboratory, the birthplace of Dr. Octopus. Staying for more than 3 minutes will be considered a successful sign-in. Having completed the sign-in task, Wang Kai hugged Princess Luna and jumped directly off the roof, landing with a superhero-like thud. Although his knees were sore, he stepped forward and pulled the glider out of the wall, then pinched Norman's nearly lifeless mouth and poured both small vials down his throat. Chapter 42. Ghost Girl. Dream Machine, who are you? Spider-Man quickly covered his face and shot a web to pull himself into the shadows. He didn't want to be seen. The one who saved you just now is now being saved by him. That's right, Brother Kai saved you, and yet you're so unreasonable. You really don't know how to appreciate a good person. Luna pouted at Spider-Man, feeling a bit angry. She hated spiders, scorpions, and centipedes, and naturally had little affection for Peter, who was now tattered and hiding in the dark, even though he had saved many children. After hearing their words, Spider-Man finally let down his guard. Thank you for saving me. That golden mech is so cool. If I can, I'd love to take a few close-up shots of it. Poor Spider-Man was so broke he might have to sell his pants. He usually made extra money by taking photos for the newspaper, and so far, none of the media had a clear photo of the metal storm. The Hornet Daily's owner offered a 1,000 reward, which was a fortune for Spider-Man. Next time, definitely, Wang Kai said without looking back, finishing 2 bottles of potions. Norman finally came back to life, but he was very weak. The moment he saw Wang Kai, he knew this scourge had saved him. He didn't know if it was good or bad. Why did you save me? Norman weakly asked. Of course, I want to borrow some money from you. From now on, your money is my money, and my money is your money. What do you think? Wang Kai revealed a meaningful smile. Norman could only smile bitterly in response, leaving Spider-Man dumbfounded. Is money that easy to earn? But it also seemed a bit opportunistic. Take Mr. Osborn home. He is tired and needs to rest. People can always see themselves clearly when on the brink of death. I hope Norman can overcome the Green Goblin persona after experiencing such an event. Aren't you sending him to the police? He has killed quite a few people. Spider-Man said softly, feeling somewhat lacking in confidence. The Green Goblin kills people. What does that have to do with Norman Osborn? Spider-Man, don't get it wrong. Wang Kai said coldly with a smile. Even if he gets sent in, it's just changing the venue to say the same thing. The legal team in America is ruthless. Luna nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. Brother Kai is right. Spider-Man was at a loss for words and could only helplessly watch as Metal Storm appeared out of nowhere, with Luna sitting on its shoulder as they flew into the dark night sky. Sigh. Let us go, Mr. Osborn. I'll take you home. What followed was almost identical to the movie plot. Harry saw his severely injured and weak father, as well as Spider-Man who brought him, and their enmity was thus forged. On Wang Kai's side, after using Metal Storm to leave the park castle, he had Luna open a portal beneath them, and as they canceled Metal Storm, the two fell simultaneously through the portal and landed in his bedroom. After a night of silence, both Wang Kai and Luna slept soundly. The next day, Wang Kai got up and made breakfast for Luna, then began to check on Dr. Octopus's research progress. Such a scientific feat as an artificial sun would surely leave some news, and he needed to confirm the timing before heading out to sign in. Ding dong. The doorbell suddenly rang, and Wang Kai was puzzled. Who would come looking for him so early? Upon opening the door, he was greeted by 2 very familiar figures, the ghost girl in her gray-white battle suit and her black guardian, Goliath. You actually rang the doorbell. What did you know I was back? Wang Kai asked coldly. Ghost girl could phase through walls. Who knows if you had a habit of spying? Just now, I didn't rashly come in. Ghost girl waved her hand to explain hurriedly, saying she wasn't here to fight. Wang Kai's miraculous potion worked surprisingly well. 1 bottle had kept her from entering the void until now, but she could feel that this situation was gradually dissipating. In at most 2 days, she would return to the painful state of tearing at every cell. So the ghost girl, who desperately desired a normal life, could not give up the opportunity to be cured. After returning to New York, she had knocked on the door for 3 consecutive days, finally allowing her to see Wang Kai again. Kai, we came to apologize. We're very sorry about what happened that day. Goliath's words jolted the dreamer awake. And Ghost Girl hurriedly bowed to Wang Kai. I'm sorry. It was all my fault. I shouldn't have attacked you. Wang Kai shook his head, not taking it to heart. Luna had already been found, and his style of doing things was no longer as sharp as before. Just then, Luna's voice suddenly came from the bedroom. Brother Kai, who is it? Ghost Girl and Goliath were taken aback. Brother, you found your sister? Congratulations. The two awkwardly smiled and bowed. At this point, Luna had already come to the living room. Seeing this, Wang Kai had no choice but to open the door and let them in. They're colleagues from my previous workplace. Come in. Closing the door and setting out tea and snacks, Luna was quite interested in Wang Kai's former workplace, especially Ghost Girl. Her gray-white battle suit wrapped her completely, adding a lot of mystery, and Luna was very enthusiastic, asking the too many questions. Did S.H.I.E.L.D. send you here? Wang Kai asked, considering that he had unilaterally cut ties with S.H.L. So it was normal for them to send someone to make contact. No, we have something to ask. Ghost Girl took off her mask and explained everything that had happened to her and the changes in her body after taking the potion. I want to know how that potion is made. Maybe it can cure my disease. Ghost Girl looked at Wang Kai with hope, and Luna, hearing this, also felt sympathy for her plight. Brother Kai, since you can help this sister, please try to help her, Luna said softly. Lang, que sighed inwardly. For the sake of his persona, he had to take out 3 small potion bottles from his space backpack and directly threw them to Ghost Girl. I don't know how to make it, but I know how to cure you. Really? The 3 people on the sofa exclaimed in surprise simultaneously. Of course, your current condition is a result of the entangled state produced after being struck by quantum impact. As long as you collect enough quantum energy, you could be cured. Just right? He needed to make a time machine. Although the money issue was resolved, he still lacked manpower. Since the second-generation Ant-Man was still working normally, no one had entered the quantum realm again. Wang Kai needed to gather all the relevant personnel together to launch a dream project. Only then could he quickly create a time machine. Tony, Dr. Pym, Hope, plus Goliath and Ghost Girl, 5 people should be enough. Wang Kai remembered that in Avengers 4, Tony created the data model by himself. With help from others, it shouldn't be too difficult. Chapter 43, Dr. Pym. Today's 5 updates end. Seeking silver tickets. As long as we build a quantum tunnel machine and extract the energy from it, we can cure you. Additionally, the quantum tunnel has another function, which is to allow time and space travel. At that time, we can go to another parallel universe and bring you and your parents over before the explosion happens. Then you can live together completely normally. After Wang Kai finished speaking, the Ghost Girl and Goliath looked confused. Only Luna believed him wholeheartedly. Is that possible? Goliath asked with a puzzled expression. He had once thought about using quantum field energy to heal the Ghost Girl, but had never been able to get started. Now, Wang Kai directly opened the door and described everything clearly, including how many beautiful women and tons of gold were standing behind him, making Goliath feel like he was listening to nonsense. Of course it's possible, because I intend to do just that. I wouldn't joke about resurrecting my parents. Wang Kai said seriously, showing no signs of joking, which made the Ghost Girl believe him about 70 to 80%. Someone who dared to slaughter the New York gangs for his sister and drag down the 3 major American families wouldn't be the kind of person to deceive her with nonsense. So, do you want to join my plan to create the quantum tunnel? I call it the Dream Fulfillment Project. Great. I'll be the first to join. Luna immediately raised her hands, and the Ghost Girl tightly held her small vial and raised her hand as well. Seeing his daughter join, Goliath naturally followed suit. Thus, the initial 4 members of the Dream Fulfillment Project were established. Good. From today on, we are all working towards our respective dreams while striving for the same goal. Goliath nodded. Tomorrow I'll resign from my position as a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent and review the relevant knowledge about quantum tunnels. But Ava has done many disgraceful things for S.H.I.E.L.D. I'm worried they won't let her go easily, Goliath said with concern. But Wang Kai coldly smiled. No problem. You can just move next door to me. If Nick Fury dares to play tricks, I'll blow up S.H.I.E.L.D. Usually it's fine, but when it comes to resurrecting my parents, anyone or any force that dares to stop me will be cut down. I really don't know how to thank you, Kai. The Ghost Girl said softly. I will do my utmost to build the quantum tunnel. As a colleague of Dr. Hank Pym, the Ghost Girl's parents were masters of the quantum field, naturally leaving her with a valuable legacy of knowledge. Coupled with her experience, the Ghost Girl was indeed an expert in the quantum field, so she could really help a lot in building the quantum tunnel. Wang Kai nodded with a smile and extended his hand. Great, then let us wish for the early completion of this dream machine. In the afternoon, in San Francisco, the four arrived at Pym Technologies. The Ghost Girl finally took off her battle suit and changed into casual clothes. As a girl under 20, she was now playing happily with Luna, which made Goliath, the old father, very pleased. I haven't seen him in a long time. Goliath sighed as he looked at the company in front of him, hoping Hank wouldn't still be so suspicious and irritable. However, they ended up coming up empty. Hank was not at the company, but they met Hank's daughter, Hope Van Dyne. May I ask who you are? Hope looked at Goliath, feeling very familiar, absolutely having seen him somewhere, but just couldn't remember. Goliath smiled honestly. I'm your father's assistant. I met you a few times when you were young. Mr. Collins. Hope immediately remembered, politely shaking hands and bowing to Goliath, inviting everyone into her office. After some simple pleasantries, Goliath got straight to the point. Hope, we are here today to rescue your mother. She is trapped in the quantum realm, and we can only rescue her by building a quantum tunnel. These are naturally things that Wang Kai had already mentioned. Dr. Pym was like a stone in the toilet, both foul and hard. If you were to ask him directly for Pym particles, he wouldn't give them, even if it meant killing his daughter. So they could only go about it this way. Upon hearing this, Hope was stunned, spreading her hands and showing a very complicated smile. You're not lying to me, are you? Of course not, because we are all pitiful people who need the quantum tunnel to save others. Goliath took out a document, which was the health report of the Ghost Girl, and handed it to the puzzled Hope. After she looked at it, she immediately believed it 9 out of 10. I knew my mother wasn't dead. Hope cried with joy. Ever since her mother said she was going on a business trip and never came back. Although her father said it was a car accident, Hope had never wanted to believe it. Today she finally got a clue that her mother was still alive. I'll take you to find her. 20 minutes later, everyone arrived outside Dr. Pym's standalone villa, which was filled with cameras installed by the paranoid Dr. Pym. Ever since he lost some Pym particles decades ago, actually borrowed by the Avengers but forgotten to be returned, he had always suspected that Howard Stark had stolen them. So later his protection of Pym particles became even stricter. Hope went up to knock on the door. Before she could finish knocking, an old voice came from inside the house. Hope, are you not satisfied with kicking me out of the board? You want to kick me out of the house too? You actually brought people here. Everyone. Hope awkwardly smiled. This is a private matter for our family. Then she shouted at the camera on the door. Don't be so blind. This is Mr. Collins. We have business with you. What business could there be? I heard he works for S.H. He must be here for my Pym particles. Dr. Pym replied angrily. You tell them, I, Hank Pym, would rather starve to death. I'd rather die outside, shrunk to subatomic size than hand over my inventions. Oh, the iron-willed Hank Pym. Seeing this, Wang Kai didn't have time to continue talking, but just as he lifted his foot, he was pressed down by Luna. Watch this, Brother Kai. Luna held up a hovering ring and created a portal right in front of the door. This is a door on top of a door. Hope was dumbfounded, while the others were used to it, as they had just used this to rush over from New York. Everyone jumped in, but after searching around, they couldn't find Dr. Pym. Wang Kai directly shouted, Your wife isn't dead. We predicted through magic that she is still alive. If you want to rescue her from the quantum realm, you better show yourself quickly. Why should I believe you? Dr. Pym's voice echoed from the speakers in the house, still not knowing where he was hiding. Wang Kai, seeing Dr. Pym's suspicious demeanor, shouted angrily, Are you even a man? For your wife, even if there's only a slim chance, you should do everything possible to seize it. If it's fake, just deal with those who deceive you. Such a simple thing. Do you still need to think about it like a turtle hiding its head? Chapter 44, Quantum Channel. Dr. Octopus, who remembers that in the movie Ant-Man, Dr. Pym's student Darren Cross developed a goo gun. This thing was made to mimic Pym particles and shrink objects, but it ended up turning people into a gooey mass instead of safely shrinking animals. Its lethality is far greater than that of Pym particles. Whoever gets hit is dead. Dr. Pym could definitely make it. If he wanted to, he could easily start a killing spree that rivals that of Wang Kai. Who would dare to deceive him under such circumstances? Wang Kai felt that Dr. Pym was always shrinking things, and as a result, his own courage had shrunk too, making him completely unlike a husband or a father should be. His wife was waiting for her husband, and his daughter was waiting for her mother. Just because of your suspicions, they were suffering. I ask you, who exactly are you? The hall fell silent for a long time, and Dr. Pym did not continue to speak. Hope looked at Wang Kai with an unusual expression, while Luna's eyes sparkled with excitement, and Ghost smiled as well. They all felt Wang Kai was right. I am Hank Pym, their husband and father. A low growl suddenly came from Dr. Pym in the hall, as if he had made up his mind. The sound of heavy footsteps came from the speaker, and soon everyone saw the furious, gray-haired Dr. Pym. Kid, don't think I don't know this is a provocation. If it weren't for Janet, I definitely wouldn't team meet with S.H.I.L.D. Goliath smiled slightly at this, saying, You're still the same as ever, not changed at all. Aren't you the same? Dr. Pym replied coldly. Hope immediately stepped forward to mediate, saying that building the quantum channel wouldn't be easy, and they should sit down to discuss it. After a moment, Dr. Pym accepted the existence of magic, and everyone began to discuss how to construct the quantum channel. Wang Kai couldn't contribute to these professional discussions. It was like listening to an alien language. Until 2 hours later, after everyone finished discussing, Wang Kai directly asked, How long will it take? I can handle the money, and if there are difficult problems, I can ask others to help solve them. Normally, it would take 5 years. Wang Kai's eyelids twitched upon hearing this. It would be better to just steal the infinity stones of this universe. But then Dr. Pym changed his tone, saying that the preliminary estimate is 5 months, as having their assistance would speed things up significantly. However, the main issue is how to test it. If we can't come back, then it would mean death. Everyone knew this in their hearts, and just as they were pondering how to solve this problem, Luna stepped forward. This can be entrusted to me. The icon form is also a physical entity and will automatically disappear after being injured, with the memory merging back into the original body. Wang Kai nodded, realizing it was indeed useful for scouting. All right, since you're a magician, let us conduct the experiment using both magic and technology. With everything ready, there was no need for Wang Kai to worry anymore. Dr. Pym would systematically start arranging the work. Whatever was lacking, Goliath would mention, saving Dr. Pym from losing face and wasting time. From then on, Luna would open a portal every day to send Goliath and Ghost to work and pick them up at night. Thus, the following positions were established. Wang Kai was the contractor and logistics chief. Luna was the transportation chief and tester. Pym was the planner and chief scientist. And Hope, Goliath, and Ghost were assistants. The construction project was on track, and Wang Kai continued his path of signing in, drawing prizes, and defeating villains. 3 days later, at the laboratory on the banks of the Hudson River in New York, a spectacular experiment was about to take place, creating a synthetic sun, obtaining endless energy. This was overseen by Harry, the young master of the Osborn group, who had even invited his friend Peter to come and watch. Speaking of the synthetic sun, it was related to Tony's announcement about the miniaturization of arc reactor technology. The allure of new energy was irresistible to anyone, prompting major groups to rush to push forward. Therefore, while Norman was injured and temporarily sidelined, Harry stepped up and agreed to Dr. Otto's synthetic sun experiment plan. Ladies and gentlemen, please observe this machine that completes and maintains nuclear fusion. A dozen high-ranking Osborn group members and social elites walked toward Dr. Otto, including the invisible Wang Kai and Luna. The invisibility spell was something Luna had just learned. According to her, since they couldn't see each other, they had to hold hands to walk forward. Today will be a great day in human history. We will witness the birth of the synthetic sun. This will generate an endless supply of powerful energy, stronger than Stark Industries' arc reactor. After an impassioned speech, everyone smiled, and then Dr. Otto's assistant rose, pushed over a machine covered in gray cloth. When unveiled, it revealed 4 enormous mechanical claw arms. This is my assistant, capable of helping me handle nuclear fusion better. They can withstand high temperatures and magnetic forces. As Dr. Otto explained, he took off his shirt and stood between the 4 mechanical claws, with the curved stabilizers around his waist tightening immediately. Then, like a spine, a steel backplate pressed against him, and the syringes above slowly inserted into his body, causing everyone to tense up. Ding! The system detected that the host has arrived at the sign-in location, the birthplace of Dr. Octopus, with a sign-in time of 3 minutes. If the stay duration is less than 3 minutes, it will be regarded as a sign-in failure. Sign-in countdown 2 minutes 59 seconds. The system voice announced. And now Dr. Otto was renamed Dr. Octopus. This is an extremely intelligent mechanical assistant. Its artificial intelligence is on par with that of humans. Therefore, to be safe, I installed a suppressor on it to ensure I control it. Dr. Octopus smiled as he introduced his mechanical claw arms, kissed his wife Rose, and walked toward the experiment table, as this was the main attraction today. The synthetic sun experiment device. The extremely rare tritium element was the core of the experiment. With only 25 pounds available globally, Dr. Octopus put on protective goggles and gazed deeply at the pea-sized spherical tritium element, then resolutely pressed the start switch. For lasers shot out from the sharp corners of the experimental device, colliding with the tritium element and instantly expanding into a fiery ball the size of 2 basketballs. The synthetic sun has appeared. A semi-transparent red energy ribbon emerged. This is solar wind, continuously spreading outward. At this moment, Dr. Octopus's mechanical claws came into play. When these solar winds threatened to breach the protective shield, he would press them all back. That S right, simply and forcefully pressing them back. The sun is in my palm. Dr. Octopus murmured to himself as he gazed at the mesmerizing synthetic sun. But just as this very pretentious line left his lips, the entire system began to beep an alarm, and a magnetic force inexplicably expanded, pulling in all nearby metallic objects, jewelry, and gold watches. Chapter 45. Artificial sun, don't worry. It's just a power leak. In the face of the increasingly strong magnetic force, Dr. Octopus remained calm. But the protective shield on the surface of the artificial sun began to bulge. The high-ranking members of the Osborn group and other social elites watching from the sidelines began to retreat. Spider-Man Peter Parker felt the hair on his body stand up as his spider sense screamed at him to leave. This thing is basically a super bomb. Harry, we need to get people out of here, Peter said to Harry, who, though shocked, understood the urgency. If something happened to the people here, the Osborn group would be finished. He immediately stood up and shouted, "Everyone, it's dangerous here. Please leave quickly." Suddenly, various metals were torn apart, and the chandelier from the laboratory ceiling was ripped down, all being sucked into the artificial sun. System overload. Dr. Otto, we have to stop the experiment, the assistant urged, wanting to halt the process, but Dr. Octopus was unwilling to end his hard work. No, it will stabilize. I can control it. Just as he finished speaking, the system of the artificial sun device displayed a rupture in the protective shield, and a solar wind as thick as an arm burst out from the shield, instantly expanding nearly 10 times. Like a whip, it swung wildly in the laboratory, smashing into the ceiling with a dull thud, piercing through the entire lab. Shut it down. Otto, I command you to shut it down, Harry shouted anxiously. Seeing this, Peter wanted to take off his shirt and directly pull the plug. At that moment, the solar wind became even more frenzied, whipping towards Dr. Octopus's wife, Rose. No, Dr. Octopus hurriedly reached out with his mechanical arm to block it. But the distance between them seemed like 10,000 meters, and the mechanical arm couldn't reach her in time. Just then, a huge golden translucent shield appeared in front of Rose, as the invisible Luna made her move. Without waiting for anyone to react, Wang Kai used his classic skin to appear, unleashing a blue blade of energy that sliced through the wildly swinging solar wind. Shut down. Otherwise, the equipment will be damaged, and you won't leave any experimental data. His words jolted everyone back to reality. There is nothing that can be accomplished in one go. Experiments must be improved and corrected step by step to get on the right track. As a seasoned scientist, how could Dr. Octopus not understand this? He hurriedly took action, but the raging solar wind didn't give him much time. The protective shield showed more damage, and more solar winds appeared, flailing around like golden tentacles. I need time, Dr. Octopus shouted, downloading all the data onto his mechanical arm. which required 5 to 10 seconds. Okay, Wang Kai swung his big knife again, cutting down all the solar winds attacking Dr. Octopus, while Luna continued to hold up the Seraphim shield, protecting Rose and the others behind her. What are you all looking at? Hurry and leave. Luna's voice rang out, finally waking the dazed Rose. Although she didn't know what was happening, she knew she had to control the situation. Rose glanced at her husband and had no choice but to leave with gritted teeth. Meanwhile, Peter realized he couldn't be of any help, so he joined Harry in evacuating the crowd. Once everyone, including the experimental assistants, had left, only Luna, Wang Kai, and Dr. Octopus remained. The data download was complete, but the artificial sun could no longer be shut down. Dr. Octopus shouted in regret, knowing that once it exploded, his entire lab could be gone. The whole neighborhood could face a disaster. At that moment, Wang Kai had an idea. As he continued to slash at the solar wind, he immediately shouted to Luna, Mirror Dimension, throw the artificial sun into the mirror dimension. In the movies, when the power source of the artificial sun was pulled, its power couldn't be displayed, but Wang Kai needed to see just how powerful this thing was. He had the largest tritium element in his hand and needed to know the extent of its energy. All right, Luna immediately swung her hands. The space in front of her seemed to shatter like glass. Then she drew a circle with one hand, and a golden portal appeared above the artificial sun device. Then, Luna pressed down. The portal immediately descended, swallowing the artificial sun device, leaving only a perfect circular shallow pit on the ground. My God, who are you people? Dr. Octopus was stunned. He had been so engrossed in developing the artificial sun that he did not understand Wang Kai's current appearance. We'll tell you when we get out. Wang Kai and Luna stepped into the mirror dimension, watching as the artificial sun slowly fell from the sky in the distance. Luna instinctively grasped Wang Kai's hand. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed in the sky, and both of them instinctively covered their eyes. It was white, a pure and flawless white light that enveloped the entire New York City, accompanied by a thunderous and shocking roar. Boom! Like a small hydrogen bomb exploding in midair. The shockwave lifted an 18-level gale from the ground, and skyscrapers could only resist for a moment before being blown over like dominoes towards the explosion's periphery, followed by an even more terrifying heat storm. The moment it touched every building, it ignited into a raging fire, and within less than a second, it collapsed with a thunderous sound. Like dust, it flew outward. The iconic mushroom cloud slowly rose into the sky, leaving Wang Kai and Luna in shock. Although it didn't destroy New York in the mirror dimension, it turned the most prosperous Manhattan Island into ruins. The power of the artificial sun after its complete explosion could be compared to that of nuclear weapons. It's unbelievable, Luna exclaimed in a low voice. While Wang Kai smiled slightly, this is an artificial sun. Although it's a bit smaller, it's still a sun. As they left the mirror dimension, the system's voice finally rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in at Dr. Octopus's birthplace. The sign-in time exceeded 3 minutes, successfully completing the sign-in task. Ding! Reward sign-in points, 300. Ding! The next sign-in location is the site of Spider-Man's battle with Dr. Octopus. A stay of more than 3 minutes will be considered a successful sign-in. Having completed another sign-in task, Wang Kai now had 3,600 sign-in points, allowing for 36 consecutive draws. Just as Wang Kai was feeling happy, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing 30 sign-in tasks, including hidden sign-ins. Opening the intermediate lottery wheel. Friendly reminder, the intermediate lottery wheel has higher rewards, but the required sign-in points are doubled. One lottery draw costs 200 sign-in points. Is that all for 30 tasks? Wang Kai was slightly surprised. However, since the intermediate lottery wheel was already open, he decided to give it a try. System, I want to draw 3 consecutive draws. Ding! Consuming 600 sign-in points, conducting the lottery. Chapter 46 System All, Ghost Rider Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the hero template, Phantom City Judge, Zhong Kuei. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the equipment, Big Stick. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special item, System All. Another hero template, but this Zhong Kuei, Unklekui. It seems unnecessary. As for the Big Stick, it's straightforward. increasing 120 points of spell power, which translates to a 12 spell damage increase in the real world. But it's also unnecessary. However, this system mall is intriguing. When he silently thought to open it, a grocery store-like interface appeared with 8 types of items for sale, each marked with a price, along with a 48-hour countdown below. Clearly, the goods in the system mall would refresh and reappear with different items over time. Cloth armor, small potion, energy crystal, fighting gloves, boots of speed, passionate rose, skill enhancement points, each priced at 100 sign-in points. Except for the fighting gloves, which hadn't appeared before, all the other items were familiar, and skill enhancement points had appeared twice, which Wang Kai immediately bought, raising his undying body to level 14, leaving him with 2,800 sign-in points. This system mall seems to sell rewards separately from low-level lottery items. Wang Kai pondered, but it's good. As long as skill enhancement points appear, he will definitely buy them, bringing him closer to the 100-level undying body. Otherwise, the lottery would be too unstable. Brother Kai, what are you thinking about? Luna's voice brought Wang Kai back to reality, and Dr. Octopus was looking at him with a puzzled expression, waiting for an answer. Nothing, just lost in thought, Wang Kai said with a faint smile at Luna, then turned to Dr. Octopus and said, "Feel free to ask any questions." "Who are you?" Dr. Octopus immediately inquired. "We are magicians and heirs of the magical family. It's okay if you don't understand. Just know that we are very powerful." "Then why help me?" "Naturally, we saw your artificial sun device, but after arriving uninvited, we discovered something went wrong." After chatting with Dr. Octopus for a while, he temporarily lowered his guard, and Wang Kai and Luna left directly. Now is not the time to recruit. They would wait until the second sign-in task was completed. Shortly after the two left, a fire brigade arrived, and Dr. Octopus's wife, Rose, rushed in, crying tears of joy upon seeing her husband safe and sound. Although the experimental device was gone, as long as he was still alive, that was better than anything. The fire brigade reported that the scene was safe, and only then did Harry and Peter walk in. The young master of the Osborne group looked angry and was very dissatisfied with Dr. Octopus. "Tritium is not cheap, I hope, Mr. Otto calculates the data properly next time and doesn't make such mistakes again." After saying that, he left directly, issuing orders to withdraw all of Dr. Octopus's research funding, which struck a painful point for the scientist. Denying the results and withdrawing funding was a devastating combo that left one in despair. Norman Osborn took risks this way back then, and now it was Dr. Octopus's turn. Meanwhile, Wang Kai was in the mirrored space, testing the changes in the undying body by chopping down buildings. "Star Tower is so ugly. I'll start with you." The metal storm in the sky disappeared, and the solemn and holy angel armor appeared. Wang Kai held the knife with a fierce gaze. He unleashed all his power in an instant. In a split second, a shocking blade aura sliced straight towards Star Tower. Like cutting a cake, it sliced from the top down to about a third of the way before stopping, revealing a massive crack wide enough for a person, splitting Star Tower into a Y shape. Only about 30 floors? Wang Kai counted the floors and felt a bit disappointed. The blade aura couldn't be maintained continuously. It only appeared at the moment of the slash, so the consumption was severe, and the power diminished as he went to the next layer. Looking at Luna, she had already learned the levitation magic, floating silently in the sky like a ghost. "Let's see how many meters it is now." She slashed down toward the street. Instantly, debris flew, and the sound was deafening. A narrow, deep crack suddenly appeared on the street, wide at the top and narrow at the bottom, with very rough edges. "Brother Kai, the test is done." Luna flew over with a beaming smile, and the measuring tape in her hand showed 43. 96 meters. So short. When can I cut the moon? Wang Kai muttered to himself as he left the mirrored dimension with Luna. After lunch, as soon as they turned on the TV, they saw a live show featuring a masked motorcycle maniac attempting to jump over 6 Black Hawk helicopters, and the rotors were even working. It was simply a death wish. "It doesn't feel the same on TV. Let's go see it live, Brother Kai." Luna's eyes sparkled, clearly very interested in this novel performance. Wang Kai naturally agreed. He recognized that this was Ghost Rider Johnny Blaze, and this scene was a classic moment in Marvel, perhaps earning him some sign-in points. Ladies and gentlemen, please watch the unprecedented, death-defying motorcycle stunt. Let's welcome the explosive Johnny. The host's powerful voice echoed, and Wang Kai was pleased to hear the system voice. Ding! Detected that the host is at a hidden sign-in location for the death-defying motorcycle stunt, starting sign-in. Sign-in countdown 2 minutes, 59 seconds. Johnny, Johnny. The audience's cheers were deafening, passionately responding to today's star. After all, this could very well be his last performance. At the end of the jump ramp, Johnny sat on his beloved motorcycle, and today's performance was to commemorate his father. Jumping over the helicopters had always been his dream. How much nitrous did you add? Johnny asked his assistant. Enough for you to fly into outer space. That's good. He pulled down his helmet visor and accelerated violently, the wheels grinding against the ground, producing white smoke and a pungent smell of burning rubber. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged toward the ramp. Whoosh! Johnny and his bike soared into the air. With helicopter blades spinning beneath him, the scene fell silent for a moment. Everyone held their breath in intense anticipation. Time seemed to slow down. But it also felt like just a moment. Johnny traced a perfect arc in the air. He jumped over 6 Black Hawk helicopters and landed safely without causing any accidents. Wow! The audience erupted into even more fervent cheers than before, and Luna happily shouted, but Wang Kai felt nothing, bemusedly saying, "What's so great about this?" Knowing the answer, there was naturally no surprise. If it weren't for Luna being there, Wang Kai would have been curious to see if Ghost Rider would die in human form. Chapter 47. Luna's train back in New York. Wang Kai was closely monitoring Dr. Octopus's movements. As a result, within just 5 days, Dr. Octopus couldn't contain himself any longer. He donned a black hood and began robbing a bank, aiming to recreate and complete the artificial sun, displaying a somewhat self-deceptive attitude. He ended up encountering Spider-Man, who was applying for a college loan, and the two began to fight, with the news being broadcast live. "We're going to see Dr. Octopus," Luna said. Inside the bank, Spider-Man curled his middle and ring fingers inward, shooting white web fluid from his wrist to firmly restrain Dr. Octopus's mechanical arms while talking him down. "Why are you doing this? You're a scientist, not a monster." Dr. Octopus's expression changed upon hearing this, and the eyes behind his black hood glimmered with a dangerous light. "Do you know who I am?" He yanked with his mechanical arms. The immense force was beyond even Spider-Man's capacity to bear, and with a whoosh, he was flung towards Dr. Octopus, who then clamped down hard on Spider-Man's head, increasing the pressure. He aimed to crush Spider-Man's skull. "You don't understand. Everything I do is for this world." Dr. Octopus roared as a sharp spike shot out from the head of his third mechanical arm, aimed directly at Spider-Man's forehead. Just then, Spider-Man kicked the spike off, crossed his arms, and shot webs that stuck to 2 nearby desks, quickly pulling them towards him to crash into Dr. Octopus. Reacting instinctively, Dr. Octopus released his grip, and Spider-Man quickly jumped back and rolled away from the next mechanical arm strike, simultaneously shooting webs to fly up to the roof, where he hung upside down and continued shooting webs, trying to bind Dr. Octopus from a safe distance. "Annoying bug." Dr. Octopus grabbed a desk and hurled it at Spider-Man on the ceiling. The two exchanged attacks, but refused to get close. Suddenly, the sound of police sirens faintly echoed from outside the bank, and Dr. Octopus realized the situation was dire. Although his mechanical arms were bulletproof, his body was still flesh and blood, vulnerable to a single bullet. He grabbed 2 bags of cash with his mechanical arms and fled without looking back. However, Spider-Man wouldn't let him go, shooting webs that stuck to the bags of money. With their tremendous strength pulling against each other, the bags ripped apart, and money began to rain down in the bank, but Dr. Octopus was left with nothing. Dumb Spider-Man. Dr. Octopus watched the bills float around, his heart bleeding, but with the sirens growing closer outside, he could only flee in a panic. Yet Spider-Man continued to pursue him, and they fought from the inside to the outside of the bank, from the ground to the walls, still locked in combat. Dr. Octopus flung Spider-Man hard towards the ground, but Spider-Man shot webs to stick to him, and both fell down together, just as a speeding train rushed underneath them. They landed on the front of the train. "Is this how you want to play?" Dr. Octopus angrily asked as he stood up, but Spider-Man's response only fueled his rage. "I won't give up until you stop." "Fine. Then try to stop this." Dr. Octopus's mechanical arms reached into the cockpit and began to wreak havoc, pulling out the control lever. All the instruments in the cockpit immediately began to blare alarms and spark. The driving system was destroyed, and the train's speed rapidly increased. The passengers inside were instantly filled with terror. "Ha ha, Spider-Man, go stop this train, and then I'll kill you when you're exhausted." Dr. Octopus laughed maniacally, as if he could already see the future. But just then, a shadow suddenly appeared, blocking Dr. Octopus from view, and his smile gradually faded. He looked up and saw two giant mechas towering over him, their sharp lines and imposing presence glaring down at him. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and just as he was about to flee, a voice suddenly came from inside the mecha. "I have money, and I also have tritium. How about working for me?" Dr. Octopus's eyes lit up instantly. Wasn't he robbing the bank for this? "I accept your offer. All right, first let's stop this train." Metal Storm quickly flew to the front of the speeding train. Spider-Man immediately realized what Wang Kai intended to do and quickly climbed into the carriage, yelling to everyone, "Hold on tight. We're going to slow down." Supporting himself with his hands on the front of the train, Metal Storm emitted a blue particle stream from beneath its feet, generating enough thrust to reach 2 to 3 times the speed of sound. The screeching of metal deformation echoed, and the train's drivers had no choice but to rapidly retreat as the front of the train was being squeezed by 2 immense forces, making everyone feel a chill. The train wheels skidded rapidly, sparking all the way, and while the speed had decreased significantly, they were still far from stopping. Spider-Man saw this and wanted to help, but suddenly heard Metal Storm's voice again. "Luna." Following along to watch, Luna immediately concealed herself and flew outside the carriage. She crossed her arms and drew half circles, causing countless arms to appear behind her like a 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara. Then, hundreds of Lunas sprang out, each clasping their hands together, pulling out golden magical whips. And they all swung them towards the train carriage. With a crack, the carriage was instantly surrounded by golden magical whips, and all the Lunas leaned back, gripping the whips tightly, and shouted together, "1, 2, 3, pull." Their voices were crisp and bright, unmistakably from young girls. "The speed is decreasing," the train's drivers exclaimed in delight. With Luna pulling the train, Wang Kai and Metal Storm increased the power output again, and after 5 seconds, the runaway train finally came to a stop at the last station. The golden magical whips dispersed, and the passengers inside cheered joyfully, with some shedding tears of relief. "Let's go, Doctor." Wang Kai extended his massive mechanical arm. Dr. Octopus immediately controlled the metallic claws to grab onto it, and the 3 of them flew away, leaving Spider-Man with nothing but 3 figures and a head full of questions. "Isn't he a bad guy? Didn't you say you'd definitely come back next time? What's going on here? The world is so complicated." Spider-Man sighed helplessly, returning to his efforts for his college loan. Moments later, at Wang Kai's home, Dr. Octopus was stunned listening to Wang Kai's plan. "You say you have a way to make tritium the size of soccer ball? And you can find a genius more qualified than me to stabilize the artificial sun? How is that possible?" Wang Kai smiled slightly. "Anything is possible." Chapter 48, Witch Heart Demon. Today's 5 updates end. Seeking silver tickets with PIM particles, Genius Tony, and financial support from the Osborne Group. The artificial sun is not a problem at all. Moreover, as long as the experiments are conducted in the mirror dimension, there is no need to worry about the adverse effects of an artificial sun explosion. Wang Kai shared his ideas and available resources with Dr. Octopus, who was instantly speechless in surprise, and then became very interested in magic. After witnessing Luna casually showcase her skills, he couldn't help but exclaim that this world seemed to be getting stranger. However, the combination of magic and technology is truly an unprecedented attempt. "I believe our collaboration will be very pleasant." Wang Kai smiled slightly and extended his right hand, making it a win-win situation. "By the way, aren't you going to detach your mechanical claws?" Dr. Octopus shook his head, saying, "Not for now, I still need them." Since he said so, Wang Kai did not insist. After sorting things out with Dr. Octopus, Wang Kai went to the Norman family to help settle the matter of Dr. Octopus robbing the bank. This way, Dr. Octopus wouldn't have to worry about the police coming and could continue living a normal life with his wife, Rose, which would also speed up the progress of improving the artificial sun device. 3 days later, as night fell over New York, A pale-faced young man suddenly emerged from a dark alley in Hell's Kitchen. With each step he took, the lights around him extinguished one by one, bulbs popping and glass shattering everywhere. Several idle thugs were drawn over by the noise, wanting to approach the well-dressed, mysterious man for a quick score. However, the closer they got, the colder they felt, with even the air they breathed turning to white mist. 100 years without seeing, and the world has actually developed to this extent. The mysterious man gazed at the distant skyscrapers, then glanced at the thugs trying to flee, a wicked smile curling on his lips. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the thugs, quickly tapping his finger on each of their chests. The thugs' faces turned pale with fear, trying to plead for mercy, but finding themselves unable to speak. Their bodies rapidly dehydrated, skin turning whiter than the mysterious man, as if all their blood had drained, collapsing to the ground in agony, dying painfully. However, humanity hasn't changed much. The mysterious man sneered coldly, waving his hand. A thick black mist surged from his palm, and moments later, a mud sculpture of a figure rapidly formed on the ground, with the mud merging into it, revealing the earthly overlord, the Earth Demon, summoned by the mysterious man. Which Heart Demon? The Earth Demon called out the mysterious man's identity, looking quite fearful. At that moment, a murky stream flowed out from a sewer grate, and after reaching the Witch Heart Demon, it quickly formed into a humanoid shape, revealing another earthly overlord, the Water Demon. Soon after, a gust of black wind howled from afar, and the Wind Demon, one of the 3 earthly overlords, also arrived. Seeing that all the summoned minions had gathered, the Witch Heart Demon immediately wickedly promised, "If you 3 assist me in obtaining the Holy Fungus contract, then from now on, you will each have a territory in the human world." The 3 demons had no choice but to agree. After all, the person before them was the son of the Hell King, Mephisto. The power he wielded was not something they could compare to. Very well, now let us go find something that attracts me. I sense it is in this city. The Witch Heart Demon revealed an evil smile, turning to look toward Wang Kai's home in Brooklyn. Meanwhile, Wang Kai was completely unaware of this matter. Oh, the system has refreshed skill enhancement points again. He immediately purchased them, and the sign-in points were just down to 3,000, while the undying demon body had also leveled up to level 15. Suddenly, a sound echoed in the silent kitchen, like a water tap that hadn't been tightened, water droplets splashing onto the stainless steel sink. Soon after, a chilling wind blew in through the window, howling like a ghostly whale, with even the cracks in their door seeping dirt, forming a muddy hand that crawled toward Wang Kai and Luna. It's a ghost. Luna screamed in fright, jumping up only to be caught in a princess carried by Wang Kai, trembling and unable to articulate while pointing at the muddy hand. "Don't worry, it's not a ghost," Wang Kai reassured her, already knowing that these were the 3 minor villains from the Ghost Rider movie: the Earth Demon, the Wind Demon, and the Water Demon, all of whom could be taken out in one hit. Sure enough, within seconds, the 3 appeared, one with a dry body, one with disheveled hair, and one dripping wet. They silently stared at Luna. "Luna, mirror dimension," Wang Kai whispered in Luna's ear, explaining that this was his home, and the Ghost Lady and Goliath had just moved in next door, so he didn't want to make too much noise. Creak, creak, although Luna was scared. She activated the mirror dimension, and Wang Kai, holding her, turned into a whirlwind and dove in, leaving the 3 demons bewildered. Being beings of their level, they had no knowledge of the existence of Camartage, so they were quite puzzled by the suddenly appearing glass shard wall. This is the protector of the human realm. Suddenly, a wave of black mist filled the living room, and the Witch Heart Demon emerged, looking at the entrance to the mirror dimension with great caution. But then he thought, why would the human protector run upon seeing him? After all, he was just a successor. Let us go in and take a look. The Witch Heart Demon led the way, and the 3 minions had no choice but to follow. As soon as they entered the mirror dimension, they were met with a massive blade over 40 meters long. Boom! Wang Kai activated the undying demon body and cleaved his apartment in half with a single stroke. But wasn't he over? He threw a cat bomb, completely blowing it to ruins before stopping, with the blazing cat head flames rising, Yet Wang Kai didn't receive any system notification about killing any villains. What a terrifying attack. Black smoke appeared as the witch heart demon re-emerged. The earth demon walked out of the sea of flames, only slightly more brittle, but otherwise unharmed, spitting out a mouthful of water, from which the water demon emerged, unexpectedly having hidden inside the earth demon's mouth. Meanwhile, the wind demon, being formless, had no physical entity, so neither the cleaving nor the explosion had harmed him. This woman makes me feel an urge to enjoy her. Can you tell me why? The witch heart demon lowered his gaze with a wicked smile, but in the next moment, he was sliced in half by a golden crescent. You son of a bitch! Wang Kai roared angrily, continuously unleashing golden crescents, which instantly connected into a wave, severing the witch heart demon and his 3 minions at the neck, waist, and legs. Yet they still felt nothing. This kind of attack is useless against us. The wind demon laughed heartily, even voluntarily splitting himself into layers like a 1,000-layer cake. But in the next second, he completely healed. Damn it! Physical attacks are ineffective. Wang Kai cursed inwardly. Facing such nature-based foes, his massive blade was completely ineffective. The last fuse skill must be able to convert physical damage into magical damage. Only then could it compensate for his shortcomings. Chapter 49. Trash. Identification completed. Since you won't say anything, I'll have to investigate myself. The evil witch smiled wickedly, and black mist erupted from beneath her feet like a rocket, racing towards the two with lightning speed. Bang! The evil witch's handsome face slammed directly into a massive golden shield, falling to the ground in a rather comical manner. She then transformed into black mist and reappeared in the same spot, glaring at the two with a gloomy expression. Being publicly humiliated like this made her feel incredibly angry. Luna deactivated the Seraphim shield, crossed her hands, and once again used the form of Aiken. In an instant, hundreds of Lunas appeared, surrounding the evil witch and her companions tightly. At this moment, Wang Kai was also busy. He immediately switched to the Mosey hero template, and Metal Storm appeared in an instant. The two hardly exchanged any words, but already knew what to do next. Stick to the rules. Metal Storm spread its arms, forming a massive tetrahedral electromagnetic field. A crackling sound of electricity filled the air, and a blue electromagnetic wall flickered into view, with electromagnetic waves rushing across the surface, creating a flashing grid pattern. The evil witch and her companions were all trapped within the electromagnetic field, blue electric sparks flickering across their bodies, making it impossible for them to elementalize. Bose's thunder. The Lunas on the ground shouted in unison, slamming their hands onto the ground. More than 20 thick, golden red lightning bolts leaped across the concrete floor, and in the blink of an eye, they all struck at the feet of the 4 villains, wrapping them up in a flash. Boom! The violent magical energy was instantly detonated, the roaring sound shattering all the glass in the vicinity. The shockwave spread like an 8th-grade wind, propelling shattered concrete and dirt like bullets, leaving only a deep pit of about 3 meters in the ground, while the 4 villains completely vanished. Damn, is it so hard to die? Wang Kai realized what it meant to deal with tricky little ghosts when he didn't hear the system notification for defeating a villain. Evil laughter echoed again, and the black heart demon suddenly appeared behind one of the Lunas, grasping her neck with its left hand and inhaling deeply, immediately understanding the sensation. It turned out to be the aroma of high-grade food, hidden so deeply. Before eating those 1,000 gram meals, this appetizer is also quite nice. The evil witch opened her mouth wide and bit down at Luna, but with a crunch, she almost knocked out her own teeth. Then, a red sword light pierced through the evil witch's mouth and out the back of her head, but before Luna could deliver another horizontal slash to behead her, the evil witch transformed into black mist and vanished. Spiky food is even more delicious to enjoy, ha ha ha. The evil laughter surrounded the area as the wind demon suddenly appeared, transforming into a gust of dark wind to continuously harass Luna in the air, while the water demon flowed across the ground, suddenly attacking beneath Luna's clone. And the earth demon transformed into a massive monster made of dirt and concrete. One slap was wider than a bus, and both sides fell into chaotic battle. Luna, lacking combat experience, was even more flustered at this moment. It's like dealing with ghosts. Wang Kai couldn't help but complain, already considering throwing these four guys into the mirror dimension to keep them locked up forever. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He still had another hero template he had overlooked, a hero specifically for catching ghosts. System, switch hero template to Void Spirit City Judge, Wang Kai. Ding, the host has switched hero templates and can now use all skills of Void Spirit City Judge, Wang Kai. What the hell? What is this? Jumping Little Ghost. Punishment Ritual. Taking damage will trigger a spell explosion, dealing spell damage to nearby enemies, with a 2-second cooldown for the explosion. Additionally, it will explode 3 seconds after your death, causing extremely high spell damage. Void Cleansing. Slam the ground to deal area spell damage and slow down enemies. If it directly hits, it will deal 5 times the damage. Cooldown time is 4 seconds. Annihilation Lock. Throw out a Void Hook to forcibly pull back hit enemies, and using Reincarnation Devour will prevent them from escaping. Cooldown time is 14 seconds. Reincarnation Devour. After charging, open the Void Body to repeatedly devour enemies in front, dealing massive spell damage. Cooldown time is 40 seconds. The skills are not much different from the game. The only issue is that in the game, one can die many times, but in reality, one can usually only die once. Enough, Luna. Cancel the clones and leave them to me. Wang Kai's body erupted with blue light surrounding him, and his size rapidly increased, soon reaching a height of 355 meters. When the blue light dissipated, what appeared was a humanoid figure with flowing silver long hair, golden skull shoulder armor, holding a massive blue hook and wrapped in eerie blue armor. Luna was shocked upon seeing this, but still followed Wang Kai's instructions and instantly recalled all her clones, standing aside to quietly watch how he would deal with this group of little ghosts. Transforming is useless. You can't harm us. The wind demon laughed wildly, continuously making obscene mocking gestures in the air. Wang Kai paid no attention, directly taking out a big stick from the system backpack while activating Rage, Sprint, and Wind Spirit Emblem. In an instant, he swung the Void Hook. The Wind Demon had no intention of dodging. I told you, your attacks against me. Before he could finish speaking, the Wind Demon stared in shock as the enormous hook actually crashed into its body, firmly grasping its formless self. Then an incredibly strong pulling force surged, instantly yanking the Wind Demon back. Looking at the Wind Demon firmly fixed to the hook, Wang Kai could even see the fear in its eyes. He coldly smiled and concluded, "Trash, identification complete." He swung the big stick and smashed it down on the Wind Demon's head. A sound like air bursting was heard, and the Wind Demon disappeared without a trace before it could even let out a scream. The Earth Demon and Water Demon instantly felt a chill run from their heels to the top of their heads. They were actually killed in an instant. Even the evil which couldn't easily kill the formless Wind Demon like this. What the hell are you? Wang Kai activated time-space traversal, instantly arriving atop the Earth Demon's massive body, then punched down. Void Cleansing. Boom! The Earth Demon's gigantic body exploded, becoming even more shattered than before. But at this moment, the Water Demon didn't flee, but instead merged, transforming into a torrent that swept up all the explosive dust. The Water Demon and Earth Demon actually combined. At the same time, the evil witch seized the opportunity to sneak up behind Wang Kai, pulling out a black dagger and stabbing it into Wang Kai's neck. Boom! A blue light erupted from behind, and the evil witch was blown away, covered in dirt and ash from the punishment ritual. Facing the cement giant formed by the merged Water Demon and Earth Demon, Wang Kai took a deep breath. Reincarnation Devour. Chapter 50:10 Consecutive Draws. Are you sure this isn't the ultimate lottery? The blue-armored giant opened its chest, and the armor automatically split to the sides, revealing an internal mist vortex and releasing a terrifying gravitational pull like a black hole. In an instant, an unnamed storm erupted before Wang Kai. The cement monster was torn towards the vortex by the powerful suction, causing both of them to be immensely shocked. As magical creatures, their instincts warned them that once sucked in, they would face eternal darkness. Bang! The cement monster plunged its hands into the ground, trying to resist the terrifying tearing force. But the sound of cracking spread throughout its body, and the lower half of the cement monster, which was several times harder than before, shattered with a thunderous noise. It turned into rubble and fell into the vortex, and in less than a second, its hands also broke off, with the enormous half-body crashing straight toward the terrifying vortex, only to rapidly shrink amidst the terrified screams of the earth and water demons, before being directly swallowed by the mist vortex. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the antagonists Wind Demon, Earth Demon, and Water Demon, earning 300 sign-in points. The system notification finally rang out, as the three demons were eliminated by Wang Kai, who transformed into Zhong Kuei, smashing and swallowing them. Zhong Kuei's title indeed lived up to its name. This is what you call professionalism. Wang Kai sneered in his heart and turned to look back. He saw the Witch Heart demon turning into a wisp of black smoke, fearfully glancing at Wang Kai before directly disappearing in place, actually returning to hell through the mirror dimension. Before leaving, she left behind a harsh remark, which only strengthened Wang Kai's determination to kill this little brat. She will eventually be mine. I will definitely come back to enjoy it. The voice drifted away with the wind, and Wang Kai's gaze turned cold. He silently the Zhong Kuei template and returned to his familiar Kai Dat state. Holding Luna's hand beside him, his desire to kill the Witch Heart demon had reached an extreme intensity. I don't believe I can't kill you. System. I want to draw lots. 10 consecutive draws. Ding, consuming 2,000 sign-in points, drawing lots. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a one-day hero experience card. Golden Archer. Ho-e. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring the summoner skill, Weaken. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Fong Tian Huajian. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Tornado Flash. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Illusionary Destruction. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Dominate the Battlefield. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining equipment, Endless Battle Blade. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining equipment, Scholar's Fury. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining consumables, Large Medicine Box. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a special item, System Backpack Expansion Space. The lottery ended, and Wang Kai was speechless for a long time. After a moment, he asked, System, are you sure this is the intermediate lottery wheel, not the ultimate lottery wheel? Whether it was the Ho-e experience card or the two major equipment pieces, they were all luxurious rewards. Now, they're given away as a package. What kind of even more powerful rewards would the advanced lottery yield? A person's luck can be good or bad at times. The lottery wheel is definitely not wrong. Since the system said so, Wang Kai could only accept it with a smile. Golden Archer, Ho-e experience card, functions the same as using a hero template, but has a time limit. With golden angel wings, one can freely soar in the sky, and as a divine being, possesses boundless power. This is more than enough to deal with the Witch Heart demon. Unfortunately, it can only be used for one day. Weaken reduces the damage output of enemies nearby by 25 and increases one's own damage reduction rate by 20, lasting 4 seconds, with a cooldown of 90 seconds. According to the Canyon relativity, reducing enemy damage equals increasing my damage, and increasing damage reduction equals decreasing their defense. So this is a god-level summoner skill that instantaneously increases damage by 45. It's very effective for challenging above one's level. Fong Tian Huajian, originating from the warrior elbow, swinging the huge Fong Tianhua halberd to hit enemies, it can be enchanted upon contact with blood, thereafter converting physical damage into true damage. However, there is still a prerequisite, which is that a weapon like the Fong Tianhua halberd is needed. It cannot be used without a hero template. True damage? Wang Kai's face tightened, not knowing if true damage could hurt the physically immune Witch Heart demon. He immediately inquired about the system, and the system's answer delighted Wang Kai. True damage ignores defense when attacking, and the phasing element also belongs to one's own defense. Thus it can injure enemies. Therefore, very naturally, the last fusion skill of the indestructible demon body is Fong Tian Huajian, and after fusion, it becomes a permanent enchantment in a resident state. No need to strike first. and it can be used without the Fong Tianhua halberd. Every strike deals true damage. Witch Heart Demon. This time you won't survive. Wang Kai sneered in his heart and continued to look at the other rewards. Tornado Flash. Erupts one's own aura to knock back enemies, while gaining a shield, and the next 3 strikes deal additional true damage. Cooldown time is 12 seconds. It is particularly effective after being surrounded, but with Wang Kai's current strength, it seems unnecessary. Illusionary Destruction. Sweeping with a weapon. If the enemy hit has higher health than oneself, it will stun the opponent, and the subsequent attacks will deal a certain amount of true damage, lasting 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. A classic case of defeating the strong with the weak. Dominate the battlefield. Designate a certain person in the subconscious to begin chanting in place, arriving next to the person after 2 seconds. Both parties gain 20 damage reduction and an energy shield. Cooldown is 70 seconds. There's a way to find Dr. Pim's wife. Endless Battle Blade provides a 25 critical strike chance for higher damage, while increasing critical strike damage by 40. A sword in a kind father's hand. Slashing the Witch Heart Demon. 2-sword style in hand. Scholar's Fury. 24 increase in spell damage, and an additional 35 increase in total spell damage. This blue hat fits Zhong Kuei's head just right. Putting it on Luna would even block her eyes. Large medicine box. Upon opening, it is filled with small medicine bottles, totaling 10. System Backpack Expansion Space. Doubles the current space area by 1 cubic meter. Finally able to store more items. Luna, let's find Master Gu Yi. Wang Kai smiled slightly, knowing that the target of the Witch Heart Demon was the Holy Vanguard's contract, which he knew was hidden in the shovel handle of the previous generation's Evil Knight. However, he didn't know the specific location of the tomb where the previous generation Evil Knight hid. He had no choice but to ask Gu Yi. Okay, Brother Kai. Luna, wearing the hovering ring, drew a circle with one hand, and the portal opened to Kamartaj, where the two directly went to the hall to find the Supreme Mage. As soon as they opened their mouths, Gu Yi had already stated their destination. He even told them the secret of the Holy Vanguard's contract. That contract was signed with 1,000 evil souls, which is a tremendous tonic for demons, so not only did the Witch Heart Demon want to obtain it, but even her father Mephisto was the same. Chapter 51. 1/to-kill. What more is there to say, although Mephisto would not easily take action? He would manipulate the Ghost Rider to seize the opportunity. No problem. If he dares to come, I'll dismantle that skeleton. Wang Kai said coldly. The Wuxin demon must be killed by him personally. There is no room for negotiation with the Ghost Rider. Seeing Wang Kai so determined, Gu Yi smiled mysteriously and did not say much more. She had already seen these events unfold. The power of the Ghost Rider, the spirit of vengeance, Zarathos, is not so easily extinguished. Luna said goodbye to Gu Yi and opened a portal once again, the two leaving to search for the key item, the Sanctum-Sanctorum contract. In a cemetery somewhere in New Mexico, as the sky just began to lighten, the Ghost Rider Johnny lay on the road, engulfed in white smoke, screaming in agony. Due to the sunlight, he transformed back into his human form. The pain he felt during this transformation was almost on par with that of the ghostly woman. Flames consumed his flesh and organs from the inside out, turning them to ash. This suffering was beyond description. Finally returning to human form, Johnny looked around in confusion, wondering how he got there. He had been so drunk the night before that he couldn't remember how he ended up riding his beloved motorcycle from the city to this cemetery in the suburbs. "You're awake," an old voice suddenly came from behind him. Johnny turned to look and saw an elderly cowboy with gray hair and beard. Judging by the name tag on his clothes and the shovel in his hand, he was the caretaker of this place. Yes, what happened to me?" Johnny stammered. The old cowboy sighed, shaking his head as he looked at Johnny. "You were deceived by a demon. Your memory was erased, and now you've become his tool. Truly pitiful and sad." This old cowboy was the previous Ghost Rider. After obtaining the Sanctum-Sanctorum contract, he realized its immense power and thus did not fulfill his promise to hand it over to Mephisto. Because of Gu Yi's interference, Mephisto could not take action himself to seize it, which allowed the old cowboy to hide for decades. "I burned that thing. Why won't you believe me?" The old cowboy said softly, looking into Johnny's eyes, actually communicating with Mephisto from afar. "Burn it? Can a mere mortal fire destroy the contract of the evil spirit? A cold voice came from not far away. Wang Kai and Luna walked out hand in hand from among the tombs. The old cowboy's expression changed, but he was also puzzled. These two handsome young men and women had no evil aura at all, so how did they know about the Sanctum.From contract? Ding! Host detected at the hidden sign-in location, Sanctum.From contract storage site. Sign-in process initiated. Sign-in countdown 2 minutes 59 seconds. The system's voice rang out. Wang Kai's expression remained calm as he extended his right hand, presenting the Sanctum.From contract. What do you want that for? The old cowboy asked cautiously. You don't need to know, Wang Kai said, turning his gaze toward the iron shovel in the old cowboy's hand. A flash of blue light sliced through, and the wooden handle of the shovel was instantly severed. Both Johnny and the old cowboy were startled. The speed was astonishing. They only saw a blue afterimage flash by before the handle was cut. What are you doing? Trying to rob us? Johnny, feeling a sense of justice, immediately stepped in front of the old cowboy. Wang Kai frowned, not because Johnny was in the way, but because he recalled that the Sanctum.From contract hidden in the handle was not there at all. It was a solid wooden handle. I really burned that thing. Why won't you believe us? The old cowboy earnestly said as he tossed aside the iron shovel. Luna also showed a puzzled expression and tugged at Wang Kai's sleeve, indicating that the old man might not be lying. Impossible, the contract of the evil spirit can't be so easily destroyed. Wang Kai didn't believe it at all. This old man was very cunning. He dared to trick the king of hell back then, and now he dared to trick them. It must be hidden somewhere. Without saying a word, Wang Kai walked toward the interior of the cemetery. The old cowboy quickly followed, and Johnny had no choice but to push his motorcycle along as they all went to the old cowboy's tool storage. When they opened it, they found it was filled entirely with various shovels. Flat shovels, round shovels, pointed shovels, square shovels. They were a dazzling array of different sizes, and Wang Kai's face darkened. Did the previous Ghost Rider enjoy collecting these things? Ha, I don't know what you're talking about. These are just the ones I've replaced over the years, and couldn't bear to throw away, the old cowboy chuckled. Wang Kai was too lazy to search through them one by one. Just then, a dark cloud suddenly appeared in the sky, obscuring the dawn light, plunging them back into darkness. From the darkness, the Wuxin demon slowly emerged. Seeing this, Wang Kai couldn't help but sneer, since the prey had come to him. There was no need for bait anymore. Hand over the Sanctum.From contract, Carter Slade. The Wuxin demon directly called out the old cowboy's name, but the old cowboy repeated, "Burned it is burned. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Are you ready to die, little brat?" Wang Kai shouted at the Wuxin demon. In an instant, a solemn golden holy light armor enveloped him, and a massive green demon blade shimmered with a faint red light. Wang Kai wielded the demon blade and slowly walked toward the Wuxin demon, while Luna cheered him on from behind. The demon blade scraped against the ground, creating sparks that echoed in their minds, like the music of death approaching. The Wuxin demon, seeing this, coldly laughed. He had seen this before. Just a scare tactic that couldn't hurt him at all. Johnny and the old cowboy stared in awe at the Guardian of Dawn, recalling the sensational news about the angel's descent from half a month ago, never expecting to witness it like this today. If you don't transform into that blue armor giant, then you can't blame me for what happens next. The Wuxin demon laughed wickedly as black mist swirled behind him, forming an enormous skull face. With a mouth big enough to swallow a house, it charged toward Wang Kai with incredible speed. The path was immediately engulfed in darkness. Tombstones were shattered upon impact, and even the tombstones on either side were lifted by the powerful gust. The sound was deafening, and the momentum was overwhelming. Faced with the Wuxin demon-'s attack, Wang Kai's eyes were filled with indifference. He drew the endless blade with his left hand and raised the green demon blade with his right. The red light on the blade blazed brightly. He dashed forward, unleashed a flurry of attacks with the wind spirit emblem. Wang Kai stomped the ground, causing it to explode. His figure transformed into a streak of green lightning, piercing through the frenzied laughter of the Wuxin demon. In an instant, the laughter stopped. The Wuxin demon appeared frozen, his face still caught in a laugh, but the next second, a cross-shaped line of blood appeared on his forehead, and the skull face behind him was already divided into 4 pieces. Warm sunlight suddenly poured down, as if the dark clouds had been sliced apart, illuminating the area with golden cross-shaped rays. The Wuxin demon slowly fell, still wearing that smiling face until the end, then turned to ashes and blew away with the wind. Chapter 52. Devouring 1,000 evil spirits under the warm cross sunlight, the solemn and majestic angel armor slowly sheathed its sword. With a single swipe of his hand on the faceplate, the enchanted armor instantly transformed into golden light and merged into his body. Luna immediately stepped forward to give Wang Kai a big hug. "Brother Kai is the best." "Of course," Wang Kai replied, spinning Luna around, causing the 2 generations of evil spirit knights to widen their eyes in disbelief. "Is he an angel?" the old cowboy muttered to himself, as if asking Johnny, and also asking himself, "I don't know, but this cloud cover can really be called a miracle." Johnny looked at the cross-like sunlight rapidly dissipating and quickly pulled out his phone to capture it, only to find that he had burnt ashes in his pocket. What the hell? The old cowboy glanced back and immediately understood the situation. Although Hellfire could enchant various objects to enhance their power, it did not include phones. Having defeated the Witch Heart demon, the St. Vangasa contract no longer needed to be taken away. But since this thing was a nuisance, it was best to destroy it. Now I can finally hand over the evil spirit contract to me, right? Wang Kai and Luna stepped forward to ask. The old cowboy sighed deeply. "Although I don't know who you are, Mephisto wouldn't send someone like you to deceive me. The contract can be given to you." The hellfire erupted from the old cowboy's body, instantly transforming him into a skeletal appearance. Johnny was so scared that he collapsed to the ground, staring at the very familiar evil spirit knight, unable to speak for a long time. "This is the last transformation. I thought I would die with this thing." The old cowboy grabbed his left arm with his right hand and pulled it off. Wang Kai instantly understood that this mischievous old man had hidden the contract inside his bone. This move was indeed ruthless. Even if he was killed, it'd be hard to think of this. "I did burn this thing, but unfortunately, it can't be burned." The old cowboy tossed the rolled-up St. Vangasa contract to Wang Kai and then reattached his left arm, making Luna feel both scared and intrigued. "Hellfire can't do anything about this. Do you have any good ideas?" "This is simple, Luna. A portal." A small golden portal appeared, and Wang Kai hung the St. Vangasa contract on it, causing the paper tube to split in 2 like laser cutting. The old cowboy looked at Wang Kai with a gaze, as if he were an idiot. "Are you kidding me? Using a cannon to shoot a mosquito? This thing isn't solid. It will automatically recover." As soon as the old cowboy finished speaking, the split paper tube instantly snapped back together like a magnet, looking exactly the same as before. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward, but Wang Kai quickly thought of another solution. Everyone stepped back a bit. The figure of Zhong Kuei reappeared, and Wang Kai directly used the reincarnation devouring to swallow the contract. However, this thing seemed to have automatic navigation. After a few seconds, it suddenly reappeared in Wang Kai's hands. The old cowboy shook his head repeatedly, feeling that he had entrusted the task to the wrong person. Meanwhile, Johnny was still in shock. Looking at the indestructible evil spirit contract, Wang Kai suddenly had a light bulb moment. "Can you recite the incantation on it to summon all these evil spirits?" "Of course, but releasing those 1,000 evil souls could lead to endless troubles." "What do you want to do?" "Very simple. Just get rid of all these evil spirits. If we can't solve the problem, then let's eliminate the evil spirits that caused these problems. This way, the St. Vangasa contract will lose its purpose." At this moment, the old cowboy did not pour cold water on the idea, but carefully considered its feasibility. He had witnessed Wang Kai's strength, and perhaps it was worth a try. "Do you have a specific plan?" the old cowboy asked. Wang Kai smiled slightly and pointed confidently at Luna. "Of course." Half an hour later, at the site of the old St. Vangasa village, Luna used the form of Aiken to create hundreds of clones, surrounding the area tightly, leaving no corner unguarded in the air or on the ground. Wang Kai transformed back into Zhong Kuei and laid directly on the ground. "Are you sure this will work?" "That's 1,000 evil spirits," the old cowboy asked seriously. Wang Kai gave a thumbs up, indicating that there was absolutely no problem. He continued, "You just take care of yourself and him. The Hell King won't let us deal with these evil spirits easily. If I die, so be it. As for him, you've already tied him up." The old cowboy looked at Johnny, who was bound up like a rice dumpling by a magical whip, and shrugged. It was unavoidable. Mephisto could turn Johnny into an evil spirit knight at any moment to cause trouble. They couldn't relax without tying him up. "Since that's the case, let's begin." The old cowboy nodded and took out the St. Vangasa contract to open it. Accompanied by an obscure incantation, ghostly figures began to appear around, emitting piercing howls. The sky darkened, making it feel like night even in broad daylight. Johnny was so frightened by the ghost that he fainted, making the old cowboy shake his head in disbelief. "In the name of the contract, all evil spirits appear quickly." After reciting the incantation, the old cowboy tossed the now useless contract aside, watching as the evil spirits scattered. Wang Kai glanced at all the lunas in the sky, gave a thumbs-up signal, and then immediately used reincarnation devouring. The terrifying suction reappeared, and it had an even stronger pulling force on this group of evil spirits. Countless evil spirits emitted heartbreaking howls as they were sucked into the vortex, while the lunas in the sky raised huge magical shields, combining one after another to form a golden shield that surrounded the entire St. Vangasa village. Not only did it completely block the escape routes of the evil spirits, but it also simultaneously shrank inward, compressing the living space of the flying evil spirits. At the same time, some lunas transformed into the sword of Ishani, batting the wailing evil spirits into the vortex of reincarnation, devouring like playing baseball. But at that moment, Johnny, who was tied up by the magical whip, suddenly erupted in flames, starting to struggle wildly. In less than a second, the flames enveloped Johnny completely, breaking the magical whip instantly, followed by a thunderous explosion. Boom! With the sound of the explosion, the evil spirit knight, Johnny Blaze, reappeared. Although he was without chains and shotgun, the hellfire flowing throughout his body was the best weapon. With both hands raised, a giant fireball the size of a truck appeared above his head, and then with a swing of his skeletal arm, the fireball shot away straight towards Wang Kai, who was releasing reincarnation devouring. Boom! The sky was filled with flames as the fireball exploded, but it was blocked by a massive golden shield. Luna used the Seraphim shield to effortlessly deflect the explosion, and, at this moment, the number of evil spirits was rapidly decreasing. Chapter 53. Come be my son. Today's 5 updates, seeking silver tickets. Don't even think about interfering with Brother Kai. The 4 Lunarians surrounded the Wraith Knight, each one flicking their wrist to launch red silk cloth. The deep red chains of Sadarak immediately wrapped around the Wraith Knight, spinning wildly before suddenly tightening. This bound the Wraith Knight again, and the red silk cloth burst forth with a strangling force. Under the immense power, the bones of the Wraith Knight emitted a series of chilling, cracking sounds, while the Wraith Knight erupted with hellfire. Yet was unable to destroy the ropes binding him like last time. The situation momentarily reached a stalemate, but there were fewer than 100 evil spirits left in the sky. The space for the evil spirits to move was rapidly compressed, and when it reached a certain tipping point, they could no longer resist the terrifying suction of the mist vortex and were all sucked in at once. The entire process seemed incredibly long, but in reality, it was very quick. Within just 3 seconds, 1,000 evil souls were devoured and absorbed by the cycle of reincarnation. The sky quickly cleared, and the chilling wails of ghosts vanished. Wang Kai stood up suddenly and swiftly changed his hero template. Luna, stand back. The 40-meter-long greatsword reappeared, and the red silk cloth wrapping the Wraith Knight vanished in an instant. Wang Kai unleashed all his enhancements and swung down at the Wraith Knight's skull with one strike. Boom! A massive explosion echoed through the skies, and flames shot up dozens of meters high. The Wraith Knight was cleaved in two, exploding on the spot and leaving only scattered bones upon landing. To dare attack Luna, one truly doesn't know how to write the word death. Wang Kai coldly watched the burning flames, and just as he was about to turn away, he saw countless bone fragments inexplicably ignite, then slowly float up like fiery meteors heading towards the explosion point. The Wraith Knight is immortal. The old cowboy suddenly appeared out of nowhere, pointing at the blazing flames and explaining. That is the spirit of vengeance, said to be created by God, and even Mephisto cannot kill it. Really? I don't believe it, Wang Kai said coldly, then unleashed a series of powerful strikes at the roaring flames. The cracks in the ground widened and deepened, but the flames seemed unaffected. Moments later, they quickly contracted and rejoined the intact skeleton, and the Wraith Knight reappeared. Upon seeing this, Wang Kai frowned and raised his greatsword to strike again. Just then, the flames rapidly receded, and the burning skeleton transformed back into Johnny, who fell back into the pit. Isn't this a bit effective? Wang Kai retracted the magic blade and canceled the immortal body, turning to Luna, only to find her expression frozen, as if she were encased in ice, and the old cowboy was the same. The surrounding time and space seemed to come to a halt, and he could even hear the sound of his own heartbeat in the silence. Ancient One, Wang Kai asked warily, while simultaneously activating the immortal body. The angel armor covered his entire body, and the experienced heart of Ho was already in his palm, ready for quick use if anything seemed off. You are quite impressive, much stronger than my useless son. A hoarse voice suddenly appeared from behind. Without thinking, Wang Kai unleashed all his firepower and swung down with his blade. Ding! It sounded as if he struck metal, and the massive magic blade was surprisingly stopped by an old finger. Wang Kai's pupils instantly contracted, and he was filled with shock. This was a real damage-dealing strike. How could it be so easily blocked? What a sharp weapon. The finger bent and flicked, producing a crisp sound, but the enormous green magic blade shook violently, nearly slipping from Wang Kai's single-handed grip. He could only grip it with both hands and then thrust it into the ground. Boom! The ground instantly exploded outward like a spider web, with dozens of cracks spreading out from the direction of the magic blade. And this was merely the residual force of that flick. Mephisto. Wang Kai coldly looked up at the seemingly ordinary old man with white hair. The other party's gaze was profound, as if it contained the universe and all things, standing there with an unparalleled aura. His body resembled a black hole, drawing away much of the light around him. The ground beneath his feet seemed to be stained with ink, slowly eroding and cracking. The surrounding air had dropped below freezing, and with each breath Wang Kai took, visible white mist appeared. I admire you, Kai. Mephisto's expression was calm as he glanced at Johnny, who was almost buried in the pit, and directly proposed the devil's temptation. Become my son, and I will grant you 10 times your current power, and this realm shall also be yours. Wang Kai, I'll be damned. Stay calm. Wang Kai took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his wildly fluctuating emotions, and coldly asked why. I just killed your son. He was just a waste. Such waste can be created at any time, but someone with potential like you is rare in this world. Mephisto's eyes stared directly at Wang Kai, as if he had found a rare treasure. Various strange abilities and the power to easily defeat the Witch King all told Mephisto that this was a potential stock worth investing in. Become my son, and I can help you achieve any wish. Power, authority, wealth, the opposite sex, anything you desire, including this planet, will be yours. Mephisto's voice seemed to carry magic, amplifying all of Wang Kai's inner desires. In an instant, countless illusions arose in his mind, conquering one world after another with extraordinary power, becoming the ruler of multiple planets and star systems. He could do anything he wanted, without restraint. He could fully release the darkest thoughts in his heart. This time, the illusion was not interrupted, and Wang Kai watched all the gentlemanly scenes in their entirety. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and when he opened them again, he smiled slightly at Mephisto. Can you really let me enjoy this kind of life? Of course, Mephisto replied with a smile, as if victory was already in his grasp. But I refuse. What? Mephisto asked in surprise. But I refuse. One of my favorite things is to say no to those who think they have absolute advantage and believe their demands are indisputable. Wang Kai sneered coldly, then shouted to the sky, Supreme Mage, save me. In an instant, the world changed color, and the surrounding space transformed repeatedly, as if trapped in a kaleidoscope. Wang Kai immediately realized he had entered the mirror dimension. The Ancient One, dressed in a yellow battle robe, and wearing the eye of Agamotto, slowly descended from the sky. The Dormammu mark on her forehead had appeared, clearly indicating that she was willing to draw power from the dark space to deal with this battle. Chapter 54. This matter is not over, yet you have indeed withstood the temptation. Ancient One said to Wang Kai with her back turned, feeling quite satisfied. With these two around, she could completely retire and seek the life she wanted. Wang Kai grinned and replied, compared to being a son, I prefer to be someone else's father. He was not resisting temptation. Rather, the level of temptation was too low. Without Mephisto's help, he could reach that level of power, and even become stronger. Moreover, being in an environment that felt immersive, he also exited the illusion once everything became dull after finishing his gentlemanly duties. Satan, are we going to continue this meaningless battle? Ancient One smiled, extending her hands forward and backward. The eye of Agamotto on her chest emitted a green light, and a green circular spell appeared in her palms. Wang Kai was excited at the sight, thinking they were going to see Ancient One unleash her full power in battle. But Mephisto shook his head. No need, I know your strength very well. We want to reach a conclusion. After saying this somewhat ambiguous statement, Mephisto glanced deeply at Wang Kai, and a pitch-black door that reflected no light appeared behind him, its frame composed of skulls and flesh, giving off an immensely evil aura. Mephisto turned and walked into the black door, disappearing, and thus the king of hell left. He just left like that? Why do I feel like this matter isn't over yet? Wang Kai walked up to Ancient One and asked, This is the end of the beginning, but not the beginning of the end. Ancient One shook her head and said a couple of philosophical sentences, then turned to Wang Kai. There are things I can tell you, but there are things I absolutely cannot say. Otherwise, the future will become even more uncontrollable. I hope you can understand. Wang Kai nodded, somewhat understanding, but still confused. Just like in the movie, Dr. Strange became determined to become a sorcerer to protect Earth after Ancient One's death. If there was any change in this, Dr. Strange could possibly vanish. Maybe it was because he concentrated on driving and avoided an accident, or perhaps he could have been stabbed to death by some thugs on the way to Kamartaj. Wang Kai was now indirectly walking the path of Dr. Strange. She could not warn him of the difficulties he would encounter next. Otherwise, that best outcome would disappear, which was not what Ancient One wished to see. Leaving the mirror dimension, the outside still looked like time had stopped. Ancient One turned her hands, and the originally motionless green runes began to slowly rotate. The surrounding time seemed to start flowing again, as if slow motion had returned to normal speed, and everything returned to normal. It's truly amazing, Ancient One. Why don't you use it to make Mephisto age to death? Wang Kai turned to look at Ancient One, only to find she had already left. Luna, having cancelled her Aiken form, flew down from the air and looked at the shattered ground beneath Wang Kai with surprise. Strange, it was fine here just a moment ago. How did it shatter like this in the blink of an eye? Wang Kai glanced at it, not wanting to explain too much. He directly changed the topic and pointed at Johnny in the pit. Teach him to control that power well. After saying that, he left with Luna, not explaining his identity. The old cowboy approached the deep pit, looking at Johnny lying inside, and instinctively wanted to fill the pit with a shovel due to his professional instincts. Whether you can rely on your will to break free from the King of Hell's control depends on you. He squatted down to wake Johnny, and the two walked towards the path back to the cemetery. A week later, on a morning, Luna routinely sent Goliath and Ghost to San Francisco. The construction of the quantum tunnel had officially begun, just like in a movie, located in a building purchased by Dr. Pym. This building could be large or small, and in urgent times, it could even be used as a suitcase to be pulled away, very convenient and discreet. Today, the work here began with a scream. A big ant. Luna hurriedly hid behind Goliath, looking at the ant that was about the size of a large dog, feeling her hair stand on end. With its fierce mandibles, 2 sharp pincers by its mouth, spiky body hair, and 6 sturdy legs, Luna thought she saw a monster from a nightmare. It's just an ant. Luna, how can you be afraid of ants? Hope joked as she walked in from outside, brushing past the giant ant and even giving it a pat. Of course, I'm not afraid of small ones, but this one is just too big. It's like it came out of a horror movie. Luna patted her chest, causing the nearby ghost, Ava, to burst into laughter. You can fly and use magic. Yet you're afraid of these bugs. That is quite rare. That is because you didn't have childhood trauma. If you had experienced what I did when you were young, you would feel the same. Luna Potev, still feeling a chill in her heart as she looked at the giant ant. Hope smiled slightly and began to explain while pointing at the giant ant. These ants are our workers. My father and I give them commands through the controller in our ears. It's quite fun. Maybe you can give it a try. Just as Hope was about to show the controller to Luna, Dr. Pym briskly walked in, quickly assigning tasks to everyone, and Hope could only give Luna an apologetic glance. All right, everyone, let us get to work quickly. Little girl, you should leave here. Don't mess up their work efficiency. Dr. Pym spoke directly and sharply. Seeing this, Luna could only make a face and stick out her tongue at Dr. Pym. Just as Luna was about to open a portal, a strange sixth voice suddenly resonated in the lab. What an interesting experimental result. Mephisto suddenly appeared, looking very interested in the giant ant. He pointed at it and shot out a wave of black light, instantly making the black giant ant grow even larger. Its body began to protrude with menacing bone spines, resembling a beast from hell, and it let out a terrifying howl. Roar! Go out and play. With a flick of his hand, the ant beast vanished from its spot, with no idea where it was sent. The five looked on in shock at everything. Having never seen Mephisto before and naturally not recognizing the person in front of them. Who are you? Goliath stepped forward first, looking vigilant. Mephisto turned to glance at the five, then focused his gaze on Luna. Come with me. As soon as he finished speaking, he shot out 5 beams of dark light, instantly immobilizing several people. If you want to find her, let Kai come to hell to find me. Mephisto stepped forward and grabbed Luna's arm. But suddenly a mysterious force bounced him away. A virtual golden runic cube appeared around Luna's body, constantly changing in size, completely protecting her. Chapter 55 Classic Villain Behavior. To his surprise, Mephisto saw the golden cube around Luna constantly changing, and his eyes narrowed as they turned pitch black. He clenched his hands and pulled back forcefully. Bang, bang, bang. The golden cube on Luna's body immediately erupted with golden sparks and began to tremble violently, as if resisting some kind of force. Meanwhile, the wall behind her and the floor beneath her suddenly tore apart like a rag. It was like a massive wound. The tear continued to expand outward, and in the blink of an eye, the entire building was split in two. It resembled a pair of open scissors, forming a V shape like an incredibly fierce and terrifying wound. All the lights in the building instantly went out, leaving only the flashing red alarm lights. In the dim red light, everyone could vaguely see the true form of Mephisto, a hellish demon with curved horns resembling a crown on his head, flames burning atop them, and a strong, tall, red-skinned body. As Dr. Pym and the others watched this scene, they were so shocked that their eyes nearly popped out. As expected of you, Supreme Sorcerer. Mephisto smiled slightly, seeming not too surprised by the outcome. Although I can't take her away, I have ways to make Kay willingly become my son. As he spoke, Mephisto clasped his hands in front of his chest, strands of black mist gathering in his palms, gradually transforming into a wolf-like creature. The primal demon within Luna, the beast. Mephisto looked at the beast, smiling silently, as his fingers moved slightly. The black mist beast began to slowly change shape, almost in a breath, forming a humanoid silhouette. This silhouette stood tall with horns on its head, bat-like wings on its back, and a long tail ending in a heart-shaped spike. Upon seeing this, Mephisto revealed an unusual smile, and the silhouette in his hands immediately dissipated. Luna then felt immense pain, as if there was scorching lava inside her, churning violently in her organs, constantly crashing left and right. Within seconds, she fainted. Since I can't take her, I'll take you instead. Mephisto waved his hand, and Hope and Ghost immediately floated towards him. No matter how they struggled, they couldn't utter a word or break free from the magical bindings. In the blink of an eye, the gateway to hell opened, and the two fathers watched helplessly as their daughters vanished before their eyes. After the Hell King left, the magic binding them disappeared. Goliath and Dr. Pym were filled with rage. Watching their daughter being taken away made them wish they could tear Mephisto apart. Call K over. This must be related to him. A minute later, King K was teleported to the torn building's exterior, looking at everything with a sharp gaze. This matter was far from over. Dr. Pym and Goliath. With the unconscious Luna, were already waiting outside. Dr. Pym pressed a button on a remote control, and the building instantly shrank. But instead of turning back into a small suitcase, it shrank into a pile of construction debris. After handling the accident scene to avoid police inquiries, Dr. Pym, fuming, grabbed King K by the collar and demanded, "Who the hell is that guy? It's all because of you that my daughter was taken by him." Goliath, seeing this, quickly stepped forward to pull Dr. Pym away. Compared to the hot-headed Dr. Pym, he was much more rational. He knew that rescuing someone would definitely depend on King K. "That's the Hell King, Mephisto," King K replied coldly, knowing that this was Mephisto using his villainous skills, kidnapping your girlfriend or someone related to you to force you to meet him. He initially thought that such a high-profile demon wouldn't stoop to using such tactics, but unexpectedly, in just a few days, he had launched a counterattack. Hell, both Dr. Pym and Goliath were filled with question marks. King K had no choice but to briefly explain about Hell and the Demon King Mephisto. After hearing this, the two widened their eyes and were left speechless for a while. "So, you mean Hope and Ava have been taken to Hell? Doesn't that mean they are sentenced to death?" According to Western tradition, entering Hell is like entering the underworld. In such cases, it's impossible to return alive. The two fathers found it hard to accept this situation, standing there in a daze. "No, if we can rescue them quickly, then everything is still salvageable," King K said solemnly. Regardless of the reason, he felt the necessity to save them. Moreover, Hell is just another space, although it's not suitable for human survival. It should be fine for a short time, especially since they're next to Mephisto. The Hell King surely has some means of protection. I will rescue Hope and Ava. I promise you. After calming the two down, King K approached to check on Luna's condition. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable connection to her. And after asking them about what had happened, he immediately realized that Luna must have been tampered with by Mephisto. He took out his phone and immediately called Ancient One. Kamartaj is not a primitive forest. There is internet and communication. Moments later, a portal appeared beside him. King K picked up Luna and turned to Dr. Pym and Goliath, saying, "You immediately start making Pym particles, as many as you can. I need them for the rescue." Then, he stepped straight into the portal. The two old fathers exchanged glances and immediately set off to create them. The die was cast. They could only believe that King K could delve into Hell and rescue their daughter. Kamartaj, Ancient One, awakened the unconscious Luna, and at that moment, King K's strange feeling became even more pronounced. "Ancient One, what's wrong with Luna? I feel a very special feeling." In King K's eyes, it seemed like Luna was about to occupy all of his heart, almost luring his spirit away. Ancient One smiled slightly, rotating her hands, and the golden cube sealing Luna's inner power immediately appeared. However, what was being suppressed inside was no longer the wolf-like beast, but humanoid creature that seemed ready to seduce a man's soul. "Have you heard of succubi, K?" King K's eyes widened in an instant, revealing a gentlemanly gaze, but Ancient One immediately concealed the seal, leaving him feeling extremely displeased. "Ahem, are you talking about that kind of creature from Western legends?" King K asked awkwardly. "That's right. Succubi have a natural allure for men. If one's will is not firm, it's easy to be enchanted and unable to extricate oneself. What Mephisto has sent you is both the temptation of a demon and a trap that forces you to seek him out personally to break it." Chapter 56, A Great Gift to Hell. After listening to Gu Yi's words, Wang Kai instantly lost his composure. In other words, Luna now had a succubus sealed within her body, which caused men to be irresistibly attracted to her. This was really messed up. Why was Mephisto always pestering me? Does he like men? Wang Kai maliciously asked, but Gu Yi shook her head with a smile. "No, he doesn't like men. He likes you." Wang Kai gusped. "This is a bit terrifying." Fortunately, Gu Yi explained right after, allowing his heart to finally settle down. "First, your strength is very strong, and your potential is high. If he can use you, he can conquer more worlds. Secondly, it's because of your soul. It's like someone who is used to bland potatoes and bread suddenly seeing a feast. The temptation is just too great." Gu Yi didn't poke through the surface, but Wang Kai understood instantly. He had soul transcended, and with a system, his soul was quite different from the people of this universe. It was like a husky mixed in with a flock of sheep, instantly standing out as unique and extraordinary. No wonder Mephisto was so fixated on him. So his idea was to treat me like sugarcane. When needed, he could lean on me, and when not, he could just suck my soul dry, leaving behind a broken body that wouldn't even be worth a glance. Wang Kai squinted. This Mephisto really had a good plan, wanting not only his body, but also his soul. It's good that you can see his true intentions. The seal has been reinforced. Aside from showing an attraction to men, Luna won't have any abnormalities. Gu-Yi cast a spell, and golden runes flickered in front of Luna. Her previously dazed eyes instantly became lively, and she looked around in confusion. First, she bowed to Gu-Yi, then asked Wang Kai, "Brother Kai, did you save me? Where's that evil old man?" "No, it was Master Gu-Yi's protective magic that saved you." Wang Kai quickly recounted the events. Luna trembled at the news that her two older sisters had been captured in her place, and tears welled up in her eyes. "Brother Kai, you must rescue my two sisters." "Don't worry, of course I will. Not only do I want to save them, but I also want to give hell a great gift. Many evil creatures in hell have a weakness. They cannot be exposed to sunlight. Although high-level demons can overcome this weakness, it still makes them uncomfortable." Wang Kai intended to make the entire hell feel uncomfortable. He would throw an unprecedented artificial sun into hell. Let Mephisto, let all the evil creatures bathe in the sunlight, enjoy a nice sun bath, and then turn to ashes on his sun. "Can you help me open the gate to hell, Master Gu-Yi?" Wang Kai asked. "Yes, but I cannot leave Earth. It still needs my protection." The implication was that she couldn't help with the fighting, which Wang Kai had anticipated. After all, the Supreme Sorcerer's duty is to protect Earth and not run around. Moreover, if she really helped out, it could easily lead to a war between the two worlds, which would be too risky. "Okay, I understand. Just help me open the door." Wang Kai and Luna thanked Gu-Yi, then left Camartage and returned to New York. Creating a portable artificial sun bomb was not easy, so Wang Kai gathered all the relevant personnel to his home. Dr. Pym, Dr. Octopus, who had temporarily removed his mechanical arm, Goliath, and Iron Man Tony. They first introduced themselves to understand the two main characters, the artificial sun and Pym particles, and then discussed only one issue: how to turn the artificial sun device into a super bomb in the shortest time possible. And it also needed to be small enough for Wang Kai to carry. "Do we really have to do this? I researched the artificial sun to obtain endless energy, not to make a bomb," Dr. Octopus said helplessly. Seeing this, Tony added fuel to the fire with sarcasm. "Isn't that the artificial sun from the Osborn Group's experiment? I heard it almost blew up an entire block." Dr. Pym, who already had a grudge against the Stark family, was further enraged by Tony's smug face. He stepped forward, grabbing Tony by the collar, his face filled with anger. "You thief from the Stark family. Do you have the right to comment on others?" For a moment, Dr. Pym and Tony were at odds, and Goliath's attempts to mediate were in vain. Just as the two were about to fight, Wang Kai frowned and shouted, "Enough! Don't you want to save your daughter anymore?" As soon as these words were spoken, Dr. Pym released Tony's collar, but still looked furious. "I can also create a portable artificial sun without you. There isn't a good person in the Stark family. If you're talking about my bastard father, then I agree, but you want to include me in that," Tony retorted defiantly. After their verbal sparring, Wang Kai didn't want them to continue bickering. "Enough, Dr. Pym. With every word you waste, your daughter is in more danger. Let's focus on how to make this bomb. I need it to explode in hell, then form a solar deterrent. That way, future troubles might be reduced." Finally, Dr. Pym stopped his complaints, and the four began discussing how to produce the artificial sun bomb that Wang Kai needed. Since the technology was already available and all four were geniuses in their respective fields, with Tony being a polymath, they quickly decided on the bomb's model, construction, and related technologies in less than half an hour. The fully enclosed cube structure would encase the artificial sun, powered by 6 small arc reactors providing initial energy and responsible for pushing the artificial sun's energy to its peak. It would have mechanical claws to control the reaction inside, and the shrinking function would also be installed, allowing Wang Kai to carry it to blow up hell. "You guys handle the construction. I just want to know how powerful the artificial sun made from this tritium element will be." Wang Kai took out the tritium element sphere he obtained from Norman. The geniuses estimated it, and soon they had an answer. The larger the artificial sun, the exponentially greater the explosion's power. If the tritium element were enlarged to the size of a soccer ball, it would be expected to yield the power of 6 Tsar Bomba. The Tsar Bomba, also known as the Tsar Bomb, was the most powerful bomb ever created in human history during the Cold War. With a power over 3,000 times that of the bombs dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. 6 Tsar Bombas? This was beyond description. It far exceeded the power of any nuclear weapon humanity had ever created. Alright, let's proceed with the production. Chapter 57. Entering Hell without Wang Kai needing to say much. Dr. Pym and Goliath, these two old fathers, would naturally speed up the construction, and it was expected to be completed in just a few days. At that time, they could knock on the gates of hell and deliver warmth. After sending away the 4 scientists, Wang Kai did not hesitate and directly proceeded to the lottery. System. I want to draw a lottery, 5 consecutive draws. Ding, consuming 1,000 sign-in points, starting the lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a special item, system equipment slot. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a special item. Thank you for your patronage for. That's it. System, are you kidding me? This result made Wang Kai want to vomit blood. When did he, a European god, become a non-god? The system would never make mistakes and suggested the host to take a good look. If the eyes are not needed, they could be donated. Isn't this just mocking his blindness? Wang Kai's face darkened, and he could only accept it helplessly. Sometimes a person's luck is good, and sometimes it's bad. A few days ago, he didn't believe it, but now he did. Mephisto had been pestering him, and Luna was even possessed by a succubus. With 2 key figures kidnapped, the construction of the quantum channel to resurrect his parents was halted, and it was truly unfortunate. Brother Kai, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Luna appeared from her invisibility state and hurriedly asked upon seeing Wang Kai's expression. No, I'm fine. But you don't blame me, right? Now, Luna was exuding an attraction to the opposite sex at all times. Tony, the old SP, a playboy, would probably be so mesmerized that he wouldn't even walk straight upon seeing her. He definitely wouldn't have the mind to calm down and study the artificial sun bomb. As for the others, they all had families, but Wang Kai couldn't gamble on their willpower being strong enough. Helpless, he had to resort to this strategy. How could I? Brother Kai has done so much for me. I don't mind this small matter at all. Luna smiled brilliantly, like a blooming flower, beautiful enough to make one want to rush forward to sniff and play with. Seeing this, Wang Kai felt his eyelids twitch. Is this the effect of being possessed by a succubus? It was simply testing whether one was a gentleman at all times. Who the hell could withstand this? Ahem. Use the mirror dimension. Let me in to test my current strength. In the mirror dimension, Wang Kai activated the immortal demon body and once again appeared above Stark Tower. With a simple slash, without activating any enhancements, the golden blade aura descended straight into the tower. Wang Kai felt no obstruction, as if he was cutting tofu. With one slash until the blade aura disappeared, the number of broken floors reached nearly 50. That was almost 20 more than last time. Real damage manifested in the building like this. Wang Kai was slightly surprised. Simply put, it was now sharper. If he encountered the Hulk again, with all enhancements activated, he could definitely sever one of his arms. Next, he looked at the only item obtained from the lottery, the system equipment slot. In the game, this item is a slot for players to place purchased equipment, with a maximum of 6 pieces. But in reality, if Wang Kai drew the endless blade, he had to hold it. If he drew the swift boots, he had to wear them. If he got a hat, he had to put on. Otherwise, he wouldn't receive any bonuses. But now, it was great. He could throw everything into the equipment slot and gain the equipment's attributes. So Wang Kai directly placed the inconvenient items to hold or wear into the equipment slot. Swift boots, endless blade, shield of inspiration. The fake 3-piece set was formed. Changing to the Osborne Group building, he slashed down. The effect was immediate, with another 10 floors being severed. System, if I change the hero template, will the equipment slot disappear? It won't. The host just needs to remember to adjust the equipment. That's truly great. Wang Kai smiled slightly. He no longer had to worry about having 6 divine items, but not enough hands to use them, unable to take the Endless Master and 3-piece set. 4 days later, after almost no sleep, Dr. Pym and the others finally completed the artificial sun bomb. It was a giant square box with dimensions exceeding 15 meters in length, width, and height, with small arc reactors embedded in the center of each face, arranged in a grid pattern, firmly locking the artificial sun inside. 12 edges were embedded with red PIM particle test tubes, which could shrink to the size of a Rubik's Cube, fitting in the palm of one's hand like a sci-fi toy. But it was an extremely dangerous and terrifying toy. If it exploded in New York, it would undoubtedly cause the city to vanish completely. With only 3 days, this device could only sustain the artificial sun for 3 days. Once the time exceeded, the probability of explosion would exceed 95. Tony said seriously, although I don't like Dr. Pym, I also don't want Wang Kai, the guy who has saved my life multiple times, to die. After all, it's hell. It's a place that Westerners fear to mention. Wang Kai was now actually going there to save people. In addition to shocking Tony, it was also genuine admiration. 3 days? That's enough. Wang Kai grinned and continued to ask, if I want to detonate it in advance, how do I do that? Very simple, just cut it once. Tony made a joke, patted Wang Kai on the shoulder, and then left on his own. Dr. Octopus also bid farewell. Collaborating with the genius Tony had brought him great rewards. The artificial sun that could only last 30 seconds now reached 3 days. He felt that a permanently stable artificial sun was beckoning him. If you bring back my daughter, I can give you the PIM particle technology. Dr. Pym didn't have much sentimental talk. He directly used benefits to entice Wang Kai. But being able to hand over the PIM particle technology, which he considered his life, showed how much more important his daughter was to him than this technology. All right, it's a deal. Wang Kai smiled, shook hands with Goliath, and then they teleported away. Kamartaj, Ancient One, was already ready in her yellow robe. The three of them were now in the mirror dimension, entering hell from here without worrying about germs or viruses from another world leaking into the real world. Wang Kai kissed Luna on the forehead to say goodbye, and Ancient One revealed the Dormammu mark on her forehead, borrowing the powerful force of the dark dimension. Even when the two worlds were not connected, she could forcibly open a portal. No fancy tricks. Ancient One chanted a spell and pointed with one hand. Wang Kai seemed to hear the sound of burlap tearing. Suddenly, a horizontal black character appeared before him. As this character slowly thickened, tendrils of black mist drifted out from the letters, and a rotten smell immediately rushed into his nose. In the blink of an eye, a black void appeared before Wang Kai. Go in. The other side is the hell dimension. When you want to come out, just shout my name. Okay. Wang Kai summoned the blue magic armor and stepped into the black void, then felt a powerful suction pulling him into a deeper darkness. Chapter 58. Hell. Today's 5 updates end. Seeking silver tickets. Hell, a desolate and lifeless gray land, is covered by dark, gloomy clouds that hang low in the sky like a dirty rag, obscuring everything. There are no wild grasses, no trees, not even a hint of vegetation. There is not a trace of green, as the green of plants represents hope, a concept that does not exist in hell. In this gray-toned world, a sudden uninvited guest arrives today. Wang Kai bursts out from the dark clouds in the sky and looks at this novel landscape with great curiosity. Before his body lands, he has already switched to the metal storm form, hovering in midair. Ding! Detected that the host is at a hidden sign-in location in the hell dimension. Starting sign-in. Sign-in countdown. 9 minutes and 59 seconds. Is this what they call extremely good luck? Wang Kai smiles knowingly. He has found a sign-in point right upon arrival, and it's worth 1,000 points. This is truly a stroke of good fortune. Looking around, even though he is hovering beneath the clouds, he cannot see anything resembling a palace, village, or altar. Hell is vast and empty. He can see a few mountain peaks in the distance, but beyond that, there are no signs of life. No souls that have fallen here after death can be seen. The Ancient One wouldn't just open a portal anywhere, would he? Wang Kai mutters to himself and immediately uses the command battlefield skill, hoping to teleport next to the ghost lady, but the skill icon shows gray. He doesn't know if it's due to distance or some other reason. He takes out the golden Sagittarius experience card, thinks for a moment, and puts it down, then pulls out a sun-like artificial device resembling a Rubik's Cube. The light of the sun instantly illuminates the surroundings, giving Wang Kai a warm feeling and dispelling the hopeless grayness. The sun rises regularly. This is a well-known fact in the human realm, and it also represents hope, something that cannot be seen in hell. This should attract some demons to ask for directions. Wang Kai grips the artificial sun device tightly, glances at the distant mountain peaks, and blue plasma flames erupt from beneath his feet, propelling him close to the speed of sound in just a few breaths. A layer of light white mist appears behind him, accompanied by a deafening roar as Wang Kai breaks the sound barrier and continues to fly into the distance. Like a meteor streaking across the sky that can be seen clearly even from dozens of kilometers away. 2 hours later, he arrives among the mountains and unexpectedly sees signs of life here. They are wolf-like creatures, each about the size of a calf, almost identical to the primitive demon beast, ferocious, ugly, and extremely brutal. From afar, he sees a small light in the sky chasing from a distance. Upon seeing the metal storm, they immediately begin to howl frantically. Just as the Ancient One described, they are large dogs akin to wild dogs. Wang Kai pilots the metal storm mech and quickly descends, kicking one to death. But these beasts show no fear and rush forward to bite and attack. Wang Kai has no choice but to kick them all to death. Since these creatures were created by Mephisto, he must be nearby. The metal storm looks down and retrieves the artificial sun device, following the beast's tracks until he reaches the highest peak among the mountains. At the summit, he sees a grayish city. At its center stands a towering structure resembling a pyramid, likely Mephisto's palace. Unlike the dull city, this palace is a vivid red, and at first glance, it exudes extreme evil. As he gets closer, he seems to hear the wailing of vengeful spirits and smells a foul odor. Without a doubt, that red is not a natural pigment, but blood splattered everywhere. Found it. Wang Kai slowly descends, changes to the undying demon body hero template, and at this moment, the command battlefield skill icon finally lights up. He grips the Ho-E experience card tightly, then becomes invisible and begins to teleport. 2 strands of light white gauze swirl around him, and with his eyes closed, he subconsciously chooses the ghost lady. After 2 seconds of chanting, he disappears, and when he opens his eyes again, he finds himself in a dark room. The ghost lady senses the sudden appearance of S.H.I.E.L.D. around her, but does not panic or scream. The 2 wait in perfect harmony on the bed for the unknown to arrive. Are there guards outside? A familiar voice suddenly appears in their ears, and both the ghost lady and Hop are incredibly excited. They never expected someone would really come to hell to rescue them. This temple is almost uninhabited except for Mephisto himself. You can reveal yourself. What need is there for guards to watch over them? Hell is the best prison, with every demon acting as a jailer. This Mephisto temple is the best sanctuary. Once they leave here, countless low-level demons in the city can devour them within 5 seconds, leaving no trace. Since the ghost lady and Hop say so, Wang Kai cancels his invisibility and reveals his golden, majestic angel armor, then directly shouts at the ceiling, "Ancient One, take us back." After waiting for a moment with no response, Wang Kai immediately furrows his brows. The Ancient One has no reason to deceive him, so the issue must be with this pyramid. You are that angel," Hop exclaims in shock. It's her first time seeing Wang Kai in this skin. Wang Kai gives a plain looks at the door, but then turns to the wall with a window, condensing a massive azure magic blade with a hazy red light mist floating above it, and then strikes the wall with it. Boom! The wall explodes, revealing an exit larger than a prison door. The 3 quickly escape through it, entering a corridor. The ghost lady looks around and immediately points to the right. That way is closest. No, this way is closer. In an instant, the blade strikes again, with a resounding explosion that echoes throughout the city. Wang Kai cuts through another passage. The ghost lady and Hop hurriedly take cover behind Wang Kai to avoid the debris. As the dust is blown away by the cold wind, the dim light shines into the passage, and the 3 can already see the city outside. I said this would be the fastest way. Wang Kai smiles faintly, immediately stepping through the gap. But the next moment his smile freezes. Mephisto appears before the exit, blocking Wang Kai and the 2 women's escape route, as if he had anticipated they would come out here. "You actually came for these 2 women. Speak. Will you willingly become my son, my subordinate? or shall I force you to do so? Mephisto's eyes suddenly glow red like light bulbs, and his overwhelming aura descends like a mountain pressing down. Wang Kai instantly crushes the golden Sagittarius Ho-E experience card. Chapter 59. Ho-E shoots the suns. In an instant, Wang Kai transformed into a dazzling golden light that illuminated the entire city. A momentum even more powerful than Mephisto swept outward, causing even the king of hell to squint. Feeling the surging power within the golden light, he suddenly clapped his hands together towards the golden light. Boom! The area of golden light exploded instantly. Like a volcanic eruption, countless fragments of stone and brick were hurled into the sky, filling the scene with a thick smell of sulfur. And a deafening roar echoed through the clouds, causing a quarter of Mephisto's temple to disappear in an instant. At the explosion's epicenter, the golden light had long since vanished. The will of the golden Saint Seiya is unbreakable. Above the city, Wang Kai was surrounded by golden armor, with golden wings slowly flapping behind him. Holding the ghost woman and Hope in his arms, looking down at Mephisto without the slightest fear. Ancient One, Wang Kai shouted toward the horizon, and this time he finally got a response. He immediately felt a thick dark cloud covering the entire sky open a circular hole, with a light unlike anything in this world shining down. Even from thousands of miles away, Wang Kai raised his head and saw that familiar bald head, with Ancient One's face filling the entire circular hole. Catch them for me. With his arms slightly raised behind him, the ghost woman and Hope immediately felt that something bad was about to happen. Hey, wait. But there was no waiting. In the next moment, the two were directly thrown into the sky by Wang Kai. The speed was like an arrow leaving the bow, and in the blink of an eye, they were far away. The powerful airflow generated by their rapid ascent slammed into their faces, distorting them. Tears streamed uncontrollably down their faces. At this moment, Hope's beautiful fantasy about angels was shattered by the gust of wind. The angel who saves me shouldn't end like this. The two shot towards the sky like rockets. But at that moment, a faster crimson meteor came flying from below. Mephisto revealed his true form, a red, fierce demon with flames burning on its head. It flew towards the two at lightning speed. Don't think you can escape. Mephisto roared in anger, gripping his hand as a brilliantly bright fireball appeared in his palm, shining like the sun on earth. Then he hurled it at the two. As long as it gets close enough, the explosion shockwave would be deadly in an instant. I won't let you succeed. Activating Sprint, Berserk, and Wind Spirit Emblem, Wang Kai's golden wings stirred up a storm, transforming him into a bolt of golden lightning to pursue the fireball, actually taking the attack head-on in golden armor. Boom! The earth-shattering roar echoed through the city below, and countless low-level and mid-level demons looked up in fear. That was a battle they could not touch. Even a little residual wave could take their lives. Since I can't use you, then I'll just have to devour your soul now. Mephisto instantly appeared at the explosion's center, grabbing at the golden wings to tear them off. But suddenly, the golden wings disappeared, and Wang Kai turned around to find himself behind Mephisto, his gaze cold, holding a massive golden bow and arrow. And in an instant, a light arrow was knocked, aimed at Mephisto's head. Then he suddenly released it. Boom! The light arrow exploded on Mephisto's head, not piercing through as expected. Wang Kai's expression changed slightly, and in an instant, a second light arrow shot out, followed by a third and fourth. The speed increased, and a continuous stream of light arrows was launched from Wang Kai's hand, with 3 arrows fired at once every time. Punishing shot. The rain of arrows instantly surrounded Mephisto, with not a single arrow missing, all detonating on him. Even if Mephisto used magic to teleport away, the light arrows would still change direction and follow him. Countless arrows formed a golden dragon of light, opening its mouth to bite down on Mephisto, crashing him into the ground. Then countless light arrows poured down like rain. The ground was instantly filled with a cacophony of explosions, smoke billowing all around, completely engulfing Mephisto. While you're sick, I'll take your life. Wang Kai shot a light arrow into the sky. Sunset's afterglow. After a brief delay, a golden beam of light came crashing down from the sky. Boom! It was like a space-based weapon, an explosion even more powerful than before erupted, shaking the ground violently, and the smoke became even thicker. However, Wang Kai squinted. He could clearly feel that Mephisto had not been defeated, just as he was about to unleash a big move. He heard Ancient One's anxious voice transmitting over thousands of miles. "It's up to you now. Hurry back. The interdimensional portal is about to close." Just then, a muffled sound came from the city below, and Mephisto transformed into a massive humanoid demon, standing over 10 meters tall, with bulging muscles, a strong red body, and a crimson cloak engulfed in destructive flames. "I will devour your soul." Mephisto charged directly at Wang Kai, his body surrounded by angry flames, rising rapidly like a burning sun. "A sun, huh?" Wang Kai sneered coldly, ignoring it, and sped towards the portal in the dark clouds, just a step away from entering. Well, he suddenly turned around and threw out the artificial sun device. He pressed the reset button. In an instant, it seemed as if two suns appeared in the sky, continuing to draw near. Countless hellish creatures reached out to touch the unfamiliar light, especially the demons in Mephisto's city, who stepped out of their rooms, standing in the open watching the strange light in the sky. "Farewell, sun, arrow of the scorching sun." Wang Kai shot his final arrow at the artificial sun device. As he released the bowstring, he vaguely heard the cry of Phoenix, and a golden phoenix soared from before him, transforming into a golden streak of light rushing towards the two suns, while Wang Kai flew towards the portal without looking back. Boom! A blinding light illuminated the entire hell, instantly blinding all demons that looked directly at it. The demons screamed in agony. Their skin began to emit smoke, and then they ignited. Just the light alone was enough to kill countless demons. But this was just the beginning. As the blinding light faded, a thunderous roar echoed throughout hell. The shockwave formed a visible wall of air, shattering any matter that dared to obstruct it. Even the seemingly unending dark clouds in the sky were blown away. A massive mushroom cloud slowly rose, as if the heavens were above and the earth below. On that day, all demons remembered the light of righteousness, shining down upon the earth. Chapter 60. Return. The abnormal professor, Lizard. The interdimensional portal closed, and Wang Kai did not witness the explosion of the artificial sun. However, he could easily imagine that Mephisto would at least suffer some consequences. The light that illuminated hell would undoubtedly be deeply etched in the minds of every demon. "Congratulations, you are probably famous in hell now," Gu Yi said with a smile. Wang Kai shrugged. He wasn't interested in gaining fame in such a place. Has Mephisto been killed by the artificial sun? Will he come again, capturing one or two people related to me every few days? This question was what he was most concerned about. The news of the Hell King being violently beaten by a human boy would be enough for demons in hell to joke about for a lifetime. Mephisto would not let such a humiliating defeat go easily. "Mephisto is not so easy to kill," Gu Yi said slowly, "but you don't need to worry. Throwing the artificial sun in his face and then blowing it up should keep him at bay for a while." After hearing this, Wang Kai finally felt relieved. Ho Yi's experience time was only 1 day. He really had no confidence if Mephisto came to cause trouble again. At this moment, the mirror dimension suddenly opened a portal, and Luna walked in with a plate of fruit. Seeing Wang Kai, she was so happy that she almost jumped in place, throwing the fruit aside, arms wide open as she ran towards him. "Brother Kai, you finally came back." Luna rushed forward and hugged Wang Kai tightly, making him feel a bit strange. "Did I only leave for a few hours? Is it worth getting this excited? A few hours? It's clearly been over a month." "Luna potev." Wang Kai immediately opened his mouth in shock, looking at Gu Yi, who calmly nodded. The flow of time in these two spaces is different. You spent only a few hours there, but it has already been a long time here. Although the ghost women seemed to leave right after you. They actually waited for you for 5 days before they had to leave. What an awkward situation. Wang Kai could understand that the flow of time between multiverses was different. After all, there is also the dark dimension of Dormammu, which had no concept of time. That was why Doctor Strange could annoy Dormammu in endless cycles. Ding. The current task has expired. The host has not checked in at the birthplace of Professor Lizard. Ding. The next check-in task has been updated. Ding. The next check-in location is the campus of Professor Lizard fighting Spider-Man. Staying for more than 3 minutes will be considered a successful check-in. The system voice rang out, and Wang Kai raised an eyebrow. The villain Professor Lizard from the Amazing Spider-Man 1 had already appeared. He needed to hurry to New York University to check in. That was the battle location, and it was also the university that Peter Parker, Spider-Man, got into. And I'll head back to New York first. Thank you very much for your help, Master Gui. Wang Kai bowed to Gui, and Luna followed suit. Gui smiled and nodded, opening a portal for the two, who left Kamar Taj without further pleasantries. The first thing Wang Kai did upon returning home was to check the news from the past month. He found that aside from Professor Lizard's rampage on the Bay Bridge, where he furiously tossed many cars into the sea and ended up in a fight with Spider-Man, who saved everyone, there was nothing particularly newsworthy. Tony was still going around the world fighting terrorists, leaving all company matters to Pepper Potts. The Hulk had not made any appearances and would likely continue hiding until the Avengers showed up. Norman Osborn had recovered and returned to the scene, looking just like a normal person on screen, and there had been no sightings of the Green Goblin on a glider. Seemingly everything was developing positively. Let's go check in, Wang Kai thought to himself, immediately shutting down the computer and leaving the house with Luna. It was already the end of September, and universities had started classes for some time. Peter Parker, Spider-Man, had successfully applied for a student loan, allowing him to continue his studies at the university. Hey Peter, when are you going to tell me where Spider-Man is? Harry whispered next to Peter. Ever since he almost lost his father, he harbored resentment towards Spider-Man and even invested in the Daily Bugle to smear Spider-Man's reputation, which made Peter acutely feel the world's malice. It felt like a good person would be scolded for doing one bad thing for a lifetime, especially since he hadn't done anything wrong. Harry, I firmly believe Spider-Man is a good person. He never harmed your father. Peter tried to explain, but suddenly he was called out. Classmate Parker, do you have any good news to share with everyone? The university teacher looked sternly at Peter, and the entire class turned their attention to him, leaving Peter feeling extremely awkward. I think. Suddenly, his spider sense emitted a strong warning, and Peter immediately shouted, Everyone get down. Boom! The classroom's brick wall exploded, and countless fragments flew into the classroom like sharp knives, causing screams to erupt. Professor Lizard had transformed into a muscular lizard man about 3 meters tall, smashing a large hole in the wall with his tail and letting out a piercing roar at everyone. What the hell is that monster? Harry, shocked, instinctively backed away, calling for his best friend, only to find Peter had already disappeared. After looking around and not finding him, he could only escape out the window by himself. In fact, at the moment the wall shattered, Peter had jumped onto the roof of the classroom, using the chaos to crawl out and complete his costume change. Professor Lizard's vertical pupils glowed with a bloodthirsty light, scanning the room and finding his target was missing. He immediately turned and charged at the students still in the classroom, needing to vent the frenzy inside him, and only the sight of splattered blood could satisfy that. Roar! Professor Lizard opened his crocodile-like mouth and lunged at a student, who was about to meet his end under the sharp teeth. However, the mouth suddenly stopped within 10 centimeters of the student, making him almost wet his pants. If you can still move, hurry and escape. Spider-Man finally appeared, shooting 2 webs to firmly restrain Professor Lizard. But the student's legs had already gone soft from fear, trembling uncontrollably, unable to move an inch. At this moment, a handsome invisible figure was watching the scene. Strange, I remember Professor Lizard didn't look like this. Wang Kai frowned at the standoff. In The Amazing Spider-Man, Professor Lizard had a human-like head, unlike the crocodile or lizard head he saw now, which had a long, narrow head full of sharp teeth and a green skin without any visible lizard scales. Chapter 61, One Punch Knockout. Brother Kai, aren't we going to help? Luna asked Wang Kai tightly, still maintaining her pure heart despite the darkness. She was still that kind-hearted girl. Of course we need to help. You go save that student. As soon as Wang Kai finished speaking, a golden whip was suddenly thrown out, wrapping around the trembling student and pulling him away from the scene. Upon seeing the student being rescued by the suddenly appeared golden energy whip, Spider-Man quickly used the momentum to fly out and delivered a powerful kick aimed at the head of Professor Lizard. Bang! Professor Lizard's massive body was kicked away by Spider-Man, and with a tremendous force, he crashed through the classroom wall like a cannonball. Boom! The opposite wall of the classroom was instantly left with a large hole, and shattered bricks flew out onto the lawn outside. Professor Lizard shook his head and slowly stood up, sensing a change in the airflow behind him, and then instantly whipped his tail. Crack! A sound of air bursting echoed, and Spider-Man was directly hit by Professor Lizard's tail, flying away like a baseball. Then there was another loud crash as Spider-Man crashed through the wall and fell back into the classroom. This Professor Lizard is much stronger than in Spider-Man 1. Wang Kai thought to himself. The butterfly effect is becoming more and more serious, and he didn't know how future sign-in events would change. Looking at Spider-Man, who was still struggling to get up, Wang Kai decided to take action himself. What is the point of fighting that little guy? Come play with me. Metal Storm suddenly appeared, towering over 5 meters tall. Even Professor Lizard had to look up at him. Before Professor Lizard could react, the mech instantly unleashed power that exceeded the speed of sound, and in the blink of an eye, Metal Storm was already above Professor Lizard, then slammed a punch down. Boom! With a loud sound, a deep pitch shaped like appeared in the lawn, and the shockwave dispersed the surrounding noise, leaving the school's security personnel and distant students dumbfounded. Professor Lizard was punched into the ground. He was completely unconscious, with a clearly defined fist mark deeply embedded on his head. Metal Storm nearly caved in Professor Lizard's skull with one punch. His skull was already shattered. Another punch would kill him outright. So strong, Iron Hero. Iron Hero is invincible. Countless cheers were directed at Metal Storm, leaving Wang Kai speechless. He immediately shouted to the surrounding people, "It's Metal Storm." The cheers paused for a moment, then they finally chanted Metal Storm in unison. To set the record straight for Metal Storm, Wang Kai stepped on Professor Lizard, waiting for someone to come take over. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in at the location of the campus battle between Professor Lizard and Spider-Man. The sign-in time exceeded 3 minutes, successfully completing the sign-in task. Ding! Gained 300 sign-in points. Ding! The next sign-in location is where Spider-Man was possessed by the alien symbiote. Staying for more than 5 minutes will be regarded as a successful sign-in. Alien symbiote? This is actually content from Spider-Man 3. However, this version of the alien symbiote can replicate the host's abilities but seems to lack consciousness, unlike Venom, the lethal protector, who is full of witty banter. At this moment, a firelight suddenly appeared in the distance, flying over in a graceful arc toward this side. The golden red armor was particularly dazzling in the sunlight. It was Iron Man, Tony Stark. He hadn't gone to combat terrorists today, but upon hearing the news, he rushed over immediately, only to find he was a step too late and had lost the spotlight. In just a few breaths, the armor arrived above the university. Tony, seeing Metal Storm, which was 2 sizes larger than him, wisely didn't T-land, but instead asked, "Is this a mutated creature from the sewers?" Wang Kai shook his head. Just a fool who thinks he is invincible now that he is not acting like a human. Notify S-H-I-E-L-D. Don't worry. Their noses are more sensitive than dogs. Before Tony could finish his sentence, a large group of men in black walked into the school, led by none other than the familiar Coulson. Hearing Tony's words, his expression darkened, but he couldn't say much, so he had to arrange for agents to secure the scene. "We meet again." Coulson tried to keep a smile, making the two appear like old friends. "Thank you for defeating this monster and saving countless students. By the way, do you and your sister want to attend college here?" S-H-I-E-L-D can provide assistance. College? Wang Kai felt a stir in his heart. He personally had no feelings about it, but Luna could consider it. "I don't think I need S-H-I-E-L-D's help." Directly dismissing them coldly, Wang Kai took Luna and soared into the sky, quickly disappearing from people's sight. At that moment, Spider-Man had just changed clothes and rushed out with a camera, only to look up and see the tail of Metal Storm. This photo is really hard to take. Peter could only smile wryly. It was the 3rd time now, and it seemed the other party would completely forget the next time. It looks like S-H-I-E-L-D is missing a strong ally. Seeing this, Tony made a mocking comment and then flew away in his armor. Coulson sighed repeatedly as he looked at Professor Lizard, who was still unconscious at the bottom of the pit. They indeed lacked a strong ally, but it wasn't like there was no one who could fill that gap. Coulson immediately walked up to Peter Parker, who was holding the camera. "Mr. Parker, I think we can talk. You guys already knew my identity?" Peter looked at Coulson, who was smiling in disbelief. He hadn't shown any flaws. However, Coulson immediately pointed out where he had leaked his identity. "Actually, we knew your identity ever since you started taking photos of Spider-Man. After all, the person who has the easiest access to Spider-Man is himself. Many people have certainly thought about this issue, but they are unwilling to believe that such a poor person could be the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man of New York City." Coulson smiled slightly, chatted a bit more with Spider-Man, and after introducing SHILD's mission, he directly stated his intention. "We want to invite a righteous person like you to join SHIELD as an external advisor. You can continue attending college, only carrying out missions when necessary." After saying this, Spider-Man hesitated. He was already busy balancing his studies and fighting crime, and his life was a mess. Even the goddess Mary Jane, whom he had finally started dating, was ignoring him now, let alone going out on missions. Just as Peter was about to refuse, Coulson pulled out the ace up his sleeve. "As a SHIELD advisor, you would get a salary of 100,000 a month. Spider-Man, Kuaku. I'm in." Chapter 62 Goblin version of the Green Goblin appears. If you were to ask what Peter Parker in the old Spider-Man trilogy lacked the most, it would undoubtedly be money. Because he lacked money, he was insecure. Because he lacked money, he couldn't pursue the goddess of his heart. Because he lacked money, he fought in underground tournaments, which ultimately led to the accidental death of Uncle Ben. With money earned through legitimate means, Spider-Man could live more easily, rather than juggling work, saving people, and going to school, making his life chaotic. So, on behalf of SHIELD, I welcome your joining, Mr. Parker. Coulson stood up, smiling and extending his hand. Here comes another powerful ally on Wang Kai's side. He was discussing with Luna whether to go to university. Honestly, Luna's attractiveness to the opposite sex was not suitable for public places, but always staying alone with him made Wang Kai feel uneasy, especially since they had to go out while she was invisibly concealed. "If they went to school, I hope to go with Brother Kai." "Okay, I'll have someone handle the paperwork right away." With Norman Osborn's light drizzle of donations, Wang Kai and Luna smoothly entered New York University and became classmates of Spider-Man Peter Parker. As they walked hand in hand into the campus, countless teenagers looked at Luna like pigs, nearly drooling, which made Wang Kai feel uncomfortable, hoping he would adapt soon, or that Luna would kill the demon sealed within her body. Not 10 steps in, a group of tall teenagers ran over. Judging by the football they held, it was clear they were all athletes from the school team, selected as elite talents from various high schools, who would represent the university in competitions. Each one was over 185 centimeters tall, slightly taller than Wang Kai. "Hey, beautiful, would you like to have a drink with us?" A blonde youth among the athletes approached to flirt. "Sure, as long as you can defeat him." Luna chuckled, pushing Wang Kai out to stand in front. "Deal." The blonde youth eagerly agreed, and then his attitude towards Wang Kai took a 180-degree turn. "Kid, you better give up voluntarily. I'm not only the captain of the school's football team, but I'm also an amateur boxer, a 5th-degree judo practitioner, and a 7th-degree karate practitioner." Before he could finish his list of credentials, Wang Kai shook his head, stepped up to him, placed his palm on his chest, and gently pushed. Whoosh! The guy flew out over 10 meters, as if he had been hit by a car. When he landed, he rolled several times. He was seriously hurt, after all. Playing football involved collisions daily, and his physical fitness was still strong. He just stared wide-eyed at a loss. "Sorry, I'm a disciple of Yen Fong, and I'm a 10th-degree Qi Gong practitioner," Wang Kai said coldly, then turned to look at the others. "Do you want to give it a try too?" The others immediately shook their heads, realizing that a light push had sent someone flying over 10 meters. If they really fought, it would likely result in broken bones. After dismissing the first batch of football players, soon a second batch of baseball players arrived, followed by the basketball and soccer teams. Wang Kai spent nearly the entire day playing make-believe with these peers, which gave him a taste of Mephisto's malicious intentions. Fortunately, the annoying guys were much fewer the next day. and Wang Kai officially met Peter. "It's you two." Peter looked at the two of them in shock. They had met a few months ago, and he never expected they would become college classmates now. Wang Kai smiled slightly at Peter's lack of reaction to Luna and extended his right hand. "It's us. I'm Kai, and she's Luna." "Peter Parker." They shook hands, and Peter immediately took out his camera, looking expectantly. "Can I take a picture this time?" Wang Kai smiled knowingly. He had completely forgotten about that. "No problem at all." SHIELD. Helicarrier. After being detained for several days, the effects of the lizard serum on Professor Connors began to weaken. And after being treated by SHIELD scientists, he finally started to slowly revert to human form. The results of the interrogation were similar to those in the original story. It was all about Curtis Connors, a university professor, who risked injecting the lizard serum to restore his severed limbs, resulting in a malignant mutation. Whenever his emotions fluctuated, he would transform into a half-man, half-lizard monster. The only difference was that Norman Osborn was involved in the final stages of development. "Is there any lizard serum left?" Coulson asked. If this extremely dangerous biochemical weapon fell into the hands of bad people, the consequences would be unimaginable. "We must quickly find all the equipment and data." "The data is all in the Osborn Group's laboratory," Connors said regretfully. Professor Connors and Norman were in the same situation. The evil personalities born from the serum turned them into villains, but their nature wasn't bad. If the lizard serum they created had no side effects, it would be a blessing for humanity. It's just a pity that there are no ifs and events. Another Osborn Group issue. System.From, SHIELD, had already investigated the Green Goblin-esque matter and found it was closely related to Norman. Now, with Professor Connors also tied to the Osborn Group, Coulson couldn't help but become suspicious. It seems necessary to meet this businessman Osborn. When Norman Osborn learned about everything, he was very surprised, then actively cooperated, personally leading Coulson and others to Professor Connors' laboratory. "This is it. All the data is inside." As soon as Norman finished speaking, there was a loud bang. The left glass door of the laboratory was smashed open by a green figure, and the glass instantly shattered everywhere, beginning to rampage and destroy everything in sight. "What the hell is that thing?" The monster in the laboratory stood about 5 meters tall, with green skin all over, yellow eyes revealing a fierce gaze, and long, thin ears, resembling a goblin from a fantasy. "Open fire," Coulson immediately ordered, and the 4 agents around him shot at the monster's head. The bullets shattered the laboratory's transparent glass and hit the green-skinned monster's head. In an instant, blood flowed profusely from the monster, but it only made it more frenzied. "Roar!" The monster roared at the few people, picked up a desk, and threw it straight at Coulson, who immediately dodged, while Norman, pale with fear, hid behind everyone, pressing the alarm button and calling for the NYPD. Coulson frowned. This incident happened as soon as the investigation started. "Are you kidding me?" The monster resisted slightly, then continued its rampage, and in no time, the entire laboratory had turned into a wasteland, with nothing of value left to be found. Chapter 63. The Rampage of the Green Goblin. Today's 5 updates end. Seeking silver tickets, the green-skinned monster completely destroyed the laboratory and let out a roar at the crowd before charging towards the floor-to-ceiling window, smashing the glass with a loud crash and plummeting down to the ground 20 stories below. A dull thud echoed, and Coulson hurried over to check, only to see the monster disappear into the darkness after a few steps. "Oh my God, what on earth is that green-skinned monster?" Norman looked pale with fear, as if this incident had nothing to do with him. Coulson was at a loss. All the evidence and data were gone. Even if that kind of green-skinned monster appeared again in the future, it would have nothing to do with Osborn Industries. And Norman was right next to them, saying he was the Green Goblin Wound Tea Holdwater. "We will investigate the true identity of that monster. Please rest assured, Mr. Norman," Coulson said perfunctorily before immediately leaving with his team. Once the people left, Norman's face quickly transformed into an evil grin. Anyone who saw it would feel a chill in their hearts. The Green Goblin persona had not only not been eliminated, but had become even smarter after experiencing near death. Now better at hiding and waiting for the right moment to resurface. On the streets, SHIELD quickly located the fleeing green-skinned monster through networks and surveillance and promptly contacted the new ally, Spider-Man. Oh my God, is this the Green Goblin? Spider-Man hesitated but didn't mention Norman, yet Coulson had already caught on. He didn't know who this green-skinned monster was, but Mr. Osborn had been right next to us at the time. Spider-Man was instantly confused but quickly approached. Without the various high-tech gadgets of the authentic Green Goblin, this green-skinned monster couldn't outrun Spider-Man on just 2 legs. In no time, he was already within range to shoot webs. Whoosh! 2 strands of webbing stuck to the green-skinned monster's back, and then Spider-Man swung his hands, connecting the webbing at the ends to the wall. The green-skinned monster fell to the ground with a thud. However, Spider-Man didn't rush in immediately. Instead, he continued to shoot webbing to completely bind the green-skinned monster. Strange, Spider-Man thought, feeling that something was off. Moments later, Coulson arrived in a vehicle and was delighted to see the green-skinned monster stuck to the ground and unable to move. Well done, Spider-Man. You've made a great contribution on your first mission. No, something's not right. It's not resisting at all. Spider-Sense gave no warning of danger, and Spider-Man quickly tore off the webbing, dragged the green-skinned monster out, and checked its pulse. It wasn't beating, and its breathing had stopped. It was clearly dead. Damn it! Coulson gritted his teeth and whispered, glancing at the silent Spider-Man and patting his shoulder. This isn't your fault. Even if you hadn't chased it, it probably wouldn't have lived much longer. Maybe, Spider-Man sighed inwardly, while Coulson called for the Quinjet to take the dead green-skinned monster's body back for study. Although the first Goblin version of the Green Goblin had died after just a few steps and hadn't caused much panic. It wasn't long before more Green Goblins suddenly appeared in Brooklyn, wreaking havoc on everything in sight. Pedestrians, cars, stores, even barging into homes and smashing everything. Brooklyn residents were in a state of panic, with many thinking it was the Hulk and Abomination again, or the lizard who had been knocked out a few days earlier. In truth, this was all the result of a new type of human enhancement serum developed by Norman Osborn. This time, Norman didn't use it on himself, but instead captured homeless people to inject them for experimentation, resulting in the current situation. Their strength, self-healing, and regeneration of severed limbs were greatly enhanced, but they became even more mindless and had a very short lifespan. They were extremely difficult to control, and creating a Green Goblin army was still far from reality. More experiments were necessary. Thus, the short-lived Green Goblins began to run rampant, causing widespread destruction throughout New York. Hey, have you seen the news? Peter Parker rushed over to Wang Kai as soon as he saw him at school. The green-skinned monsters are spreading in New York. Can you help out? Wang Kai raised an eyebrow. He had seen the news about the comic version of the Green Goblin, but wasn't very interested since killing one wouldn't earn him any points. Why would he help SHIELD? I'm sorry, you'd better go find SHIELD. Wang Kai shrugged, indicating his inability. However, Peter quickly turned his attention to Luna. Luna, can you get your brother to help? Wang Kai. Through the past few days of contact, Peter had become very clear about the two of them. Whenever they were together, Wang Kai would definitely listen to Luna. Brother, those green-skinned monsters are destroying everything. Many people might lose their lives. Luna said softly, squeezing Wang Kai's hand. Wang Kai felt helpless. What good was being handsome if he still had to listen to a girl? Truly a wise saying. All right, I promise you. After nightfall, Coulson was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't expected Spider-Man to bring Wang Kai and his sister along. Now, no matter how many Green Goblins appeared, there was no pressure. I'll be straightforward, Wang Kai said coldly to Coulson. This isn't because of SHIELD, nor Spider-Man, but because of Luna. She is a kind-hearted person, but I don't want anyone to use her kindness to threaten me. Otherwise, after dealing with these green-skinned monsters, the next blade will fall on your heads. Coulson immediately broke out in a cold sweat, and the other agents fell silent, while Spider-Man directly lowered his head in shame, feeling that he hadn't acted very decently. Brother Kai, I'm sorry, I didn't think you would. Luna wanted to apologize, but Wang Kai stopped her. Having a kind heart isn't a bad thing. It's not your fault. I've never blamed you. Wang Kai smiled warmly, like a spring breeze. Let us go catch those green-skinned rats. Seeing this, Luna also showed a dimpled smile. How about we have a contest to see who catches more? All right. Wang Kai piloted the metal storm away, and Luna used her levitation spell to fly off into the distance. Everyone, stop looking and get to work. Coulson immediately instructed everyone, as they needed to inform the two of the locations where the Green Goblins appeared to capture all the scattered Green Goblins in New York as quickly as possible. The first target is a gas station 3 kilometers northeast. Their S1 causing havoc there. Okay, a cold voice responded, and just a second later, Coulson heard a violent whistling sound from the earpiece. He knew there was the metal storm traveling at supersonic speed. A few seconds later, the wind sound disappeared, followed by excited voices saying things like "Metal Storm is here to rescue us." Then a scream rang out, and Wang Kai's cold voice came through again. Next. Chapter 64. The Tragic Love of Spider-Man. There's no need to elaborate on Wang Kai's side. Those experimental Green Goblins are simply no match for him. Even if they teamed up, it wouldn't make much of a difference. However, Luna's situation is much more complicated. Miss Luna, there are 2 in the supermarket here northwest. Can you handle them? The agent asked cautiously. He wasn't sure of Luna's strength, but he knew Wang Kai was a fierce man capable of smashing buildings like vegetables. If anything went wrong, he couldn't bear the consequences. Don't worry. No problem. Luna's clear and pleasant voice came through the headset. Flying at high speed, she used magic, making less noise. Moments later, she arrived at the supermarket the agent mentioned. The glass doors were intact, but the 2 Green Goblins had crashed through a wall to enter. Inside, the shelves were toppled, and various snacks and daily necessities were scattered all over the floor. The 2 Green Goblins were ravenously devouring everything, even stuffing rolls of toilet paper into their mouths, looking like starving ghosts reincarnated. Are you hungry? Luna's voice, tinged with fear, echoed. The 2 Green Goblins immediately turned their heads, their yellow eyes glowing like light bulbs, their green, ugly faces resembling Western monsters. Luna's heart trembled, and she couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Roar! The 2 Green Goblins opened their mouths and roared, dropping the toilet paper they were holding and charging toward Luna. Seeing the ferocious Green Goblins, Luna's first reaction was to fly into the sky. After a moment, she felt they weren't so scary after all. The 2 Green Goblins roared beneath her, but they couldn't reach her. Luna took a deep breath, suppressing her panic without Wang Kai by her side. She clasped her hands and used the deep red chains of Ceterac. The red silk quickly coiled around the ankles of the 2 Green Goblins, and with a pull, she hung them upside down, flying toward the next target. Their speed was incredibly fast. Within an hour, the problem of the Green Goblins wreaking havoc on S.H.I.E.L.D. and Spider-Man was easily resolved. Most of the time was spent on the road. Wang Kai drove Metal Storm back to the starting point, knocking out all the Green Goblins with a single punch, their bones nearly shattered. He gathered them into a green ball and brought them back, about 20 or so, astonishing everyone. 5 minutes later, Luna returned, leaving them speechless. She flew about 30 meters in the air, trailing a shining red silk, with a Green Goblin hanging upside down at intervals along the length, their screams echoing like a string of bells. Wang Kai quickly noticed there were 11 Green Goblins hanging, so he tossed his remaining 1, leaving him with 10, and immediately flew over to show Luna. Ha ha ha, Luna, you are amazing. You win the competition. Just say what you want. Luna smiled sweetly, beautiful like a blooming flower, and softly said, I just want Brother Kai to be with me for a lifetime. Absolutely no problem. Their cheerful laughter spread around, making the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents mesmerized by Luna envious, including Spider-Man Peter Parker. To win a person's heart, never to part until old age. Spider-Man also yearned for sweet love. In the past, he couldn't even afford to treat the goddess to a decent lunch. But now he should be able to. Ahem, Director Coulson, I have something I want to trouble you with, Spider-Man said shyly. Can I get an advance on half of my salary? Coulson laughed heartily. Being someone who had been through it, he understood exactly what Spider-Man wanted to do. No problem. $50,000 is already in your salary card. The next day, Peter Parker arrived at the door of the goddess Mary Jane's house, holding a large bouquet of roses behind his back. looking handsome and charming as he lightly pressed the doorbell. Ding-dong. Footsteps sounded from inside, and after 2 breaths, the door opened to reveal Mary Jane's enchanting and beautiful face. "Hi, Peter, what is up?" she asked, her expression a mix of surprise and confusion. Just when Peter was about to take out the roses, he heard footsteps inside, followed by a man's voice. "Honey, who is it?" The door opened, revealing a disheveled, blonde, handsome guy. Mary Jane instantly felt extremely awkward, but even more awkward was Peter Parker. He recognized this blonde guy. He was John Jonathan, the son of his boss at the Daily Bugle. "Hey, Parker, I know you. You're the most outstanding of my dad's employees. Only you could get those photos of Spider-Man and Metal Storm that made him a fortune. That super cool sports car downstairs was bought with the extra money thanks to you." Click. Spider-Man felt as if he heard his heart shatter. Each of those 3 sentences was a dagger to his heart. It belittled his rival while stabbing him in the heart, and it even sprinkled salt, pepper, and chili powder on the wound, like roasting him over a fire. "Parker, what's that behind you?" John asked with a big smile, either having noticed or not, directly pointing at the roses behind Peter. It's a delivery for someone else." Peter stuffed the roses directly into Mary Jane's hands and fled in a panic without looking back. Just as he was leaving, he heard one last sentence that almost made him fall down the stairs. "Haha, this must be sent by my dad. Peter is always the most useful." Peter Parker had no idea how he got out of that building, his mind a complete blank. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Who is hitting me? The 4 questions echoed in his mind, leaving him gloomy for several days. Perhaps the scene from that day made Mary Jane feel a bit guilty. So she took the initiative to visit Peter's home. Seeing the goddess come over, Spider-Man instantly transformed into a lovesick puppy, all his grievances and resentments vanishing without a trace. "I know you like me, Peter. I'm sorry for what John said." "Huh, I didn't take it to heart at all. I quit my job at the newspaper, and now I have a job that pays dozens of times better." But Mary Jane shook her head in disbelief. "You don't need to ruin your life out of spite. And even though I'm with John, I feel it's not true love. I like someone else. He is a superhero, and he saved me." Peter was instantly ecstatic. Wasn't she talking about Spider-Man? Just as he was about to reveal his identity, Mary Jane's next sentence left him frozen in place. "He's Metal Storm. Peter, can you tell me who he is?" Chapter 65. Alien symbiote Mary looked at Peter with eager anticipation, while Peter's heartbroken face was almost twisted together. His expression extremely contorted like a grimace. The whole person was heartbroken to the point of wanting to cry, but having no tears. "And Spider-Man? He once told me that you 2 shared a passionate kiss in the rain. Isn't that love?" Mary was momentarily stunned, but she couldn't say that she liked Metal Storm because he was too big. The wealthy rely on technology, while the underdogs rely on mutation. Such a massive mech must be backed by immense wealth, but what about Spider-Man? Just look at that shoddy red cloth suit to know he comes from a poor background. There is no comparison between the two. To put it bluntly, she just likes rich people. John, the son of the newspaper owner, is one example. I have loved and liked, but Spider-Man is a good person. We are not suited for each other. Please tell him that. Snap. This time, it wasn't a heartbroken sound, but rather the whole person felt like glass shattering into pieces. Even his soul was crushed into powder. "I'm sorry, but I can't tell you who Metal Storm is." Peter, in a daze, rejected Mary and immediately told the news to his inseparable friends Wang Kai and Luna after arriving at school. "Watford?" Wang Kai questioned, looking confused. "This has nothing to do with him." Luna, on the other hand, burst into laughter. "Brother Kai, you have such great charm without even showing up. If you did, wouldn't the people who like you line up all the way to Times Square?" Wang Kai's face darkened instantly. He always maintained a cold, frosty demeanor to tell others to stay away, but he couldn't help what others imagined. In the eyes of fangirls, even if you fell on your face, you would still be considered incredibly handsome. "Stop messing around. I just saved her once. I even snapped at her once." "Peter, don't be sad. I'll have Luna introduce you to someone better." Luna nodded repeatedly. "Yes, yes. I just made several new friends. They're all single. Among them, the prettiest, Gwen Stacy, even secretly told me she likes Spider-Man." Faced with their kindness, Peter just shook his head slowly. "I want to be alone." Feeling like he was heartbroken, Peter left school in a gloomy mood. while Wang Kai looked on with disdain, thinking that the soul of a love-struck fool had not yet faded. That green tea had said that, and he still didn't understand. At that moment, the school's broadcast suddenly played a news announcement. Attention students. The observatory predicts that there will be a meteor shower passing over New York tonight. The school will hold an event to watch it together. A meteor shower? Wang Kai's heart stirred. Isn't the alien symbiote from Spider-Man 3 something that came out of a meteor? It perfectly coincided with this meteor shower. Looking at the already distant Peter Parker, he knew this was a sign calling him. Later that night, feeling depressed, Peter went to a wooded area in the suburbs to clear his mind. He spun a web in the trees and lay down on it to watch the stars when he suddenly heard Wang Kai's voice beside him. Looks like you took quite a hit. Peter turned around to find that Luna and Wang Kai had somehow come up behind him, and he hadn't reacted at all. How did you follow me? Peter asked. Wang Kai provided a reason he had already prepared. The school is holding an event to watch the meteor shower, so I can't find you to go back. Besides, I was worried you might do something silly after seeing you like that during the day. Thank you, but I'm fine. Peter forced a smile, feeling grateful that at least someone considered him a friend. The three chatted for a while. Although they couldn't pull Peter out of the shadow of heartbreak, at least he wasn't sulking anymore. Look, Luna suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the sky. It's a meteor. The pitch-black night sky was continuously streaked with bright lines, each one flashing by and releasing all its brightness. Quick, close your eyes and make a wish, Luna immediately said, folding her hands and shutting her eyes. Peter, seeing this, did the same, not knowing what wish he had made. Wang Kai, however, stared fixedly at the sky, searching for that fiery red meteor. Although the timing was right, the location was uncertain. In less than 10 seconds, the meteor shower had already ended. Wang Kai looked at the sky, puzzled. Wasn't it supposed to be today? Luna opened her eyes and looked at Wang Kai, hurriedly asking, Brother Kai, what did you wish for? Same as you, Wang Kai replied without thinking. Luna's face turned red. You're so bad. Wang Kai, oh. Just as he was about to ask Luna what she was thinking, Peter suddenly pointed at the sky, exclaiming in excitement, Hey look, there's one last meteor. Wang Kai turned to see a fiery red meteor streaking rapidly across the sky, and to their shock, it was heading right towards them. How can this be so unlucky? As soon as Wang Kai finished speaking, Peter's spider sense went off with a violent alarm. That meteor was going to hit them. Run. Boom. The three hurriedly dodged. But the meteor struck Peter's web directly, piercing through it, crashing to the ground with a muffled sound, but it did not explode. The meteor did not burn up in the sky. It was a meteorite. This fiery red meteorite had a pockmarked surface like a honeycomb and was still hot, emitting smoke after hitting the ground. The three of them saw it almost immediately. You didn't wish for a meteorite, did you? Wang Kai joked to Peter. That was way too accurate, right on that web. Impossible. I wish for Mary Jane to change her mind. Peter's voice dwindled as he spoke, and Wang Kai and Luna both looked at him with disdain. Mary is not worth it, but you really are a fool. Ahem, let's go check out that meteorite first. Peter took the lead and walked over. At that moment, in the meteorite pit, the fiery red meteorite suddenly cracked open as it rapidly cooled upon contacting the ground, and a mass that looked like black slime crawled out from inside. This was the alien symbiote. At this moment, it had no consciousness, instinctively sensing Peter approaching. As Peter was distracted by the meteorite, it suddenly jumped onto him. Oh my God, what is this thing? Peter was startled and tried to tear off the black symbiote to throw it away, but unfortunately, it was useless. He couldn't tear it off faster than it could spread. Almost in the blink of an eye, Peter was completely enveloped, and the System.From for the sign-in had already begun. Luna wanted to help, but Wang Kai stopped her, saying, Don't worry, he's fine. This is called an alien symbiote. Right now, Peter is probably feeling amazing. Sure enough, as soon as Wang Kai finished speaking, Peter, who had been struggling, suddenly calmed down, and the black symbiote quickly retreated from his face, revealing Peter's surprised expression. This is truly amazing. Chapter 66, Green Goblin 2. Zero vs. Spider-Man, I feel fantastic. The black symbiote perfectly enveloped him, with a huge white spider emblem on his chest. Peter could clearly sense that this layer of black material was under his control and perfectly integrated with his spider powers, enhancing his strength, agility, reaction speed, and all-around attributes. Most importantly, all worries and sadness vanished. His brain was extremely excited, and he felt joy continuously surging within him. He even playfully started dancing on the spot. "Hey, how do you know the name of this thing?" Peter asked while dancing. Wang Kai smiled slightly. "I know a lot more than that. This alien symbiote enhances the host's abilities while also magnifying their desires." "Magnifying desires?" Luna questioned, surprised that such a thing could happen. "Wang Kai smirkit. That's the allure of the alien symbiote. There aren't that many perfect people in this world. Even moral paragons like Captain America reveal a darker side when bonded with an alien symbiote, but they can also suppress it with their willpower. Good people can turn bad, and bad people can become great heroes. It allows you to unleash yourself and seek the true meaning of life. As long as you don't get lost in its powerful influence, the black symbiote can be your strongest combat partner. Enjoy it, Peter." Peter nodded repeatedly, very satisfied. This combat partner was indeed what he needed. Happiness was enough. "Hey, does it have a name?" Peter asked playfully, wondering if the alien symbiote sounded like a human man or woman. "You can call it Venom, but unfortunately, it doesn't have consciousness yet. It will have consciousness eventually." Peter finally finished his dance, bowed to the two, and thanked them for watching. Tonight's performance is over. Oh, yay! Spider-Man unleashed himself and shot away with his web, leaving Luna in a mix of laughter and tears. Is he really okay like this? It feels like he's become a completely different person. Happy is better than being gloomy. He's doing just fine. The flamboyant Spider-Man has finally made his appearance. This is how he should be living. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in at the location where Spider-Man was bonded with the alien symbiote. Sign-in time exceeded 5 minutes, successfully completing the sign-in task. Ding! Earned 500 sign-in points. Ding! The next sign-in location is the land of Whiplash's Revenge. Staying for more than 3 minutes will count as a successful sign-in. The system's voice rang out, and Wang Kai earned 500 sign-in points, bringing his total to 2,650. He opened the shop, but didn't find any skill enhancement points. So he saved the sign-in points. "Let's go, we should head back. By the way, what wish did you just make?" In the following days, everyone felt that Peter Parker was full of energy, as if he had become a different person. Dressed in expensive black casual wear after discarding his old clothes. He went wild, flirting with girls at the university, dancing, playing the piano, basketball, and skateboarding. There was nothing he couldn't do. Every appearance perfectly illustrated what it meant to be charming, and within just a few days, he attracted a large group of admirers. "See, I told you he was doing just fine." Wang Kai pointed to Peter, who was shaking his hips wildly, like a little electric motor, surrounded by admirers. The girls were screaming madly, absolutely loving this sexy version of Peter. Do you dance, big brother?" Luna suddenly popped out, catching Wang Kai off guard. I don't." "Oh, so you can't? That's just great." Luna's eyes sparkled as she smiled, seemingly excited about something. Wang Kai felt a sense of impending doom. Just as Peter continued dancing, his spider sense suddenly issued a severe warning. "Everyone, get down." Boom! A small missile exploded on campus. With a deafening roar, flames shot into the sky, and a large hole was blown into the grass. It was unclear if any students were injured. Hee hee! An incredibly evil laugh echoed from a distance. It was the Green Goblin, arriving on an even larger glider to seek revenge on Peter Parker. However, this time, the Green Goblin was different from before. He had discarded the full-body green control suit and injected himself with a serum created by mixing lizard blood with a new type of human enhancement drug after multiple trials. He transformed into a nearly 3-meter-tall, green-skinned monster. He possessed strength, self-healing, and limb regeneration, even stronger than the lizard. He upgraded his gear, wearing a pair of purple mechanical gauntlets and a heavy half-armor, with only that evil laugh remaining unchanged. "Why don't you show yourself, Spider-Man?" The Green Goblin fired missiles again, causing screams of fear to erupt across the campus as students panicked and fled, not wanting to end up on the list of victims of this sudden danger. "What kind of monster is this?" "Kai, we have to catch him," Luna exclaimed, seeing her classmates crying out after being hit by missiles. She rolled up her sleeves to rush forward, but was directly stopped by Wang Kai. "Don't worry, there's a rival." Before he finished speaking, Venom Spider-Man appeared, shooting black webs from his hands to stick on a glider, then yanked with explosive force. He actually pulled the flying machine down. The Green Goblin lost his balance and fell from the sky. Seeing this, Venom Spider-Man kicked off the ground, and the grass beneath him exploded with a bang. He shot toward the Green Goblin like an arrow, and as the Green Goblin could not dodge in midair, he clenched his fist. Nearly 100 tons of power erupted like a volcanic explosion. A simple uppercut struck the Green Goblin's lumbar spine. Bang! Crack! The Green Goblin's heavy armor shattered, causing Wang Kai to frown. This punch was clearly aimed at the Green Goblin's life. It seemed the alien symbiote had indeed influenced Peter. The Green Goblin was sent flying into the air, and the glider quickly swooped in to catch him, his expression painfully contorted. It was evident that he was also suffering from that punch. Yet within just 2 or 3 seconds, the Green Goblin began laughing again. "You've gotten stronger too. He. The terrifying power that could split an ordinary person in half was merely a bit painful for the Green Goblin. Good, very spirited. The Green Goblin jumped off the glider, landing on the ground and letting out a deafening roar at Peter. Roar! A strong gust of wind blew toward Peter, but Venom Spider-Man showed no fear. Opening his mouth filled with sharp fangs and actually spitting out his signature venom, a half-meter-long scarlet tongue erupted. He let out a thunderous roar at the Green Goblin. Chapter 62 Monsters. Black Suite Spider-Man ha ha ha. It turns out we are all monsters. The Green Goblin was excited to see Venom Spider-Man's long tongue. As a major villain caught between mutant technology, even though he didn't know what had happened to Spider-Man, the Green Goblin decided to get to the bottom of Peter's transformation. Come on, let's have a big fight. With a push of his feet, the Green Goblin charged at Venom Spider-Man like a heavily armored tank. While Venom Spider-Man let out a roar, his body began to change immediately, becoming several times stronger than before, reaching about 3 meters in height, and with 2 muscular arms. He began to run on all fours towards the Green Goblin, looking even more like a monster. The distance between them closed quickly, and the ground trembled beneath their feet. No fancy tricks. Both monsters clenched fists larger than basketballs and unleashed their strongest punches. Bang! The collision of green and black instantly exploded the air. All the exposed glass windows in the campus shattered. The shock wave spread out, scattering countless onlookers who wanted to get closer to see the action. Such immense power. The Green Goblin grinned wickedly, suddenly turning his fist into a claw, grabbing Venom Spider-Man's wrist, while the fingers of his mechanical gauntlet quickly opened, using sharp edges to swiftly extract a drop of Venom sample. Then, the Green Goblin quickly grabbed Venom Spider-Man with his other hand, and both mechanical arms released ultra-high voltage electricity. Crackle! Blue electric light flashed and vanished, and Venom Spider-Man's body began to emit wisps of white smoke, with the Green Goblin even smelling the scent of charred protein. But before he could react, he felt the strength of Venom Spider-Man growing stronger in his grasp. The wrist he held instantly turned to liquid, and Venom Spider-Man not only didn't retreat, but jumped back, causing the black symbiote entangled around his hand to stretch out. The Green Goblin instantly felt something was wrong. Roar! Venom Spider-Man yanked his hands and began to spin, dragging the Green Goblin into the air like a meteor hammer, then suddenly changing direction, smashing down hard. Boom! The ground shattered like a spider web, and in the center of the pit lay the Green Goblin, who was sore all over and gritting his teeth. He never expected that the electric shock would make Venom Spider-Man even more insane. He immediately wanted to summon the Goblin Glider to sever this black liquid, but Venom Spider-Man didn't give him the chance. Pulling the Green Goblin up and using the same move again, he slammed him hard into the ground. Boom! 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 The sound of smashing into the ground echoed throughout the campus, and after being slammed down 5 times like this, the Green Goblin finally summoned the glider, its sharp front slicing through the black symbiote, connecting him and Spider-Man at high speed. The Green Goblin immediately jumped onto the glider and flew into the sky. With his powerful self-healing, he could recover quickly from his injuries, but if the fight continued, those annoying flies would soon arrive. Throwing a flash bomb, the Green Goblin fled without looking back, and the black symbiote on his hand fell off, dropping towards Venom Spider-Man on the ground. Whoosh! A dazzling white light flashed away, and Venom Spider-Man shielded his eyes, looking up to see that the Green Goblin had already vanished into the sky. Roar! Venom Spider-Man opened his massive jaws and roared at the sky, seemingly very dissatisfied with the Green Goblin's escape. Meanwhile, Wang Kai frowned at all this. To maintain Spider-Man's positive image, children's sales, Spider-Man almost never exhibited such roaring behavior in movies and comics, let alone spit out his iconic tongue. However, the real world doesn't have so many rules. Venom Spider-Man could still bite off a head. Hey Peter, remember what I said? Don't get lost in this power. Wang Kai's voice suddenly rang in Venom Spider-Man's ears, and Peter finally reacted, looking at the ruins on the ground, hardly believing that he had done this. His gigantic form quickly shrank, and he jumped to a place where no one could see him. Moments later, the three met in an empty classroom. Luna, grinning, took out her phone and surprisingly captured all the footage of Peter's battle, teasing him with a photo of him roaring at the Green Goblin. I didn't expect you to have such a domineering side. Where did that red tongue come from? Your tongue isn't that long. Peter, seeing this, immediately covered his face. He also didn't expect to turn out like this. Although he defeated the Green Goblin, he had completely destroyed the school's public green space, which was a far cry from his usual style. Kai, what should I do? Peter, at a loss, turned to Wang Kai for help. But this isn't a bad thing. Wang Kai replied with a grin. As long as you can control this power, your appearance doesn't determine whether you're a hero or a villain. But I destroyed everything outside. That was inevitable. You can't possibly protect every flower and blade of grass. Wang Kai shrugged, and the best situation was that there were no casualties. Wanting to fight the villain while wanting to avoid damage is a bit too naive. In the Osborn Group laboratory, the 3-meter-tall green-skinned monster had disappeared, and Norman Osborn was observing the small drop of alien symbiote sample he had acquired. What a marvelous creation! Perhaps I could cultivate it and control it. Norman, possessed by the evil Green Goblin persona, revealed a cruel smile. Such an interesting thing must be experimented on, and the best candidate. Norman Osborn already had the answer in his mind. 3 days later, Peter looked at the day's newspaper and felt a chill run down his spine. A black-suited Spider-Man was roaming the city, brutally taking down criminals. Whether it was breaking wrists, ankles, or delivering a kick to the groin, sending would-be wrongdoers flying 4 or 5 meters into the air, leaving only a wail of despair. Even the victims were scared away. The worst part was that this was being done in Spider-Man's name, and Peter felt like his days as a superhero were coming to an end. Who could this person be? It couldn't be the Green Goblin. We should be about the same size. Just as Peter was deep in thought, his best friend Harry mysteriously showed up at his house, saying he had good news to share. Don't be scared, Peter. This is the nanosuit my father developed for me, Harry said with a mysterious smile, pulling down his sleeve to reveal a gray watch underneath. The watch face had a green hourglass pattern, and the outside was all black. Harry pressed a button, and instantly the green hourglass disappeared. The black material on the watch face came to life, and in an instant enveloped Harry. It looked very much like nanotechnology, but Peter recognized it clearly. Wasn't this the alien symbiote? It turns out Harry is the black-suited Spider-Man. Chapter 68, Venom vs. Venom. A shot to save the day, Peter. You're my best friend, and this secret I only tell to you. Harry's words came from the symbiote covering his entire body, without the iconic sharp fangs and crimson tongue yet appearing. Peter felt like his mind was about to explode. Oh my God, listen to me. Harry, take that thing off. Peter said anxiously, but in reality, he hadn't removed the alien symbiote himself. Why? This is a gift from my father. I want to use this nanotech suit to give Spider-Man a good beating. Harry questioned Peter angrily, not expecting that his best friend would want to stop him. This is not a nanotech suit. Your father is lying to you. He's using you as a test subject, just like those green-skinned monsters from a few days ago. Harry fell silent for a moment, and Peter seized the opportunity to lay it all out. Actually, your father is the Green Goblin. He has been controlled by his evil persona. Before Peter could finish, Harry suddenly punched in the chest with a loud bang. The massive force sent Peter flying over 10 meters, crashing into the wall of the house, creating several cracks in the brick wall. If Peter had been an ordinary person, that punch would have killed him. How dare you insult my father? He is nothing like that green-skinned monster. Harry shouted with his mouth agape, already showing sharp fangs. As the host's emotions fluctuated rapidly, the signs of merging with the alien symbiote became more apparent. The angrier Harry became, the more furious he was that his best friend would slander his father. In a fit of rage, a long crimson tongue quickly appeared in his mouth, and he charged at Peter, who was slowly getting up. Boom! The two crashed through the wall, landing directly on the street from the apartment. And Peter had already transformed into Venom Spider-Man. Venom versus Venom was about to erupt. So you're Spider-Man. Harry instantly realized everything, and his anger grew. He felt that this best friend was so hypocritical for having deceived him for so long. His body quickly inflated like a balloon, reaching 3 meters tall, and he grabbed a nearby car, tossing it at Peter as if it were a toy. The female driver inside the car had never seen such a scene and screamed in terror, while Peter, as Venom Spider-Man, stepped forward with difficulty to catch the car. However, the terrified female driver accidentally slammed the accelerator. Just as Peter set the car down, it knocked him to the ground and rolled over him. Seeing this, Harry was not about to let the opportunity slip away. He pushed off the ground, jumping onto Peter, his fists swelling to nearly the size of wash basins, and began to pummel Peter's face. Bang, bang, bang. Each punch landed with a deafening sound, capable of flattening a car, and hitting Spider-Man was no different. But even clay has its limits. The anger within Peter was gradually ignited, and he kicked out with all his might, aiming at Harry's chest. Bang! Harry shot off like a cannonball, landing far away in a park. Venom Spider-Man's long tongue retracted, and all of Peter's resentment was released. It wasn't him who turned Osborn into the Green Goblin, nor was it him who nearly killed Osborn. Why should all the blame fall on him? He was the biggest victim. Roar! Venom Spider-Man let out a roar, growing to 3 meters tall again, and leaped forward, shooting black webs toward Harry. I'm going to pull you out of this, Harry, Venom Spider-Man shouted, this time more clear-headed than during his previous rampage. 2 3-meter-tall black humanoid monsters landing in the park instantly caused panic among the visitors, who screamed and fled, each wondering what on earth was happening in New York. Was this the apocalypse? Couldn't they take a break and not wreak havoc for a few days, or at least go to another city instead of always causing trouble in New York? At this moment, the news of the Venom versus Venom battle was already live on television, being watched not only by the Green Goblin, but also by Nick Fury and Coulson from SHD director. Aren't we going to send someone to stop them? Letting these two giants fight could cause a catastrophic effect like Hulk and Abomination. Facing Coulson's somewhat anxious inquiry, Nick Fury remained calm. No need, someone will go to stop it. Didn't he take care of Abomination last time? On the other side, the Green Goblin watched the Venom versus Venom fight, a wildly excited smile on his face. The experiment was incredibly successful. Harry, having undergone no enhancements, could actually fight Spider-Man, showcasing the strange nature of this alien symbiote. Now, he urgently needed more of these alien symbiotes. In the park, the battle between Venom and Venom continued, both completely abandoning defense, tearing into each other. Their massive fists carried enough force to shake the earth, each punch like a mountain being split. However, the damage to each other was minimal, and they were nearly unable to determine a victor. During their constant entanglement, the black alien symbiote even began to merge with each other. At one moment, it became impossible to tell who was who. Suddenly, a golden portal opened not far from their battle, and Wang Kai and Luna walked out. They saw a mass of black goo that was frantically tearing and merging. Looks like we have to step in again. Of course, after all, we are the strongest. The two exchanged smiles. Wang Kai summoned Metal Storm, raised his arms in front of his chest, and a blue energy ball appeared in his palms. In 0.2 seconds, it reached its maximum size and was launched with a bang. The blue energy ball exploded on the black symbiote almost instantaneously. At that moment, a fleeting blue portal revealed itself, and the already merging black symbiote was blasted apart like a balloon, scattering symbiote fragments across the ground. The fragments quickly transformed into slime, crawling toward the two in the center of the black goo. In just a few breaths, the symbiote completely merged into the unconscious bodies of the two, and their exterior no longer showed any signs, no longer resembling a suit that needed to be worn. Moments later, the Quinjet descended from the sky, and Peter and Harry were taken away. Coulson invited the two to visit the airborne mothership. Wang Kai initially didn't want to go, but since Luna was interested, he agreed. Chapter 69. shedding the venom parasite thousands of meters high in the sky. The S.H.L.D. aerospace carrier quietly hovered here. After circling around, the Quinjet carrying Wang Kai and others landed on it, allowing them to fully appreciate this iconic combat and research platform of S.H.I.L.D. Wow! Luna exclaimed, her eyes wide as she gazed at the flying aircraft carrier, her astonishment evident in her voice. Coulson smiled and began introducing it to them, explaining that this amphibious aerospace carrier was a technological marvel of S.H.I.L.D. and served as their second headquarters, which was hard for ordinary people to see. Moments later, the Quinjet landed, and under Coulson's guidance, Wang Kai and Luna met the Marvel character Malefact, the one-eyed bald man. Esa, aquí ella de directo, Nick Fury. Your sister. Nick Fury immediately sensed something different about Luna, but quickly adjusted due to his strong mental resilience. Nice to meet you, Kai. Is that so? How nice. Wang Kai's response instantly threw Nick Fury off guard, leaving him momentarily speechless, unsure how to reply. After a few seconds, noticing Wang Kai's indifferent demeanor, he cut straight to the point. I have a team and would like to invite you to join. You're talking about the Avengers, right? Wang Kai replied flatly, mentioning the gathering of the world's strongest superheroes to battle unknown powerful forces and protect Earth and human civilization. That's a good idea, but unfortunately, I'm just too strong for that model. Integrating Wang Kai into the Avengers would be like putting Superman into the Justice League next door, resulting in individual showcases and minimal teamwork, which wouldn't promote mutual growth. The Avengers have a profound influence in the Marvel Cinematic Universe and are an essential organization for future Earth protection. His participation would only have a counterproductive effect. Nick Fury frowned upon hearing this. How do you know about the Avengers Initiative? Magit Thunk replied coldly. Luna immediately nodded in agreement, their poor acting leaving Nick Fury even more incredulous. Future-seeing magic? That's classified. Nick Fury felt somewhat helpless. He knew that dealing with Wang Kai required a softer approach, as forcing the issue would only backfire. After thinking it over, he decided to let Coulson take the two to check on Peter and Harry's condition. Once they left, the icy beauty of S.H.I.L.D. Agent Hill entered Nick Fury's office, expressing her dissatisfaction with Wang Kai, whom she seemed to regard as a potential enemy. Hill coldly stated that, in her perception, he was a potential threat. However, Nick Fury brushed it off, remembering that he had once ordered an attack on him. This way is fine. Keeping a distance means if there's danger, he won't just ignore it. Abandoning the idea of recruiting Wang Kai, Nick Fury moved on to handle other matters, leaving the issues of Spider-Man and the Green Goblin entirely to Coulson. In the aerospace carrier's research lab, Peter and Harry were still unconscious, locked onto the workbench for examination. Wang Kai generously shared all the intelligence he had on the alien symbiote with Coulson. Sounds like a parasite, Coulson commented. That's one way to put it. But if Venom finds out, he's definitely going to bite your head off. Wang Kai smiled slightly, explaining that all it would take was noise to force the alien symbiote out of their bodies. Let's try it now. Coulson nodded in agreement. They still didn't know how the symbiote had gotten onto Harry and needed to wake them up first. A moment later, the two were moved to another research room, which contained a sealed, transparent glass chamber. Once they were locked inside, the researchers immediately began releasing piercing noise, causing Peter and Harry to suddenly bolt upright in pain. Their expressions as if they were being electrocuted, rolling around on the ground in frantic struggle. Their bodies appeared to be shrouded in a layer of black shadow, and within seconds, a symbiote separated from their bodies. It really looks just like a parasite, Coulson mused. The symbiotes separating from their bodies were nearly identical, continuously shifting like waves on a disturbed water surface under the noise, and they began to merge, forming a humanoid-like mass of black goo, rapidly increasing in size, reaching 3 meters tall in no time. A human face appeared within the black liquid, letting out a terrifying scream toward the people outside the glass chamber. Oh my God, didn't you say this thing can only survive and fight while attached to a host? Coulson exclaimed in shock, and the other researchers instinctively stepped back in fear. Wang Kai, however, remained unfazed, saying, "You're not making enough noise. Add some ultrasonic waves." Immediately, someone complied, and the noise intensified, causing the massive black symbiote to scream in agony. Its size rapidly shrinking, like snow melting in high heat, turning back into a mass of viscous black slime in an instant. "That's it. Luna, open the portal and pull them out," Wang Kai shouted over the noise to Luna beside him. As the portal appeared, the magical whip ensnared the two, and with a slight pull from Wang Kai, he extracted Peter and Harry. Meanwhile, the alien symbiote, sluggish and still inside the glass chamber, continued to crawl around aimlessly. "Okay, stop that damn noise." Seeing that they had rescued the two, Coulson immediately shouted. The portal inside the glass chamber vanished, and the black symbiote finally regained its vitality. But without a host, it could not break through the fragile glass walls and could only wander aimlessly inside. This was Coulson's first time seeing a portal, but now that he knew Luna was a genuine magician, he wasn't too surprised. However, the group of researchers was utterly astonished. Whether it was curiosity or the passive effect of a succubus, they quickly surrounded Luna with questions. Coulson's face darkened as he sternly reprimanded all the researchers, and only then did they realize and disperse. "Sorry, scientists tend to react like this when they see magic. It's okay. Who can blame our Luna for being so adorable and charming?" Wang Kai and Luna both smiled, not taking the matter to heart. Compared to the hormone-driven students at school, these tech nerds were a normal reaction. At that moment, Peter and Harry finally regained consciousness. They exchanged glances, as if everything was understood without words. They both comprehended each other as thoughts. The alien symbiote could read and record the host's memories while attached, and during their fusion, they formed a brief exchange of memories, allowing Harry to finally understand everything. Chapter 70. Filial Piety. My father turns out to be the supervillain Green Goblin. Harry's tone was heavy, his face dim, and his head hung low. For every child, the greatest person in their heart is their father. But now Norman's image in Harry's mind had collapsed, making it difficult for him to accept. Spider-Man quickly comforted him. "Those things were done by the Green Goblin, and have nothing to do with Mr. Osborn. We can completely cure your father and let him live a normal life again." Wang Kai and Luna exchanged knowing smiles. Peter was finally waking up. He had said this before. "Really? My father's illness can be cured? Of course. You are my best friend, and I will never give up on you." Peter patted Harry's shoulder to reassure him, then continued, "But to cure Mr. Osborn, we first have to capture him. Is that black symbiote still with the Green Goblin?" This was also something Coulson needed to know. Although he learned about the origin of the symbiote through their conversation, the Green Goblin was already difficult enough to deal with. Adding the symbiote might make it even more troublesome. It shouldn't be there anymore. My father said that kind of symbiote isn't easy to make. As soon as Harry finished speaking, Coulson stepped forward and said, "All right, we're going to catch the Green Goblin now. Harry, you can testify against Norman Osborn. And with this complete chain of evidence, we can formally arrest him." After hearing Coulson's words, Harry hesitated for a moment. Wouldn't this mean sending his father to prison? But in order to cure his father, he could only reluctantly agree. The group immediately headed to the Osborn Group building. This time, Spider-Man was the main force, while Wang Kai and Luna only planned to watch the excitement and did not intend to intervene. After all, Coulson had solid evidence this time and brought a large team of S.H.I.L.D. agents equipped with advanced S.H.I.L.D. weapons. So capturing the lone Green Goblin shouldn't be a problem. The Quinjet flew towards the destination, and everyone inside had their own thoughts. At this time, Peter, who had changed into the classic red and black Spider-Man suit, suddenly remembered something and looked at Wang Kai with embarrassment. "Kai, I'm really sorry about something." "What is it?" Wang Kai asked, confused. "I seem to have told Mary Jane about your identity." "What?" Wang Kai was stunned. Hadn't he rejected her? How did he end up telling this green tea? "Yesterday, Mary came to my house, and at that time and then I told her." Wang Kai was instantly speechless. Even a flirty Spider-Man couldn't keep a secret. This was truly unexpected. "Did you tell her anything else?" "No." "Did you guys do anything?" Peter awkwardly didn't say anything, and Wang Kai naturally didn't ask further. However, looking at Peter's deeply infatuated nature, it was indeed possible that nothing happened. After a small incident on the way, the group quickly arrived at the rooftop of the Osborn Group's helipad. Under Harry's lead, they entered the spacious president's office. where they found Norman Osborn, who was very normal and handling company affairs. "Harry, why did you suddenly come to the company?" Norman asked curiously, but then he looked at Coulson and the fully armed agents, as well as Spider-Man, and his expression suddenly changed. "What do you want?" Seeing his father's appearance, Harry immediately reached out to block everyone. He wanted to try to persuade him with words, so he walked up to Norman and said sincerely, "I know everything, Father. You are sick, and that evil persona is controlling you. They are all here to help you. Please let me cure you, okay?" As soon as he finished speaking, Norman's expression quickly darkened. "No, you are here to capture me and ruin my life." Norman instantly reached out and grabbed Harry by the neck, and Harry suddenly felt unable to breathe, but he still held on to Norman's hand, trying to awaken his father's persona. "Dad, what are you doing? I'm your son. I don't need such a weak son." Norman madly pulled Harry in front of him, then turned his gaze to Spider-Man. "He's the one who deserves to be my son." Norman laughed wickedly, then turned and swung his arm. With a loud crash, the glass shattered, and Harry was thrown out of the building with a scream. "Harry, how could Spider-Man watch his best friend die right in front of him?" He immediately ran towards the shattered window, while Norman only gave an evil smile and did not stop him. His skin quickly changed to green, his eyes turned yellow. His ears grew longer and sharper, and his height and body shape changed dramatically. The sound of tearing fabric echoed in the room as the 3-meter-tall Green Goblin appeared, roaring angrily at Coulson and the others. "Roar! Without Spider-Man, you all will die." The Green Goblin charged straight through the office desk towards Coulson and the others. And at almost the same time, the fully armed agents opened fire. Waves of blue electrical light instantly erupted from the sci-fi guns, and the air was filled with sizzling sounds. Although there were no gunpowder smoke and noise, the power was not inferior to standard firearms at all. In an instant, countless electrical bolts surrounded the Green Goblin. There were no explosions, only the dense sounds of sizzling. The intense current made the Green Goblin howl in pain, his muscles convulsing, almost unable to control his body. In a high-speed charge, it was no surprise that he fell and rolled towards the crowd. Why is he so weak? Wang Kai was puzzled, but seeing this, he had no choice but to step in with a perfectly timed kick to stop the nearly half-ton Green Goblin with ease. Luna watched in awe at the weapons in Coulson's hands. S-H-I-E-L-D. Weapons are so powerful? Of course. We are S-H-I-E-L-D. Coulson said with mysterious confidence. In just one round, they subdued the supervillain Green Goblin, which was both due to the Green Goblin's underestimation and the advanced weapons they had. Wang Kai shrugged and kicked the Green Goblin on the head to knock him out, finally feeling relieved. At this point, Spider-Man had also rescued Harry and looked at the now quiet battlefield in surprise. "Kai, you defeated him in one move again?" Coulson was a bit unhappy upon hearing this. Did they not believe in their own organization? So he immediately picked up the large gun in his hand and introduced, "This is a plasma stun gun. With just one shot, even an elephant could be stunned or even cooked. At least 100 shots hit the Green Goblin just now. And it was all thanks to us that we captured him alive." Spider-Man was instantly amazed. S-H-I-E-L-D is really that powerful? Absolutely. Coulson smiled and ordered to have the Green Goblin taken on board the Quinjet. Healing the Green Goblin wouldn't be easy. They had to head to the helicarrier first. Wang Kai and Luna waved goodbye directly. Chapter 71. Everyone becomes Venom. Request for silver tickets. On the space battleship, the Green Goblin was restrained in a large X shape by 4 electromagnetic orbs. Researchers extracted his blood, hoping to create a corresponding serum to cure the current Green Goblin. At that moment, the unconscious Green Goblin suddenly woke up. A slight movement in his abdomen caused a black capsule to appear in his mouth. He bit it open and spat it out, and immediately a mass of black alien symbiote emerged from the capsule. "Go find your companions," the Green Goblin whispered. The black symbiote seemed to understand, immediately slipping through the gaps in the cell, while the Green Goblin revealed a wicked smile. The scene shifted to the S-H-I-E-L-D Space Battleship's lounge, where Peter was still comforting Harry, as anyone would feel terrible being thrown off a building by their own father. "He actually threw me off the building. He wants to kill me and make you his son," Harry said, heartbroken. His father not only denied him, but also wanted to kill him, even knowing it was the Green Goblin. The familiar face he had seen countless times was still hard for him to accept. No, that's not Mr. Osborn. That's the Green Goblin. You have to believe that. Faced with his friend's low spirits, Peter could only say this to Harry. Just as the two were continuing their heart-to-heart, an alarm suddenly blared within the space battleship. Warning. Unknown life form detected inside the battleship. Warning. Unknown life form detected inside the battleship. The harsh warning echoed through the broadcast, and the two immediately left the lounge to find Coulson and see what was happening. At this moment, the research lab where the alien symbiote had been extracted from Peter and Harry was in complete disarray. The symbiote that the Green Goblin had spat out quickly found this place through its instinct. It leaped down from the ventilation duct onto a researcher, enveloping him in mere moments, causing terror among the others in the lab. However, the symbiote did not attack the others. Instead, it charged viciously toward the glass wall that imprisoned its kind. With a loud crash, the glass shattered, and the researcher fell inside the glass chamber. The black symbiote eagerly detached from him and instantly fused with the others inside. The symbiote mass expanded rapidly like a balloon, then burst with a bang, splattering like liquid and enveloping the bewildered researchers. Their screams vanished before they could even escape their throats, and now the entire lab was filled with venom. These mass-produced venoms did not have the white spider emblem on their chests, but in every other aspect, they were indistinguishable from venom, especially their iconic sharp teeth and long crimson tongues, which everyone possessed. And this was not the end. The black symbiote spread like a virus into the ventilation ducts of the space battleship. It attacked anyone it encountered, transforming everyone on the battleship into venom. And they were venoms controlled by the Green Goblin. Haha, this is what I wanted to see. The Green Goblin laughed maniacally as he was released from his cell by the venoms, believing that with this nearly infinitely proliferating alien symbiote, he could completely dominate this planet. Meanwhile, Peter and Harry found Coulson, who understood what had happened through the surveillance. Without hesitation, he tossed him a plasma stun gun for self-defense. Harry, you stay here and inform King Kai. He always has a way to handle this. Peter and the others come with me. We're going to the main control room to create noise. We need to separate all these vile black parasites. Coulson ordered with a stern tone, but Harry wanted to see his father. Coulson grabbed him, saying, "Do you want him to kill you?" Harry's heart trembled, and he could only nod helplessly while wearing a pained expression, knowing that it was the Green Goblin, not his father. "Let's go," Coulson said decisively as he led everyone out. The number of people who had transformed into venoms on the space battleship was unknown, and this journey was bound to be perilous. Do not make direct contact with them, Coulson warned all team members. He then aimed at a charging venom and opened fire. Instantly, countless bursts of blue electricity erupted from the gun, and when a blue orb made contact with the venom, it flashed blue, followed by a sizzling sound. However, it only made the venom more frenzied. But then more blue orbs exploded on the surface of the venom's body, wrapping it in blue electricity. In the blink of an eye, the black symbiote vanished without a trace, and everyone smelled a burnt odor. The black symbiote had been directly vaporized by the high temperature generated by the electricity. Seeing this, everyone immediately stopped, but the next moment, another mass of black symbiote dropped from the ventilation shaft above. In less than 2 seconds, the recently defeated venom revived again. Everyone was too shocked to speak, while the venom let out a piercing scream. Its sharp teeth and long tongue sprayed a massive drool, and then it charged at them. "Sir, there's more behind us," an agent shouted while firing electrical blasts, temporarily suppressing the venoms coming from the rear passage. Damn it! Split into pairs and break through. Faced with the oncoming venoms, being trapped in the passage was equivalent to a death sentence. Since Peter, the strongest, couldn't operate the space battleship systems, they had no choice but to resort to this desperate tactic. The group dispersed, unintentionally drawing away many venoms, creating an opportunity for Coulson and Spider-Man to reach the main control room. "This thing is useless. I'll use my web." Peter tossed aside the plasma stun gun and fired webs, weaving 3 or 4 layers of webbing in the passage behind them to block the pursuing venoms. He then picked up Coulson grabbing his legs, and began to run wildly down the passage. Left, left, right. Coulson quickly reacted, knowing this was the fastest way. He didn't care about the awkward position and immediately acted as a human GPS, directing Peter while using the plasma stun gun as a turret, constantly repelling the venoms that try to block their path. With this bizarre maneuver resembling a human tank, they finally reached the main control room. But the sight before them made their hearts sink. A venom with only one, I was staring intently at them, also holding a plasma stun gun. Director Fury? Chapter 72. Entering with a speaker, I have to say, Venom really knows how to make an entrance. He even kept Nick Fury's one-eyed emblem. Although Venom Fury was holding a ranged weapon, it wasn't him that made the two feel alarmed. Behind Venom Fury stood a green-skinned monster over 3 meters tall. It was none other than the Green Goblin, who had already escaped from prison. "Oh, it's you, Mr. Coulson. How should I thank you for bringing me here?" The Green Goblin's taunts and maniacal laughter instantly infuriated Coulson. He aimed directly at the Goblin's head and pulled the trigger, blue electric sparks exploding on the Goblin's face, crackling loudly, but the Goblin showed no reaction, not even blinking. "It's just a show. Do you really think it would work on me?" The Goblin mocked Coulson, then immediately shouted to Venom Fury, "Use your gun to take them out." Venom Fury responded by pulling the trigger, while Peter's spider sense had already sensed the danger, and he quickly fled the main control room. Venom Fury immediately followed. "S-H-I-E-L-D. It's nothing," the Green Goblin scoffed, ordering the other symbiotes in the control room to steer the airship towards New York, where he planned to spread the black symbiote throughout the city. Meanwhile, Spider-Man was still desperately running with Coulson on his back. "Mr. Coulson, what should we do now? There are more and more symbiotes. We can't keep running forever," Coulson replied. But he was well aware of the situation. "Just hold on a bit longer. We must wait for Wang Kai to arrive." After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and continued, "We also need to prepare to completely destroy this airship." As a top agent, how could he not guess the Green Goblin's evil plan? Coulson knew that almost the entire airship was filled with alien symbiotes obeying the Goblin. To eliminate these vile parasites and prevent them from spreading to the ground and infecting the entire planet, the last resort was to destroy all the symbiotes and the airship together. Blow this place up. When Peter heard this, he thought Coulson had been possessed by venom as well. "What about the others?" "This is just a preparation," Coulson replied anxiously. "Sometimes there are no win-win solutions in this world. Even if this may sacrifice our S-H-I-E-L-D colleagues on the airship, it's something we must face." The two continued to flee when suddenly Peter's spider sense warned him again. He leaped high, sticking to the top of the corridor, as 3 or 4 streams of black goo passed beneath him, sticking to the grid floor not far away. Peter looked back and saw it was indeed the black web-like substance shot by Venom Fury and the other symbiotes, clearly trying to ensnare them. Venom Fury remained silent as he aimed at Spider-Man and pulled the trigger, instantly firing bursts of blue electric light toward the two. The blast spread out like flowers in the sky, blocking all possible escape routes for Spider-Man. Peter, already hindered by carrying Coulson, would still get hit by the electric light, even if he tried to set Coulson down first. The intense current caused him immense pain, and at that moment, more symbiotes appeared, completely surrounding the two. Damn it! Coulson still refused to give up, trying to use his weapon to carve out a path. But Venom Fury seemed to see through his intentions. His left hand shot out black goo, snatching the weapon from Coulson's hands, leaving them with no hope of escape. Spider-Man fell painfully to the corridor floor with a dull thud. Coulson had no choice but to help him up, looking at the surrounding symbiotes and sarcastically saying, "Do you think they'll kill us or turn us into one of them?" No sooner had he spoken than Venom Fury raised 2 weapons at them, making his intentions very clear. As the two faced imminent death at the hands of the S.H.I.E.L.D. director, a loud, maddening, and almost unbearable wailing sound suddenly echoed from a distance. The symbiotes froze in place, then began to shriek as if struck by ultrasonic waves. The outer black symbiote started to tremble violently, and then it tore apart, revealing S.H.I.E.L.D. agents trapped inside. "Quick, Peter, save Director Fury." Seeing this, Coulson seized the opportunity, and Spider-Man, quick on the uptake, swiftly shot out his web to stick to Nick Fury, then pulled hard. With a shriek, Nick Fury was yanked out of the black symbiote. These parasites couldn't withstand the horrific wailing. Yes, but we can't take it either. What the hell is this thing? Nick Fury exclaimed, covering his ears as he stood up, the horrific, incomprehensible wailing making his scalp tingle and his stomach churn. As the sound grew louder, the more distant symbiotes fled, while the black symbiote that had begun to tear apart transformed into clumps of black slime, frantically escaping through various crevices in the corridor. After a few breaths, Spider-Man, Nick Fury, and several other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents spotted the source of the sound. Wang Kai was slowly walking from the other side of the corridor, carrying a large speaker on his shoulder, which was the source of the wailing sound, deafeningly loud. Luna and Harry followed behind, both wearing white earplugs to block out the maddening noise. What the hell is this? Nick Fury roared, pressing his hands tightly against his ears, feeling a surge of agitation as they got closer. He wanted nothing more than to smash that speaker. It's Lost Rivers. System reminder. Do not search for this noise-canceling song. But those who can listen to the whole thing are extraordinary. Wang Kai laughed heartily. He had thought of this wailing song immediately after receiving Harry's call, and he even took some time to buy this speaker. It was all for this moment. As long as he carried the speaker in, any symbiote would turn into a puddle of black goo, as if they had seen their father. The noise could only drive the symbiotes away. These parasites had completely infested the airship, and to kill them, high temperatures were still needed. Wang Kai temporarily turned off the speaker and said, "Yes, sir," and the airship is heading towards New York. The Green Goblin wants to possess everyone in the city. Coulson hurriedly explained the situation. They had little time left. Chapter 73. Venom Green Goblin feels strong. What do you think? Nick Fury asked Coulson in a deep voice. It's simple. Completely blow up the mothership. That way, we can ensure that not a single alien symbiote reaches the ground. As soon as Coulson finished speaking, the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. erupted in an uproar. This is the symbol of S.H.I.E.L.D. The second headquarters. The costly mothership. You could just say to blow it up. Maybe we can change course. Yes, we could also play this cursed sound throughout the mothership, and that would save everyone. Or we could defeat the Green Goblin, as he is the mastermind controlling all the symbiotes. Many agents quickly came up with several ideas, but everyone overlooked the most important issue. They were out of time. Moreover, the Green Goblin was currently in the main control room, and he wouldn't be completely unguarded. Enough. Stop it. Nick Fury stopped all the agents' arguments and immediately ordered, I, as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., command you to evacuate immediately. All consequences will be handled by me. Coulson opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but was directly interrupted by Nick Fury. No need to say more. This is indeed the best option. Don't take all the responsibility on yourself. Patting Coulson's shoulder, Nick Fury turned to Luna. Use the portal to send them to the ground. Okay. Luna smiled charmingly and put on the suspension ring to open the portal. As swirling golden particles appeared, the portal opened, leading directly to Central Park in New York. The agents on the mothership had no choice but to execute the order and began to evacuate quickly. Harry, you should also evacuate from here, Wang Kai said in a deep voice. Although he didn't want to kill Norman Osborn, if the Green Goblin was going to self-destruct, he couldn't be blamed. Harry hesitated for a moment, but nodded in agreement, then asked Wang Kai and the others, if possible, please save my father. He's just sick. Spider-Man immediately agreed, while Wang Kai remained silent. The group quickly split into two teams, with Luna and Spider-Man taking the speaker to fish, waiting for the Venoms to take the bait before starting the BGM to separate the alien symbiotes and rescue everyone. Meanwhile, Wang Kai headed to the main control room to deal with the Green Goblin. The interior space of the mothership was small, and the metal storm was not suitable for use here, so the solemn and sacred angel armor was activated again, and the Dawn Guardian appeared once more. Raising the huge sand magic blade, Wang Kai sneered, if we're going to completely blow this place up, I might be able to help you out. After all, I haven't chopped this thing yet. Nick Fury and Coulson were momentarily speechless. What do you usually chop? The three of them entered the main control room without speaking. There were nearly 100 symbiotes in this room alone, and the Green Goblin stood with his back to the three on the command platform, which was usually Nick Fury's exclusive seat. Through the transparent glass in front of the command hall, the distant land could be seen, indicating that the mothership was very close to New York. "You finally came, Kai." The Green Goblin let out an evil laugh as he turned to face the three, his face twisted and terrifying. His eyes revealed intense hatred. He hadn't forgotten that he was punched in the mouth by Wang Kai when he was just born. "I didn't expect that before becoming the king of the new world, I could kill you myself." The Green Goblin spread his arms, and instantly all the black symbiotes behind him detached from their hosts, gathering into a black river that flowed into the Green Goblin's body. The Green Goblin's size continued to increase, and in the blink of an eye, he was already 5 meters tall. With his iconic goblin ears and the white spider symbol on his chest, the Venom Green Goblin was born. Such immense power. Ha ha ha. The Venom Green Goblin laughed wildly, completely satisfied with his current state. All his powers, self-healing, and regeneration abilities had been multiplied several times. He felt that there was no one who could kill him now. With this power. The Venom Green Goblin excitedly opened his bloody mouth, sticking out his long crimson tongue, and let out a roar that echoed through the skies. Roar. An astonishing momentum swept over, like a tsunami crashing down. It hit Coulson and Nick Fury, causing the two top agents to involuntarily take a step back. Shocked, they couldn't help but ask from the bottom of their hearts, "Can Kai really kill such a monster?" The two turned their gaze to Wang Kai, who stood motionless like a mountain in his holy angel armor, while the Venom Green Goblin, seeing this, thought Wang Kai was so frightened that he couldn't move and began to laugh maniacally. "Killing you will only take one punch." The Venom Green Goblin clenched his fist, which was as large as a bicycle wheel, and unleashed his full power at Wang Kai. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his spot, and a shadow suddenly appeared in front of Wang Kai. A pitch-black fist carrying the momentum to destroy everything came crashing towards the armor. Boom! The air exploded with a loud bang. The airflow generated by the punch was like an 8th-grade wind, knocking Nick Fury and Coulson directly to the ground. The two immediately got up to check the situation, only to have their pupils shrink in an instant. They saw Wang Kai single-handedly blocking the Venom Green Goblin's punch. The shocked expression of the Venom Green Goblin was no less than theirs. "This is absolutely impossible." The Venom Green Goblin's eyes were about to pop out. This punch could crush a tank. How could it be caught so easily by someone? In this era, anything is possible. Wang Kai's cold voice rang out, and then a flash of golden light appeared. The Venom Green Goblin's arm was suddenly dislocated. With a thud, it fell to the ground, but the extremely thick arm's black symbiote quickly transformed into a black stream and returned to the Venom Green Goblin's body in an instant. That severed arm grew back at an incredibly fast speed. "You can't kill me." The Venom Green Goblin roared at Wang Kai, but the next second, Wang Kai raised the cyan magic blade and placed it directly under his chin. The roar was instantly silenced. "Change back to Norman Osborn, or die." A voice cold enough to seem devoid of any human emotion came through. The Venom Green Goblin did not respond. Instead, he opened his mouth full of sharp teeth and allowed the blade to pierce his skull, biting down on Wang Kai's head. Crack! Countless sharp fangs shattered in response. But the Venom Green Goblin didn't care, biting down tightly and grabbing Wang Kai's shoulders, then suddenly tearing outward. His fierce appearance was like the most brutal beast, seeking death. The magic blade shimmered with red light, infused with true damage, and Wang Kai swung downwards, splitting the Venom Green Goblin in two with one strike. But even so, the Venom Green Goblin still did not die. His massive mouth still refused to let go. Chapter 74. Exorcising the symbiote, the Venom Green Goblin refused to relent. So Wang Kai had no choice but to use time-space displacement to emerge. The massive demon blade swept upward, piercing straight through the neck of the Venom Green Goblin. Take that for biting wildly. Wang Kai coldly watched as the Venom Green Goblin's head fell to the ground. Just as he was about to turn and let Nick Fury take the mothership away, he noticed that the head of the Venom Green Goblin suddenly transformed into a puddle of black liquid. Immediately afterward, a strong gust of wind struck. With a whoosh, Wang Kai turned and severed one of the venom green goblin's legs with a single stroke. But strangely, almost at the moment of the severance, the previously separated limb was drawn back together by the black symbiote. Ha ha ha! I am immortal! The venom green goblin laughed maniacally. Then, with arms outstretched, the black symbiote began to gather in his palms, quickly forming two blobs of black liquid. Become my slaves. The venom green goblin flung the two blobs of black symbiote into the air, which suddenly transformed into two large spider webs, covering a vast area. They fell directly onto Wang Kai. Ha ha ha! Now you have to obey me, no matter how strong you are. The venom green goblin was so excited he was trembling. Wang Kai was incredibly strong. If he hadn't moved his body inside the symbiote just in time, he would have definitely been decapitated. At that point, even the strongest self-healing and limb regeneration would have been useless. Nick Fury and Coulson were even more anxious, as Wang Kai was their only hope. If he fell, no one could stop the venom green goblin's evil plan. Just as the two were trying to use the plasma stun guns to drive away the black symbiote, an extremely cold voice suddenly rang out. Who do you think I am? The black symbiote wrapping Wang Kai suddenly began to swell, and then with a bang, it exploded like a balloon, instantly stripping away all the black symbiote. At the same time, a strong wind blew in all directions, and Nick Fury and Coulson hurriedly dodged the flying symbiote, while the venom green goblin stared wide-eyed. At that moment, the solemn and holy angel armor was encased in a layer of pale, translucent shield, making it even more sacred. Tornado flash. The explosive aura repelled the enemies. It was unexpected to use it at this moment. You really can take a beating, Wang Kai said coldly. The current venom green goblin was like a full meat tank in spring water. Although every strike dealt true damage, it was still incredibly difficult to kill him. Moreover, he couldn't directly unleash a 40-meter-long blade inside the mothership, which allowed the venom green goblin to be so arrogant until now. I'll hold him off. You guys play the Song of the Damned at maximum volume. After saying that, Wang Kai charged forward. Since the venom green goblin was a moving spring, wouldn't it be easy to kill the green goblin if he simply took the spring away? Nick Fury and Coulson finally realized they weren't there to watch a show. They immediately went down to the control room, not even taking the time to see how Wang Kai cut the venom green goblin into pieces and then how he recovered. They began to operate the computer, trying to change the mothership's course. Damn, the green goblin really destroyed the navigation system. Now, the mothership can't even stop. Coulson looked frustrated at the screen, but Nick Fury didn't care. He found the Song of the Damned, or rather the Exorcism song, and immediately played it at maximum volume. The chaotic and disorderly noise, akin to ghostly screams, instantly erupted, causing everyone to cover their ears. Not only was the sound deafening, but this inexplicable ghostly scream felt like a murder to people's ears, sending chills down their spines. Ordinary people found it unbearable, and for the venom green goblin, it was even more like a public execution. The alien symbiote seemed to be truly exorcised, continuously shedding from its towering 5-meter body, and it began to tear itself apart. Emitting a piercing scream, "What are you all looking at? Hurry up and leave," Wang Kai shouted at Coulson and the others. The spring water on the green goblin had been stripped away, but this infinite healing spring seemed to have gained sentience. After the black symbiote ripped apart, instead of shrinking back into a puddle like those mass-produced venoms, it gradually grew larger, with the top now stuck to the ceiling of the main control room. Almost 10 meters high, the white spider pattern on its chest faded away, replaced by a grotesque white face with diamond-shaped white eyes and a mouth full of sharp teeth, resembling a malevolent spirit. Help! Someone save me! At that moment, a voice calling for help emerged from the venom green goblin's body. Wang Kai focused his gaze and saw that the figure emerging from the rampaging black symbiote was none other than Norman Osborn, who had reverted to his original form. He was being continuously pulled by the symbiote, like a small boat in a raging black ocean, in imminent danger of capsizing. Damn it, you all must die. The voice of the green goblin came from the mouth of the rampaging black symbiote. Wang Kai didn't know what was happening, but quickly jumped into the air, golden blades flashing rapidly. In just a few strokes, he severed all the black symbiote that was clinging to Norman. Then, he grabbed Norman with one hand and pulled him out from the rampaging symbiote. Angel. It's an angel. Norman seemed somewhat disoriented, pointing at Wang Kai with a shocked expression. Wang Kai couldn't be bothered to determine if he was faking it. After landing, he directly tossed Norman to Coulson. Looking at the rampaging black symbiote, he knew there was no other way out. You guys hurry to find Luna. Wang Kai charged in front of the symbiote to attract most of the firepower. The blade light kept flashing, severing all the symbiote tendrils surrounding him as if cutting through jelly. Meanwhile, Coulson and Nick Fury fired blue electric beams to fend off the pursuing tendrils and cover the other agents as they retreated. Outside the main control room, Luna and Spider-Man rushed over. They had already rescued all the other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Upon seeing nearly 100 people coming out of the main control room, they opened the portal again. Spider-Man quickly guided everyone through, and soon they reached the last of the group, Coulson and Nick Fury. My brother? Still inside? That's good. You all hurry and leave. Don't interfere with Brother Kai cutting people. The two were momentarily at a loss for words, as this was not going according to plan. But they also knew Luna was right. Helplessly, they had to leave. Suddenly, the entire mothership was left with only Wang Kai, Luna, the rampaging symbiote, and the remnants of symbiote fragments scattered everywhere. Chapter 75. The mothership cut by the blade. Human malice at this moment. The main control room was still filled with the omnipresent transcendent melody, while the rampaging symbiote had nearly filled the entire hall. Wang Kai felt as if he were in a surging black ocean, constantly slashing out golden blades of light to sever the ferocious waves that surged towards him. Brother Kai, they've all left. You can let loose now. Luna shouted from outside the main control room, and then opened a teleportation portal to arrive outside the aerospace mothership. At this time, the aerospace mothership was covered in black symbiotes, with many mold-like tentacles sprouting from the massive steel fortress. The black tentacles waving wildly as if trying to escape the terrifying transcendent melody. We can't let these things fall. Luna flew to the front of the aerospace mothership and waved her hands. Like shattering glass, an incredibly large mirror dimension entrance suddenly appeared, and as the aerospace mothership flew forward, the mirror dimension swallowed the entire ship. In the main control room, Wang Kai slowly sheathed his sword, looking at the rampaging symbiote with a gaping maw that could almost swallow a villa, and let out a cold smile. He then took out a cat bomb, one of the essential tools for killing and arson. Although it was nearly impossible to kill you, it could easily blow you up. With indifferent words, the rampaging black symbiote surged towards him. The black tide blotted out the sky. It seemed ready to completely engulf Wang Kai. Explosion. Boom! The cat bomb detonated directly in Wang Kai's palm. The black tide was instantly covered by scorching red flames. The fire filled the entire room in an instant. And under the high temperature, the symbiote dissipated rapidly like snow meeting the sun. The shockwave from the explosion destroyed all the equipment in the main control room. The glass in the windows shattered instantly, and flames surged out, mercilessly licking any escaping symbiotes. Wang Kai stood in place. Even as the shockwave and flames from the explosion wreaked havoc around him, his indestructible body remained intact. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the rampaging alien symbiote, earning 100 sign-in points. The system's voice rang out, but Wang Kai had no mood to pay attention to this. He wanted to add another item to commemorate what he had cut down. The metal storm flew directly out from the breach created by the explosion, turning around and arriving directly above the aerospace mothership, blue plasma flames jetting out from beneath his feet, instantly doubling his speed to twice the speed of sound. Boom! The sonic boom sounded, and the metal storm disappeared. The angel armor dual-wielded the azure magic blades and the endless battle blade, crossing the two blades in front of him, their edges glowing with red light. He swung out two astonishing blade energies, each several hundred meters wide, towards the aerospace mothership that was gradually occupying his entire field of vision, dual-wielding the Overlord slash. Boom! Two golden crescent moons, matching the size of the aerospace mothership, flew out from the sword blades, effortlessly cutting the mothership into 3 segments. It was extremely smooth, and fragments of the symbiote inside could still be seen, but soon the aerospace mothership was like a munitions depot hit, beginning to trigger a series of massive explosions before the 3 segments could separate, ultimately transforming into the most beautiful fireworks in the sky. And all the fragments of the alien symbiote were killed. This is the mirror dimension. The metal storm flew up from below the explosion, and Wang Kai looked at the surrounding scene with a slight frown, but relaxed again when Luna flew over. The SHIELD might not believe that the explosion and destruction of the aerospace mothership had nothing to do with him. Even if he had taken this thing away, so what? Luna's good intentions were not wrong. As for others' malicious speculations, he would just block them. Do we just save the world? Luna asked with sparkling eyes and an expectant expression. That's right, we save the world. Yay! Joyful laughter radiated from the girl, genuinely feeling happy. What followed was roughly what Wang Kai had imagined. The aerospace mothership disappeared rather than exploded, causing some suspicion among the SHIELD personnel. In the eyes of some, this was a stunning act of theft. The World Security Council demanded a thorough investigation. Director Pierce pressed Nick Fury again, demanding that he deal with Wang Kai, a colossal threat that was beyond anyone's control. As for how to deal with it, naturally, it would be a straightforward assassination. However, Nick Fury directly rejected this. It was absolutely impossible. How can we kill someone who just saved the whole world? Nick Fury argued, but was speechless against Pierce's claims. That's just his lie, his trick. Alien symbiote? How can we trust his word? Moreover, the instigator, Green Goblin Norman Osborn, has ties to him, not to mention the disappeared aerospace mothership and his other crimes. How can we be sure that this demon who kills without hesitation and ignores the law will be a hero, no matter how you look at it? Wang Kai is the true culprit behind the scenes. Pierce shouted with righteous indignation, and after this speech, even Nick Fury began to waver, as all signs pointed Wang Kai towards the worst direction. However, intuition told Nick Fury that this matter was definitely not as it seemed. I'm sorry, Director. I cannot carry out your orders. This is an extremely foolish act. An SHIELD cannot bear the corresponding consequences. Pierce fell silent. The two exchanged cold glances, neither willing to back down. After a moment, Pierce finally spoke softly. I understand. I won't force you, but this threat must be controlled. I will send others to capture him. Make him reveal the whereabouts of the aerospace mothership and face legal consequences. Pierce turned his back on Nick Fury, who immediately knew there was no room for negotiation and could only leave helplessly. As he was leaving, he still heard Pierce's warning. You should know what to do, Fury. Don't do anything that would betray SHIELD. The implication was that he didn't want Nick Fury to leak information, but in reality, it was to make him take the blame, whether successful or not. From the outside, it would appear as though it was SHIELD's director who did this. Understood, Director. Nick Fury strode away, knowing that policy from above would always be met with countermeasures. Just because he couldn't speak didn't mean others couldn't. As soon as the bald egg left, Pierce immediately revealed a sinister smile. He knew his subordinate's character too well, so he decided to strike first. At this moment, outside Wang Kai's apartment building, a sniper with disheveled hair, holding a huge anti-material sniper rifle, was aiming at several people inside through infrared sights. This was none other than the Winter Soldier. Bucky Barnes, Captain America's good buddy, who had fallen into a valley during World War II, was rescued by Hydra, brainwashed, and transformed into the Winter Soldier. Now, he was Hydra's assassination weapon. Chapter 76, Assassination Failed. They came knocking at this moment. There were still many snipers like the Winter Soldier, all positioned within about 200 meters of Wang Kai's apartment, just to kill Wang Kai and Luna almost simultaneously. After all, according to the information gathered by Hydra, although Wang Kai possessed the metal storm and an almost invincible armor, his body remained incredibly fragile before summoning these two. A single bullet was enough to solve the problem. Commander, all snipers have reached their designated locations and locked onto the target. We can fire simultaneously. The words of readiness came through the earpiece of the Hydra squad leader responsible for the operation. The Hydra squad leader then picked up his anti-material sniper rifle, calmed his mind to aim, and quietly said, "Follow my command. Count down from 3, 2, 1, fire, and pull the trigger simultaneously." The red outline of the target in the infrared sight was incredibly clear. Even though there were other figures inside, they were no longer within the attack targets. Prepare. Everyone's fingers were on the trigger, almost simultaneously holding their breath, highly focused for the upcoming shot. 3, 2, 1, fire. Where are they? The final command to fire hadn't even had a chance to leave his lips. The infrared outlines in the eyes of all the snipers disappeared simultaneously. The mission has changed. Retreat quickly. The Hydra squad leader immediately ordered. Everyone swiftly packed up their equipment. They could evacuate from their respective sniper points in just 1 minute. But for some, that minute was not something they could wait for. A piercing scream rang out in the earpiece within 20 seconds. A Hydra agent was clutching his thigh and howling in pain. His bones had completely shattered and protruded from the inside of his thigh, blood flowing uncontrollably. Wang Kai watched all of this with indifference, his expression as cold as frost. The golden portal behind him had not yet closed. And on the other side was the mirror dimension. Who are these people? Why do they want to kill you? Peter asked, confused. It was his spider sense that detected the killing intent, allowing Luna to activate the mirror dimension to save everyone. Otherwise, with countless assassination bullets coming in, Wang Kai didn't even know if he would survive. They are agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Wang Kai gritted his teeth and said. Peter's mouth dropped open, his face filled with disbelief. How could this be? You just saved the world. There's nothing impossible. Don't be fooled by S.H.I.E.L.D.'s glamorous exterior, protecting Earth's safety. Inside, it has already been corroded to the core. Wang Kai did not elaborate further. Even if he told Peter about Hydra taking over S.H.I.E.L.D., it would be hard for him to believe. So it was better not to mention it. Thank you for saving us, Peter. I think Luna and I won't be able to go to school for a while. Wang Kai smiled slightly, but it sent a chill down Peter's spine. You, what do you want to do? Kill and set fire. Just 4 simple words made Peter feel every hair on his body stand on end. Wang Kai originally didn't want to intervene too much in the plot, as this would allow for more sign-in events to happen, but now he changed his mind. Hydra had already shown intent to kill him. This time it was a sniper rifle, and thanks to Spider-Man, he had saved his own life. But what about next time? Would these heartless bastards use missiles or even nuclear bombs to take him out? He could not take the risk. Glancing at the Hydra agent still screaming in pain, the magic blade in his hand silently slipped away. With a flash of the blade, the man was instantly severed in two, startling Peter greatly. He had never seen Wang Kai so decisive in killing, and he himself adhered to a no-kill policy. Now, witnessing all this, he unconsciously stepped back several paces from Wang Kai. This card has $10 million. The password is, consider it a gift of thanks. Wang Kai tossed out a gold card given by Norman Osborn, then directly walked toward the portal behind him. In the mirror dimension, Luna gritted her silver teeth, rolled up her sleeves, and pretended to look fierce. Brother Kai, this S.H.I.E.L.D. is too despicable. We just saved the world. Are they even human? Let us teach them a lesson. Wang Kai chuckled softly and patted Luna's head. All right, I've been unhappy with them for a long time. We just took down their sky carrier, and now let us go destroy their headquarters. News of the mission failure and the discovery of a lone survivor quickly reached Pierce's ears, making him extremely furious. It seemed that eliminating Wang Kai at minimal cost was no longer possible. The next step was to arrange for S.H.L.D. agents to formally capture him. Just as Pierce was pondering, a massive metal mech suddenly descended outside the office on the top floor of the Triskelion building of S.H.E.L.D. It was none other than the metal storm piloted by Wang Kai. Bang! Wang Kai smashed through the glass upon landing. Pierce reacted quickly, hurriedly dodging the glass shards flying towards him like knives, then looked out at the metal storm, his face instantly turning extremely ugly. Who are you? What do you want? Even though he knew who this person was, he still attempted to buy time. S.H.I.E.L.D. Headquarters had countless early warning systems. Special operations teams should have already come to rescue him. He just needed to hold on for a few minutes. Me? Don't you already know? The metal storm flew into the office, and as its body turned, the mech disappeared. Wang Kai switched to the hero template, looking at Pierce, the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and current leader of Hydra, with a cold smile. I didn't want to send you to your grave like this. But since you brought this upon yourself, don't blame me. A magic blade formed in his hand, pointing directly at Pierce's head. Seeing this, Pierce's pupils contracted, stepping back 2 paces. How could the assassination be so precise, targeting him, the mastermind behind it? And he couldn't just come in and kill him right away. Wait, give me a reason to not kill you. Besides, if you kill me, S.H.I.E.L.D. will put a global bounty on your head. Don't. The cyan magic blade instantly sliced across Pierce's neck, blood gushing up like a fountain half a meter high. Killing you doesn't require a reason. Wang Kai turned coldly and walked away without hesitation. At the same time, he pulled out a cat bomb from his hand, threw it behind him into the office without looking, and then leaped out the window. Boom! The cat bomb exploded instantly, the shockwave shattering the glass of nearly 10 nearby floors. The deafening roar echoed through the sky. The raging flames slowly rose, and a familiar cat face reappeared. Chapter 77. The SHIELD headquarters cleaved by a blade. The explosion on the top floor of the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters instantly drew the attention of countless people. Nick Fury hurriedly diverted the surveillance to see what had happened, and when he saw the metal storm, he immediately knew it was Wang Kai's doing. But wasn't this too fast? He had just stepped back into his office and hadn't even had time to contact Coulson before Wang Kai had already come knocking. How did he know it was Pierce's order? Nick Fury was instantly filled with confusion. Logically, he should have sought out Coulson or himself, the director. Wang Kai had never met Pierce, so how'd he go straight to him? Before Nick Fury could figure it out, his capable assistant Hill rushed into his office to report the situation. Sir, the World Security Council's floor has been completely destroyed. Minister Pierce is dead. And Agent Hill almost bit her teeth as she said, Wang Kai doesn't seem to intend to stop. Nick Fury immediately looked out the window and indeed saw the metal storm charging down towards them, a sight that looked very familiar. Damn, has he gone mad? Before Nick Fury's furious shout could end, the metal storm vanished, replaced by the solemn and sacred angel armor, a massive azure magic blade firmly gripped in Wang Kai's hand. His eyes were sharp, concentrating all his strength, the red light on the blade shining brightly, and the true damage enchantment had been activated, plummeting like a meteor towards the 3-arc wing building below. Damn malefic. Before Nick Fury could finish his helpless words, an enormous golden blade of energy sliced down directly. In an instant, countless hearts raced to their throats, wanting to stop it, but unable to, forced to watch as the 3-arc wing building was split in 2, transforming into a 3-arc wing cake by the descending angel. Boom! The earth-shattering sound was shocking. The terrifying 40-meter golden blade seemed to have descended from the heavens, causing a tremendous noise that shattered the clouds and cracked the stones. Upon contact with the building, it penetrated all the way to the ground before finally stopping. The S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters was cleaved open from the top floor to the basement, leaving a huge crack wide enough for a person to pass through. In the face of destruction that seemed like it could only be caused by an earthquake or natural disaster, countless S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were momentarily left breathless. Is this something humans can do? Is that really an angel? Just when countless people were shocked and questioning their lives, they saw the solemn and sacred angel transform back into the metal storm mech, soaring into the sky that everyone had to look up to, and the golden blade light appeared again. Another simple and unadorned strike. Boom! The 3-arc wing building was cleaved into an X shape, split into 4 parts, and it truly resembled a cake now. Brother Kai, let's leave it at that. Luna looked at the already unrecognizable S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, the anger in her heart dissipating, and she no longer resented S.H.I.E.L.D. With such a large building, there must be hundreds or thousands of staff inside. With Wang Kai's 2 strikes, not to mention countless casualties, there would definitely be people disappearing under the blade. Since the culprit was dead, Luna did not want Wang Kai to continue the destruction. All right, Wang Kai directly agreed, walking into the portal with Luna, leaving behind this massive wrong number for the SHIELD headquarters. Nick Fury and Hill silently walked out of the office and soon arrived in front of the one-person-wide gap. This narrow passage made them feel like frogs at the bottom of a well when looking up, and when looking down, it felt like they were falling into an abyss. It instilled a sense of fear. "Sir, what should we do?" Agent Hill gritted her teeth and asked. She was itching to launch a nuclear bomb to blow Wang Kai to pieces. The SHIELD headquarters have been destroyed like this. Something unimaginable in half a century. This matter would soon spread throughout the United States, and by then, not only would SHIELD's reputation be destroyed, but also the faith of every SHIELD agent. First, help the injured. All other issues will be put aside. Let me talk to him first. Nick Fury said in a deep voice, still wanting to talk. Hill was furious upon hearing this. SHIELD never negotiates with enemies. When have they ever handled things this way? Of course, because we struck first. Nick Fury said angrily, hurriedly explaining Pierce's situation, causing Hill's expression to turn ugly. They actually had no reason to be in the wrong, but even so, 2 SHIELD headquarters were destroyed because of him. Are we just going to let it slide? What do you want to do? Start a full-scale war? Nick Fury reprimanded Hill. Those without shoes are not afraid of those with shoes. Once a war is declared, no one in SHIELD will be able to sleep peacefully. Hill's heart sank, feeling extremely frustrated. But there was nothing she could do. This was probably, I just like seeing you unable to defeat me and yet furious about it. The SHIELD headquarters was cut into 4 pieces by 2 strikes, and the news of the death of Alexander Pierce, the minister of the World Security Council, quickly spread throughout the United States. People discussed it endlessly, and the internet was abuzz with arguments. Many speculated whether SHIELD had done something to incur the wrath of the heavens, leading to the angel's descent for punishment. After all, this wrong number was just a hint, right? But others believed that the so-called angel's descent was a high-tech weapon, and someone was using this weapon to act recklessly. Many people had captured footage of the metal storm appearing alongside the angel, but soon this voice was drowned out. After all, there were many believers in the United States, and it was hard to tolerate others defaming a visible angel. While the online debate raged on, Wang Kai and Luna arrived in San Francisco. After explaining the SHIELD incident, Dr. Pym was overjoyed. Well done. These idiots have long deserved this retribution. However, Hope and Ghost were quite worried. Wang Kai's actions were almost equivalent to declaring war, and SHIELD would not let him off the hook. Do you want to go back to Kamar Taj to hide for a while? Ghost asked. She and Hope, after coming out of Kamar Taj, naturally learned about the situation there. They had originally wanted to seek the same apprenticeship. Being able to travel the world with a circle would be so convenient, but unfortunately, neither of them had magical talent, so they had to give up. That's not necessary, Wang Kai said relaxedly. He hadn't even unleashed his trump card against Nick Fury yet. As long as I say it. That one-eyed bastard Malefic might even kneel down begging for my help. My main concern now is that if SHIELD can't handle us, they'll come after you guys. The quantum tunnel has already been delayed for a month. I don't want it to be delayed any further. Chapter 78. I spoiled the plot. What do you think? Surely not. Does SHIELD know about our relationship? Hope asked with a puzzled look, while Ghost and Goliath nodded vigorously. Don't underestimate SHIELD. With their instincts, they must have figured it out. Humph, if they dare to stop me from saving my wife, I will never let them go, Dr. Pym said fiercely. Wang Kai and Luna expressed their agreement. The quantum portal gathered too many people's hopes, and they would never allow anyone to interfere. In any case, You continue to create the quantum portal. If anything happens, just tell me. I will handle everything. The others nodded. You should be careful too. Ghost suddenly asked with concern, then took out an empty vial. Is there any more of that green serum? I feel that tearing sensation getting closer. Yes. Wang Kai directly took out a large medicine box and handed it to Ghost. These 10 vials will be enough for you for 2 months. Thank you. And also thank you for rescuing me from hell. Ghost said sincerely while Hope snorted. Don't forget he threw us out like darts. The cold winds in hell left my face frozen for several days. But that golden angel form of yours is indeed beautiful. Seeing the strange looks from the two women, Wang Kai raised an eyebrow. Could it be that unintentional actions lead to unintended consequences? But then he shook his head, driving the distracting thoughts away. His parents had not been resurrected yet. Why think about such things? You all keep busy. Also, you two should not go to New York for now. Stay in San Francisco for a few days. And I'll deal with this matter first. As soon as he finished speaking, his phone rang. Looking at it, he saw it was Coulson, who hadn't he called in a long time. Wang Kai smiled. S-H-I-L-D finally contacted him. Pressing the answer button, there was no scolding or cursing. Only Coulson's extremely tired voice. Kai, Director Fury wants to talk to you. Just right, I also want to talk to him. However, I'll set the location. And only the two of you can come. Sure. Coulson agreed without hesitation. Half an hour later, Coulson, Nick Fury, Wang Kai, and Luna met in the mirror dimension beneath Stark Tower. This mirror dimension was created by Luna, where electronic signals could not be transmitted, avoiding any eavesdropping. Wang Kai pointed at Luna proudly, and Luna smiled widely, feeling a bit embarrassed. Nick Fury got straight to the point. Kai, you're in big trouble. That's right. Even if Secretary Pierce was wrong first, you killed him and destroyed S-H-I-E-L-D headquarters like that. Plus killing the 3 major families and the former president. These charges are enough for you to be vaporized by a nuclear bomb 3 times. Coulson almost bit his teeth out saying these things. If it were an ordinary person, they would have died countless times by now. Yet Wang Kai was still alive and well, making Coulson feel that this world was really unfair. Wang Kai smiled slightly at Coulson's words, not expecting that he had unknowingly become such a big villain after doing so many good deeds. So what do you want? You can't defeat me. Wang Kai's words instantly infuriated the two, having never seen someone so arrogant in their lives. Don't go too far. Too far? Wang Kai's expression turned cold, and his words suddenly became extremely indifferent. If you had assassinated me, would I have gone too far? If it weren't for Luna being kidnapped, would I have killed anyone? If it weren't for the countless bones under the castle, would I have overthrown the 3 major families? The one who is going too far isn't me, it's you. I'm just doing what I should do. His voice grew louder, leaving Coulson and Nick Fury speechless. They indeed had no argument, naturally losing in a verbal battle. Luna also stepped forward, holding Wang Kai's hand, unexpectedly feeling deeply moved by how much her brother had risked for her. Wang Kai gently stroked Luna's hair and smiled peacefully. Seeing the two remain silent, he coldly snorted and continued. Also, I don't feel like I'm in big trouble. Rather, you two are in big trouble. S-H-I-E-L-D has been completely infiltrated by Hydra, and you didn't even know it. As soon as he finished speaking, Nick Fury and Coulson both stared wide-eyed, their expressions becoming extremely ugly. But then suspicion arose in their hearts, their brows furrowing as they asked in a deep voice, "What do you mean? Don't you understand?" Then I'll recount the entire incident. After World War II, Hydra seemed to be destroyed, but in fact, due to Operation Paperclip, many scientists who were taken and led to Hydra infiltrating S-H-I-E-L-D. They used S-H-I-E-L-D's name to create panic and chaos, gaining benefits from wars and continually growing. To this day, S-H-I-E-L-D is nothing but a joke, filled with Hydra maintaining it. And I killed Pierce, who is their leader. As soon as Wang Kai finished speaking, Nick Fury was so enraged he almost rushed forward to hit him. You killed Pierce, who was my friend and mentor. You can't insult him like that. Is that so? How touching. Wang Kai smiled coldly. I can clearly tell you, besides Pierce, there's also the Special Forces Rumlow, the bald four-eyed guy Sitwell, and Level 8 Agent John Garrett. By the way, Hydra also brainwashed Captain America's friend Bucky and turned him into an assassin, nicknamed the Winter Soldier. Additionally, he also killed Tony's parents, took the super soldier serum from the car at that time. If you still don't believe it, under the training camp where Captain America was trained, there's a giant computer implanted with the consciousness of the Red Skull scientist Arnim Zola. You just need to go and see if I'm lying. After Wang Kai finished speaking, Nick Fury and Coulson fell silent, continuously judging these shocking secrets in their hearts. And ultimately, based on Wang Kai's style of action, they found the credibility was actually over 70%. This made it hard for them to accept. How do you know all this? Magic. Originally, Hydra would have perished with you in a few years, but now that they have attacked me and Luna, they can only be sent to meet God early. Wang Kai's expression was fierce. If it weren't for the sheer number of Hydra members, he would have already gone door to door to kill them all. Why bother telling them both? So what do you want to do? Coulson asked in a deep voice. Very simple. I want to get rid of these guys who threaten my and Luna's normal life. And Wang Kai's expression hardened, his voice cold and filled with killing intent, not leaving a single one. Chapter 79, I confronted you. Tony, you are the savior. Wang Kai's intention of leaving no one behind was not just to eliminate all the Hydra members within S.H.I.E.L.D., but to obliterate all related personnel, documents, and items. He wanted to leave no trace of them in this world. Not only did he want to incinerate the villainous organization Hydra, but he also wanted to scatter their ashes. The origin of Hydra in the Marvel Cinematic Universe dates back thousands of years when an alien force, the Kree, captured a Mayan and conducted terrigenesis experiments on him, giving birth to the first Inhuman, known as Hive. Later, other Inhumans feared Hive and used Kree technology to banish him to a distant planet. In their desire to bring him back, Hive's worshippers formed the Hydra organization. The Hydra established by Red Skull during World War II was merely a continuation of the ideology of Hydra through the ages, considered a legitimate branch of Hydra. Besides the Hive branch, there was the S.H.I.L.D. branch, Baron Strucker's branch in Sokovia, and the Whitehall branch that possessed the obelisk. These four branches were the main body of Hydra, and their complete destruction was the true meaning of leaving no one behind. Now, he needed the information on these individuals to strike at Hydra. Wang Kai shared all the Hydra information with Nick Fury and Coulson, and their faces turned dark upon hearing it. S.H.I.E.L.D. had always boasted about destroying Red Skull and Hydra as their greatest achievements, only to find that Hydra had not only revived, but had also replaced the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. Furthermore, it had spawned several branches. This left both men feeling a burning shame. Just tell us who in the upper echelons of S.H.I.E.L.D. isn't Hydra. Let us know where we stand. Nick Fury said sternly. At least Coulson next to him was T Hydra. Otherwise Wang Kai wouldn't have said such things. Hill, Black Widow, Hawkeye, War Machine. You all go back and intensify the investigation. First tell me the hiding places of the leaders. Don't make me wait too long. After saying this, Wang Kai gave Luna a look, and she immediately understood and created a portal for the two to pass through. Nick Fury and Coulson reappeared outside the mirror dimension. They exchanged a glance, both seeing shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. Let's go. The next task is to prove whether what he said is true or not. The two quickly left, while Wang Kai and Luna arrived at the top floor of Stark Tower, where they saw Tony flirting with Pepper. Ahem. Wang Kai cleared his throat, and Pepper and Tony immediately noticed the two. Hey, long time no see. This must be Luna. She's really beautiful. Pepper enthusiastically greeted her, and, as expected, Tony's eyes widened in surprise, which made Wang Kai feel quite displeased, and he coldly snorted before Tony came back to his senses. Sorry. Did you come seeking refuge suddenly? While your destruction of the three-wing building was impressive, you still have to face the consequences. Tony pointed at the tablet he was holding, which was repeatedly playing the video of S.H.I.L.D. headquarters being split open. Wang Kai shook his head and stepped forward, not taking this matter to heart. and pointed at the small arc reactor on Tony's chest. "I'm here to find you, Tony. You got a big problem." Upon hearing this, Tony froze in place, looking down at his chest, while Pepper rushed over with concern. "Kai, what happened to Tony? Palladium poisoning? He might not live for a year. Go get tested if you don't believe it." As it concerned life safety, the two hurried down to the Stark lab, where they could determine blood toxicity in just a few minutes. Watching the two leave, Luna hesitated for a moment before quietly asking, "Brother Kai, you know so much about the future. Have you seen our future?" Wang Kai naturally didn't know, but he turned and smiled gently. "I haven't looked, because that would take away all the surprises in the future. But I can assure you, the future will be as you wish." Luna's eyes instantly turned into crescent moons, happily linking arms with Wang Kai. In less than 3 minutes, Tony and Pepper returned to the office, both with very grim expressions, clearly having confirmed Wang Kai's words. "How did you know about the palladium poisoning?" Tony asked, looking at Wang Kai, who was sitting on the sofa. "Just treat it as a prophecy, some kind of magic or divination. Besides, palladium poisoning is just a minor issue. The real problem is not this." Wang Kai's expression grew serious, signaling the two to sit down. He was about to lay everything out for Tony. "Tony, do you know the price of being a hero? Since you put on the Iron Man suit, your life has completely changed." Next, Wang Kai recounted everything about Tony. Iron Man 2, Avengers 1, Iron Man 3, Avengers 2, Captain America 3. From Tony dragging a nuclear bomb into space to his split with Captain America, leading to the Avengers' power being scattered and ultimately resulting in Thanos' snap, forcing him to sacrifice himself to save everyone, but unable to save himself, not even being able to accompany his daughter as she grew up. "Tony, you are the savior. This is the big problem you face." After the spoilers, both Tony and Pepper fell into silence. If it were according to his character, hearing this news would have made him want to tell the whole world and have them worship him. But now, Tony's face was terrifyingly dark. "This is the price of being a hero? If this is true, then my life is too tragic." Wang Kai surugit. So this is why he was unwilling to be a hero. These two words seemed to carry a curse that could inadvertently lead to the death of loved ones. At that moment, Pepper, who was tightly holding Tony's hand, suddenly asked, "Kai, this bad future can be changed, right?" How could Pepper, who deeply loved Tony, tolerate him walking down such a path? She immediately thought of changing this future. "Of course, otherwise, why would I tell you?" Wang Kai smiled slightly. "I'm not here to discourage you, Tony. Although Thanos is powerful and has an army that roams the universe, he is not unbeatable, especially now that we have foreknowledge." Tony's eyes lit up instantly, knowing from Wang Kai's smiling face that he had more to say. "SHIELD can't be relied on. You should form the Avengers to protect Earth. As long as we gather all our strength in New York to defeat Thanos, then the snap won't even be an issue." Chapter 80. Tony, you throw your money around. The Avengers. All right, for the happiness of my unborn daughter. No matter what, we have to take down Thanos in advance. Tony's expression was resolute, completely devoid of the playful, frivolous demeanor he usually showed. Meanwhile, Pepper was deeply moved by Tony's words. The mention of their unborn daughter was, after all, an acknowledgement of their relationship. It wasn't easy. The secretary had finally become the lady of the house. It's good to have such ambition, but first, let's solve your palladium poisoning issue. Wang Kai tossed a small vial to Tony, saying, "Take this. It could save your life in a critical moment. It will be much easier to remove the shrapnel lodged in your heart. Additionally, you should have Jarvis pull up the 3D model from the Stark Expo." After receiving the vial, Tony naturally complied, though Wang Kai did not explicitly mention the new element, leaving Tony quite puzzled. Suddenly, a blue 3D projection appeared before the four of them. Tony immediately asked, "What do you need this for? Planning to add a booth at the expo?" "You're overthinking it. I'm just filling in as a dad," Wang Kai replied. Tony's face darkened, but Wang Kai continued. "This is a precious legacy left to you by Mr. Howard, sufficient to replace palladium as the core of your arc reactor. Remove all the walkways, bushes, trees, parking lots. Use the gazebo as the framework to construct the new element." Various unrelated items in the stunning blue 3D projection began to shatter and disappear. After just one glance, Tony realized that the remaining layout was meticulously designed. Following Jarvis's powerful calculations, the blue projection continuously rearranged, and in less than 5 seconds, a brand new element appeared in the office. "Congratulations, Stark. You have just discovered a new element," Jarvis's voice announced, and Tony's jaw dropped in disbelief. He never expected that his father had left him such a legacy. "Oh my God." Pepper was equally astonished. "This is truly beautiful." Luna, on the other hand, was completely lost, feeling that the 3D projection was stunning and impressive. "This new element has the potential to change the world. With it and the arc reactor, we can have unlimited energy. Let the energy wars fade into history." Wang Kai looked at the 3-meter-high model of the new element with a satisfied smile. The artificial sun's new arc reactor, along with gigantic space stations resembling cities, was no longer a dream. Changing the world was not mere empty talk. Ding! A notification sounded, indicating that the host was at the location where Iron Man discovered the new element and that the check-in had started. Check-in countdown, 4 minutes and 59 seconds. The long-awaited system notification echoed, and Wang Kai glanced at his remaining check-in points, now only 1350. Initially, he had 2,150 points, but he had to buy all the skill enhancement points that had continuously refreshed in the system store. He upgraded his indestructible body to level 23, but unfortunately, no new attributes appeared, just smoother building demolitions. "There is one more thing I need to tell you. Tony," Wang Kai suddenly said, "it's about the cause of your parents' death." Tony froze for a moment, and as Wang Kai slowly explained, his expression darkened, and flames of anger ignited in his heart. According to our Chinese saying, the grudge of killing one's father cannot be shared under the heavens. Although Bucky was also innocent as a tool in Hydra's hands, it was still his fault. As for how to deal with him, you decide. Tony's eyes flickered multiple times. He had visited the World War II History Museum and knew about Captain America and Bucky's relationship. If he killed Bucky, the Avengers would lose a powerful ally. Considering the bigger picture, Tony chose not to kill the Winter Soldier. "You're right. The ones who killed my parents are Hydra, and Bucky is a pitiful person. But once I catch him, I'm definitely going to beat him up," Tony said through clenched teeth, his eyes fixed on Wang Kai. "I figured it out. Your attack on SHLD headquarters was undoubtedly due to Hydra. Now, let's go wipe them out." "Don't rush," Wang Kai calmly replied. "Nick Fury and Coulson are already investigating. Once we catch the Hydra leader, they will spill where their subordinates are." "All right." After calming Tony down, the next step was to clear out future villains and consider candidates for the Avengers. The Whiplash situation was no longer negotiable, so it had to be abandoned. However, the villain Killian from Iron Man 3 wouldn't appear for another 3 years, which meant they could completely avoid that incident and also acquire the extremist virus. "You throw your money around, Tony," Wang Kai said nonchalantly. "There are very few scientists in the world who can't be solved with money. Have Happy find him, apologize, and then invest $1 billion to develop the extremist virus. If $1 billion isn't enough, then make it $2 billion. Use money to make him comply. You should be good at this." Upon hearing this, Tony nodded proudly. This was indeed one of his specialties. Next up was selecting the Avengers. Tony immediately stared at Wang Kai, but before he could invite him, Wang Kai preemptively declined. "I'm not suitable for being a superhero. 10 billion. This tactic won't work on me. 20 billion plus a private island." He was truly willing to spend. However, money was like clouds to him. He didn't take such amounts seriously. "Do I look like someone who lacks money?" Wang Kai spread his hands, but Tony pointed at his cheap casual wear and teased, "Yes, and you're very lacking. Look at you. You don't even have nice clothes." Luna was in the same boat. Didn't she want a warehouse full of beautiful clothes and shoes? Tony's eyes sparkled as he spoke temptingly, making Wang Kai and Luna feel quite awkward. "No need to think about it. I absolutely won't join the Avengers." Wang Kai firmly refused, while the system notification chimed. Ding! "Congratulations. The host has successfully checked in at the location where Iron Man discovered the new element. Points gained, 500. Ding! Detected significant changes in the plot of this dimension. Multiple check-in tasks have disappeared. The next check-in task prompt is closed. Ding! All current check-in tasks have been changed to trigger tasks. Upon hearing the system notifications, Wang Kai couldn't help but feel regretful. The disappeared tasks were all check-in points. However, since he had done it, he had no regrets. He couldn't hide away just for check-in points. Hydra had already provoked him, and how could Wang Kai swallow his anger without turning them all into snake soup? Chapter 81. The Fall of Baron Strack's Branch. After checking in, Wang Kai left Stark Tower directly, entrusting the recruitment of the Avengers to Tony. Based on his deductions, Colonel James Rhodes, the War Machine, was definitely the first candidate Tony would consider, followed by the Hulk, or rather, Dr. Banner. After all, Tony was a wealthy man and had an unparalleled attraction for scientists, making recruitment quite effortless. Hawkeye and Natasha were still agents of SHIELD. At this time, Captain America was still frozen, and Thor hadn't yet made a mistake that would get him expelled from Asgard. Everything was still in its infancy. Then came an incredibly calm period, like the tranquility before a storm. Norman Osborn was diagnosed with amnesia and completely forgot who he was. As a result, Harry, who had agreed to sue his father, had a moment of weakness and let SHIELD off the hook. Without sufficient evidence, Norman escaped legal sanctions, and Harry, left with no choice, dropped out of school and returned home to inherit Oscorp. Almost identical to Tony's situation back in the day. Fortunately, Dr. Octopus's artificial son was progressing smoothly, garnering significant social attention for Oscorp, which prevented the stock from plummeting. Spider-Man, Peter, continued his journey of unrequited love, persistently pursuing the green tea goddess Mary Jane. The heat surrounding the destruction of SHIELD headquarters gradually cooled with time. A week later, Wang Kai grew impatient, and Nick Fury and Coulson finally arranged to meet at an inland safe house. Still in the mirror dimension, Coulson handed over a paper document, and Wang Kai opened it, feeling very satisfied after a cursory glance. It not only recorded the location of the Blackstone portal and the castle where Baron Strack was located, but also the lair of Whitehall, even marking the whereabouts of John Garrett, who was currently on a mission. Although Pierce was dead, Hydra lurking within SHIELD had not made any major moves. Coulson said solemnly that it was very difficult to clearly distinguish who among them was Hydra. No problem. I can first capture these Hydra heads. You should have some truth serum, right? Wang Kai smiled calmly. The truth serum was enough to deal with most people, and there weren't many top agents who could resist such drugs. Nick Fury nodded, as he was quite skilled at interrogations. You go and capture everyone alive, and leave the rest to us. No problem. Wang Kai smiled faintly, but then proposed a condition: I can't work for free. After Hydra is finished, let me study the Tesseract. Nick Fury immediately looked at Wang Kai with a strange expression, just as he was about to ask how Wang Kai knew everything. Wang Kai's words eased his mind. This can be done under your supervision. Don't worry, I won't steal it. After a moment of silence, considering the pros and cons, Nick Fury agreed. The scene shifted as Wang Kai and Luna arrived in Sokovia, a turbulent inland nation. After World War II, remnants of Hydra hid within this country and established a secret base, with Baron Strack as the leader of this Hydra faction. It's really cold here. Luna exhaled a breath of mist, indicating the extremely low temperature. The two were currently at the foot of a hillside, where they could see the gray castle built against the mountain. Surrounded by steep cliffs, the only road leading to the gray castle went directly through the cold forest below, clearly making it a defensible position. Put this on, Wang Kai smiled gently, taking off his casual jacket and draping it over Luna. After looking at the castle, he suppressed his desire to end it quickly, activated his invisibility, and prepared to infiltrate, while Luna also used magic to conceal herself. The two held hands tightly as if visiting a castle and walked through the front door in a Hydra's base. About 10 minutes later, they found a balding nobleman with a monocle, exactly like the one in the photo. Wang Kai watched Baron Strack coldly handling documents on his desk and suddenly shouted, "Hail Hydra!" Baron Strack instinctively stood up with a start, quickly raising his hands, but just as he opened his mouth to speak, he tightly closed it again. "Who are you?" Strack exclaimed in shock, realizing the voice came from right in front of him. Yet he saw no one in the office. "It's you, no mistake," Wang Kai said as he struck Strack on the back of the head. knocking him unconscious. At the same time, Luna opened a portal, sending Baron Strack directly into the safe house where Coulson and the others were. You don't need to see the next part. Just step outside and wait for me, Wang Kai said gently as he revealed himself. Luna hesitated for a moment, but nodded and left. Since it was someone Brother Kai wanted to kill, they must be a deserving target. Watching Luna leave, Wang Kai's expression gradually turned cold as the solemn and sacred angel armor reappeared, holding a massive green magic blade. He slashed open the office door with one blow. Boom! The wooden door shattered instantly, and the loud noise quickly attracted a dozen Hydra soldiers. Wang Kai slowly walked out of the office, and the Hydra soldiers in the corridor froze in place. Go back underground. Wang Kai leaned forward, pushing off with his feet to unleash maximum power. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of green lightning, zipping past the Hydra soldiers. In that moment, all the Hydra soldiers were cut in half, their blood spraying out like a red fountain, dyeing the corridor scarlet, the thick smell of blood making one nauseous. Wang Kai turned his back on the hellish scene, continuing to walk outward without glancing back. Hydra had a saying, cut off one head, two more will grow. Wang Kai was very curious to see if that were true, but unfortunately, he never witnessed such miraculous abilities until he sent everyone in the Hydra base straight to hell. Outside the gray castle, Wang Kai held a massive magic blade horizontally before him, his eyes as calm as still water, without a hint of ripples. Yet he gripped the blade tightly and unleashed power to slash out a golden crescent that was hundreds of meters wide. Whoosh! The golden crescent sliced through effortlessly, cutting through the castle before flying towards a mountain 100 meters away. It then crashed into the mountain. In an instant, the explosion echoed through the skies. Thick smoke and debris shot out, the scene resembling a volcanic eruption. As the smoke cleared, the rocky mountain was surprisingly lowered by over 10 meters. The massive gray castle was sliced in half, the upper half crashing to the ground in ruins, while the lower half stood firm. However, Wang Kai took out the cat bomb. Boom! He threw 2 cat bombs, completely destroying the remaining half of the castle. Only then did Wang Kai and Luna leave leisurely. Chapter 82. The absorber inside the safe house. Baron Strack slowly woke up, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the extremely dark figure of a large egg. As an important member of Hydra, he surely knew who this person was. After being stunned for a few seconds, he tried to stand up, only to find that his hands and feet were already tied to the interrogation chair. So he pretended to be panicked and said to Nick Fury, "If you want money, I can pay you. We have no grievances. Really, there's no need for this." As soon as Baron Strack finished speaking, Wang Kai walked over and, without saying a word, swiftly cut off half of his hand with a knife. "Now you have it," Wang Kai said coldly. Nick Fury's expression immediately turned ugly. Wasn't a huge loss to jump straight to heavy tactics without asking anything first? He immediately pointed outside, pretending to be furious. "Get out." Wang Kai shrugged, unfazed. It's just a good cop, bad cop routine. He was already prepared to play the villain role. Now, it was up to Nick Fury and the others to extract all the information. After leaving the safe house and waiting outside, time flew by while chatting with Luna. Half an hour later, Coulson walked out with a solemn expression. This Baron Strack was truly difficult to deal with. Even the truth serum didn't work, and he spilled everything like beans from a bamboo tube. His assistant, Dr. Lister, Senior Officer Dean Malik, and the closely related Whitehall Hydra branch, all clearly stated without missing a single detail. He only hoped that Nick Fury would formally throw him into prison to end his miserable life. He was truly a first-class coward and opportunist. It was hard to believe how such a person became one of Hydra's leaders. The interrogation is over. You can go in now. Okay. Wang Kai smiled slightly and walked into the safe house. At this moment, Baron Strack was still sobbing, and upon seeing Wang Kai, he struggled like a madman, as if he had seen a ghost. "Nick Fury, we agreed to spare my life. I didn't want to spare your life as a tool against Hydra, but unfortunately, this guy isn't willing." With a swift motion, Strack was cut in half. This was far more tragic than being killed by Ultron in the original plot. Nick Fury looked at the corpse with a stern face, using his clone technique, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Pierce's self-righteousness was fanciful, Yet it led to the entire Hydra being doomed by this young man. Perhaps this was Hydra's fate. Next was Whitehall. Wang Kai's face turned cold as he turned to leave. Daniel Whitehall, the leader of the Hydra branch, was captured by Agent Peggy Carter, Captain America's lover, at the end of World War II and was imprisoned in the rat prison for over 40 years. It wasn't until Pierce came to power that he was rescued from his old age. Later, he cruelly performed vivisection on the inhuman Jiaying, who had the ability of immortality, transferring all her bodily tissues to himself. From then on, he returned to youth and developed a strong interest in superhumans, attempting to use the obelisk to create superhumans to rule the world, which triggered the series of events involving S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. His ideology was transmitted to Baron Strack, leading to the later birth of Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver. As for now, he was still in his lair researching how to get the obelisk back. In a heavily guarded luxurious villa in New Mexico, Whitehall, who appeared to be in his 30s, gathered his two capable assistants, Sunil Bakshi and Carl Creel, the latter being the infamous Absorber, who could mimic any material he had come into contact with by altering his body's molecular structure. In the comics, he had absorbed vibranium to become indestructible and had also absorbed Thor's hammer to gain the ability to control lightning, becoming a humanoid version of the hammer. But this also led to him being easily manipulated and defeated by Thor. Isaaki Eilade was currently busy dealing with Pierce's assassination and the destruction of their headquarters. This was the best opportunity to reclaim my obelisk from their base. Whitehall was excited. He had waited half a lifetime to reclaim the obelisk. Now was the perfect time. Just as he was meticulously assigning tasks to the two, suddenly there was a loud bang. The office door shattered completely. The broken wooden planks flew towards them like spears. The Absorber immediately stepped forward, arms wide open, and his body turned into gray concrete, forming a wall in front of Whitehall. The sharp wooden planks crashed into the Absorber, all breaking without exception. Assistant Sunil pulled out his gun, looking wary, while Whitehall merely frowned slightly, his expression calm as he silently awaited the intruder's appearance. "You're all here. This really saves me a lot of time." Wang Kai walked in from the corridor with a faint smile, while Luna followed closely behind, ready to take Whitehall away at any moment. "Who are you?" Whitehall asked in a deep voice. He had too many enemies and couldn't recall any impression of this boy in front of him. "I'm Typhon, the Hydra of the 100-headed dragon." Wang Kai smiled and said, referring to Typhon, the father of the Hydra in myth. Whitehall's heart skipped a beat. Did that mean the other party already knew their Hydra identity? He immediately shouted at the Absorber, "Kill him." The Absorber charged at Wang Kai, his concrete fist aimed directly at Wang Kai's head. In this transformed state, his strength had increased correspondingly, and that punch could easily explode an ordinary person's head like a watermelon. But unfortunately, he encountered a cheat-like handsome guy. With a slap, Wang Kai caught the concrete fist effortlessly, and the Absorber's face changed dramatically. Just as he wanted to retract his fist, it was already too late. Wang Kai tightened his grip, and the force applied to the Absorber's fist grew larger and larger. After a breath, there was a loud bang. The hard concrete fist was crushed into pieces, almost like a cookie. However, this allowed the Absorber to escape. Sunil immediately made a decision and fired multiple shots at Wang Kai's head. Several bullets were propelled out of the chamber with an astonishing roar, spitting out scorching flames, aiming to penetrate Wang Kai's head. Bang! 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 Before the gunfire dissipated, the figure had already vanished. The bullets hitting Wang Kai were merely an afterimage in his vision. A green magic blade was swiftly approaching, and before Sunil knew it, he was promptly sent to the afterlife. Without giving Whitehall a chance to speak, Wang Kai knocked him unconscious, lifted this Hydra branch leader with one hand, and threw him backward. A portal sparking with golden sparks appeared just in time to swallow Whitehall inside. Only then did Wang Kai turn to the Absorber. "Come on, absorb this and fight me." Chapter 83. The Destruction of the Whitehall Branch. The Absorber's shattered palm quickly healed, but upon turning to see Wang Kai, he froze in place. The immortal demon body activated. The majestic angelic armor appeared. Wang Kai provocatively beckoned to the Absorber with a finger. "Aren't you able to transform into any material you touch? Come absorb the angelic armor and fight me." The absorber's pupils constricted at the sight of the armor. Isn't this the armor that cleaved the abomination in half and turned a solid fortress into rubble? The angel who sliced through the three-arc-wing building like it was nothing. What am I supposed to do against that? The absorber was filled with dread and stepped back to a bookshelf, grabbing a piece of iron to transform his body into even sturdier steel to calm himself slightly. "I'm not doing anything, I'm just too strong, and it's really bothersome. So, come and get stronger to be my opponent." Wang Kai's voice came from within the angelic armor, but before he could finish speaking, the absorber turned and fled. However, he had barely taken 2 steps when a flash of light sliced through his arm, followed by a soft sound of slicing. The steel was severed cleanly. Thud! The absorber's arm fell to the ground with a dull thud, and the severed end was incredibly smooth. "You think you can leave without killing me?" Wang Kai raised his right foot like a long whip and then swung it toward the absorber. Crack! The air exploded. The sound resembled a cannon blast. The absorber felt as if he had been hit by a high-speed train. He smashed through over 10 walls of the villa before landing outside. At this moment, the Hydra agents in the villa finally rushed over to check the situation, each armed with firearms. Upon seeing Wang Kai, they felt a wave of fear and all pulled the triggers, sending deadly bullets raining down on him. But they were not even worthy of a mere scratch. Return to the dust of history. Wang Kai pulled out a cat bomb in each hand, delivering endless light and heat to the Hydra agents inside the villa. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted within the villa. The entire building was instantly reduced to countless fragments. Countless bricks and stones were hurled into the sky by the cat-faced flames, as if the flames were joyfully scattering streamers to celebrate their arrival. Wang Kai slowly walked out from the blazing flames, casting a cold smile at the stunned absorber in the distance, and with a gust of wind beneath his feet. He was right in front of the absorber in the blink of an eye. With this kind of power, don't you want to give it a try? Otherwise, I might just have to cut you down. Wang Kai raised the massive blue demon blade above the absorber's iron head, causing the latter to be frightened and reach out to grab the armor on Wang Kai's calf to begin assimilating it. The absorber's body rapidly transformed into the material of white armor, his hurried breathing calming down as he slowly got up from the ground, his whole body radiating a hint of holiness. Seeing this, Wang Kai quickly leaped back, his eyes shining with excitement. He had yet to cut through this layer of armor on himself. He wondered how much defense this counterfeit could provide. Raising the blue demon blade high, the blade shimmered with red light as he activated a 3-part combo of Sprint, Fury, and Wind Spirit emblem. Wang Kai planned to deliver his strongest blow as a thank you to the absorber in front of him. The power erupted beneath his feet, transforming him into a streak of blue lightning. But just as the blade was about to make contact, he suddenly stopped. What's going on? The absorber remained motionless, but his white armored skin began to crack inch by inch, producing a series of cracking sounds, revealing golden glimmers in the gaps. As the golden light grew stronger, the absorber's skin finally could not withstand this power, and suddenly, a burst of golden light exploded right before Wang Kai, causing the absorber to die from the materials he absorbed, exploding right there. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the villain absorber and gaining 100 sign-in points. The system's voice came through, but Wang Kai was puzzled. Whether the absorber couldn't withstand the system's power or the immortal demon body's strength. It made sense. But why didn't he gain sign-in points for killing Pierce and Baron Strucker? Were they not villains? He immediately inquired the system in his mind, and the answer left him speechless. Only the strong can be called villains. Trash is ultimately just trash. That seemed to make sense. Looking again at his current sign-in points, he had 1950 points, just 50 points away from a 10-pull. He needed to find a place for a supplementary sign-in. Otherwise, it would feel awkward just looking at it. Complaining inwardly, Wang Kai returned to Nick Fury's safe house. Truly, Pierce had seen the most excellent agent. Whitehall was tied to the interrogation chair, but remained completely calm, looking at Nick Fury with admiration. Being able to find Hydra, which has been hiding for half a century, is enough to demonstrate your capabilities. What do you want to get from me? Everything. Nick Fury stared intently at Whitehall and said, I want to know the list of all Hydra personnel within SHEELD. Whitehall chuckled upon hearing this. Even Pierce didn't know everything about this matter, and you were wasting your efforts. Moreover, even if you kill me, don't forget that saying, cut off one head, two more will grow, right? Wang Kai suddenly appeared with a cold smile. That's only because your previous opponents were too merciful, leading to this kind of weed not being uprooted. I will never let history repeat itself. After hearing Wang Kai's cold and murderous words, Whitehall laughed again. The ideology of Hydra can never be eradicated. Its history is far longer than you can imagine. If you can't eliminate the ideology, then eliminate its carriers. The chilling words echoed again in Whitehall's mind, and before he could continue to argue, Wang Kai recounted Hydra's complete history to this self-righteous man. Whitehall's expression gradually changed from indifference to shock, ultimately becoming disbelief. The Hive? Aliens? The original intention of Hydra's establishment was actually to welcome a monster that would destroy all of humanity. All villains surely have their own goals, except for those madmen who desire to see the world burn. And Whitehall was clearly not a madman. He wished to use superhumans to help Hydra unify the world, not to let the Hive turn all of humanity into mindless monsters. Do you think I will believe such nonsense? Whitehall shouted angrily. It doesn't matter. I just want you to die with a clearer understanding. As soon as Wang Kai finished speaking, Coulson injected Whitehall with a large dose of truth serum. Even if these drugs didn't turn him into a fool, they would cause severe brain damage. With his emotions already fluctuating, Whitehall couldn't withstand the subsequent interrogation and was smoothly killed by Wang Kai after it ended, ultimately leading to the annihilation of the Whitehall Hydra branch. Chapter 84. The All-Seeing Eye and the Black Stone Portal. At this moment, it had been less than an hour since Wang Kai first took action to capture Baron Strucker. Most of Hydra was still unaware of the impending disaster, except for the All-Seeing Eye, John Garrett. He had originally been a loyal agent of SHIELD, but after being abandoned during a mission, he was severely injured and nearly died, leading him to join Hydra. Although he appeared to be over 50, John had no superpowers. Instead, he was in a half-dead state due to the modifications he had to undergo after his injury, which involved the implantation of steel plates and a life support system. Even so, he could only barely survive, and his combat ability was that of an ordinary person. However, this made him extremely sensitive to danger. After the destruction of the castle in Sokovia, he almost immediately realized that Hydra was in big trouble. He assessed that the probability of Hydra's demise was over 50%. Thus, John, who was only concerned about his own survival, made a bold decision. Coulson, I have something important to discuss with you. John dialed Coulson's number, trying to become a whistleblower. He quickly changed his identity, hoping that the secretive SHIELD could save his life, as he had little time left. If he didn't find a way to save himself, he would be dead in less than 2 years. In the safe house, Wang Kai was startled to see the all-seeing eye coming to him voluntarily. John Garrett, the main antagonist from the first season of SHIELD, had surrendered. How did you know Hydra was going to fall apart? Wang Kai asked. Just a hunch. Besides, I'm not loyal to Hydra. I just want to survive, John replied sincerely. Wang Kai thought for a moment and understood that this was a person with a strong will to survive. He would not be loyal to any faction. He was someone who lived only for himself. And dealing with such a person, if you grasp what they want, you can make them do anything. This is a magic potion machine. Theoretically, it can heal any injury. Wang Kai tossed a small vial to John. After examining it closely, John swallowed the green potion in one gulp. Moments later, his face turned red, and he began to tremble all over, collapsing to the floor as if having a seizure. What is happening? Nick Fury asked with a frown. Kai, did you give him the wrong potion? Coulson was also shocked and rushed to check John's condition. They were old acquaintances and had executed many missions together. No, I'm fine. John waved his hand, and his body finally stopped shaking. He lay on the ground, exhaling deeply, then surprisingly sprang back up. I feel great. It's like I'm back in my youth. John clenched his fists, a surge of strength flowing through him. The feeling of weakness had vanished. The magic potion seemed to have truly healed him in an instant. Thank you so much. Ask me anything you want, John said, spreading his arms, feeling like he had reached the peak of his life. Tell me everything you know about Hydra, Nick Fury said, staring intently at John. If this person dared to play tricks, he wouldn't hesitate to let John experience a drastic fall. Absolutely no problem. John relaxedly divulged everything he knew about Hydra since joining, mainly involving some mid- and lower-tier Hydra agents. With every name John mentioned, Nick Fury and Coulson's expressions darkened. Others might not know what this represented, but they were very clear that SHIELD had indeed become, as Wang Kai said, just a shell. At least 80% of the personnel had been brainwashed into Hydra warriors. Even if they managed to eliminate Hydra completely, SHIELD would shrink by 3/4, potentially falling into total decline. But this was a necessary baptism for SHIELD. Only through this could it be reborn from the ashes. Now, only the hive and the Hydra within SHIELD remained. What do you want to do? Coulson asked Wang Kai. Destroy the Black Stone portal. The hive is far out in space. Starving will take at least decades. Let us cut off its retreat first. As for the others, it's the same as before. I'll first capture Sitwell and Rumlow. Wang Kai took Luna with him and left, a golden portal appearing, and on the other side was actually the deck of an aircraft carrier. The two turned invisible and passed through without attracting anyone's attention. Incredible. Is Hydra going to be destroyed because of this boy? John Garrett exclaimed upon seeing the portal. Your intuition is quite accurate, Coulson nodded, sighing, while Nick Fury corrected him. To be precise, it's both of them. And don't think that if Hydra is wiped out, it will end there. SHIELD will face even more severe difficulties ahead. Nick Fury's mood was heavy. After this battle, they must find a way to stabilize the situation within SHIELD, which would not be easy. Inside the aircraft carrier, Wang Kai and Luna were advancing downward. This place was also considered one of Hydra's nests, under SHIELD jurisdiction. Hydra would periodically use the Blackstone portal to find the hive, a practice that had continued for millennia, but in reality, it was just delivering takeout to the hive, allowing it to eat every few decades to avoid starvation. The two said nothing as they quickly followed the route provided by Coulson to a laboratory filled with a dazzling array of high-tech testing instruments. In the center stood a glass chamber containing an irregularly shaped black stone, which would periodically turn into liquid and devour any nearby life, transporting it to that distant planet. This is it. Wang Kai instructed Luna to hide in the mirror dimension and then switch to a hero template. The 3-meter-5 tall king appeared, and his massive size immediately triggered the laboratory's alarm system, with red warning lights flashing. However, Wang Kai paid no attention to this and approached the glass chamber. Delivering a powerful punch, with a loud crash, the glass shattered, and Wang Kai immediately activated the reincarnation devouring. The armor opened to the sides, revealing a blue vortex inside. A terrifying suction force emerged instantly, creating a blue storm that began to devour everything in front of it. The Blackstone portal was gradually pulled by the horrific suction, starting to shake and suddenly turning into a puddle of liquid. It seemed to want to struggle, but like weightless flowing water, it transformed into a black stream, swirling towards the blue vortex. In just a second or two, the Blackstone portal vanished without a trace. Damn, what is this thing? Open fire. A team of Hydra agents rushed over at lightning speed, but it was completely useless. Wang Kai and Luna left calmly, with their only target now being the Hydra agents within SHIELD, who were without leadership. Chapter 85. The Complete Annihilation of Hydra. 5 updates completed. Seeking silver tickets. The operation to capture the little bald head, Hitwell, and Crossbones, Rumlow, was incredibly swift and smooth. Hitwell, after being thrown out of a building in Captain America 2, spilled everything in fear, and this time was no different. As for Crossbones, Rumlow, despite his toughness, even the truth serum couldn't make him reveal the truth. However, after collecting a wealth of information, his input was no longer necessary. So Wang Kai generously sent both of them to meet their maker, and all preparations were finally complete. As night fell, Nick Fury handed all the Hydra data to Wang Kai, feeling an immense weight on his shoulders. With this handover, the lives of thousands of Hydra agents were at stake. But a new era of S.H.I.E.L.D. was about to begin. Let's go. Although the night is dark, tomorrow S.H.I.L.D. will embrace a brighter future. Nick Fury took Coulson and important witness John Garrett to visit the ministers of the World Security Council. Only by persuading them could S.H.I.E.L.D. avoid direct disbandment. In Stark Tower, Wang Kai handed a copy of the Hydra data to Tony, while earnestly saying, "The people on this list are to be killed. If you can't handle it, just leave it all to me." The implication was clear. There could be no survivors. Although Tony had taken down at least 100 terrorists, killing so many at once was not something most people could accept. It's okay. They're all terrorists. But what are you going to do with so many bodies? Wang Kai smiled and said, "That's simple. Just have Luna open a portal and throw them into a volcano. Then there won't be any bodies left." Thus, the long night of assassination began. From the upper echelons to the lower ranks, regardless of age, occupation, or gender, all Hydra agents were targets for Wang Kai's assassination. They were also targets for Tony's revenge. The two had clearly defined roles. Wang Kai went to the S.H.I.E.L.D. base far away and called out Hydra agents one by one, while Tony dealt with those closest to him. For this, Luna even cast an invisibility spell on the Iron Man suit, so they didn't have to worry about their identities being exposed. In the still of the night, a Hydra agent sleeping at home suddenly heard a loud explosion. The highly alert agent quickly rolled out of bed, grabbed his bedside pistol, held his breath, and listened intently. His inner vigilance peaked. Suddenly, the door slowly opened with a creak. The Hydra agent immediately clicked the safety off his submachine gun, pointing at the door while squinting, ready to empty the magazine of 20 bullets in 3 seconds. But there was no one behind the door. The tense atmosphere did not ease because he heard the faint sound of machinery. "Who is there?" The Hydra agent shouted angrily. "A debt collector." Bang! The mini-machine gun on his shoulder suddenly fired bullets. The Hydra agent saw a flash of light and then lost all strength, collapsing. What debt collector? Was his last thought. Tony quickly left, heading to the next target on the best route map created by JARVIS. The night was neither long nor short, but their time was extremely tight. Back on that aircraft carrier, Wang Kai and Luna returned 6 hours later. Although this was one of Hydra's old nests, there were still many S.H.I.E.L.D. agents inside who had not yet been brainwashed. So they couldn't just split the place in half and throw 2 cat bombs to solve the problem. They had to call out individuals one by one. "Luna, can you open a portal directly under their feet?" Wang Kai suddenly asked. "Of course," Luna replied, blinking her big eyes. "All right, let the Hydra agents fall into the volcanic lava. That way, we can send them off to be reborn directly. This way, Wang Kai wouldn't have to keep creating bloody scenes. Plus, the whole process would provide a one-stop service for burial, cremation, and reincarnation, allowing Hydra to fully experience the warmth of humanity." Thus, a completely different style of revenge from Tony's intrusion began. All Hydra agents felt as if they had stepped into thin air, suddenly falling into a sea of scorching lava. They let out various horrified screams, performing all sorts of high-difficulty dives. Then they returned to ashes in the red ocean, completely consumed by the crimson lava. Only wisps of black smoke slowly rose, as if burning away their sins. The portal continued to open, and screams echoed throughout the aircraft carrier, frightening the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, who felt they were seeing ghosts. Otherwise, why would their comrades keep disappearing? Such scenes repeated throughout the night. By morning, except for the Hive in a distant galaxy, all Hydra on Earth was annihilated. All Hydra agents listed in the data were killed. Even Dr. Zola, who had already died but had transferred his consciousness into a computer, was not spared. What Wang Kai was responsible for was basically classified as missing, while Tony's cases were a mix of homicides, accidents, sudden deaths, etc., leaving Coulson, who would later be in charge of the matter, pulling out his hair in frustration. After all, just coming up with reasons for these deaths would require untold brain cells. Nick Fury staged a performance, using various pieces of evidence to convince the World Security Council of Hydra's existence and their shocking conspiracy. claiming that the previous remarks and measures against Wang Kai were all orchestrated by Hydra. After this series of maneuvers, the World Security Council's hostility towards Wang Kai significantly decreased, and they no longer aggressively demanded that he be dealt with at all costs, allowing Wang Kai and Luna's lives to return to normal. As for the newly reborn S.H., although it was in disarray, it was reborn from the ashes. All the traitors were dead, and the rebels were cleared out as well. If the Lord and his loyal subjects couldn't turn things around, then they might as well delete their accounts. In Stark Tower, after his revenge, Tony returned to his carefree state, as if a huge weight had been lifted from his heart. Ideas began popping up in his mind one after another, and the upgrade plan for the Iron Man suit was already impatiently waiting. "Tony, if Whiplash comes looking for revenge, remember to notify me," Wang Kai suddenly said. Now that Iron Man had resolved the palladium poisoning issue, he likely wouldn't go racing in Morocco, and who knows where Whiplash would start his revenge. It would be safer to be cautious. "No problem. And by the way, I have good news for you. Happy successfully found Killian and accepted my investment. Once the extremist virus is perfected, I plan to give each member of the Avengers a dose." Chapter 86. Signing in for the Space Gem. "Spider-Man is heartbroken again. You'd better perfect the despair virus," Wang Kai said with a smile, holding Luna's hand. "After all, no one wants to become a bomb that could explode at any moment. The despair virus, while capable of enhancing human functions, repairing damaged bodily tissues, and granting humans super high temperatures, self-healing, and immense power far beyond ordinary humans, comparable to the super soldier serum injected into Captain America, is also highly unstable and can easily turn one into a bomb that explodes. Only terrorists would likely appreciate this feature. "Don't worry, this is very easy for me," Tony said confidently with a smile. This was, of course, a definite certainty. At the SHIELD research base, Nick Fury hadn't forgotten his promise to Wang Kai, so he contacted him immediately. Coulson had been waiting at the helipad for a long time and quickly approached as the three disembarked from the helicopter. Luna began to vent her frustrations, saying she would never ride such a noisy mode of transport again, as it had hurt her ears. "Wasn't it you who insisted on trying it out? Now you're suffering." "Huh?" Wang Kai smiled, ruffling Luna's hair as the group walked into the largest building in the base. This had once been the research base for the Pegasus project, but unfortunately, it had been idle since the failure of the faster-than-light engine project. Nick Fury briefly explained matters regarding the Tesseract, and the situation was similar to what Wang Kai knew. The Tesseract had originally been in Asgard. 1,500 years ago, Odin used the Tesseract to launch a surprise attack on the Frost Giants on Earth. After winning, he hid it on the battlefield at Tinsburg, Norway. Later, the Red Skull found the Tesseract and used it to develop energy weapons, but he was ultimately defeated by Captain America, and the Red Skull was transported to Vormir. While the Tesseract fell into the Arctic Ocean, after being salvaged, it was used in the Pegasus project for the faster-than-light engine. After the Captain Marvel incident, it was swallowed by the Devourer, only to be regurgitated, and has been kept by SHIELD ever since. "Although I don't know what you want to do with it, at least you'll be under our supervision the entire time," Nick Fury said seriously. Wang Kai indicated he had no problem with that, stating that it wasn't yet time to obtain the space gem. He was just there to sign in. The four took the elevator down to over 10 meters underground and passed through 3 large doors before arriving at a room that resembled a laboratory. The Tesseract was secured on a table in the middle of the lab, glowing like a shimmering, light blue cube. Ding! Host detected at hidden sign-in location. Space gem storage area. Starting sign-in. Sign-in countdown 29 minutes 59 seconds. The system voice finally appeared, and Wang Kai smiled, knowing he could now do a double 10 consecutive draws. He wondered which new hero template or powerful equipment he would pull. Just as the others were captivated by the dazzling colors of the Tesseract, Luna suddenly walked excitedly to a corner, exclaiming, "Wow, can you keep cats in your lab?" Luna spotted a large orange cat and instantly fell in love. She petted its orange fur and, finding no resistance, immediately squatted down to hug it. "Mr. Fury, is this cat raised by your scientists?" Luna asked, playing with the cat's paw, which made Wang Kai's heart tremble. Looking at Nick Fury's expression, he knew he guessed right. This was not just an orange cat. It was a devourer, one of the most terrifying creatures in the universe. Its stomach connected to a different dimension, capable of devouring almost all objects in the world. However, it lacked intelligence and behaved just like an ordinary orange cat. "Brother Kai, look how cute it is," Luna exclaimed as she came over with the devourer, causing Nick Fury to step back immediately. His eyes were wide, recalling the cat's claws. Malefactor hadn't forgotten. "Well, it is indeed very cute," Wang Kai said with a slight smile, calming himself as he petted the devourer's paw. He then asked Nick Fury, "Can this orange cat be given a Luna?" "This Gugu is just a cat I'm helping someone take care of," Nick Fury said, showing an unusual hesitation, which puzzled Coulson, as if he felt he was missing a big secret. "It's fine. If she comes back, it can be considered Luna taking care of it for her." "Her? I see. Then let Luna take it." Nick Fury quickly understood that Wang Kai knew about Captain Marvel and directly agreed. Such an opportunity to let Wang Kai owe a favor was rare. After all, he preferred soft approaches over hard ones, and it would be easier to ask him for help in the future. Luna was overjoyed when she heard she could take the orange cat, spinning around with the devourer, her childlike joy evident. "What does Gugu like to eat? I'll buy cat food when I get home." It's not picky. It loves to eat anything," Wang Kai replied with a knowing smile, which was indeed true. Half an hour quickly passed. Aside from playing with the cat, Wang Kai didn't study the Tesseract much, leaving Nick Fury and Coulson somewhat confused, thinking they would see some special magic. But instead, the two just played with the cat. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the hidden sign-in location, Space Gem Storage Area. Earned 3,000 sign-in points. The system alert sounded, and Wang Kai no longer had to worry about sign-in points. He now had 5,150 sign-in points, the highest ever. This gave him confidence when borrowing items from Odin. Wang Kai smiled with satisfaction and directly said goodbye to the two. Luna created a portal with Gugu, and they returned home after nearly 10 days apart. The next day, Wang Kai and Luna returned to campus, only to find Peter looking downcast again. "What's wrong with you? Did Mary give you a nice guy card again? How did you know?" Peter exclaimed in surprise, while Wang Kai rolled his eyes. "What else could make the nice guy so miserable?" "I know. Your goddess must have fallen for your best friend Harry again. And you're heartbroken again." Peter's mouth dropped open, and then his eyes dimmed as he self-deprecatingly said, "It's not really a heartbreak. Mary never said she liked me. I spent a ton of money using your gold card on her, but in the end, all I got was we're not compatible." "Of course you're not compatible," Wang Kai thought to himself. After all, Harry was now the president of the Osborne Group. 1,000,000 gold cards could be used as playing cards, which was something Peter could never compare to. Chapter 87. Revenge on the Green Tea. "Peter, I find you to be an irredeemable idiot. Mary Jane is clearly a big green tea. How could you be so hung up on her?" Wang Kai looked at Peter, shaking his head repeatedly, his expression filled with disappointment. "Brother Kai, what is a big green tea?" Luna suddenly blinked and asked. Peter also looked confused, and seeing this, Wang Kai had to explain that a big green tea refers to a woman who pretends to be innocent in front of others, but secretly enjoys playing with people's feelings, giving off a pretentious and hypocritical vibe. "Peter Parker, don't you think Mary is such a hypocritical woman? She's just toying with you," Wang Kai said sharply. However, Peter covered his head, unwilling to believe it, burying his head deep in the sand like an ostrich. "No, Mary could never be that kind of person." "Really? Then how do you explain her ambiguous relationships with so many men? She ignored you when you had no money, and now that you're rich, she plays around with you. But when she sees someone wealthier like Harry, she pushes you away, saying you're not suitable. Plus, there's her previous relationship with the son of the Hornet Daily's owner. Anyone who knows about her would despise her. Only a fool would treat her like a goddess." Wang Kai continued to strike hard, declaring that he would write the character for Wang upside down if he didn't expose this green tea's true nature today. After hearing this, Peter stood there in a daze, unable to speak for a long time. It felt like two voices were arguing in his head, one believing Wang Kai was right, and the other insisting that a goddess must be perfect, causing him great frustration. "Brother Kai, is he okay?" Luna asked worriedly, seeing Peter's expression change rapidly. Wang Kai reassured her that he was just undergoing a cognitive adjustment. Everyone goes through this process after a blow. After a moment, Peter took a deep breath and regained his composure, looking intently at Wang Kai, then stepped forward and grabbed his right hand tightly. Kai, thank you. He then walked straight out of campus, hailing a taxi, presumably heading to the Osborne Group building. What happened to him? Luna asked in confusion. Wang Kai smiled slightly. He probably just awakened. In the Osborne Group's president's office, Harry was bored, handling various administrative tasks, when suddenly his secretary sent a message that Peter Parker was coming to see him. Although Harry was puzzled, he instructed the secretary to bring Peter up. Hey, Peter, why aren't you in class today? Harry, I'm here to tell you some bad news. Peter quickly informed his best friend about Mary Jane. Harry couldn't believe it at first, especially since he had once had a crush on Mary and was currently dating her. However, as Peter slowly recounted the story, Harry began to sense something was off. Wait a minute, let me call Jonathan, the son of the Hornet Daily's owner, to confirm. Compared to Peter's ultimate infatuation, Harry, as a rich second generation, was much more rational. Jonathan had been dating Mary just a month ago, so he should know some insider information. After a moment, the call connected and a very enthusiastic voice came through. Hey, the youngest business empire president in history. It's an honor to speak with you. As a major shareholder of the Hornet Daily, Jonathan was very polite. After a few pleasantries, Harry got straight to the point. Do you know this woman, Mary Jane? Of course, we just broke up less than 2 days ago. 2 days? Both Harry and Peter suddenly had green question marks appear over their heads. Before they could ask further, Jonathan rambled on. Mary is really something. Don't let her pure and beautiful appearance fool you. She's incredibly promiscuous. As long as you're willing to spend money and give gifts, she won't refuse any request. If Mr. Osborne is interested in her, I can help you set something up. It would be even better if we all hang out together. Harry and Peter's faces turned green after hearing this. What the hell was this? Even in America, which is quite open-minded, such behavior is unacceptable, especially for Peter, who increasingly felt that what Wang Kai said was true. He had been played so badly. What loss? He only got a kiss, and it was a Spider-Man. Mary is a theater actress. I don't know where Mr. Osborne saw her. Jonathan asked on the other end of the line. Harry, feeling troubled, casually brushed off a few comments and hung up the phone. The two exchanged glances, both seeing anger and disgust in each other's eyes. I can't believe Mary Jane is really a big green tea. Peter gritted his teeth and said, she really knows how to act. No wonder she's an actress. Harry was even angrier. Let's take revenge on this green tea. Isn't she an actress? Let's see who acts better. Peter nodded firmly. He had to get back at her for this. In the following period, Harry first maintained a normal relationship with Mary, promising to invest in several theater troupes to help her become a theater star, even a Hollywood superstar. And he actually delivered on this, acquiring a theater and inviting various people to watch, along with media hype, making Mary an overnight sensation in New York. This thrilled her. She thought her decision was indeed correct. However, that night, Harry revealed his true colors, brazenly bringing Mary home with a lewd smile, making Mary instantly realize what was about to happen. She initially wanted to maintain her pure facade, but Harry, who was fully aware, wouldn't let her easily get away with it. Thus began their first time. Naturally, there were countless subsequent encounters. The second time was in the car. The third time Harry brought a camera, and the fourth time it was Peter's turn. Mary finally realized she had been played by both men, but by then, refusing was no longer an option. The temptation of becoming a Hollywood superstar was too alluring, and the three were trapped in the abyss of desire. But eventually, the dream had to end. Feeling he had recouped his costs, Harry released his collection of photos and videos during one of Mary's theater performances, causing an uproar in New York. Mary's pure image instantly shattered. With Harry's manipulation, she was effectively forced out of the acting industry. Soon after, Harry kicked Mary aside, making her bid farewell to her extravagant life. Finally, the perennial infatuated Peter Parker dealt the last blow to Mary Jane. You're a good person, Mary, but we just aren't right for each other. Chapter 88, Whiplash, the 5 Whips of Lightning. The great green tea finally bid farewell to New York, and no one was interested in knowing where she went. But one thing is certain. It is easy to transition from frugality to luxury, but difficult to go from luxury to frugality. Mary Jane is destined to live a miserable life for a while. Meanwhile, Harry and Peter are enjoying a comfortable life after getting rid of the great green tea. Peter met Gwen Stacy through Luna's introduction. This female lead from the amazing Spider-Man duology is far better than the Great Green Tea, both in character and appearance. As for Harry, the joy of being a CEO is beyond others' imagination. Each of them has a bright future ahead. On the other side, after a long wait, Ivan Vanko, who decided to take revenge on Iron Man due to his father's death, finally made his appearance as the villain Whiplash. However, instead of appearing at the racetrack like in Iron Man 2, he quietly waited in front of the entrance to the Stark Tower's underground parking lot until Tony drove his sports car to the company. It was only then that Whiplash revealed his 2 lightning whips and attacked. One whip. With a loud crack, Tony's beloved car was split in 2. The sports car was instantly totaled, with glowing red edges showing the terrifying power of the 2 lightning whips. Seeing this, Tony hurriedly grabbed the briefcase from the passenger seat and rolled out of his seat. 2 whips. Another loud crack. The lightning whip struck the driver's seat directly, almost splitting Tony in half. 3 whips. Whiplash continued to pursue Tony, but missed, leaving a high-temperature, scorched mark on the ground. Tony, with the briefcase in hand, ran away without looking back, while Whiplash's inferior-powered exoskeleton, despite giving him immense strength, couldn't even keep up with a normal running speed and failed to catch Tony. "Coward! Don't run!" Whiplash shouted angrily at Tony, but Tony obediently stopped after running less than 30 meters. However, this wasn't because Tony was foolish. He felt that this distance was enough for him to don his suit. He decisively pressed a button on the red briefcase, and, as if by magic, the briefcase quickly wrapped around his body, allowing Tony to put on the Mark V portable suit right in front of Whiplash. "Now we can have a good fight." Tony smiled confidently and told the suit's AI, Jarvis, to inform Wang Kai about Whiplash's arrival, but he didn't need his assistance. A blast of flames shot from his feet as Tony charged straight at Whiplash in the Mark V suit, but this turned out to be his most foolish choice. 4 whips. 5 whips. Whiplash's eyes burned with the flames of revenge, unleashing all his power as he swung both lightning whips, knocking Tony down. Bang! The suit hit the ground with a dull thud and rolled several times before coming to a stop. 2 scorched marks appeared on the thin suit, although it wasn't breached. It was damaged. "Stock, you will pay for everything your family has done." Whiplash roared at Tony, just as he was about to unleash his signature move, the 5 whips of lightning. Suddenly, a glowing golden circle appeared in midair in front of Tony, and as the circle expanded, a pair of Asian-looking teenagers stepped out, with the girl even holding an orange cat in her arms. "You really are in trouble, Tony." Wang Kai couldn't find the words. This was even more embarrassing than the original plot, especially since Tony was now aware of Whiplash's existence. Ding! Host detected at the sign-in location of Whiplash's revenge site. Beginning sign-in. Sign-in countdown. 2 minutes 59 seconds. The system's voice sounded, and Tony was already standing up unharmed, yet still stubbornly said, "Humph, I was just careless. Kids, stay out of this, just watch." Wang Kai shrugged and made way for Luna and the curious Gugu. To save face, Tony immediately charged at Whiplash again in the suit. The battle outside Star Tower quickly attracted security personnel, but when they arrived at the underground passage with their batons, they froze. Should we go help? Or maybe not? We'd just be a hindrance. Let Iron Man handle it himself? Isn't Mr. Stark always good at handling things himself? So the security guards had no choice but to call the police quickly and inform the company's president, Pepper Potts, while they continued to watch from the sidelines. Tony's battle with Whiplash was conventional. While the lightning whips could cut through regular steel, they were no match for titanium alloy. This was also why Tony had the confidence to approach Whiplash wrapped in lightning whips in the original plot. However, the current situation was far from the original plot. Tony quickly flew above Whiplash's head. The Mark V portable suit has flying capability, though it wasn't shown in the movie. With both hands ready, Whiplash instantly swung out his lightning whips. But they couldn't reach Tony in the air. "Are you dumb or what?" Tony taunted, then suddenly fired his repulsors. 2 arcs of electricity shot from his palms towards Whiplash, but they were directly deflected by the lightning whips. The air exploded with a loud bang. At this moment, it seemed like Tony's attack had failed, but in reality, he had already won. Tony quickly flew behind Whiplash. Taking advantage of Whiplash's half-second delay, to spin 360 degrees in the air and kick him in the back of the head. With the immense power granted by the suit, Whiplash instantly fainted and flew out several meters. After landing, Tony stepped forward, removed the small arc reactor, and crushed it. The power boost from the suit was even stronger than that of Captain America, seeing their boss defeat the enemy. Several security guards rushed forward to capture Whiplash and wait for the police to arrive, while Tony smugly approached Wang Kai and said, "See, I told you I was just careless." Wang Kai was both amused and exasperated. "Your armor looks like a Middle Eastern war-torn version now. Hurry up and research nanotech armor. This flimsy suit has no value at all." "Humph. Do you think nanotech suits can just be made by talking about it?" Tony scoffed, not wanting to discuss the technical difficulties with Wang Kai. Just then, Pepper rushed over with a glamorous female assistant, looking anxious upon seeing the damaged suit. "Tony, are you okay?" "I'm fine, just a minor issue. By the way, this assistant of yours." Tony's interest was piqued, but the female assistant suddenly said S-H-I-E-L-D, Senior Agent, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff. Seeing Wang Kai beside her, Natasha didn't bother to hide her identity and directly introduced herself. Pepper was slightly surprised, but quickly realized that she was the Black Widow Wang Kai had mentioned. "Tony, Director Fury wants to talk to you." "No need to talk. I'll form the Avengers myself. Let him fix the crippled S-H-I-L-D first. And don't think I don't know. The Winter Soldier was definitely released by him on purpose." Chapter 89 Natasha and the scheme. Although Hydra had been completely wiped out, Bucky Barnes was not on the list that night, and this was definitely Nick Fury's idea. Whether it was for the possibly still living Captain America or simply to supplement the nearly crippled S-H-L-D combat power, one thing was certain. The Winter Soldier, who had distanced himself from Hydra, was still alive. This made Tony very unhappy. And coupled with the fact that Hydra was responsible for the deaths of his parents, it was a miracle that Tony could give Nick Fury a good face. "The Avengers? Kai, it seems you have a lot to tell us." Natasha was not angry. Instead, she smiled seductively at Wang Kai, which made Luna, standing nearby, feel secretly angry. There were many things that were better kept from others, so let us go have a good chat. 15 minutes later, in the top-floor office of Stark Tower, Natasha's eyes widened as she listened to her future, especially when it came to her and Hawkeye competing for sacrifice, her expression turning somber. If it really came to that moment, then they both could indeed sacrifice themselves for each other. "So what is your plan?" Natasha asked solemnly. "Thanos is so powerful that even without the Infinity Gauntlet, he could easily defeat the later Avengers. Without a comprehensive plan, it would be impossible to change that outcome. There is still a year until the Battle of New York. Naturally, we need to be fully prepared, gathering all superheroes to actively strike down Thanos and eliminate future threats." Wang Kai had a serious expression. This plan had been set long ago, and now it was just a matter of bringing the various heroes together. "Is that possible?" "According to what you said, there won't be that many superheroes at the endgame a year from now." In response to Natasha's doubt, Wang Kai just smiled slightly and said confidently, "With just you guys, there won't be enough superheroes, but with me, it will be enough. I alone am an army." Even with Wang Kai's current strength, as long as he blocked the portal outside the Space Stone, not a single Chitauri soldier would make it through. "That is exactly what I mean. Since you're so confident, I can relax." Natasha looked at Wang Kai with a charming smile, which made Wang Kai feel extremely awkward. Luna, standing nearby, squinted her eyes and puffed her cheeks like an angry little beast, ready to pounce at any moment. Seeing this, Pepper had to step in to ease the tension. "So, Natasha, you agree to join the Avengers, right?" "Of course, I agree, for the safety of the Earth." "Then when will you leave S-H-I-E-L-D?" "Well, that requires some thought." For Natasha, S-H-I-E-L-D was her home, and moving away would naturally bring some reluctance. However, given Nick Fury's character, if he knew about this, he would likely let her go when S-H-L destabilized. After a brief moment of silence, Natasha stood up to bid farewell to everyone. "I should be leaving. I've learned a lot of shocking information today. Captain America is still alive. Once we find him, S-H-L, DS dire situation can stabilize. As for the Battle of New York, I will inform Director Fury and Hawkeye. I hope you understand. Everyone nodded. Pepper escorted Natasha out, and Tony immediately started teasing. The famous Black Widow seems to have a thing for you. Does she like young boys like you? Wang Kai's expression immediately darkened, and he saw Luna could no longer hold back. With a hand wearing a ring, she drew a circle, and just as Tony stood up, a portal suddenly appeared beneath him. After a scream, he fell straight down, and, simultaneously, another portal appeared on the ceiling of the office, causing Tony to drop from the upper portal and enter the lower one, starting an infinite loop of falling. Yeah, this is awesome. Woohoo. As a result, Tony not only didn't panic, but began to pose like he was free falling from a high place, a rare smile on his face. Seeing this, Luna naturally wouldn't let Tony have his way and immediately closed the portal, just as Tony was about to crash onto the hard floor. Wang Kai rushed forward to catch him and then glanced helplessly at Luna. Luna, his voice carried a hint of reproach. Luna immediately lowered her head. I'm sorry, Brother Kai. I'm not blaming you. I just think next time it's better to let Mr. Stark fall somewhere softer, like a beach. Luna instantly broke into a smile. Playing around is one thing, but don't make jokes about us. Wang Kai shot a sideways glance at Tony, who immediately understood, raising his hands to show he would never make such a mistake again. Let us talk serious matters. Has Thor's hammer not appeared yet? No. I've had Jarvis monitoring New Mexico 24/7. If anything happens, I will inform you immediately. Wang Kai nodded. The time for revenge against Whiplash hadn't come yet. Thor was likely preparing for his coronation ceremony. But how are you going to win Thor over? After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. is now crippled, and Coulson is too busy to even go to New Mexico. Plus, you mentioned Thor is a proud idiot. Tony continued to ask. In the original plot, his relationship with Thor was not good. They had fought in the first Avengers movie, and Thor had choked Tony in the second. Asking Tony to win Thor over would likely end in a fight. That's your business. I don't plan to win him over. Besides, even if I don't bring him into the Avengers now, he will still come to stand on the same front during the Battle of New York. Wang Kai's frankness nearly choked Tony. Then why are you going to New Mexico? To steal his hammer? Steal a hammer. Wang Kai rolled his eyes. He just wanted to sign in, which he definitely couldn't tell anyone. Let's not talk about this. Whiplash probably didn't die, and Hammer Industries will definitely steal it according to the plot. Do you have any ideas? Just take him out? As long as Whiplash was eliminated, there wouldn't be any follow-up revenge from him. However, Wang Kai shook his finger. We need to take him out, but we also need to squeeze out Whiplash's value. Tony, even though you no longer sell weapons, Hammer Industries will continue to sell them, and we don't know who they will sell them to. Do you understand what I mean? Wang Kai's words lit up Tony's eyes. You mean to use the drones made by Whiplash to cause trouble? Later, either through acquisition or investment, they needed to control Hammer Industries and prevent it from selling weapons to anyone at will. Yeah, this kid can be taught. Wang Kai smiled slightly. Once again, he was playing the role of a father teaching a lesson. Chapter 90. Hammer Industries Soldiers in Action, requesting silver tickets after 5 updates. The weapon market cannot be banned. Both Wang Kai and Tony are very clear about this. However, it can be incorporated and controlled, which both of them also understand. Currently, the two giants of the United States, Stark Industries and Osborne Group, are working on the development of new energy, and naturally, the weapon sales market has been taken over by the second-tier company, Hammer Industries. As long as they secretly control Hammer Industries, illegal arms trading with Middle Eastern terrorists and African warlords will decrease significantly, and many lives will be saved in the process. You actually thought that far ahead. Tony looked at Wang Kai in admiration. This young man possesses the power and wisdom to change the world. It is truly a blessing for humanity to have someone standing on the side of defending the earth. After all, fathers always stand a bit higher and see further. Wang Kai smiled, and Tony's expression turned dark immediately. At our age, who has like a father? At this moment, Pepper had just returned with Black Widow, and, hearing Tony's words, couldn't help but ask, what are you guys talking about, fathers and such? It's nothing, mister. Stark is just thinking about how many kids he should have in the future. After all, things will be different then, ha. Wang Kai laughed and stepped into the teleportation portal with Luna, leaving Pepper and Tony, who were both a bit shy and expectant. Are you serious? I can start trying to conceive right now. Pepper's face turned slightly red, and Tony's brow twitched. Looking at Pepper, he could only defer the matter until after the Battle of New York. On the other side, Whiplash, Ivan Vanko, just like in the original plot, escaped from prison after killing a scapegoat and detonating the bomb that turned the cell and the body into a wreck. He was then brought before Justin Hammer. The two quickly hit it off. Justin Hammer needed the Iron Man suit to enter the weapon market, and Vanko needed this idiot's resources for his revenge. However, this seemingly perfect plan was clearly seen through by Tony. With JARVIS around, Tony could easily hack into Hammer Industries' main computer. As long as he prepared in advance, the unmanned mechanical armor produced by Vanko would seem to be under his control, but in reality, it would be manipulated by JARVIS. This could only be done if one had prior knowledge of the plot. 5 days later, the Stark Expo was held smoothly and successfully, with Tony appearing in an incredibly flashy manner as the host. He jumped out of a plane in his gold and red Iron Man Mark VI suit from high up, accompanied by numerous fireworks exploding around him. He landed in a classic superhero pose and opened his helmet to greet everyone, while the mechanical devices at his feet helped him detach from the suit, causing a scream in the venue. Iron Man! Iron Man! Tony was extremely happy to see the crowd cheering for him, but just a few words into his speech, another Iron Man suit suddenly flew in from afar. Rhodey? Tony looked on, puzzled. This plot doesn't make sense, bro. Why are you here? War Machine, or now the Iron Patriot, slowly approached, patted Tony on the shoulder, waved to the crowd below, and then whispered, Tony, you're in trouble. What trouble? I found out that Ivan Vanko, whom you defeated, has escaped from prison, and he will definitely seek revenge on you here. Is that it? Rhodey's face immediately turned into a question mark. Tony, are you feeling okay? According to what you said, he is going to show up and destroy the entire expo. As Tony's best friend, Rhodey had been informed about future events, and he had thought Tony would learn from his mistakes or prepare in advance. Instead, he let Ivan Vanko escape, so naturally, he rushed over to help, not expecting Tony to react this way. Rhodey was genuinely a bit confused about the situation. Don't worry, everything is under my control. Let us go down and find a good spot to watch Hammer Industries show. Tony pulled Rhodey off the stage, and soon Justin Hammer came up, looking energetic as he saw Tony still eating popcorn below, feeling very good about himself. Today, he would promote his Iron Soldiers at the Stark Expo. This was like taking a dump on Stark's neck while asking Stark for toilet paper. He could definitely infuriate that annoying Tony Stark to death. Ladies and gentlemen, this time tomorrow, Hammer Industries news will occupy every front page headline. Let us welcome the new face of the military in the future of the United States. Army Iron Soldiers, Air Force Iron Soldiers, Navy Iron Soldiers, Marine Corps Iron Soldiers. As Hammer's voice fell, 4 rows of neatly organized humanoid Iron Soldiers saluted in unison, and the atmosphere at the venue reached a climax. Seeing this, Rhodey wanted to rush back and put on his Iron Patriot suit while urgently telling Tony, dude, ISNT, this what you said? Those guys are going to start a massacre soon. Facing Rhodey's urgency, Tony smiled confidently. Don't worry, the next part is the climax. As soon as Tony finished speaking, all the Iron Soldiers suddenly started sparking with electricity, and then they began to dance mechanically, shaking uncontrollably. Some even turned their joints into fans or twisted their waists 180 degrees, directly twisting off their upper bodies, which fell to the ground with a bang. Tony burst into laughter, and soon everyone at the venue joined in. The atmosphere was filled with joy, and people applauded for the Iron Soldiers. Hammer was right. Tomorrow, Hammer Industries news would indeed make headlines in all media, just in a comedic way. Ha. Tony was so excited that he couldn't straighten up, patting Rhodey while looking at a particularly funny dancing Iron Soldier, and even Rhodey couldn't help but laugh. Hey, is this your plan? Exactly. Pretty funny, right? Ha. The laughter in the venue was deafening, but the only one who looked worse than crying was Hammer himself, watching his promoted Iron Soldiers turn into fools, one after another breaking down, leaving him almost in tears. It must be your doing. Hammer rushed off the stage, grabbing the laughing Tony and shouting angrily, only to be subdued by Rhodey instantly, his hands twisted behind him, asking Tony, do you have a plan for dealing with this guy too? Of course, Hammer. Take a look at this. Tony took out his phone, and the video that played instantly changed Hammer's expression dramatically. From his plan to rescue Whiplash to the production of Iron Soldiers, everything was documented, including some records of black market arms transactions. He was now completely under Tony's control. Chapter 91. Whip and Chain, Lightning Whip of Flexibility and Agility. What? What do you want? Hammer asked tremulously, realizing that such evidence could easily send him to prison, and with a little manipulation, he could be locked up for life. Facing the trembling Hammer, Tony appeared much more composed. It's simple. I'll let you off the hook, but the shares of Hammer Industries you hold need to be transferred to Rhodes. And from now on, Hammer Industries can only engage in legitimate arms trading. Rhodes was instantly shocked. How did this involve him? But before Rhodes could speak, Tony said directly, Stark Industries has exited the arms market. Our involvement will only lead to public criticism, so it has to be under your name. After Tony explained the significance of controlling Hammer Industries, Rhodes reluctantly agreed. Hammer was also stunned by Tony's vision. He could never have thought of such a grand scheme. If you agree, just say something. I'm busy. I have to deal with Ivan Vanko. Huh? Can't you control Ivan Vanko's armor like these Iron Soldiers? I could, but it's unnecessary. Rhodes was speechless, knowing Tony well enough to understand that he was itching for a showdown to show off. Hammer looked at the criminal data about himself on Tony's phone, gritted his teeth, and finally agreed helplessly. Rhodes immediately released Hammer, and Tony turned to don his Iron Man suit. At Hammer Industries headquarters, Ivan Vanko felt like his lungs were about to explode. His elaborate revenge against Stark had turned into a joke. None of the Iron Soldiers were under his control, yet he received a clear image of Stark's laughing face. This almost personal mockery sent Ivan Vanko into a rage. He grabbed the lightning whip and smashed the computer. Stark, I will make you pay for your actions. Donning his homemade iron whip armor and wielding two even more powerful and thicker lightning whips, Whip charged straight through the ceiling and out of Hammer Industries headquarters. In the air for less than 2 minutes, Whip encountered Tony, who had come looking for him. Enemies meeting each other was especially intense, and without needing any words, Whip swung the lightning whip at Tony. The thick blue electric whip whistled through the air, creating a loud bang, but it was easily dodged by the more agile Tony. Although Whip's iron armor could fly, it lacked stabilizing thrusters, resulting in him losing balance after just one whip, plummeting toward the ground until he regained his balance and increased his foot thrust to fly back up. Let's head to the ground. Tony flew down first to a large chain supermarket parking lot. It was spacious enough and had a high foot traffic, increasing his chances of exposure. In Whip's eyes, this was blatant disrespect, another personal mockery, and Whip was seething with rage. He dove toward Tony with maximum thrust. With a flick of his double whips, he effortlessly severed a giant billboard next to the supermarket, the broken sign sparking with electric sparks as it fell to the ground. Just then, a young couple pushing a baby stroller happened to walk by below. Whip finally remembered he was a villain, and villains use such despicable tactics. Damn it! Seeing this, Tony understood immediately that this was Whip's baiting tactic, but he couldn't think too much at that moment. He instantly unleashed energy, boosting his speed to the maximum. Just a few centimeters from his severed billboard, he caught it. Run! Tony shouted, and the young couple, almost hit by the suddenly falling billboard, finally reacted. The mother picked up the child, and the father shielded them as they hurriedly escaped the scene, but Whip would not let go of this golden opportunity. With a flick of the lightning whip, he directly wrapped it around Tony's suit, binding him, then threw out another lightning whip that wrapped around Tony's neck. Increasing the energy output, Whip showed his vengeful fury, yanking hard with one hand, as if trying to rip Tony's head off. Jarvis, disable his armor. Right now. Bound and unable to move, Tony had no choice but to resort to the very useful and necessary technical control to take over Whip's iron armor. Instantly, sparks erupted from Whip's body, and he began to tremble uncontrollably, as if having a seizure or like stepping on an electric switch. The two lightning whips lost energy and dimmed, and without the interference of the lightning whips, Tony pushed against the long whips, breaking free. He then raised his right arm and fired a laser beam, a red-hot ray instantly cutting through Whip's iron armor, damaging the arc reactor in his chest. Without energy, he crashed straight to the ground with a thud, lying there like a vegetable without any movement. After putting down the billboard, Tony walked over and, after a scan, Jarvis reported the bomb had been disarmed, but Whip still had a breath left and was not truly dead. At that moment, a small golden portal suddenly appeared above Whip's head, and a green magic blade reached out from inside, piercing through the helmet of the iron armor effortlessly. Not staining with any blood, the green magic blade retracted and disappeared. Tony was stunned. What was this? A kill steal? Click, click, the sound of cameras began to rise, and flashes of light illuminated him as he turned to see people from the supermarket and staff rushing out to watch Iron Man fight. Choosing to ignore Wang Kai's kill steal and instead going to take photos with his fans. That night, Wang Kai earned 100 sign-in points, bringing his total to 5,550 points. Also that night, Thor was exiled from Asgard, and a sudden energy storm appeared over New Mexico. A hammer-shaped weapon fell from it, crashing to the ground like a meteor. Although there was no explosion, a massive meteor crater appeared in the wasteland outside the town. Thor's hammer lay quietly on the mud pillar in the pit, waiting for someone worthy to take it. At the same time, a figure emerged from the storm. Thor, stripped of his divine powers and thrown to earth, needed to overcome his reckless and arrogant personality, while Loki began to cause trouble under the watchful eyes of King Odin, needing to overcome his inferiority and jealousy. Whoever completed their trials would be the next king of Asgard. Upon hearing about the appearance of Thor's hammer, Wang Kai's first instinct was not to sign in, but to conduct a long-awaited lottery. Odin was not a good man. Treasures in the treasury did not just get borrowed. Wang Kai needed a trump card. System, I want to draw 20 consecutive draws. Ding, consuming 4,000 sign-in points. Drawing in progress. Chapter 92, 20 consecutive draws. Gugu eats a hammer. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a one-day hero experience card. Creator God, Pangu. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a hero template. Charming Fox, Dodgy. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a special mode, Awakening. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Justice Potential. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Oath Shield. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Time Wave. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Mountain Collapse and Earth Crack. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, True Words, Ming Wang. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the equipment, Master S Power. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the equipment, Mask of Pain. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the equipment, Watcher S Armor. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining consumables, Large Medical Kit 4. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining special items, System Backpack Expansion Space 3. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining special items. Thank you for your patronage too. The lottery has ended, and Wang Kai's mouth curled into an uncontrollable smile. This time it was even better than last time. He actually drew Pangu. This is the creator god. But then again, the creator god Pangu is not the dawn god Pangu. He is a soldier over 2 meters tall, so how to use him is still a problem. System. How tall is the creator god Pangu? Wang Kai directly asked the system. It is rumored that Pangu opened up the heavens and the earth from chaos. And to prevent the heavens and the earth from closing again, he held up the sky with his head and stepped on the ground with his feet. And his body grew as the heavens and the earth separated. He gradually became a towering giant. And this giant is definitely not measured in meters. The creator god Pangu is approximately 45,000 kilometers tall, his body larger than the earth, so it is recommended that the host choose a good location when using him. Otherwise, the creator god will become a world destroyer. Wow! Wang Kai's eyes widened instantly, and he asked again, but the system was unwilling. Ding! It is suggested that the host can donate their ears if they don't want them anymore. The host heard correctly. Pangu's body is 45,000 kilometers tall, equivalent to about 3.5 times the Earth's diameter, and his fist is as large as the moon. Once used on Earth, it would easily kick the Earth out of its original orbit. This would lead to world-destroying disasters. This time Wang Kai understood clearly, a fist the size of the moon. It could easily kick the Earth away. No wonder Ancient One said that the Pangu mode could easily defeat Mephisto. This is not just a simple defeat. A single finger could press Mephisto down. The King of Hell is no different from Bug. As for Thanos, destroying you has nothing to do with me. The only problem is that the excessively large size makes it inconvenient to use. After all, just a bump could cause a planet to deviate from its original orbit, which is not a good thing. Looking at the second reward, a new hero template finally appeared again, but this time it was a female hero. System. If I switch to Daji's hero template, will I also turn into a woman? More accurately, a female doll. Hiss, doesn't that mean an inflatable doll? Wang Kai gasped and shook his head repeatedly. This hero template. Let's forget it. Special mode, Awakening, is not a skill but a mode, with effects similar to activating sprint to increase movement speed. Awakening will also enhance certain attributes. Under the Kai Dad template, the displayed effect is that after using the immortal demon body, the body size increases and the attack range of the second skill, Blade Storm, expands. Under the Zhong Kuei template, the hook becomes longer. Under the Ho E template, the ultimate skill, Arrow of the Scorching Sun, can be controlled to fly freely, which can completely be used as a summoner skill. Justice Potential, originating from the Fiery Axe, Chung Yao Jin, it bursts with righteous enthusiasm, recovering injuries every second while increasing movement speed by 30 for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Oath Shield, originating from the Holy Knight's power, Arthur. It increases movement speed by 30 for 3 seconds, and the next attack deals increased damage. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Time Wave, originating from the time of reversal, Sunbin. It guides the power of time and space to increase movement speed by 30 for 2 seconds. Cooldown, 12 seconds. All 3 skills are acceleration skills, and combined with the Sprint and Rampage emblem, under a 6-hit combo, this speed is simply like flying. Mountain Collapse and Earth Crack, originating from the elite chieftain, Neo Mo. After a brief charge, it splits the ground, dealing damage to enemies in the area. And the torn ground will also deal continuous damage. Cooldown, 40 seconds. True Words, Ming Wang, quickly throws 5 punches in a specified direction. Each punch will reduce the enemy's defense. Cooldown, 10 seconds. 2 ordinary skills. Even if drawn, their usage frequency is concerning. Master S Power, increases attack power and 20 critical strike rate. After using skills, the next attack deals increased damage. The Endless Master is finally complete. Now only the Breaking Army is missing. No need to say more, directly put it in the system equipment slot. Mask of Pain, 12 increase in magical damage and increases health limit. Skills hitting enemies will continuously deal magical damage. The name is ominous, directly thrown into the warehouse. Watcher S Armor, increases physical defense. Being attacked reduces the enemy's attack speed. Basically not needed. Can be given to the squishy mage of Kamartaj. The large medical kit and system backpack expansion space were drawn for the second time. Both are very useful, especially the system backpack expansion space, which has tripled the original capacity. Now there are 16 cubic storage spaces, allowing for more items to be stored. After reviewing all the rewards, Wang Kai was very satisfied. Whether it was the intermediate draw or the ultimate draw, he was definitely making a profit. Let's go, Luna, I'll take you to see aliens. United States, New Mexico. When Wang Kai and Luna arrived at the meteorite crater where Thor's hammer had landed, it was already heavily surrounded, but it was not SHIELD. It was Stark Industries. Tony and Rhodey were currently red-faced, trying to pull Thor's hammer from the mud pillar. But unfortunately, even wearing the Iron Man suit, the hammer didn't budge at all. What you are doing won't work. Wang Kai stopped them directly as he watched their struggle. This is a rule-based inability to lift it, not a physical inability to lift it. Thor's hammer is forged from the core of a decaying planet and is enchanted by Odin. Only those who are worthy can lift the hammer and gain the power of Thor. Unless one meets the magical certification, possesses strength greater than Odin, or is not human, vision, elevator, can be lifted. After Wang Kai explained, the two had no choice but to give up helplessly. Why not let Luna try? Rhodey suddenly said, she is so kind. Where she can lift it? Luna, holding Gugu, was momentarily stunned. Me? No need, right? How about you try, Brother Kai? Wang Kai shook his head. He definitely didn't meet the qualifications and had no interest. Just as everyone was discussing, Gugu and Luna's arms suddenly opened its big mouth. Dozens of pink tentacles, resembling octopus arms, stretched out from inside, directly wrapping around Thor's hammer and then swallowing it whole. Chapter 93. Thor. Trouble comes from the mouth. What the hell? With a loud voice, all four of them stood frozen in place. Tony and Rhodey took several steps back, and Luna was so startled that she dropped Gugu onto the ground. What is this? How did it eat the god of thunder's hammer? Tony and Rhodey pointed at Gugu, who was licking its toes, but Wang Kai didn't know either. Gugu had eaten the Tesseract in Captain Marvel and then spit it out. So how did it swallow the god of thunder's hammer now? After explaining that this was a rare, cosmic creature resembling an orange cat, Wang Kai picked up Gugu and smiled at the frightened duo. Don't worry, the devourer won't easily attack humans. Well, probably. Tony and Rhodey were twitching at the eyelids. What do you mean probably? The god of thunder's hammer is gone now. How do you plan to explain this to Thor? And the impending destroyer armor. Didn't you say that thing could only be destroyed by the god of thunder's hammer? Wang Kai looked at the innocent-looking Gugu and scratched his head. They'll cross that bridge when they come to it. What if Gugu ends up eating the destroyer armor too? The two were instantly speechless. Anyway, let's go meet Thor first. If he recognizes the devourer, it will be much easier to explain. Wang Kai handed Gugu to Luna, and the four had no choice but to head to the small town to find Thor. As in the original plot, Thor, who had come to Earth, was knocked down by the strongest female driver on the surface, Daisy, and then knocked unconscious by Daisy with a stun gun and sent to the hospital. Shortly after, the escaping Thor was hit by Jane's car again, and Thor was 3 killed, thus forming an inseparable bond among the few of them. At this moment, they were having a meal at a restaurant in the small town. Wow, I love this drink. Another one. Crash. Thor smashed the cup in his hand onto the floor, and with a crisp sound, the shards instantly scattered everywhere, startling Daisy and Jane. The people in the restaurant immediately looked at them with strange expressions. Eric, Daisy, and Jane had no choice but to apologize to the owner and quickly pick up the shards. Jane, this guy must have gotten his head knocked around. Daisy looked at Thor, who was grinning like an idiot, and took out her stun gun, fearing that this muscular brute might pick her up and slam her to the ground. At this moment, a group of new customers walked into the restaurant, discussing the situation outside the town on the wasteland. They thought it was just a hammer, but Stark Industries claimed it was a fallen satellite, which made several burly men very unhappy. They also mentioned radiation, saying that nowadays anything could be tied to radiation. As soon as they sat down, Thor couldn't sit still upon hearing the word hammer and immediately stepped forward to ask, "Where is that hammer?" 40 miles west. If I were you, I wouldn't waste any time. Before the words were out, Thor had already taken big strides, swinging his arms, and swaggered out. Hey, where do you think you're going? Eric, Daisy, and Jane hurriedly chased after him, but as soon as they stepped outside, they stopped. Oh my God, is that Iron Man? Daisy's eyes widened as she looked at the 4 people and 1 cat blocking Thor outside the restaurant. Jane immediately corrected her. To be precise, it's billionaire Tony Stark. Eric looked puzzled. Even if it really was a fallen satellite, there was no need for Stark to personally handle it. And it seemed they were clearly here to find this brute who was acting like a fool. Thor, the Prince of Asgard, do you recognize this? Wang Kai pointed at Gugu and straightforwardly asked, but Thor only glanced at it and lost interest. Mortal, since you know my identity, step aside quickly. I still need to find my hammer. Thor spoke arrogantly, completely disregarding the 4 of them and the cat. But upon seeing Luna, his eyes suddenly lit up, feeling an inexplicable emotion rush into his mind. Luna's face quickly filled his entire vision, and in an instant, all he could see was her beautiful figure, feeling that she was the only one in his heart. Thor's infatuated look made Wang Kai's face darken. He stepped forward and directly slapped Thor on the shoulder. A cold voice immediately entered Thor's mind. Are you done yet? No, I want to marry her and be with her for life. Thor blurted out uncontrollably, then felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, and the beautiful figure in his eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by a cold, indifferent face almost pressed against his own. Get lost. Boom. Wang Kai kicked Thor away. Like a human cannonball, he crashed into a car on the street, and with a cracking sound, the car's glass shattered completely, and the frame caved in a large chunk. However, Thor only broke a few ribs, clearly indicating that even though his divine powers were sealed, his physical fitness surpassed that of Earthlings. Isn't this a bit much? Tony and Rhodey said in confusion, but seeing Wang Kai's indifferent gaze, they had to shut their mouths. Can't mess with him, can't mess with him. Luna stifled a laugh upon seeing this. After all, Brother Kai really cared about her. Don't worry. Even if you take him down, Odin can resurrect Thor instantly. They are gods. They won't die so easily. Wang Kai's loud commotion quickly attracted a lot of people, who raised their phones and cameras to take pictures. Jane, Eric, and Daisy ran to check on Thor's condition. Looking at Wang Kai and the others with a mix of shock and fear, that kick's power didn't seem like that of an ordinary person. And they had no idea what big trouble they'd gotten into. Tony, don't post our pictures online. There were quite a few people taking pictures around, and Wang Kai didn't want to attract trouble. No problem, but what about the God of Thunder? It looks like he wants to duel you, Tony said with a hint of schadenfreude, as Thor wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood in the middle of the street, pointing at Wang Kai and shouting, "Mortal, you dare to attack a god. I will make you know the terror of angering a god." Thor charged toward Wang Kai with divine fury. It was like he wanted to tear this audacious mortal apart. But unfortunately, the louder he shouted, the faster he went down. Thor was punched in the eye by Wang Kai, giving him panda eyes, and then easily knocked unconscious with a chop to the neck. Luna understood. With the ring in hand, she drew a portal that flew toward everyone, and like a magic trick, they all disappeared, taking even the dazed doctor, Eric, and the others with them. Only the bewildered townspeople were left, completely unaware of what had just happened. At the Thor's Hammer meteorite crater, everyone was brought back here. Who on earth are you? Jane looked around in surprise, feeling like Earth was no longer the Earth she knew. I think you should ask him who he is. Wang Kai pointed at the unconscious Thor on the ground, then began to tell the story of this arrogant and reckless prince. Chapter 94. The Destroyer Armor. Thor, Jin, Daisy, and Eric were all dumbfounded, especially Daisy, who had a face full of questions. If he is Thor, why would he be afraid of my electric gun? Stripped of divine power, he is no different from an ordinary person. Moreover, Thor has not yet awakened. He must use Mjolnir to channel the countless thunders within him. In this case, it is no wonder he was electrocuted. The brutish prince, Thor, we didn't expect to encounter a figure from mythology. Eric sighed, and then Jin continued to ask, what do you want to do with him? He is the prince of Asgard. Taking him away wouldn't start an interstellar war or something, would it? Seeing Jin's concern, everyone understood but didn't point it out. Rod bluntly said he just wanted to inform Thor that his hammer had been eaten by a cat. The three looked at Rod, as if he were joking. Do you think we would believe that? Rod helplessly glanced at Gugu, sighing internally that he didn't believe it either. But that's how it happened. 2 hours later, in the rest area near the crater of Mjolnir, Thor woke up and saw Wang Kai, along with Luna and Gugu beside him. The panda eyes had mostly disappeared, and Thor was filled with anger as he looked at Wang Kai, ready to teach him a lesson. Lowly mortal, how dare you attack a god? This was the only thing he could say. Bang! Wang Kai knocked Thor down with a single punch. At least he was somewhat awake now. Another 2 hours later, a dazed Thor got up from the ground, feeling sore all over, and saw that Wang Kai was no longer rushing at him head-on. Damn mortal, when I reclaim Mjolnir, you'll pay. Oh, sorry. But your hammer has already been eaten by the Devourer Beast. What? Thor's eyes widened in disbelief. He had heard about the Devourer Beast from his mother Frigga, and knew how terrifying this seemingly harmless creature could be. It's this one. Wang Kai pointed at Gugu in Luna's hands, and Thor immediately took 2 steps back as if facing a great enemy. So even if you regain your divine power, the hammer probably still won't return to you. It all depends on Gugu's mood. Gugu yawned, continuing to lick its paw, looking no different from a fat orange cat after lunch. No, I don't believe it. Thor angrily stepped forward to snatch Gugu, but Wang Kai knocked him down again. Let him wake up properly. Wang Kai and Luna immediately retreated, and outside, the sky was already filled with starlight. About half an hour later, a young man in green armor with an evil smile suddenly appeared in Thor's lounge. It was Thor's brother, Loki. Loki was very pleased to see Thor in such a state, and then, to further strike Thor, he woke him up to inform him of Odin's death. Thor thought that his father's passing was due to himself. After a series of blows, that reckless, arrogant prince seemed to transform overnight and finally became less annoying. The next day, when Wang Kai saw Thor's depressed state, he knew Loki had visited the night before. Then, just like in a movie plot, Loki took control of the Asgardian palace while Odin was asleep, and the three warriors of the palace, along with Sif, crossed the Rainbow Bridge to Earth, trying to get Thor to return and take charge. The four quickly found them and informed Thor of the truth. Wang Kai and the others also knew that Asgard's strongest humanoid weapon was coming. The destroyer armor, the battle armor of King Odin, endowed with Odin's divine power blessing, could only be destroyed by Mjolnir, which also had Odin's spells. Theoretically, this thing was indestructible. Failed prince, your good brother is sending someone to kill you. Tony mocked as he looked at the vortex appearing in the sky. Just as he finished speaking, a colorful beam shot down from the vortex, accompanied by a loud bang, landing on the wasteland not far from the crater. A silver metallic robot that looked like a Michelin tire emerged from it, slowly approaching Thor. Damn, what is Loki thinking? Thor looked at the destroyer armor in disbelief, unable to comprehend why Loki wanted to kill him. The three warriors of the palace were also furious. Thor, let's fight side by side. Let's dismantle the destroyer armor and settle accounts with Loki. The Asgardians were known for their combativeness, and the three warriors were excited. They couldn't wait to fight for the king's armor. But Thor's expression darkened. Sorry, my divine power has been stripped. I fear I cannot fight alongside you. He then forced a smile and said, but my spirit will be with you. I wish you victory. Sif couldn't help but be very curious. She could clearly feel that Thor seemed like a different person, but there was no time to ask now with the enemy at hand. Sif glanced at the approaching destroyer armor and immediately shouted at the three warriors, let's go. Their momentum was strong, but their combat power was only a measly 5. Each of the three warriors had 1 point, while Sif had 2 points. The destroyer armor swatted the 4 of them away with a single slap, and even the energy cannon on its head was useless. Are Asgardians this weak? Tony couldn't help but comment, show them our strength, Rod. 2 Iron Man suits suddenly took to the air, charging at the destroyer armor. You better hide with them in the back. Wang Kai pointed at the Stark Industries staff and Eric's group who were fleeing toward the town. Then he rushed towards the destroyer armor with Luna. Everyone is fighting, but I have to run? Thor murmured to himself, feeling an overwhelming sense of regret. On the battlefield, Rod was making a grand display, with the machine guns on his wrists and the energy cannons on his shoulders roaring. Tony also spared no effort in firepower, launching all the mini-missiles on his suit. Their attacks instantly engulfed the destroyer armor in explosions and flames. Is that it? It doesn't look that strong. Just as Tony finished speaking, an incredibly thick red laser cannon suddenly shot out from the flames. Even though Tony reacted quickly, it was too late. The red laser cannon grazed the suit and triggered a massive explosion. The suit was engulfed in black smoke and plummeted to the ground. Tony, Rod exclaimed, quickly piloting his suit to catch him, but the distance between them was too far, and it seemed he wouldn't make it in time. Just as Tony was about to hit the ground, a golden circle appeared, resembling a well, and the smoking Iron Man suit shot into it with a whoosh. Then another portal opened in front of Wang Kai, and Tony was easily caught. Removing the dark mask and seeing that Tony was shaken but unharmed, Wang Kai revealed a fatherly smile. Saved you again. When will you start to be more careful?